Chapter 41. Looking at the swollen wound, Qin Yanan was a little worried. What's the name of the person you are looking for? What are his characteristics? Jisoo leaned back in the chair and let Qin Yanan wash his wound. He picked a grape and put it in his mouth. His name is Yang Ji. He is in his 30s. And the biggest characteristic should be that he has a daughter. Qin Yanan kept moving. How can you be sure that Yang Ji and his daughter have not turned into monsters? Jisoo paused in picking grapes. Not sure. Qin Yanan glanced at him. Judging from Jisoo's various performances and preparations, he should be very sure that the father and daughter are still alive. And he deliberately stuck to this time to come. They had come to Chijiang City several times before, but he had never heard him mention looking for someone. If it was such an important person, he should not delay until now. Unless he knew that only at this time would the person he was looking for appear. Qin Yanan said, "Your wound is a little red and swollen. You need to go back as soon as possible." Jisoo looked at the rewrapped calf. It's okay. Deformed people have strong recovery ability and can withstand it. Jisoo. Qin Yanan suddenly called his name. Do you think you won't die? Others can rest when they are injured. And he goes to help get medicine and medical treatment. When it's his turn to be injured, he never cares. Like a working robot without flesh and blood. Busy all the time as long as there is energy. Jisoo, Jisoo rarely sees Qin Yanan cold face to him. In fact, since he went to Chungmo's house, his face has not been very good. Jisoo suspected that he was angry. But he didn't expect that he was angry. Jisoo never thought that he would not die. In order to survive, he started to be busy before the end of the world, and continued to run around and be busy after the end of the world. In the end, it was just to have a safe and comfortable base for survival. Qin Yanan packed up the medical kit and put it back in the cab. Don't use your legs anymore. Try to rest when you can. Jisoo watched him pack up in an orderly manner, put all the things outside into the car, and took out the washing tools from the car. He watched Jisoo wash up and put the things back. Qin Yanan, do you want me to carry you to the RV? Jisoo raised his eyes and bumped into the man's focus sight. The man had a cold face, but his cold eyes were warm, which meant that he was not really angry, but just a little unhappy. Qin Yanan had made it very clear. If Jisoo still didn't understand why he was unhappy, he was really stupid. Jisoo was already used to the fighting in the end times. It was inevitable to get injured in the life and death fight. At that time, they didn't even have any medicine to use, and they had to rely on themselves. In Jisoo's opinion, the back and leg injuries were minor injuries that could be bandaged and given medicine. The condition was already very good, and there was no need to be careful about recuperation. However, Qin Yanan seemed to be very nervous about these minor injuries. In fact, he could walk back by himself. In order to prevent Qin Yanan from getting angry, Jisoo had to stretch out his arms. Thank you, brother. Qin Yanan's cold face was a little bit unbearable. Only at this time would he obediently call him brother. Qin Yanan picked him up and walked towards the RV, muttering in his mouth. You don't know how to take care of your body at all. You can run and jump as if you are not injured even if you are injured. Don't you know the pain? Jisoo listened to his muttering, and then looked at the man who tried to keep a cold face. He wondered if the eldest grandson was possessed by Grandma Qin. In the past, Grandma Qin would also mutter to him, saying that he didn't wear enough clothes when it was cold, didn't eat well, and didn't take medicine and rest when he had a cold and fever. These were all the objects of Grandma Qin's muttering. Now that Grandma Qin is gone, the person who mutters to him has changed. Jisoo was placed on the bed in the master bedroom. Qin Yanan turned back and took a set of clean pillows, sheets, and quilts from the car. They found these in the hotel's storage room. They were all new, so they moved some back to the base. Some were also placed in Jisoo's car, which was just in time for use. After making the bed, Qin Yanan went to the car to get a small electric fan, plugged it into a mobile power supply, and blew it towards the big bed. The house reinforced by spiritual energy would be very cool. But Jisoo was injured and would rather be cool than hot. Jisoo looked at him busy and on guard, and suddenly calmed down. At this moment, Jisoo really realized that he seemed to have a brother who would care about him, take care of him, and get angry for his disobedience. After packing up, Qin Yanan got up and left. Go to sleep. Call me if you need anything. There was only one pillow and one quilt on the bed. Jisoo, aren't you sleeping here? Qin Yanan, I sleep on the sofa bed in the living room. Jisoo glanced at the spacious bed. This is a double bed. It can accommodate everyone. Shin Yanan looked at him. The light gray blue turned into dark blue, and his eyes became deeper. Go to bed early. After saying that, he walked out of the master bedroom without looking back, and closed the door for him. Jisoo, Jisoo's heart skipped a beat when he saw the look in his eyes. He looked at the snow-white, flat bed, which looked comfortable and spacious. Isn't it better to sleep on than a sofa bed? Jisoo fell into the soft and fluffy pillow, still thinking about it. When he was about to fall asleep, he came to a conclusion that Shin Yanan didn't like to sleep with others. Having a motorhome is much more comfortable than resting in the cab of a truck. At least you can get a good night's sleep. Shin Yanan woke up twice at night. Once, the deformed monster ran over the flat-roof building. The footsteps were clearly heard. The second time, the deformed monster was fighting nearby. It hit the protective wall outside the motorhome with a thud. But it left soon. It was a peaceful night until dawn. After the two had breakfast, Shin Yanan changed the medicine for Jisoo's injured leg and did not forget the oral medicine. Shin Yanan made a suggestion that instead of looking for people on the street, it would be better to look for people where survivors gathered. Jisoo thought it made sense. Since Yongji could run to the supermarket in the mall, he should be hiding not far from here. As long as they searched for survivors in the vicinity, they might be able to find Yongji and his daughter. After the weathered protective wall, the two drove the truck and took the RV to set off. The task of finding people fell on Shin Yanan. He had already figured out where there were survivors in the vicinity. It was best not to move Jisoo's injured leg. Just leave it to him. Shin Yanan parked the truck on the side of the road again, and ran out of the car to look for people. There were several places where Jisoo could not see any traces of survivors, but Shin Yanan still went down to look for them. At the end of the day, they searched the mall and the surrounding areas, but did not find Yongji with his daughter. The next day, they expanded the search area, but still did not find anyone. Until the fourth day, they were getting farther and farther away from the mall. Jisoo did not think that Yongji could run so far with his daughter, but Shin Yanan searched everywhere and did not find Yongji. As time passed, Jisoo was very anxious. On the fourth day, he and Shin Yanan got out of the car to search. His legs were already scabbed, and Shin Yanan did not restrict his movements. What surprised Jisoo was that there were indeed survivors in the places Shin Yanan was looking for. Some were hiding with a few people, and there were more than a dozen people hiding together. But among these people, there was no Yongji and his daughter. Jisoo had to wonder if Yongji was not from this district, and he ran from another district? In the evening, it was time to find a place to spend the night. They found a flat and spacious square to park. Jisoo was about to put up a protective wall, and Shin Yanan suddenly said, "Wait, Jisoo, what's wrong?" Since the search began, the windows of the cab have never been closed tightly. At this time, Shin Yanan lowered the windows even lower and frowned. He sensed that a group of fear emotions were moving in the distance. They were originally staying in a specific position and motionless, but now they suddenly dispersed. It may be that the hiding place was destroyed, and the survivors hiding inside had to flee in all directions. That place is some distance from where they parked. They should be able to find it tomorrow. But if something like this happens now, what if Yongji and his daughter are among this group of people? Shin Yanan carefully sensed that the scattered survivors were running very fast, and the fear was rising. Among the small group of survivors who escaped, there were always two fears that were closely attached to each other. One stable and the other extremely violent. And they were obviously very scared. Whether it was true or not, Shin Yanan decided to go and see. He didn't want Jisoo to have any regrets. Starting the truck and speeding in one direction, Jisoo looked confused, but didn't ask anything, and also lowered the window halfway. Shin Yanan's face changed, and the fear that was tightly attached to each other suddenly separated. The stable fear instantly soared to the highest, but the extremely violent fear was moving away quickly. The soaring fear left the group and moved after the fear, and was soon entangled by several fears that caught up, and was swept away to run in the opposite direction. Shin Yanan made a sharp turn and took a small road to take a shortcut to stop the fast-moving fear emotion. Just as the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, Shin Yanan and Jisoo heard the scream of a little girl at the same time. Jisoo's face changed drastically. "Stop!" Shin Yanan stepped on the accelerator and rushed out of the small road. With a bang, The monster moving at high speed with the fear emotion crashed into the truck compartment. Qin Yanan and Jisoo jumped out of the car at the same time, only to see a female monster with messy long hair falling to the ground. It turned over and climbed up, for thin and long legs supporting the ground, with a hunched back, as if carrying a mountain of meat, with a group of black shadows on it. It was holding a little girl in its hands. The child was lifted by her legs and dangling in the air. She was no longer moving, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. My child. The monster screamed desperately with an unpleasant sound, and the stacked black spots even dyed the whites of its eyes black. Jisoo and Qin Yanan didn't listen to its nonsense, and rushed forward together to grab the child. The deformed body held up 4 thin legs, nearly 3 meters high. The little girl was dangling in the air, and could fall down at any time. Qin Yanan rushed forward, raised his knife, and chopped off the deformed body's long legs. While the deformed body was falling, he chopped off the deformed body's arm again. The little girl fell down, and was caught by Jisoo, who was already prepared. He quickly retreated with the child. The deformed body screamed wildly. My child. The meat mountain on its back began to wriggle violently, getting bigger and bigger, as if something was about to crawl out. At this moment, a cry came from the meat mountain, and the sound quickly weakened. It was a child's voice. Jisoo and Qin Yanan were stunned at the same time. Qin Yanan went around the deformed body, and saw the whole picture of the meat mountain. The meat mountain was embedded with several children, all buried up to their necks. Each child's skin was covered with black spots, and their eyes were closed. Obviously, they were not going to survive. The one who made the sound was a child at the edge. Half of his body was still exposed outside the meat mountain. His skin was covered with black spots, but he was still alive. His 2 little hands scratched unconsciously, trying to climb out of the fusion of the meat mountain. Jisoo put the little girl on the car and quickly turned back, and saw the scene on the meat mountain. As the monster body kept roaring, the meat mountain was still getting bigger. The child embedded in the meat mountain began to struggle violently. In his opened eyes, there were only tiny pupils. They roared along with the monster body, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. The monster body was pressed under the huge meat mountain, still roaring. Something grew out of its tattered body. It was a thicker long leg. The 4 newly grown legs completely crushed the thin body. These were not the legs of the monster body, but the legs growing under the meat mountain. The wriggling continued, and the small monster body embedded in the meat mountain would soon crawl out. Qin Yanan stabbed the meat mountain with his long knife, and the stench and blood of rotten meat gushed out. Qin Yanan avoided the dirt and kept stabbing the long knife. He circled around the crying child and dug the child out of the meat mountain. Qin Yanan quickly retreated with the child in his arms. The small deformed body had already struggled out its arms. It was slender and black, and was climbing up the meat mountain, trying to pull its body out. Let's go! Jisoo threw down a crystal and turned to run to the truck. Qin Yanan followed the quieted child into the car. Jisoo activated the crystal, and the meat mountain and the small deformed body shattered together. The truck started and left this smelly area. The smell in the cab was also very strong. The child who was dug out was transferred to Jisoo's hands. The 2 had to open all the windows on both sides to disperse the smell. The truck drove out not far, and found a spacious and flat place to stop. Jisoo put out a protective wall. This time the ventilation window was opened a little wider. It would not work if it was not too wide. It would be too suffocating. Jisoo jumped out of the car with the child in his arms. The door was not closed, and Qin Yanan did not close it either. He opened the car and took out a mobile power bank and a floodlight from inside. The dark protective wall suddenly became bright. Qin Yanan took out a cardboard box, opened it, and spread it on the ground. Jisoo put the child in his hand on the cardboard. Jisoo didn't know why Qin Yanan brought the child back. The child's skin was covered with black spots, and it was obvious that he would not survive. Even if he woke up, he would be a little crazy corpse. But Qin Yanan endured the stench and dug the child out, obviously wanting to save him. In Qin Yanan's perception, the child's fear was still there, indicating that he was still a human being. Crazy corpses and deformed monsters have no emotional fluctuations. So Qin Yanan dug the person out. The person was dug out, and the child's lower body was still wrapped in a ball of rotten meat. He had to find a way to remove the rotten meat from the child. Jisoo looked at Qin Yanan. Are you sure this child is a human? Not a little crazy corpse? They are going to tear the rotten flesh. don't bear the disgust and tear out a little monster in the end. Qin Yinan went to the carriage to find disposable gloves. It's definitely a human. Until now. The fear still exists, but it is very weak. Jisoo stared at him for a long time and chose to believe him. Give me a pair too. The two put on gloves and masks and began to tear the rotten flesh manually. They didn't dare to use a knife for fear of hurting the child. The rotten flesh on the waist was easy to tear. When tearing to the thigh, the child bounced violently and encountered resistance. Both of them had a bad premonition in their hearts. What they were most worried about was that the rotten flesh had merged with the child. In this way, there was no way to remove the rotten flesh, and the child probably wouldn't survive. Qin Yinan applied a little force, and the child began to struggle unconsciously and cried again. Jisoo held the child down. Tear it off. Qin Yinan continued to tear it down. The rotten tissue had already merged into the flesh of the child's legs. The child was torn off with great force. The child woke up in pain, his little body trembling constantly. He looked at them with a pair of tearful eyes, but his eyes soon became blurred again. Finally, the rotten flesh was torn off. The child's legs were bloody and fleshy. Qin Yinan washed the child from top to bottom with water several times to remove the dirt and stench, and then began to bandage his legs. After dealing with the child's legs, both of them felt that dinner could be saved. They really had no appetite. The good news is that the child should be able to survive. The rotten tissue was completely peeled off. The two legs looked scary, but they were actually skin injuries. They would recover after a period of care. The most difficult thing was the black spots on the child's body. There were many of them, and they were not much different from a crazy corpse. Jisoo was worried that the child might become a crazy corpse at any time, so he did not let the child live in the truck. He put him on the couch in the truck to rest, locked the door, lowered the window, and saw if the child was still human tomorrow. There were many black spots on the exposed skin of the little girl, but not so many that she looked like a crazy corpse. She didn't have any major wounds, only a few scratches. It was unclear whether her bones were injured. The little girl was still in a coma. Jisoo didn't dare to let the two children stay together, so he sent the little girl to the RV to rest. Only when the child woke up could he ask the little girl if her surname was Yang, and if her father's name was Yang Ji. Chapter 42. After waking up, Jisoo first went to make sure whether the two children were still alive. The little girl hadn't woken up yet, and the child in the cab hadn't turned into a crazy corpse, and was still sleeping soundly. The stench in the protective wall had basically dissipated, and the rotten meat and the sewage washed by the children were buried underground. After a night, they could finally breathe well. The two of them specially boiled hot water last night, took a good bath in the bathroom of the RV, and changed into clean clothes, so as not to stain the sleeping place. Qin Yinan thought that he would continue to look for Yangji today, but he didn't expect Jisoo to say that it was not necessary, and he would look for him in 2 days. He could just go to the mall to find someone in 2 days. That happened to be the day when Yangji went to the mall. It seemed that the time was still right this time. While waiting, the two went to collect some supplies nearby. In the afternoon, the little girl woke up first and started crying as soon as she opened her eyes. Jisoo and Qin Yinan had no experience in taking care of children and didn't know how to coax them. Qin Yinan, maybe she's hungry. Jisoo agreed deeply, and the two of them went to the carriage to get food, and washed a few grapes and sent them to the RV. Seeing the bread, milk and grapes on the small dining table, the little girl sobbed, timidly peeking at the two adults' faces, not daring to stretch out her hands, and watching eagerly with tears in her eyes. Jisoo sat opposite the little girl, and without asking, he was already 80% sure in his heart that the little girl's eyes were exactly the same as Yangji's. It was not obvious when she was asleep, but it was very obvious when she opened her eyes. The little girl was pretty, and her face should be like her mother, not like Yangji. Only her eyes were most like Yangji. Jisoo pushed the food to the little girl. Eat. These are all for you. The little girl stared at Jisoo with tears in her eyes, and her little hand quietly reached out to the bread, cautiously testing, worried that Jisoo would regret it. Her fingers touched the soft bread, grabbed it, and stuffed it into her mouth desperately. Jisoo was worried that she would choke, so he pushed the milk to her. Eat slowly. Don't choke. Drink some milk to smooth it out. The little girl did choke, so she grabbed the milk and took a big sip. She finally swallowed the bread, and stuffed it into her mouth quickly, fearing that if she ate slowly, Others would snatch it away. Only half of the bread was left. And the little girl slowed down, biting the edge of the bread in small bites, her eyes scanning the two adults. While the two adults were talking and not paying attention to her, she secretly put half a piece of bread under the table. Just as she was about to put it into her dirty pocket, she heard a voice saying, "The bread is dirty, and you will have a stomachache if you eat it." The little girl froze, looked up, and found that her handsome brother was looking at her. The little girl's skinny face turned red when she was caught stealing, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. "Yes, I'm sorry, brother. I want to save it for tomorrow." Jisoo looked at her and said nothing. The little girl's tears, which had finally stopped, began to fall again. She sobbed and said, I'm full. Can I leave the bread for my dad?" She hadn't eaten such delicious bread for a long time. She wanted to leave some for her dad, but he definitely hadn't eaten it before. Jisoo, He didn't say anything. Why did he cry again? Jisoo glanced at the man next to him and saw a smile flashing in his eyes. He coughed dryly. "Is your father named Yongji?" The little girl nodded and turned into a crazy kid praising her father. "My father is a very good doctor. He has a very big hospital with many patients. My father is very good." Jisoo, This is embarrassing. He and Yongji have known each other for so long, but he didn't know that he was actually a doctor. Shin Yanan looked at Jisoo and gave him a puzzled expression. Since Yongji was a doctor, why did Jisoo persuade Tao Qingwu to go to the base? The hospital also had a backup Dr. Zheng. With the population of the base, there was no need for so many doctors. Jisoo obviously did not leave a place for Yongji. The little girl observed the reactions of the two adults and carefully tested. "My father is very powerful. Will my brother help me find my father?" Jisoo, The case was solved. It was not certain whether Yongji was a doctor, but it was certain that the little girl wanted to find her father. Jisoo saw the little girl's thoughts, understood her anxiety and fear, and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Your father and I are friends. We will go to find him in 2 days." The little girl finally stopped crying, took out the half piece of bread she had hidden, and ate it in a few bites. The good-looking brother promised her that he would give her father delicious bread when he saw her father. These breads would go bad if left, and eating bad bread would make people sick. Not wanting to waste food, the little girl ate all the food. It was the first time she had eaten so well after the end of the world, and she could eat as much as she wanted. The little girl's name is Yongwan. She is 6 years old this year. After eating, she sat quietly at the dining table and didn't dare to move. Jisoo told her that she could walk around in the RV, but she couldn't go out because it was dangerous outside. Yongwan nodded obediently, then stood up and curiously leaned on the window to look out. Jisoo observed her and was relieved to see that she had no problem walking and her bones were probably not injured. The child Shin Yanan brought back looked younger than Yongwan, probably only 3 or 4 years old, skinny and small. He had been sleeping for an unknown period of time and showed no signs of waking up. Jisoo was very worried about whether the child could be raised. After another night, when Shin Yanan changed the dressing for the child, he found that the dense black spots on the child's skin had faded. On the 3rd day, all the black spots on the child's skin disappeared, revealing a normal skin color. Jisoo and Shin Yanan both suspected that he was deformed. But did such a young child really know what it meant to keep his self-awareness? After breakfast, they were about to set off to the mall to find Yongji. After they had packed up and weathered the protective wall, they went into the cab and found the child sitting on the couch. Jisoo, Shin Yanan, The child was not awake when I came to change the dressing in the morning. He woke up during breakfast time. He didn't cry when he woke up. He sat on the couch obediently. Very well behaved. The protective wall has weathered, and everything has been packed up. It is impossible to prepare food for the child. Jisoo took out a can of 8 treasure porridge from the storage box and teased him. "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat?" The child blinked and looked at Jisoo, not speaking or moving. Jisoo looked at Shin Yanan. Was the child's reaction not right? Shin Yanan thought about it. Maybe there are some sequelae. Don't say Shin Yanan. Even Jisoo has survived twice, and he has never encountered a person who was half fused by a deformed body and could be saved. It is normal to have some sequelae. Jisoo did not move the child. His legs have not recovered yet, and it is easy to bleed if he moves. Jisoo turned around and knelt on the chair to feed the child a treasure porridge. The child was very well behaved, eating mouthful by mouthful, with big eyes like black grapes, looking at Jisoo, then at Qin Yinan, without fear in his eyes. Maybe he still had the memory of being rescued, and trusted Jisoo and Qin Yinan very much. After eating the 8 treasure porridge, he lay down by himself, pulled a small blanket over his belly to cover it, and slept again with his legs exposed. Jisoo, ? Is it so worry-free to raise a child? There is no need for adults to worry at all. The children will take care of themselves. Qin Yinan took a look, started the truck, and headed for the mall. There were 2 children in the car, and Qin Yinan did not pursue speed and drove all the way. The car was very stable. When he arrived at the mall, it was a little later than expected. Jisoo said, "You stay in the car. I go down to take a look." Qin Yinan, "Be careful." Jisoo held a baseball bat, pushed open the car door and ran down, rushing towards the mall. The sound of the door closing startled the child, who suddenly sat up from the couch and looked in the direction where Jisoo left. He wanted to crawl to the side of the car, but found that there was another person in the car. Qin Yinan said, "He went down to find someone and will be back soon." The child looked at him, and Qin Yinan added, "There will be no danger." The child did not sleep again, sitting on the couch looking out the window, and did not react to the terrifying and hideous corpse outside the car. Qin Yinan observed the child, and saw that he was looking at the entrance of the mall, obviously waiting for Jisoo to come back. Qin Yinan tried to communicate with him. "What's your name?" The child glanced at him, and looked at the entrance of the mall again, with no intention of speaking. Qin Yinan continued to ask, "Do you know what your parents' names are?" This time the child did not even respond, and Qin Yinan failed to communicate. On the other side, Jisoo rushed into the mall. The supermarket upstairs was in the most chaotic time. One by one, the corpses pushed open the cabinets and shelves blocking the escalator, and squeezed up through the gap. Jisoo had experienced this kind of scene in his previous life. He put a wall under the escalator, reinforced the escalator, threw a crystal upward, activated it, and all the crazy corpses swarming upstairs were cleared, and even the debris blocking the escalator entrance was cleared. Jisoo crossed the handrail and ran up the sticky escalator. There were still many crazy corpses in the aisle outside the supermarket. The survivors in the supermarket were fighting with the crazy corpses. The survivors tried their best to stabilize the stacked cabinets and shelves. This was the protective wall they relied on for survival. The glass wall of the supermarket had been smashed in the repeated attacks of the crazy corpses. They could only move furniture to stop the crazy corpses from attacking. Jisoo put out another wall to separate the aisle from the supermarket, reinforced the aisle, and continued to use crystals to clear the crazy corpses trapped in the gaps between the wall and furniture. Jisoo swung a baseball bat and sent them away one by one. Jisoo blocked both ends of the aisle to prevent the zombies from rushing in. He walked into the supermarket with a bloody baseball bat. The survivors inside all looked at him warily, their eyes fanatically at the wall that suddenly appeared. Jisoo looked at the people in the supermarket and saw many familiar faces. It was still the same as before. The supermarket was divided into several small groups, each of which was in a group and scheming against each other. Jisoo looked at the innermost corner of the supermarket, and indeed saw a familiar figure there. He had a thin face, a beard, and a sharp and crazy look. He was not a normal person at first glance. Jisoo walked over with a baseball bat, and someone stopped him. "It's better not to go over." The man pointed to his head, meaning that Yang Ji's brain was abnormal, and he should not get close to him. Jisoo looked at the person who stopped him, who was also an acquaintance. He had once hidden in his glass wall world, and later went to the Xinjiang fortress base with him. His name was Chang Zaixiu, and he was the workshop director of a manufacturing plant. He was down to earth and knew a lot of things. In the end, he died in the erosion of dark matter. Chang Zaixiu was alone, holding an axe for chopping wood. A few steps behind him, there stood a small group of people. They had all kinds of things in their hands. Most of them were unfamiliar faces. A few of them looked familiar, but they didn't have a deep impression. They might have been to the base with him before. They were all ordinary people. After arriving at the base, they had basically no intersection with Jisoo. "It's okay." Jisoo accepted Chang Zaixiu's kindness. Yang Ji was really scary when he went crazy. Jisoo walked over, and Yang Ji stared at him straight, with bloodshot eyes flashing with ferocity. as if he could pounce at any time. Jisoo squatted in front of him, leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Come with me. Your daughter is not dead. Yongwon is waiting for you downstairs." Yongji trembled all over, turned his head mechanically to look at Jisoo. The madness in his eyes was replaced by disbelief. He trembled his lips and asked in a breath, "Won is not dead?" Jisoo nodded. "Not dead. She asked me to help her find her father." "Let's go." Yongji wanted to get up anxiously, but fell into the corner again. Jisoo reached out to pull him up. Yongji rushed out eagerly, but was caught by Jisoo. "Slow down. Don't be anxious." Yongji had to slow down his pace, and his hands kept clenching in anxiety, following Jisoo closely, wishing he could fly downstairs immediately. Jisoo passed by Chang Zishio and asked, "Will you come with me?" Chang Zishio looked at the wall that appeared out of thin air and nodded without hesitation. "If you need me?" Old Chang just asked. Chang Zishio knew very well that this supermarket was just a temporary stop when he was desperate. It could not be a gathering place or a refuge. If he didn't find a way to leave, he would be attacked by monsters sooner or later. There were too many monsters in Xinjiang City. If he wanted to leave, he would die if he went out alone. Now the opportunity was in front of him. He couldn't miss it. Several small groups all looked at the three people who left. When they walked to the door, one of them suddenly said, "Old Chang, you are leaving. Why don't you leave the axe to us?" Chang Zishio clenched the axe in his hand, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. How could he not know that these people had been staring at his axe for a long time? If it weren't for this axe, he would not be alive until now. Jisoo turned around and looked at Chang Zishio. "Whose axe is this?" Chang Zishio's face trembled. "Mine. This axe has saved me many times." Jisoo nodded. Since it was his own axe, there was nothing to say. Someone was unwilling to say, "How can you say it's your axe? This was found in the supermarket. It belongs to all of us. If you want to leave, you have to leave the axe behind." Chang Zishio was so angry that his hands were shaking. When he was being chased by the crazy corpses, no one helped him, even if they were holding knives and sticks in their hands. He was dodging everywhere, and took out the axe from under a counter, and killed the crazy corpse chasing him. So far, they have been eyeing the axe in his hand. Jisoo looked back at the people in the supermarket, and raised his hand to weather the wall that separated the aisle and the supermarket. Survivors, Originally they thought that with this wall, they could defend the supermarket, but they didn't expect the wall to disappear. Jisoo led people to the escalator, and there was a loud curse in the supermarket. Someone chased out of the supermarket, and was shocked to find that both ends of the aisle were blocked by walls. That is, the monsters on both sides could not come over, except for the escalator leading downstairs. Fortunately, there is also a wall under the escalator. As long as the two sides of the escalator are blocked, the monsters can't get on the escalator, and there is no way to go upstairs. Just as the survivors who chased out thought so, they saw the young man who walked to the escalator and looked back upstairs. All the survivors were silent, looking at him in horror, fearing that he would make the deadly wall disappear. And then, they would really be exhausted by the monsters. Some people reacted quickly, and shouted at the people who cursed loudly until no one dared to speak again. Jisoo threw a crystal behind the wall, and the energy exploded silently. But a group of crazy corpses disappeared. Jisoo supported the escalator with one hand, and crossed over without moving the wall. Yongji and Chang Zishio followed him over the escalator, and left them all on the blood and flesh. The survivors who saw this scene were all shocked, and didn't understand what kind of method this was. How could a group of monsters be killed with just a wave of his hand? Too powerful. Some survivors regretted it. If they had known that this person was so powerful, they would have left with him no matter what. Now it's too late to regret it. They were jealous of Chang Zishio's good luck again. Not only did he find an axe, but he was also chosen by someone. All the good luck of the supermarket was taken by him alone. Chapter 43. The three of them rushed out of the mall together, which was much easier than when Jisoo came in alone. Chang Zishio's axe went straight to the heads of the crazy corpses, chopping them down one by one. Yang Ji was empty-handed, and he pressed his hands on the heads of the crazy corpses again and again, leaving gray palm prints. The gray spread and soon covered the heads of the crazy corpses, and then spread to the whole body, leaving a pile of dry bones. Chang Zishio didn't know where they were going. He chose to leave with the young people. No matter what the result was, He didn't regret it. Yangji rushed out with all his strength, knowing that his daughter was waiting for him. He wanted to see his daughter, and no monster could stop him. When they really rushed out of the mall and saw the trucks waiting on the roadside, they were a little dumbfounded. Chang Zixia was glad that he didn't make the wrong choice. It was the wisest choice to leave with them. Yangji didn't think about anything, and rushed to the RV like crazy, and saw his daughter lying on the window looking at him. Yangji knocked away the crazy corpse that was blocking the road, rushed to the window, looked at his daughter inside through the glass, and burst into tears. Jisoo, Jisoo opened the door of the RV, looked at Yangji lying on the glass and crying stupidly, his forehead throbbing wildly. Get in the car. Chang Zixia knocked down a crazy corpse lying on Yangji's back, dragged the stupid Yangji to the door, and both of them were pushed in by Jisoo, and the door was closed again. Jisoo also ran back to the co-pilot, and raised his eyes to meet the child's bright black eyes. Jisoo, when did you wake up? Are you hungry? Qin Yinan, he woke up as soon as you got off the car, and has been sitting here waiting for you to come back. Jisoo glanced at the child. His heart softened, took out the bag, tore off a small bunch of grapes, and handed it to him. If you don't want to sleep, eat some grapes. Can you eat it? The child held a few knuckle-long grapes, looked at Jisoo, and then looked at Qin Yinan. When he heard that he was asked to eat, the child held the grapes and bit them with his mouth. His clumsy appearance amused Jisoo. Hey, grapes are not eaten this way. Do you want to eat the stems as well? The child paused and looked at Jisoo again. Jisoo took the grapes back, picked one from the stem, held it in his hand, and handed it to the child. The child opened his mouth and took a bite. He tasted the sweet juice, opened his eyes wide in surprise, and then squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Although his face was still tense, Jisoo could feel that the child was a little happy. Jisoo handed him the grapes and let him eat them himself. The child took the grapes and took small bites. Qin Yinan looked at the interaction between the big and the small. His expression was gentle. Are you going back now? Jisoo pointed the way to Qin Yinan. See if you can take some medicine back. Before the end of the world, he had reinforced several large pharmacies. I don't know if they are preserved. I go and take a look while I have time. When I arrived at a large pharmacy nearby, several glass doors were all open, and the medicines inside were scattered all over the floor. There were also corpses and blood inside. Jisoo said. I go down and take a look. Qin Yinan unbuckled his seat belt. I go. You stay in the car. Jisoo didn't argue with him. Be careful. Qin Yinan responded. Got out of the car with a long knife. First killed the crazy corpse blocking the door with a knife. Hacked his way into the pharmacy. Took a box of common medicine from the shelf. Opened it and took a look. Put it back on the shelf. Walked a little further inside, and opened another box. Jisoo watched Qin Yinan open several boxes in a row and put them back in the car, knowing that this pharmacy could not be saved and was eroded. Jisoo lowered the window. Let's go to the next place to take a look. Qin Yinan quickly returned. It was useless to take the unusable medicine back. The truck continued to move forward. If they encountered a collapsed building or an abandoned vehicle blocking the road, they had to bypass it. With the RV towing behind, they couldn't be as reckless as before. They could just crash into it. The truck had a high chassis, but the RV couldn't. It would be very troublesome if it got stuck. The truck went around before reaching the next location. On the way, it encountered a wandering monster. It didn't look at the truck. The cold truck and RV didn't have any fear or smell of fresh flesh and blood. The monster didn't want to waste its energy chasing. I don't know what happened at the second big pharmacy. The building was particularly damaged. The adjacent building collapsed. Half of it pressed on the big pharmacy, almost burying the pharmacy. Jisoo observed the surroundings and finally decided to give up. Not to mention whether the pharmacy was saved. It would take some time to get in. If there were more powerful monsters hiding, it would be difficult to run with the truck towing the RV. It would be better to go back to the base first. He had been out for several days and didn't know how the base was. Nothing happened to the base that Jisoo was thinking about. But something big happened in Baiwan town. These days, someone came to the base every day to ask if the owner of the base had returned. Jianxi, who was guarding the post, only said that he hadn't returned. The buffer gate was closed tightly. No one could let him open the gate until Brother Su returned. Jixing Shopping Mall was filled with gloom and sadness. Since this place became a gathering place, All entrances and windows were closed. The 5 floors above and below could accommodate many survivors. Under the leadership of the community director Liang Wenyi, they have survived in an orderly manner until now. Some time ago, I heard the loudspeaker saying that a base had been built in the South District. Many people were thinking about moving to the base. Although the mall was safe, it was crowded and small, and it was inconvenient everywhere. It would be more comfortable to live in the base. Liang Wenyi expressed his understanding and did not force any obstacles. He asked his son Liang Lu to take a few people to check. They did see the wall, which was as tall as the wall in the farmland. But the gate was locked. No one responded when they called the door outside. So Liang Lu had to bring people back. This made many people very upset. They blamed themselves for being indecisive, which delayed the time to enter the base. Now the South District has really become a base. But the gate is locked, and they can no longer enter. So someone suggested that since the South District can build a base, they can also build a base in Jixing Shopping Mall. If they want to build a base, they have to find someone who can build a wall. The wall first appeared in the farmland, and many of them saw it. If they wanted to find someone to build the wall, they must go there to find someone. Unfortunately, they went there for several days in a row. But they said that the owner of the base was not there, and they couldn't even get in. Originally, I thought I would wait and ask for help when someone came back. But in recent days, Baiwan Town has become more and more dangerous. None of the survivors who went out to look for supplies have come back. I don't know what happened. The mall is closed, and the survivors dare not go out casually. Hiding in the mall is not a long-term solution. They have to go out to find all their food and drinking water. They can't hide in the mall and wait to die of thirst and starvation. Liang Lu had to take people out to find supplies and investigate the situation. This time, they were almost wiped out. They were besieged by a group of monsters with arthropods. Some were killed. Some were dragged away and lost their traces. Even Liang Lu's brother was seriously injured and had a hole in his stomach. If Liang Lu was not strong enough, no one would come back alive. But it was useless to come back. The seriously injured people finally escaped back to the mall. And soon someone died of serious injuries. After the end of the world, there were too many injured people. Some used their own medicine, and some used medicine from the pharmacy outside. Without exception, the injuries did not improve after taking the medicine, but became more serious, until they lost their lives. The medicine cannot be used. This is the common understanding among the survivors. But without medicine, the seriously injured will definitely die. Liang Lu had to take the risk to take people to the hospital, hoping to find medicine that can be used from the hospital. Even if there is no medicine, even if there is a doctor, he can't just leave the injured alone and watch them wait to die. Who would dare to work with the Liang family in the future? Moreover, among the injured, there is also his own brother, so he has to go no matter what. Liang Lu took a few people out again, this time with a clear goal, and went all the way to the hospital. What they didn't expect was that the hospital was also surrounded by a wall. Familiar walls and gates. Liang Lu was surprised, but also a little relieved. Maybe the medicine in the hospital could really be used. Otherwise, why would the hospital be surrounded? They knocked on the door hard, but no one answered. They wanted to climb the wall, but the wall was high enough, and they couldn't climb in at all. There were monsters all around. Liang Lu and his men couldn't move forward or backward, but they didn't give up. They pushed abandoned vehicles from the roadside and found ladders and cabinets in nearby shops. They stacked several layers and finally climbed up the wall. There were no monsters inside the wall. Liang Lu and his men wanted to enter the hospital, but they went around several times but couldn't find the entrance. All the glass doors were locked from the inside, and the windows were locked and couldn't be broken open. Liang Lu looked up and saw 3 figures on the second floor, stating their purpose, hoping to get some medicine to save their lives. Dr. Zheng took 2 nurses downstairs, asked about the condition of the injured, picked some medicine for them, stuffed them out through the crack of the glass door, and reminded them that if the medicine had impurities or precipitation, it could not be used anymore. Otherwise it would cause death. Liang Ju told Dr. Zheng about the situation of Jixing Shopping Mall and the injured, hoping that Dr. Zheng could take a look, and they would protect Dr. Zheng's safety. Dr. Zheng refused, told them how to use the medicine, and asked them to leave quickly. These days, there are always arthropod monsters crawling around on the hospital building. But they can't get into the hospital. They hide in the ward reinforced by Jisoo. If there is no outsider coming in, they will not come out at all. It's too dangerous outside. When Liangju left, he asked about the person who built the wall for the hospital, but only got a name. With these life-saving medicines, the seriously injured people in Jisheng Shopping Mall have not died for the time being. They are all waiting for the man named Jisoo to come back. The arthropod monsters outside were getting more rampant. Even the outer walls of the mall were crawling with monsters. They seemed to be looking for an entrance, and the survivors were so scared that they checked all the windows again. The truck came back safely. Not long after entering the field, a monster suddenly jumped out of the cornfield and was knocked into the middle of the road by the truck. The monster's arthropods flipped over, and it climbed up from the ground and rushed towards the windshield. Xin Yinan accelerated, and with a bang, a piece of dirty blood was left on the windshield. Not far away, two more of the same monsters appeared. Jisoo's face became more and more ugly. He had seen such arthropod monsters outside the hospital. Although he didn't see the monster's appearance clearly, he recognized these arthropods. Jianxi saw the truck coming back from afar, and excitedly flew down the sentry post. When the truck came close, he immediately opened the door, let the truck in, and locked the door again. Jisoo lowered the car window. Is the base okay? Jianxi walked out of the car window. It seems that something happened in the town. People come to Jisheng Shopping Mall every day and want to ask you to help build the base. Recently, an arthropod monster appeared in the town. They can climb walls. There are also monsters crawling in our base, but they were all caught by General Cat. They are very powerful. Don't look at the cats getting bigger. They run on all fours, and only after images are left. The speed of those arthropod monsters is completely inferior to that of the cats. People in the base call the cats General Cat. With General Cat, they can all sleep well. The gate of the outer base was open from the inside, and Lao Rao stood at the door. Jisoo only told him to be the gatekeeper, but didn't say which gate he would guard. Since the gate of the inner base was already guarded, he would guard the gate of the outer base. Jisoo said hello to Lao Rao, and the truck drove into the base. The two adults and one child in the RV leaned on the glass window to look out. All of them were shocked. They just got on a car, and they didn't expect to be taken directly to such a big base. The truck stopped at the door of the clinic. As soon as Jisoo got off the car, a black shadow rushed in front of him. Looking at the pair of furry pointed ears, Jisoo was quite surprised. You finally turned into a dog? Chung Imo rushed over excitedly. Chung Imo pulled his furry ears to show him. Look carefully. It's a wolf. It's not a dog. My ultimate form is a werewolf. A particularly awesome kind of werewolf. Jisoo stared at his furry ears for a while, and suddenly reached out and grabbed the two dog ears. Chung Imo screamed and wanted to escape, but his ears were grabbed, and he couldn't escape. Let go. Let go. The ears are going to fall off. Let me touch it for a while. It's furry, and nice to touch. I'm even better to touch. There's a lot of hair on my body. Show it out for me to see. Xin Yinan, When Xin Yinan got off the car, he saw Jisoo holding Chung Mo's furry ears with one hand and his furry paws with the other, touching them vigorously, thinking of his own claws and scales. Jisoo had never touched them, nor had he looked at them more. He didn't expect that he liked furry things. Xin Yinan took back his hand holding the child. Did you forget Yo-Yo? Yo-Yo was the temporary name they gave the child. The child didn't speak all the time, and they didn't know what his name was. Seeing that he always had a tense face, they wanted to give him a cute name. Maybe he would become more lively. The child liked this name very much. As long as he was called Yo-Yo, he would look over immediately. Jisoo was shocked by the news that his brother suddenly turned into a dog. He forgot that he had brought a little kid back. He immediately let go of the attraction of the furry ears and paws, and took the child down from the couch. Chung Imo was shocked. Where did such a small child come from? Jisoo, this is the child that Brother Chin and I picked up. Chung Imo, Chung Imo took a breath and almost thought that Jisoo was going to say that this was his and Brother Chin's child, which scared him to death. The door of the RV opened, and another little girl got out of the car. Chung Mo's eyes widened. What's going on? Did he go out to pick up children this time? Picked up two at a time? Jisoo slapped Chung Mo's dog head. What are you thinking? That's Brother Yang's daughter. His own daughter. Chung Imo breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that there are parents. Otherwise the child is too pitiful. Yang Ji came over with Yang Wan in his arms, and thanked Jisoo and Qin Yinan solemnly. They saved Yang Wan, which was equivalent to saving him. He is now clear-headed and has escaped from the state of madness. Jisoo carried Xiao Yuyu to the clinic and introduced them to the two. This is the base clinic. Brother Yang can work in the clinic in the future. Yang Ji hesitated. I'm afraid this is not appropriate. I'm not very good at treating people. Jisoo stopped. Isn't Brother Yang a doctor? The little girl immediately covered her mouth with both hands and blinked her innocent big eyes. Yang Ji, ? Jisoo, ? The little girl turned the tide and strongly recommended her father. My father is a doctor. A very good doctor. Yang Ji touched his daughter's head and understood where the problem was. I am indeed a doctor. But a veterinarian. Jisoo, Jisoo, so. Your father has a big hospital. A veterinary hospital? There are many patients in it. All pet patients? The little girl nodded vigorously. She was right. Her father was a doctor. There was a hospital. And there were many patients. That's right. Yang Ji was a little nervous. Worried that Jisoo brought them back because he wanted a doctor. Now he was not a human doctor but a veterinarian. And he didn't know whether the base still needed him. Jisoo turned and walked towards the clinic. Okay. Any doctor will do. He didn't bring the father and daughter here because he was a doctor. So it didn't matter what their profession was. In the clinic, Tao Qingwu was checking Uncle Zhang again. The stitches on the wound had been removed. And Uncle Zhang could move normally. As long as he didn't move too much. He would recover completely slowly. Jisoo walked in and looked at Uncle Zhang's face. He was well nourished and his color had returned. Uncle Zhang stood up from his chair and asked a few simple questions about the outside world. His attention was attracted by the child in Jisoo's arms. The child was thin and small, with bandages wrapped around his legs and blood oozing out. It looked like he was seriously injured. Such a young child had both legs wrapped up. And Uncle Zhang felt distressed when he saw it. Jisoo put Yuyu on the examination table and asked Tao Qingwu to take a look. Tao Qingwu came back after washing his hands and carefully untied the bandage. When he took off the innermost layer of gauze, adults felt pain. But the child sat quietly, without saying a word, as if he didn't feel any pain. The child's legs were really scary, as if a layer of skin had been torn off, leaving only flesh and blood on the two calves. Tao Qingwu didn't expect the child to be injured like this, and wanted to take the child to the operating room for cleaning. The quiet child suddenly grabbed Jisoo's clothes and pouted his mouth to cry. Jisoo said, I wait for you here. Dr. Tao will help you treat the wound, and you will be out soon. Little Yuyu silently shed tears, and was carried in by Tao Qingwu. Uncle Zhang couldn't bear to see such a young child crying. His heart was in a knot. How about you go in and take a look? Jisoo stood still. No. I'm dirty. Seeing Xiao Yu crying, the little girl also had tears in her eyes, leaned on her father's arms, sobbing, Dad, my little brother is so pitiful. Will his leg get better? Yang Ji patted his daughter to comfort her. It will be fine. The doctor uncle is so powerful. He will definitely be able to cure the little brother. While comforting his daughter, Yang Ji distractedly listened to Jisoo's story about the child. He learned that the child was rescued from a monster. And that monster was the one that took Yang Wan away. He felt even more distressed. Almost. His daughter and the child were both gone. I don't know if the child is too young. But he only shook his head and didn't speak when asked anything. Jisoo almost suspected that he couldn't speak. Qin Yinan said that he would cry. And his crying didn't sound like he couldn't speak. He might be scared. So give him some time. Jisoo kept his promise and waited outside for Xiao Yuyu to come out. His two legs were rebandaged. And Tao Qingwu prescribed medicine for him. And he needed in 4. Seeing Jisoo and Qin Yinan still waiting for him outside, the child stopped crying immediately, wiped his tears, and looked at them eagerly. With a particularly dependent look, Jisoo brought the child back and put him on the bed. He still had a lot of things to deal with, so he couldn't stay here to watch over Xiao Yuyu. Qin Yinan sat on the chair beside the bed. I watch over Yuyu. You go and get busy. Xiao Yuyu grabbed Qin Yinan's fingers and stopped crying. Jisoo then left with Yang Ji and his daughter and Chang Zaixiu. Chapter 44. The photovoltaic power station of the base is already under construction, and the community at the foot of Jinglin Mountain has also been cleaned up. Jisoo went there and renovated the half-built high-rise building into a 5-story staircase building. It took a lot of mental energy to make the unfinished building beautiful. In addition to furniture, the suite has all the necessary facilities. Even the decoration is saved. Jisoo helped to solve it. Fan Lin and Fan Shurgwa moved out of the original villa building and lived in the community. There is a large parking lot outside the community. The ground is flat and suitable for the work area of the father and son. It is very convenient to park trucks. And there is no need to cut crops and clean up the area. Jisoo simply built a modified workshop next to the parking lot. It has 2 floors. The first floor is higher, which is convenient for trucks to enter and exit. The second floor is the residence of the father and son. After work, they don't have to run to the community anymore, and can live directly upstairs. The villa where the father and son of the Fan family originally lived was replaced by Yang Ji and his daughter. This was the residence chosen by Yang Ji himself. There was a piece of land in front of the villa, where he could grow something. The brothers and sisters of the Jian family lived next door, and Jian Huan could also keep Yang Wan company. The 2 girls played together as soon as they met, and Yang Wan was particularly happy. Now there are many shared bicycles and electric vehicles in the base. Jisoo reinforced all the shared bicycles, just like new cars. After the electric vehicles were reinforced, the batteries and lines inside had to be modified and could not be used for the time being. With shared bicycles, the distance to the canteen was greatly shortened, making it convenient to go. Chang Zixio chose to live in the community. He was alone, and living in a villa was too wasteful. He chose a single apartment, which was quite comfortable to live in. He also understood some mechanical and circuit problems, and could go outside the community to help the father and son of the Fan family in his spare time. Now that the community has been cleaned up, it is time to arrange for those who have not arranged a place to live. Jisoo found Chi Ying and mentioned the allocation of a house for him. Chi Ying hesitated a little. What did your brother say? Does he have a house too? Only when you have a house can you be truly settled. Jisoo said, it depends on him. He can move out or live in my house. Chi Ying, he was too nosy. They are brothers and can live together. He and Qin Yanin are friends. He can't always stay at his friend's house, although he is not sure whether he will leave. He must have a place to live as long as he is in the base for one day. Chi Ying also chose a single apartment in the community. He is alone and does not need such a big house. During this period, Zhou Yubing and Dr. Zheng's mother lived in the clinic ward. Zhou Yubing was also arranged to live in the community. Dr. Zheng's mother is to be determined. Her whereabouts depend on Dr. Zheng. After dealing with all the affairs of the base, Jisoo had to go out again. These arthropod monsters were obviously related to Su Tsunshin. With his hatred for medical staff, he would definitely go to the hospital. He needed to go to the hospital to see if Dr. Zheng and the other 2 were safe. When Jisoo wanted to go out, Qin Yanin would definitely follow him. The little kid had already finished his infusion, and no one wanted him, only sticking to Jisoo and Qin Yanin. It was only when Yang Ji brought Yang Wan and Jian Huan over that he coaxed the little kid to his home, and the 2 of them were able to escape. After arranging the little one, there was still a big one waiting. Chung Mo was very unhappy when he saw that the 2 of them were going out alone again. He didn't take him with him before because his strength was not good enough. Now that he has been deformed, he still has no chance to go out. Jisoo, I go to the town to see the situation. There are times when you can help. Chung Mo couldn't stop him anymore. He also knew that something happened in the town. He had seen those arthropod monsters crawling around like spiders, and even climbing up the walls. Now that Jisoo is back, the town must organize a cleanup. And there is indeed a time for him to help. This time, the 2 of them only went to investigate the situation. Instead of driving a heavy truck, they drove a brand new off-road vehicle, went out from the main gate of the base, and headed all the way to the town hospital. On the way, they knocked down many crazy corpses and arthropod monsters. These are not real arthropod monsters. Their bodies still maintain human form, but they have 2 more rows of arthropods on both sides of their bodies. They rely on human legs when walking upright and on arthropods when climbing. If it is a single body deformed, it is impossible to deform so uniformly. Jisoo soon found the answer in a monster that was hit and exploded. The human head of the monster was smashed, and the arthropods were still crawling with the headless body. A real arthropod monster crawled out of the human body, just like the arthropod monster that was knocked away at the door of the hospital that night. but it was smaller in size and might be a juvenile. The off-road vehicle ran over the monster and sent it to the west. As Jisoo thought, there were many arthropod monsters wandering around the periphery of the hospital. Arthropod monsters were crawling on the walls and hospital buildings. Of course, in addition to these, Jisoo also saw abandoned vehicles and ladders on the edge of the wall. Obviously, someone climbed the wall with the help of these things. The 10-meter-high wall can stop crazy corpses, but it can't stop humans with brains. Jisoo got out of the car, used his spiritual energy to unlock the gate, opened the door, and let the SUV into the hospital. Jisoo followed in and closed the door again. The SUV stopped at the entrance of the hospital. The arthropod monsters climbing on the walls and the hospital building found their prey and all surrounded the SUV. Jisoo got in the car, closed the door, and waited for the arthropod monsters to come close. He threw a few crystals to send them all away, and then the two got out of the car together. Dr. Zheng and the two nurses found that it was Jisoo who came. The three of them immediately came out of the ward where they were hiding and hurried downstairs. During this period, they were terrified and dared not even leave the ward. From time to time, they saw monsters lying on the windows, which scared them to the point of nervous breakdown. Dr. Zheng opened the soft lock and came out of the hospital lobby. Before they could speak, Jisoo said, "Get in the car and take you to the base." The three were overjoyed. They had been waiting for this sentence for a long time. And finally they got it. Jisoo put out the wall and sealed all the main doors on the first floor. The glass windows upstairs were closed, so that even if there was no one guarding, outsiders would not be able to enter the hospital. Jisoo stayed to lock the door, and the off-road vehicle took Dr. Zheng and the other two out first. And Jisoo went out from the wall. Since the end of the world, Dr. Zheng and the other two have never left the hospital. This is the first time they went out. Seeing the dilapidated and decayed town and the monsters rotting around, they were full of gloom and despair. In such an environment, do humans really have a future? There was silence in the off-road vehicle, and the atmosphere was heavy until they entered the main road to the field area. The three were attracted by the tall and smooth wall, and hope was rekindled in despair. No matter how dangerous and chaotic it was outside, as long as they stayed in the base, they would be safe. The off-road vehicle turned to the buffer gate and saw several survivors fighting with crazy corpses, blocking the gate. Qin Yanan blew the horn. Jianqi stood on the sentry post, holding a small loudspeaker and shouting, "Everyone, get out of the way. Our boss is back." Jianqi was used to such scenes. Every time a survivor came over, he would play it out again, shouting and fighting to buy time. When the people and monsters left, Jianqi would sneak out and throw the corpses away so that they wouldn't block the door. The survivors quickly dodged to both sides of the gate. The off-road vehicle was already close. The crazy corpse that didn't dodge in a hurry was knocked away and rushed straight into the buffer gate. The survivors outside the gate also ran into the buffer zone. Jianqi closed the gate again, flapped his wings, and flew back to the sentry post. The next thing would be left to Brother Su to deal with. After dealing with the crazy corpse that followed in, several survivors looked at the brand new off-road vehicle with envy. They had also found many cars that couldn't be driven. Only the car parked in the garage could be driven for a while, and soon it would be scrapped. They knew the planting base, which was the private name of the survivors of Jisheng Shopping Mall, to distinguish the southern base. They knew that there were cars in the planting base. They had heard the roar of trucks. Now a car is an important asset of a base. How could they not envy it? The survivors of Jisheng Shopping Mall had heard of Jisoo's name, but they didn't know that he would be so young, or he couldn't be described as young. They all doubted whether Jisoo had graduated from high school. He looked really young. The leading survivor was stuck for a few seconds before saying, "Hello. I am Xiao Qing from Jisheng Shopping Mall. We would like to ask Mr. Ji to help us build a base. The conditions are negotiable." Jisoo looked at the man who was speaking. "Can you make the decision about Jisheng Shopping Mall?" Xiao Qing said, "Jisheng Shopping Mall is now led by Director Liang Wenyi and a group of survivors. We came here to ask Mr. Ji to go to Jisheng Shopping Mall. The specific matters can be discussed in detail after we go there." Jisoo was indeed going to go to Jisheng Shopping Mall, but he had to go back to the base first, settle the three people in the car, and then come back. He asked a few people to stay in the buffer zone and wait. Dr. Zheng and two nurses can work in the base clinic. Dr. Zheng and his mother live in the family area on the 4th floor of the clinic. Zhou Muying lives with her sister Zhou Yubing in a suite in the community. and Wan Ling lives alone in a single apartment in the community. The off-road vehicle cannot carry so many people. Jisoo rented a small truck from Zhongji's house. The cab can accommodate a row of people, and people can stand in the truck bed. He can take the people from Jisheng shopping mall back with him. The town is very dangerous now. Those arthropod monsters are stronger than the crazy corpses. If they were not dead, they would not risk their lives to come for help. The small truck carrying the survivors quickly arrived at Jisheng shopping mall. The survivors in the truck bed killed the crazy corpse clinging to the car, jumped off the car, and ran to the door of the mall. Inside the glass door, someone was waiting to open the door for them. Jisoo and Qin Yenin followed Xiaoqing and others, and walked into Jisheng shopping mall together. An uncle with gray hair and black spots on his face came over with a smile, and his eyes wandered between Jisoo and Qin Yenin. I don't know which one they are waiting for. Xiaoqing took the initiative to introduce them. This is Mr. G, and the other one is Mr. G's brother, Mr. Qin. The uncle smiled and shook hands with him. You are finally back. We have been waiting for you for too long. Jisoo knew that the uncle should be Director Liang when he mentioned by Xiaoqing. He should be 60 years old and an ordinary person. The interpersonal relationships in peacetime may not be useful in the end times. In order to convince so many survivors, in addition to management methods, he must have strong support. Jisoo looked at the young man behind Director Liang. He had a decent appearance, mature and stable, and no black spots on his skin. The key is that his appearance is somewhat similar to Director Liang, and his identity is clear. When Jisoo was observing the father and son of the Liang family, the father and son of the Liang family were also observing Jisoo and Qin Yenin. Both of them had clean skin without black spots. They were both people with special abilities. Jisoo's special ability is to create a wall. This ability has no attack power. He must be accompanied by a person with strong attack power to protect him. Otherwise, how dare they come over alone? Liang Wenyi's eyes stayed on Qin Yenin for a few more seconds. Qin Yenin just stood quietly, with an amazing aura. Liang Wenyi couldn't see what abilities he had, but he instinctively felt that this person was very dangerous. Liang Wenyi led the two to an experience hall, which was clean and spacious, and both sat on the sofa. Jisoo only had him and Qin Yenin, but there were several people around the Liang family father and son, including Xiaoqing. Liang Wenyi introduced Jisoo. They are all people with special abilities, and have made great contributions to Jisheng shopping mall. We can live to this day, thanks to their efforts. When the base is built in the future, they will all be important backbones of the base. I am old, so I can only help them and do logistics. The base cannot do without them, and they have the right to participate in the meeting that determines the future of the base. Jisoo curled his lips. It must be said that it is not unreasonable that Liang Wenyi can get the right to speak in Jisheng shopping mall. In addition to his son being a deformed person, Liang Wenyi is indeed beautiful in words and deeds. Jisoo said, I don't care how many people attend the meeting. I want to make sure who invites me to build the base. After all, whoever invites me must pay a separate fee, and the build base belongs to that person. In the future, I only need to find the head of the base to share the profits. Liang Wenyi, He knew that if someone was hired to build a base, he would definitely have to pay. They had studied it privately. The fee for building the base would be paid from the total income of the base. In this way, the fee could not be paid in advance. Only when there is a base can there be income and payment. After all, they have nothing now. Even if Jisoo wants to collect the fee, they have nothing. Jisoo saw that they were silent, raised his eyebrows and said, if we haven't discussed it, we can talk about it another day. But we can't postpone it. They are trapped in Jisheng shopping mall and can't go out. So many people have to survive. If the problem is not solved as soon as possible, there will be trouble sooner or later. Liang Lu was more direct than Liang Wenyi, and he didn't have his father roundabout way. He said bluntly, we, the Liang family, invite you to build a base. You can ask for any compensation you want. No matter what happens in the future, the base must be built first. The Liang family has done so much just to occupy a place in the end times. It is not suitable to give in at this juncture. Otherwise, once the base is built, it may belong to someone else. Jisoo looked at Liang Lu. He liked to talk to straightforward people. What do you have? The Liang family had nothing. In peacetime, they were still well off. Now money is not money. They have nothing except their status in Jisheng shopping mall. Liang Lu said, we will try our best to get you whatever you need. Jisoo stared at him for a long time, which made Qin Yanin next to him shiver. The novice bracelet slid into his palm, and Jisoo played with the beads one by one. Lianglu noticed that Jisoo was wearing crystals on his wrist and neck. He must like these little things very much. Liangju hesitated for a moment. If Mr. G likes crystals, we can find them for you. Even if crystals are useless, they will be popular with people. As long as they are popular, there will be a market. The crystal bracelet slid back to his wrist, and Jisoo made a decision. Thank you. Since you are willing to find natural crystals for me, I will not ask for too much. In addition to crystals, I only want all the fields south of Chishan Road. So far, Jisoo only owns half of the fields south of Chishan Road, and none of the fields east of Jinglin Road belong to Jisoo. This time, Jisoo wants to take all the fields south of Chishan Road, including Jinglin Mountain, and the gate of his base can be opened directly on Chishan Road in the future. The most important thing in the end times is the food problem. As long as you have land, you can always survive. What's more, the crops in the fields are about to mature, and they are all food. Liangju hesitated and said, those fields do not belong to us, and there should be a master. Jisoo, this is what you need to solve. Whether it is a job, a house, or other benefits in exchange, it is a problem you need to solve. I just want that piece of land. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If the landowner might not still be alive, he would not have waited until now and exchanged the landowner for building a base. Isn't it for the Liang family to solve the landowner's problem? The land south of Chishan Road was given to Jisoo, and there was a large land north of it. If they couldn't negotiate, they could only transfer the unowned land in the north to the landowner. Liangju thought for a long time before gritting his teeth and agreeing. Okay, you can take that piece of land, and I will solve other problems. With Liangju's words, Jisoo didn't want the landowner to come to him after he put the land into the base and create endless trouble. The two sides also discussed the division of the base. Jisoo would not participate in the management of the Liang family base. He only needed to share the profits every year. In addition, the base would provide Jisoo with a certain amount of natural crystals every month. The agreement was reached, and the two sides signed a handwritten contract, signed and stamped, and completed it one by one. Jisoo folded the contract and reminded casually, I hope you will abide by the contract. After all, I built the wall. If you want to destroy it, you just need to raise your hand. Liang Wenyi laughed. The contract has been reached, and both of us should abide by the agreement. It would be better if both parties were sincere. If they dared to make small moves, Jisoo would dare to make the base wall disappear. Jisoo stood at the second floor window and put the wall in front of several people. The base model came from the South District base, but the outer wall range was reduced. The central area of the town was limited and not as open as the South District. It was still divided into 2 floors. The base gate was open on the east side according to Liang K's requirements. Jisheng Shopping Mall is in the center of Baiwan Town. This base is the central base. Jisoo is only responsible for putting up the wall, not for cleaning up the deformed monsters inside the wall. The base has been built, and the next thing to talk about is the arthropod monsters. Liang K intends to unite all the capable people in Baiwan Town to clean up the arthropod monsters and not let them take root in Baiwan Town. Jisoo roughly told Liang K and others about the origin of the arthropod monsters. When they learned about Su Tsuinqing's evil deeds in the hospital, they all gnashed their teeth in hatred. Only when they truly experienced the despair of lack of medical care and medicine, they knew how precious medical staff are. Su Tsuinqing was worried that he would not kill all the medical staff, so he created so many small monsters. He was deliberately trying to destroy their Baiwan Town. Jisoo said, to create so many small monsters, there must be a mother body. If the mother body is not solved, the small arthropod monsters will continue to appear. Someone asked in confusion. Su Tsuinqing is not a man. How can he produce so many little monsters? Jisoo glanced at the man, and Qin Yanin rarely spoke. The mother may not necessarily be Su Tsuinqing, but it is best if he is the mother. Otherwise, if he is the father, there may be multiple mothers, which is more troublesome than if he is the mother. Everyone, If Su Tsuinqing has the ability of a mother, we only need to deal with him. If he is the father, it proves that he can turn women into mothers, which is too wide. They can't be sure how many mothers there are. The most direct way is to find Su Tsuinqing and deal with him, regardless of how many arthropod monsters and mothers there are. and cut off the source. Chapter 45. Qin Yinan's words shocked everyone present. If Su Tsuinqing is really the father, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for Baiwan Town. The most important thing now is to find Su Tsuinqing. The cleaning of the base can be put aside for the time being. If the source of the arthropod monsters is not solved, there will be considerable casualties even if they clean up the base. The situation is urgent. Liang Lu suggested that the ability users of various forces, deformed people, should be united immediately to find Su Tsuinqing together. Liang Lu looked at Jisoo. I wonder how many cars can be driven in Mr. G's base. It would be more convenient to have a car at this time. Jisoo said, the cars in my base are also rented from individuals. Liang Lu immediately said, we will also pay the rental fee if we need to use the car. Jisoo, the car can be rented to you, but you have to solve the oil yourself. The oil for their base was moved back from Xinjiang City with great effort, not to mention the manpower. There were many dangers along the way. Jisoo reinforced the gas station in Baiwan Town. He would not occupy it privately, nor would he allow others to embezzle it. This was the property of Baiwan Town. In the beginning, Bai Tingyan had paid a lot of materials to exchange for some oil, and only then did he get fuel for Molotov cocktails and flamethrowers. Jisoo had never had time to go to the gas station, so he had to take this opportunity to take over the gas station as the property of Baiwan Town. Liang Lu, no problem. The oil at the gas station can be used. We can go there to get it, Xiaoqing whispered. The gas station has been occupied. If we use it by force, there may be a conflict. Liang Lu said in a deep voice, send someone to negotiate. If we can't reach an agreement, we can only use it by force. It is related to the life and death of Baiwan Town. Those who can't figure it out, don't show mercy. Xiaoqing, okay. Liang Lu said to Jisoo, Mr. G, don't worry. We will solve the oil problem. Jisoo listened quietly, and suddenly said, Mr. Liang should know that the oil in the car tank cannot be used. Right? Liang Lu certainly knew that when they were looking for a vehicle that could be driven. The fuel tank was pried open. Seeing the asphalt-like oil inside, they completely gave up. The fuel tank and the oil pipe were all solidified by the spoiled oil. It was impossible to have a complete vehicle. Jisoo said again, then Mr. Liang, have you ever thought about why the oil in the gas station can be used when the oil in the tank cannot be used? Liang Lu had thought about it, but he just didn't understand it. When Jisoo mentioned it, he couldn't help but feel moved. Jisoo looked around the Jixing shopping center and said slowly, it's not easy to preserve the gas station. I think it should not be private property, but should belong to Baiwan Town, just like the People's Hospital. In fact, the shopping mall is the same as the hospital. Liang Lu's eyes flickered, and countless thoughts turned in his mind. All the things that he couldn't figure out. At this moment, all figured out. Why are other buildings so dilapidated and rotten? So vulnerable. But the Jixing shopping center is so bright and strong. Even hard and sharp limbs can't pierce the glass. And why the medicines in other places will kill people, but the medicines in the hospital can save lives. It turns out that everything is not a coincidence. Nor is it the quality of the building materials, but someone deliberately preserved these places. This feeling of occupying someone else's development power made Liang Lu less confident. Mr. G is right. The gas station and hospital are both Baiwan Town's industries. If there are intact pharmacies, they should also belong to Baiwan Town. Since Jixing shopping mall and hospital can be preserved, the few well-preserved pharmacies should also be preserved. They saw it when they went out to look for supplies. Because there were survivors hiding inside, they did not approach. I think the medicines inside are safe and usable like those in the hospital. Jisoo, as long as it is an ownerless store, it is naturally Baiwan Town's industry. Jisoo is not a person who does good things without leaving a name. He wants Liang Lu to know that the things that Baiwan Town has preserved are not obtained by luck. Only in the future can it have the upper hand in the division of interests. Liang Lu's attitude towards Jisoo has changed a lot. While paying attention to him, he also has a little more admiration. He doesn't know how Jisoo did all this, but he can do this, which is indeed admirable. If it weren't for these places, Baiwan Town would not be able to preserve so many survivors. Liang Wen didn't say anything during the whole process, but he listened to every word Jisoo said. He knew in his heart that his means of winning people over were nothing in front of real strength. No matter how nice the words sound, they can't compare to the strength that can save lives. After that, the topic was dominated by Liang Lu and Jisoo. Liang Lu would definitely ask Jisoo's opinion first when he spoke. It was getting dark. The plan to unite all the deformed people could not be realized today. Not to mention that there was still the problem of the gas station that had not been solved. Jisoo and Qin Yenin planned to return to the base first and continue tomorrow. Before leaving, Jisoo told Liang Lu that he could go back with him to drive. The rental fee for this time was 2 barrels of diesel. You can get oil from the gas station in the town. Because the gas station belongs to Baiwan town, Liang Lu will definitely use other things to make up for it after taking it. The fuel consumed in searching for and encircling arthropod monsters can be obtained from the gas station. Liang Ju naturally agreed and took 2 people to follow Jisoo's car back. Having a car is indeed convenient. You can go anywhere you want without worrying about being killed by monsters on the road. You can knock away crazy corpses and arthropod monsters all the way back to the base. The small truck did not stop along the way and took Liang Ju to the car rental company. The base car rental company is managed by Chung Mo's mother Jiang Nin. The base people have their own set of procedures for renting cars. And other bases have another set of procedures for renting cars. The rental fee is definitely higher than that of the base. Even so, people who need cars have to rent. Liang Ju completed all the formalities and drove away in a light truck, promising to deliver 2 barrels of diesel tonight. Jisoo and Qin Yenin drove the small truck to the mushroom house, delivered some food to the deformed cats, who worked hard to protect the base, and took the kittens who were playing wild back. The little guy's legs have fully recovered and he jumps up and down all the time. After picking up Buzai, they took a detour to Yangji's house. And there was another little kid to take home. The 2 walked into the small courtyard of the villa. Yangji was tidying up the courtyard, pulling out all the dark green flowers and plants, and turning it into a vegetable garden. He wanted to grow some vegetables and fruits at home for his children to eat. Seeing Jisoo and Qin Yenin come in, Xiao Yuyu, who was sitting quietly on the mat, wanted to get up excitedly, but Yang Wan quickly held him down. "Don't move," my father said. "You can't move your legs." Xiao Yuyu didn't dare to move, and could only watch with his eyes wide open. His 2 short legs stretched straight. Jisoo found that the gauze on Xiao Yuyu's legs was gone, and a layer of mesh was attached to the red skin, like the white mesh fungus curtain under the umbrella of bamboo fungus, evenly covering the 2 injured legs. "What is this?" Jisoo looked at Yangji. Yangji washed his hands and came over. "A kind of therapeutic fungus. Just figured it out this afternoon." Jisoo? ? Jisoo's eyes widened. He knew that Yangji's deformed ability was fungus. Those gray fungi were toxic and phagocytic. When did they have therapeutic effects? Why didn't he know before? Yangji himself didn't know. After arriving at the base, he kept thinking that he was not a human doctor. What could he do for the base? In addition, his daughter was very worried about Xiao Yuyu's injured leg, and Yangji was a little anxious. When he was cleaning the yard, he accidentally cut his leg with a sickle, and the bleeding did not stop. He suddenly felt something in his heart, and could release this white mesh fungus. Wrapping it around the wound can quickly stop bleeding, and heal the wound faster. Yangji showed his injured leg to Jisoo. The wound on the finger was also covered with a layer of mesh fungus. The wound was still there, but it didn't bleed. "I tried it myself. No problem." Jisoo looked at the mesh fungus of the 2, and found that the colors were different. Yangji's mesh fungus was water red, and Xiao Yuyu's mesh fungus was pure white. Yangji explained, "This fungus will absorb the blood from the wound, and the white net will turn into a red net. After absorbing enough blood, the red net will gradually turn back to white. During the change, it will secrete transparent mucus, which covers the wound and can stop bleeding and heal the wound quickly." Jisoo was amazed. He had never heard of such a magical fungus in his previous life. He squatted beside Xiao Yuyu and found that there were indeed no bleeding spots on the 2 injured legs. It seemed that a new layer of skin had grown on the red skin. Jisoo called Qin Yenin to let him see. Qin Yenin had been applying medicine and changing gauze for Xiao Yuyu before. Qin Yenin knew best how the injury was recovering. Qin Yenin was also surprised. When he removed the gauze in the hospital before, the wound was still bleeding. Now not only did it stop bleeding, but a thin layer of skin grew. The recovery speed was amazing. Jisoo was very happy. Even if the base's medicine for injuries was used up, as long as Yangji was there, the trauma problem could be solved. Jisoo invited Yangji and his daughter to his home for dinner, and brought him some seeds to thank him for taking care of and treating Xiao Yuyu. Yangji did not refuse and went with him. Qin Yanan carefully picked up Xiao Yuyu, holding his 2 little feet to prevent the mucus on his legs from getting on his clothes, and let Jisoo drive. When the Yang family father and daughter got in the car, they were obviously stunned when they saw the cat lying on the seat with its belly facing up. Yang Wan rushed over excitedly. "Hello, cat. I'm Wan Wan. Are you going to eat at the handsome brother's house too?" Qin Yanan looked at the person in the driver's seat with a smile in his eyes. It was indeed the handsome brother. The old man was paralyzed, shaking his ears, and didn't want to pay attention to anyone. Wan Wan was still chattering, from saying hello to asking about his name, age, and gender, and the annoyed baby wanted to scratch him. Climbed up from the seat, hung on the back of the chair, and jumped onto Jisoo's shoulder, away from the chatterbox bear baby. Little Yo-Yo was also very curious and tilted his head to look at the cat. Jisoo knew that the clingy Buzai was being Sundara, so he introduced it to the 2 little kids. "It's called Buzai, and it's a deformed cat. Buzai is very smart and can understand what we say. When it grows up, it will also speak our language." The little girl clapped her hands excitedly. "Buzai is so beautiful. How old is it?" Jisoo only knew that Buzai was a kitten, but he didn't know exactly how old it was. Yongji said, from the appearance, Buzai should be a kitten about 1 month old. But the size is not what a kitten should be, which makes Yongji suspect that he is a fake veterinarian. Buzai hung on Jisoo's shoulder, and from time to time, he glanced at the child in Qin Yanan's arms. He completely ignored the father and daughter, who were discussing its age in the back seat. Its focus was on this child who suddenly appeared. The small truck drove into the inner base, and Jisoo got out of the car holding Buzai. Qin Yanan held Xiao Yuyu in one hand, and held his little feet in the other hand to prevent his legs from moving. Yang Wan was also taken down from the car, and the 3 adults took the baby home to cook. Jisoo's house has electricity, so he cooked the rice first and took out the goose meat and goose liver to thaw. Jisoo carried a basket and went to the glass greenhouse to pick vegetables. A bunch of little tails followed behind him. Following closely in Jisoo's footsteps was Buzai, walking upright, with 2 little cat legs walking very steadily. Following Buzai was Yang Wan. The little girl was particularly fond of Buzai and always wanted to get close to it. But Buzai didn't want to play with her and only wanted to stick to Jisoo. Jisoo and the cats left, and Xiao Yuyu was a little anxious. Qin Yanan had to carry him out and followed the team at the end, all the way to the greenhouse. After not coming back for so many days, many vegetables matured in the greenhouse. Jisoo picked a few red tomatoes first, washed them in the reservoir, and started with Buzai. Each little tail was given one, and even Qin Yanan, the tool for transportation, was given one. He held the baby in one hand and grabbed his feet with the other hand. He had no hands to hold the tomatoes. Seeing that the 3 little ones were already holding tomatoes and chewing them, Qin Yanan could only watch. Jisoo laughed and handed the tomato to his mouth. "Don't envy the little bean. Eat it." Qin Yanan's eyes were deep, suppressing the restless deep sea in his eyes. There was a smile between his eyebrows and eyes. He took a bite from Jisoo's hand, and the unique sour and sweet taste of the tomato filled his mouth. It was very delicious. Jisoo fed 2 bites, and turned back to see that Buzai had become a tomato cat. The hair on his face, paws and chest were all stuck together, and the white hair turned red, and there were tomato grains. "Hey, Buzai, how can you be so dirty?" Jisoo took back the tomato he handed over, stuffed it into his mouth with 2 clicks, and took the dirty cat to the reservoir to wash it. Qin Yanan opened his mouth to eat the tomato. His chest was bulging, and his body seemed to be suddenly ignited by a fire, and even the flowing blood became hot and boiling. He knew what this meant. Maybe Jisoo really treated him as a brother, but he couldn't really treat him as a brother from the first time he saw Jisoo. In the 5th year abroad, the Bryson family relaxed their surveillance on him. He asked his confidant to get a mobile phone and secretly called his grandmother. It was the first time he had the opportunity to call his grandmother after he left. Grandma was very happy and kept talking on the phone, talking about her life and how well-behaved and beautiful the neighbor children were and how much they took care of her. Grandma told him not to worry. Everything was fine in China. She had a little grandson and was very happy every day. Grandma told him a lot of interesting things about Jisoo, and finally asked him carefully if he had a boyfriend. Qin Yanan said no, and Grandma said happily, "Oh, my little grandson is so nice. A few days ago, I was strolling downstairs, and saw a little boy chasing my little grandson downstairs, insisting on dating my little grandson. That little boy is unreliable at first glance. My little grandson is so outstanding. And only my outstanding grandson can match him. Wait for you to come back. Grandma will introduce you to each other. The Qin family has an open-minded family style, and never shy away from dating. When Qin Yinan was still in junior high school, Grandma would tease him if he had received love letters from little girls. At first, Qin Yinan said he had not received them, and was not interested in dating. It was not until the 3rd year of junior high school that he realized his sexual orientation. When he was in the 1st year of high school, a girl chased him to the door of his house, and Qin Yinan rejected her coldly. The girl cried on the spot, and it was still Grandma Qin who called the girl into the house and comforted her. After sending the girl away, Grandma Qin talked to Qin Yinan and told him that he must be gentle and polite to girls and not be cold and scary. Qin Yinan was also annoyed by the girl's pestering. She pestered him at school and even came to his house. He couldn't control his temper. It was also during this conversation that Qin Yinan directly told him about his sexual orientation. Grandma Qin was very surprised. There was no scolding or quarreling. Qin Yinan did not encounter any of the various problems that others would encounter when coming out. Grandma Qin thought about it for a few days and convinced herself. She began to secretly learn to use the computer at home, searched for some relevant knowledge on the internet, and wrote down the important content in a small notebook, and then quietly put it under Qin Yinan's pillow, asking him to protect himself when dating a boy. Qin Yinan didn't expect that he would be introduced to a date by his grandmother after making a long-distance call. Qin Yinan told his grandmother that it doesn't mean that he likes a boy just because he confesses to him. Grandma Qin was very confident. Grandma has observed for the past few years and has rich experience. My grandson has no interest in girls at all. Just like you at the beginning. Wait for Grandma to observe for a while. If he likes boys, I will introduce you to each other. After that phone call, he didn't have the opportunity to call his grandmother until 2 years later. Grandma told him very confidently that the grandson didn't like girls and asked him when he would come back to meet the grandson. Since the first phone call, Qin Yinan would think of his grandson, who was well-behaved and pretty, when he thought of his grandmother. He imagined his appearance and personality, and until he saw it with his own eyes. This grandson, who was always mentioned by his grandmother and written in her diary, completely grew up to his aesthetic point. From childhood to adulthood, the person who understood his preferences the most was always his grandmother. Even when looking for a partner, his grandmother could find one that suited his heart. Jisoo washed the kitten and put it on clean leaves to dry its fur. When he turned around and saw Qin Yinan, he remembered that he had eaten the tomatoes he had fed him. Jisoo, Facing the man's gaze, Jisoo suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Do you still want to eat? I pick another one for you. Forget it. Let's eat it later. Qin Yinan, It seems that the half of the tomatoes that were rejected can't be taken back. After Jisoo finished speaking, he went to pick vegetables without looking up. He quickly picked a basket and walked back with a bunch of small tails. Jisoo handed the vegetables to Qin Yinan and Yang Ji. He moved a few mobile power banks to the glass greenhouse, powered on the water pump, and pumped water to irrigate the land. A layer of tender green had grown on the original open space, and the soil was a little dry and needed watering. When Jisoo finished watering the 2 greenhouses, dinner was ready, and Qin Yinan called him back to eat. The two moved the used mobile power banks back and continued to charge them for backup. The dinner was very rich, with braised goose meat and pan-fried goose liver, paired with a few fresh vegetables. The aroma was almost enough to make your nose fall off. 3 adults took care of 3 little kids. Buzai was not close to Qin Yinan, and was a little afraid of him, so he kept clinging to Jisoo. Xiao Yu could only be taken care of by Qin Yinan. He was very well behaved, and could eat goose liver with a fork by himself, as well as goose meat and vegetables. As long as the food was picked up on the plate, he would eat it clean. Buzai's goose liver had less oil and salt, but I was still a little worried about whether its body could accept human food. Jisoo cut the goose liver into small pieces, and Buzai couldn't hold the fork, so he could only eat it with his clean paws, 1 piece at a time, and it tasted very delicious. The father and daughter of the Yang family hadn't eaten a normal meal for a long time, so they were very full and satisfied at this meal. When leaving after dinner, Jisoo put the remaining basket of vegetables into a bag, and brought a bag of rice and a box of instant noodles to Yang Ji, asking him to take them back to eat. Yang Ji refused, saying that he could go to the cafeteria, but there were children at home, and it was always inconvenient to go to the cafeteria with adults. Jisoo said that he would lend it to him so that he could cook at home and try not to let the children suffer grievances. So Yang Ji accepted it. Before leaving, Jisoo packed some seasonal seeds for him to plant at home. The seeds were pure seeds, and the soil was severely eroded. The vegetables grown by Yang Ji would only be medium invasive ingredients. This amount of highly invasive and high-risk ingredients was too safe. There were many things to take. So Jisoo borrowed the tricycle from the Zhong family and let Yang Ji ride it back. At night, Buzai almost fought with Xiao Yuyu. Buzai lay across Jisoo's bed and was determined not to share Jisoo with others. The appearance of the human cub was to compete with it for favor, and the kitten would not give in. Qin Yanan helped Xiao Yuyu to bathe, and wanted to ask Jisoo how Xiao Yuyu slept. The cloth baby, who was guarding Jisoo's big bed, saw the man and the cub coming in, and immediately became alert, bent over and blew air at them, not allowing them to get close to the cloth baby's big bed. Xiao Yuyu was held by Qin Yanan, waving his fist unhappily. He waved once, and the little cat blew once. The two cubs fought in the air for 300 rounds. When Jisoo came back after taking a bath, he saw the scene of the two sides boxing in the air, and he was immediately amused. The treatment fungus on Xiao Yuyu's leg is still there. It should be almost healed by tomorrow. He can't sleep alone, worried that the fungus will be rubbed off. Jisoo can't sleep here, so Qin Yanan can only sleep with him. Chapter 46. It was quiet until dawn. The redness on Xiao Yuyu's legs had indeed faded a lot. The newly grown skin was becoming more and more normal. It had not yet fully recovered, and the fungus treatment had to continue. Starting today, they had to be involved in the cleanup of Baiwan town. It would be very busy, and Xiao Yuyu had to be entrusted to Yang Ji to take care of her. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Qiu both liked Xiao Yuyu very much, but it was a pity that Xiao Yuyu was only willing to get close to Yang Wan, who was also a child. Except for Jisoo and Qin Yanan, Yang Ji started another day of taking care of the baby. Xiao Bazai was sent to the mushroom house by Jisoo, and at the same time, he asked the big cats to continue guarding the base. He had to take a good hand out to look for Su Tsuinsheng to prevent the arthropod monsters from jumping off the wall. The safety of his own base could not be ignored. In addition to him and Qin Yanan, Jisoo could take Zhong Ji, Cheng Yamo, Qiying and Zhou Yubing out. Yang Ji's ability to deform was not weak, so he stayed at the base and took care of the baby. Qiying's ability to deform has not been used so far. If it is the same as in his previous life, it may be related to borrowing other people's abilities. At the beginning, he borrowed Su Chen's ability to weave dreams and created a dream within a dream, which saved him from the nightmare cycle. Qiying has not used his ability to deform, perhaps because he has not encountered an ability that interests him, or because of some restrictions. If there were no black spots on his skin, he would be no different from an ordinary person. The 6 people drove 3 cars. Jisoo and Qin Yanan still drove off-road, and Zhongji drove his small truck. Although the small truck is not as big as a light truck and cannot carry as much as a light truck, it has 2 rows of seats and a cargo box, which is very suitable for carrying people and goods. Originally, the 2 cars were enough to seat 6 people. Jisoo asked Qiying to drive an extra rental light truck and bring a copy of the rental contract. Liang K base is 1. So how can Bai's base not have one? As soon as the off-road vehicle started, Jianxi flew over with his wings flapping. Now he can fly very steadily and will not fall when landing. Jianxi flew over from the east gate. Obviously he had something to talk to him about. Jianxi ran over. Brother Su. 2 barrels of oil were sent over from the central base last night and placed in the buffer zone. Jisoo, tell Uncle Chung to take someone to deliver the oil to the base warehouse. Jianxi responded. There is one more thing. A man named Bai came to see you 2 days ago and said he had something important. I said you were not there, so he asked me to tell you to go to the South District base after you come back, because there is something urgent. Jianxi scratched his head, a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Brother Su. I forgot about this yesterday. The man named Bai only came once? Unlike the people from Jisheng Shopping Mall, who would come every day and make their presence felt. And then she accidentally forgot about the man named Bai. Jisoo did not blame him. It was not easy for Jianxi to control his temper and stay at the sentry post every day. I was just about to go there. Jianxi was quietly relieved that he was not scolded. 3 cars went out of the side door of the outer base, and directly entered the outer base of the South District base. Uncle Zhang, who came with the car, closed the side door again, and stayed here to guard the door temporarily in case Jisoo came back from this door, and no one opened the door for him. The 3 cars went around the main gate of the inner base, and met people from the South District base hunting crazy corpses. The gate of the inner base was open, and people kept coming out to support. The injured would be carried into the inner base. Ordinary people followed the vanguard team. They were cleaning the battlefield. If they met a crazy corpse that was not dead yet, they would make up a few knives. With division of labor and cooperation, everything was in order. Leading the vanguard team to rush to the front were Bai Tingyan and Bai Jiaju. Facing a group of crazy corpses, Bai Tingyan would immediately fall down with a raise of his hand. Some died, and some could still get up. Before the crazy corpses stood up, others swarmed up and chopped them all to death. Bai Jijia's figure was erratic and could appear in any position. Every time she appeared, she would chop off the head of the crazy corpse. The speed was very fast. Obviously, Bai Jiaju was also a deformed person. Jisoo and his group stayed in the car and waited until Bai Tingyan dealt with a wave of crazy zombies before honking the horn to signal. Bai Tingyan looked back and saw that it was Jisoo, and immediately shouted, and everyone retreated in an orderly manner. The 3 cars followed at the end. All retreated to the inner base, closed the gate, and isolated the monsters in the outer base. Jisoo pressed the car window and asked Bai Tingyan and Bai Jiaju to get in the car. The people who were going to go back together climbed into the small truck and drove all the way to the White Whale supermarket. The supermarket can still only be entered through the back door, and the main door was sealed by Jisoo with a wall. The first floor of the White Whale supermarket has changed a lot. It is cleaned very cleanly, with sofas, coffee tables and work desks. And it has obviously become an office area. The Bai family still stayed in the White Whale supermarket, and the other survivors all moved into the reinforced Qinyuan community, and a small number of people returned to their own homes. As soon as Jisoo saw their faces, he knew something had happened. What happened? Bai Tingyan didn't have time to say more. He just said, Uncle Jinchi is injured and needs treatment urgently. Do you have any help? Jisoo then realized that Bai Jijia's father, Bai Jinchi, was seriously injured. The inner base had been cleared a few days ago, and all the deformed monsters were finally eliminated. The survivors of the inner base were very happy. They thought they would be safe without the crazy corpses, but they didn't expect that there would be small arthropod monsters crawling in along the wall. After counting all the supplies in the inner base, Bai Jinchi and Bai Jiaju were attacked by the small arthropod monster hiding in the dark. Bai Jinchi was pierced in the chest by the arthropod and fell on the spot. Bai Jiaju was scared and desperately fought with the small arthropod monster with a fire axe. The monster was very flexible, and its arthropods were very hard. Bai Jijia's fire axe hit the broken end but failed to cut off the arthropod. She was also injured in many places. It was Bai Tingyan who arrived in time to save Bai Jiaju. Seeing her father, who was unknown whether he was dead or alive, Bai Jiaju lost control of her emotions and was invaded. During her madness, she kept waving an axe to kill the monster. She was more troublesome than Bai Tingyan. The Bai family had to take care of the seriously injured Bai Jinchi while watching the crazy Bai Jiaju. Bai Tingyan put down all the affairs of the base and went to the hospital at night. He knocked for a long time, but no one opened the door. He didn't know if there were any doctors left in the hospital, so he could only use the folding ladder he brought with him to climb over the wall and bang on the door, making a lot of noise. The hospital was still quiet, and it didn't look like anyone was there. He wanted to go into the hospital to get some emergency medicine, so he pushed the glass door and tried to break the soft lock with fire pliers. But he couldn't break it at all. Bai Tingyan was so anxious that he fainted. When he calmed down, he remembered that since the soft lock was locked from the inside, there must be someone inside. He shouted downstairs, asking the people inside to help get some medicine. No one was seen, but a few arthropod monsters came. Finally, the monsters were solved and Dr. Zheng was found standing behind the glass door. Bai Tingyan was overjoyed and wanted to ask him to save his life, but Dr. Zheng refused. Injuries like this are likely to damage internal organs. If you want to save your life, you need surgery. He has nothing, so it's useless to go there. Bai Tingyan said, Dr. Zheng asked me to find you, saying that you might be able to save lives. He also said that you led the team to Xinjiang City, and were not sure whether you would come back. Because Lao Rao had not come back since he left. Dr. Zheng stuffed some medicine into Bai Tingyan's mouth through the crack of the glass door, and asked him to take it back for emergency use. After returning to the base, Bai Tingyan knocked on the side door of the outer base, hoping to enter Jisu's base from here and ask Jisu or Tao Qingwu for help. But unfortunately no one answered the door. The next morning, Bai Tingyan left the South District base and went around to Jisu's base from the outside. The boy guarding the gate told him that Jisu had not returned. Bai Tingyan wanted to find Tao Qingwu, but was also rejected by the boy. Outsiders were not allowed to enter the base. There was really no way. Bai Tingyan could only ask the boy to help tell him to go to the South District base when Jisu came back. After waiting for 2 days, they couldn't wait any longer. Bai Jiajia just woke up. So they decided to go to the outer base to find a cart and put Bai Jinqi on the cart and push him to the hospital. The hospital had medicine, medical equipment and doctors. Even if they couldn't save his life, they could give him in 4 first so that he could hold on until Jisu came back. They met him outside the main gate. Jisu didn't say much, and immediately asked someone to lift Bai Jinqi onto the truck couch and return to the base. Jisu understood why Dr. Zheng asked Bai Tingyan to find him, because only a few of them knew about moving medicines and medical equipment. And Dr. Zheng couldn't say it clearly, so he could only ask Bai Tingyan to find him. Whether to save or not was up to Jisu himself. If he had the ability to save people, how could Jisu watch them die without saving them? Besides, the Bai family was his helper, and they were related to him, so he would definitely save them. Qin Yinan drove the truck. Jisu sat in the co-pilot, and the SUV was given to Bai Tingyan and Bai Jiaojiao, and the others stayed in the supermarket waiting. The truck arrived at the side door, just as Jisu was about to get off the car and use his spiritual energy to open the door. He saw the door being pulled open. Uncle Zhang stood at the door with a look of surprise. He didn't expect Jisu to come back so soon. The truck and the SUV drove into the base one after the other. Uncle Zhang closed the door again. Jisu asked him to wait a moment, as they would pass through here later. The 2 cars drove towards the base clinic. Jisu got off the car and called Doctors Tao and Zheng to help. The 2 doctors knew there was a patient as soon as they heard it. They ran out with the emergency bed. When they saw Bai Tingyan, they were a little surprised. Tao Qingwu was surprised that Bai Tingyan would come, and Dr. Zheng was surprised that the person was not dead. He heard that the injured person was pierced in the left chest by the monster's limbs. At that time, he thought that the person might not be saved. When he arrived at the base yesterday afternoon, he learned that Jisu had just returned and didn't see the injured person in the clinic. He guessed that the person Bai Tingyan wanted to save was probably dead, so he didn't mention it specifically. Unexpectedly, the injured person was sent here today. Bai Tingyan didn't expect that Dr. Zheng would appear here. Without time to talk, Bai Jinqi was immediately sent to the operating room. They didn't leave and waited in the clinic. Not long after waiting, the patient was pushed out. Bai Jiaojia was too nervous to speak and just stared at the doctor. Tao Qingwu said, no internal organs were injured, but the wound was deep and a little festering, which caused fever and coma. The wound has been cleaned and sutured, and it will be fine after the wound heals. Bai Jiaojia breathed a sigh of relief, and was so scared that she was sweating all over, and her legs were a little weak. Jisu said, there is a ward in the clinic. Let your uncle stay there first and go back after he recovers. Bai Jijia's eyes suddenly turned red. She raised her head, took a deep breath, and smiled. Thank you. Bai Tingyan also thanked Dr. Zheng. If it weren't for the medicine given by Dr. Zheng, Bai Jinqi might not have been able to hold on until Jisu came back. Dr. Zheng also felt fortunate that the wound was relatively high and did not hurt the heart. Otherwise he would not be alive now. The process was bumpy, but fortunately he was fine. After settling Bai Jinqi, Jisu and Bai Tingyan talked about cleaning up the arthropod monsters. Bai Tingyan had this intention long ago. Bai Jinqi was not the only one injured by the arthropod monsters. Some survivors died on the spot, and some disappeared, and even their bodies could not be found. If Baiwan town wanted to be peaceful, the arthropod monsters must be solved. Jisu took Bai Tingyan to go through the car rental procedures, and also rented a light truck to the South District base for convenient travel. Bai Jiaji was relieved to see her father sleeping peacefully, and left with Bai Tingyan to deal with the arthropod monsters. She hated these monsters, and sued Suinqing who created them. Before Bai Tingyan left, he met Tao Qingwu alone and knew that he was living well in the base. But he was very worried about his mother. Bai Tingyan said he was still looking for her. What he could be sure of at the moment was that Tao's mother was not in the South District, and he would go to look for her elsewhere. The four returned to the White Whale supermarket, took the deformed people from the South District base, and drove to the center of the town. Not far from the South base, you can see the outer wall of the central base. Someone has been waiting on the buffer wall, waiting for them to come. The person waiting on the wall blew a whistle, and a light truck quickly drove out of the base. The door of the car was open, and the deformed people of the central base stood in the car. After driving the truck back yesterday, Liang Lu led people to solve the problem of the gas station. No one was willing to give up such a good feng shui treasure land. The communication failed, and the two sides fought as expected. Liang Lu won and successfully took the gas station. After that, Liang Lu led people to search outside the base and took all the survivors to live in the base. In just one night, the population of the central base increased a lot. The people from the three bases met up and each chose a direction to search. When they encountered small arthropod monsters, they cleaned them up. Their main purpose was not to clean up the monsters, but to find the real deformed monster Su Xuanxing. Qin Yinan drove all the way east. He could feel the fear emotion. He could find people, but not monsters. Monsters don't have fear emotions, and he can't feel it. He can only drive and search. The further east you go, the fewer arthropod monsters there are, until there is none left. The east is mainly farmland, and if Su Xuanxing is hiding here, there is nowhere to hide except in the crops. Jisoo and Qin Yinan both believe that Su Xuanxing will not be in the east, so the off-road vehicle turns and returns to the town from the northeast. The closer they get to the town, the more arthropod monsters they encounter, and Su Xuanxing is likely still in the town. Not long after Jisoo returned, Bai Tingyan and Liang Chu also drove the car back. They lost the traces of arthropod monsters in the south and north. Arthropod monsters only appear around the town, so Su Xuanxing should not have left the town. They went in all three directions, but never went west of the town. Without a car, the activity area will also become smaller. After the end of the world, they have been wandering in the town. It is a long way to walk to the hospital and the gas station. There are many factories to the west of the town. In addition to night shift employees, there are also accommodation employees, so there should be many survivors. This guess was confirmed by Jisoo. Qin Yinan had been to the west of the town and knew that there was a large gathering place for survivors there. Bai Tingyan and Liang Lu immediately decided to go over and take a look. Everyone was a resident of the town and had the obligation to maintain the stability of the town. The off-road vehicle was driving in the front. Qin Yinan followed the thick figure and drove the car all the way to Qingfu Food Processing Factory. The metal gate of the processing factory was closed, and there was no sign of survivors outside. Jisoo looked at Qin Yinan. Qin Yinan nodded. They are all inside. Jisoo put out a small fence, enclosing the four cars and the metal gate. Everyone got out of the car, dealt with the crazy corpses in the fence, and went to knock on the door. It was still quiet inside. Chung Mo walked to Jisoo. There is indeed someone inside. I smell it. Jisoo tilted his head and saw Chung Mo's exposed dog nose, still sniffing, and finally nodded as if to confirm. Someone shouted, "Listen, people in the factory. We are the survivors of the town. Not bad people. We are here to discuss something with your boss. Open the door." Footsteps finally sounded in the quiet factory. The metal door was opened from the inside, and a group of people walked out. The leader was a middle-aged man of medium build and a little fat. He was smiling and apologized as soon as he opened his mouth. "I'm sorry, everyone. I'm Feng Qingfu, the director of this food factory. The world is in chaos, so we have to be careful. After all, we are guarding a food processing factory, and we are always worried that there will be survivors with bad intentions coming to rob us. Sorry." Sorry. Qin Yinan looked at the middle-aged man who was talking, and then looked at the group of people behind him, and his brows gradually frowned. Liang Lu had already started chatting with Feng Qingfu, explaining the purpose of this visit, hoping that Feng Qingfu could help them clean up the arthropod monsters and jointly defend Baiwan town. Feng Qingfu first swept his eyes over the extra wall, then stared at the four cars again and again, and responded repeatedly, "You are right. We can only survive if we defend Baiwan town." Liang Lu asked, "How many deformed people are there in the food factory?" You can go out with us to find Su Tsunshin. Feng Qingfu agreed repeatedly. Yes. Yes. Our factory does have a few deformed people. By the way, where did you get these cars? If we had cars, we wouldn't be trapped in the factory and unable to leave. Lianglu looked at Jisoo. And seeing that he had no intention of speaking, he said, Our cars are all rented from the planting base. Feng Qingfu's eyes lit up. We also need a car. I wonder how much the rental fee is. How to rent a car? Without waiting for Jisoo to speak, Qin Yinan took over and said, We don't rent cars in our base to strangers. Everyone looked at Qin Yinan. He always followed Jisoo and rarely had the opportunity to speak up. He had never made a decision directly for Jisoo like now. Feng Qingfu's smile remained unchanged. Aren't we supposed to look for Su Tsunshin together? This is our first meeting. And we are all strangers. Since we are going to act together, we should be considered as one of our own. Right? Jisoo said. If you are not considered as one of our own, it doesn't matter whether you join us or not. We don't rent cars in our base to strangers. The smile on Feng Qingfu's face disappeared. If that's the case, why did you come here? Jisoo looked at the survivor standing in the factory. I'm here to find someone. Do you have an aunt named He Ling? The people in the 3 bases were all confused. Aren't they here to find helpers to solve the arthropod monster? How did it become looking for someone? Lianglu knew this name. And Jisoo had asked him. There was no such person in Jixing shopping mall. I didn't expect Jisoo to look for someone at this time. Bai Tingyan was also looking for Aunt He Ling because she was Tao Qingwu's mother. Feng Qingfu no longer had a smile on his face. Nor did he have the patience to deal with them. No. Leave. Jisoo, are you sure there is no? Do you want to think about it again? Feng Qingfu's eyes were sinister. And he met Jisoo's eyes. Jisoo raised his lips. I want to ask Director Feng. What means did you use to make so many survivors so obedient? Chapter 47. Full of doubts. Bai Tingyan and Lianglu looked at the survivors in the factory. A group of people stood quietly, all looking out the gate. No one moved or spoke privately. They were all managing the base. And they knew that too many people would cause chaos. It was absolutely impossible to manage so many ordinary people like the army. With Jisoo's special mention, the two of them immediately became alert. And they felt that Feng Qingfu and the survivors were abnormal. Feng Qingfu's sinister eyes suddenly narrowed. And he smiled again, with the flesh on his cheeks squeezed together, looking funny and harmless. You misunderstood. I have been running a factory in Baiwan town for so many years. I have hundreds of employees. Everyone trusts me, so they are willing to listen to me. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. By the way, you said you were looking for someone. Right? There are too many people. I really can't remember. Feng Qingfu instructed the person behind him to ask if there is an aunt named He Ling. After that, he said to Jisoo and Qin Yinan, since we are all residents of Baiwan town, and it is the end of the world, it is not easy to survive until now. We should not fight among ourselves. We should unite together. Come! We must advance and retreat together. The person who went in to look for someone came back soon. Director, there is indeed an aunt named He Ling among the survivors. Feng Qingfu said, call her out, and let the people in the town see if she is the one they are looking for. When He Ling was brought out, Bai Tingyan immediately went forward and said, Aunt, are you okay? Qin Wu has been looking for you. He is waiting for you to come back. He Ling's hair was a little messy. Her face was thin, and there were many black spots on her face. In today's world, no matter how particular a person is, he can't maintain his dignity. He Ling put her messy long hair behind her ears and asked softly, Is Qin Wu okay? Where is he now? Bai Tingyan paused. He Ling had never spoken to him so kindly before. He is fine. He is now in my cousin's base. He asked me to help find you and take you there. He Ling shook her head. No need. I am living well here. Go tell him that Mom is waiting for him here and ask him to come over. People in our factory often get sick or injured. Qin Wu can help. He is a doctor and is the most popular in the end times. All the people in the 3 bases, there is a good base to stay in. But she wants to squeeze into this broken factory. Is this auntie crazy? Bai Tingyan held He Ling's arm and led her to his camp. Aunt, please come back with me first. We talk about anything when we get back. He Ling stood still and pushed Bai Tingyan's hand away. Her back straight, her chin raised, her voice sharp. Bai Tingyan, did you detain Qin Wu? Didn't I tell you to stay away from my Qing Wu? No good will come from being involved with your Bai family. And what good is your cousin's base? I tell you. You go, and take Qing Wu over right now. I don't agree that he has anything to do with anyone from your Bai family. Bai Jiajiao couldn't stand Tao's mother's style of doing things. Dr. Tao is so old. But he is still controlled by Tao's mother. If he goes east, he dare not go west. Dr. Tao graduated from a prestigious university. And many big hospitals are vying for him. Tao's mother tried to kill herself and insisted that Dr. Tao come back to work. But he ended up staying in a small town hospital for several years. And the next few decades can be seen at a glance. It's the end of the world now. You have a good base to stay in. But you still call people to this broken factory. Do you really think that she is your biological mother and can control everything? Bai Jiajiu sneered. If it weren't for my brother running around to save Dr. Tao, he would have been dead by now. How can you have the opportunity to order people around here? He Ling followed with a cold snort. That was also his own will. We didn't ask him to save us. He Ling pointed at Bai Tingyan. I don't care what you think. Send Qing Wu here immediately. I won't let him stay where your Bai family is. I'm his mother. He must listen to me. Ji Su was observing. He didn't expect that Dr. Tao, who had a mild temper, would have such a strong and unreasonable mother. Bai Tingyan went through a lot of hardships, took his younger brothers and sisters and friends, and risked his life to go to the hospital to save people. Not only did he not get a word of thanks, but he was also scolded. Ji Su suspected that He Ling was being controlled or mentally stimulated. Normal people shouldn't be like this. He walked to Bai Jiajiao and whispered, Has she always been like this? Bai Jiajiao gritted her teeth in anger. Yes, she has always been like this. Dr. Tao is really pitiful. When she was studying, as long as her score was lower than the previous time, as long as her ranking was surpassed, she would always punish herself to make Dr. Tao regret and force him to work hard. During high school, Dr. Tao suffered a lot and wanted to commit suicide several times, but was pulled back by my brother. She never knew how to be grateful, but only knew to blame my brother for delaying Dr. Tao's studies, and asked my brother to stay away from Dr. Tao and not allow them to have any intersection. Her control desire and paranoia are very pathological. She should have never regarded Dr. Tao as a person. He is her private property. She must control and arrange everything about him, and not allow any derailment. It's not that she is vicious. When Bai Tingyan agreed to find Dr. Tao's mother, she really wanted to ask his brother what he thought. If Tao's mother died, Dr. Tao would be sad. But he could also get out of control. So many people died in the end of the world. Why can He Ling survive? Bai Jiajiu spoke loudly, just to let He Ling hear. He Ling did hear it clearly, but she didn't care about Bai Jiajiu's words. I am strict with him, so that he can be more promising. What do you outsiders know? Who can understand the hardship of a single mother? All I do is for his good. Chung Imo was amazed. Gee, listen. We found the wrong person. This person must not be Dr. Tao's mother. Ji Su nodded. Indeed. The gentle and polite Dr. Tao would not have such a mother. Chung Imo scratched his ears. Oh! This name is too common. There are so many people named He in the whole Bai town. Where is Tao Qing Wu? Let's look for him somewhere else. He Ling's chest was heaving with anger. She looked at the silent Bai Tingyan angrily. They don't know me. Don't you know me too? You dare to do anything to detain Qing Wu. Bai Jiajiao pulled her brother back. We don't know you. Don't try to make connections. He Ling was almost angry to death, and turned to talk to Feng Qingfu. Director, Tao Qing Wu is really my son. He is a very good doctor. If he can come to our factory, it will definitely be of great help to us. Feng Qingfu nodded seriously. He Ling continued, if they don't want to send him here, why don't the director come with me to pick up my son? I am his mother, and he will definitely listen to me. Qin Yanan stepped forward and held Ji Su's wrist. Ji Su tilted his head to look at him, and Qin Yanan whispered in his ear, this factory director is not a human. Ji Su's ears were burning from the sudden approach of the damp heat, and he looked up in surprise when he heard this. Are you sure? Qin Yanan nodded. Very sure. He has observed it until now. And he is sure that as long as he is a human, he will have emotional fluctuations. Even Ji Su, who controls his fear very well, will occasionally reveal his fear. Director Feng in front of him has no fear from the first sight. Whether he is laughing or angry, there is no emotional fluctuation, only changes in expression. which is very strange. Jisoo became cautious. If Director Feng is really not a human, but has a human appearance, then he can only be a thing. Bloodthirsty man. The survivors here look abnormal. But He Ling's performance is very normal. No matter where the problem is, it must be related to Feng Qingfu. He Ling and Feng Qingfu on the other side had already talked about going to the base to pick up Tao Qingwu. Jisoo turned around, returned to the SUV, took his baseball bat and Qin Yinen's long knife from the car, and slammed the car door. Everyone, ? Jisoo handed the long knife to Qin Yinen, and leaned the baseball bat on the ground. You want to rob the doctor in my base? I think you don't want to live. Everyone, Zhang Yimou turned around quickly, ran to the van, took down his weapon, the shovel. Zhong Ji, Qi Ying and Zhou Yubing also turned around, took down their weapons from the car, and stood beside Jisoo and Qin Yinen, looking like they could fight at any time. It was the first time for Liang Lu and his team to cooperate with the people from the planting base. They were completely confused and didn't understand how things got out of control. From winning over forces to finding people. And then from finding people to preparing for a fight. What was going on? Bai Tingyan and Bai Jiaojiu had cooperated before. And they completely believed in Jisoo and Qin Yinen's judgment. When they saw their actions, the two took the lead and took weapons in their hands. The people in the southern base were also alert and on guard. When Liang Lu saw their reaction, he also became more vigilant and asked his people to take weapons from the carriage. The defense was very obvious. Feng Qingfu smiled. Are you going to go to war with our food factory for a doctor? To be honest, I'm not very interested in doctors. In the end times without electricity and medicine, it's useless to have doctors. Since He Ling is not the person you are looking for, and you have no intention of cooperating, then leave. We will develop on our own in the future and not interfere with each other. Jisoo said. You can leave. We want to take the survivors here. Feng Qingfu's face trembled violently. If you want to take them away, you have to ask them if they are willing. The survivors who were originally motionless all scattered, and found something nearby and held it in their hands. A large group of people confronted Jisoo fiercely. Why are you leaving? We all voluntarily followed Director Feng. We have food, drink and protection here. We are not going anywhere. We only believe in Director Feng. No one can make us leave here. Kill them. They just want to steal our food. Under the protection of a group of excited survivors, Feng Qingfu retreated safely, and was about to disappear into the crowd. Jisoo raised the baseball bat and pointed it at Feng Qingfu. This human skin is not suitable for you. Take it off. Feng Qingfu was stunned, then showed a weird smile and shouted, They want to seize our food factory. We can't let them succeed. Kill them. After receiving the instructions, the survivors in the factory all rushed out, holding everything in their hands. This scene was like facing hundreds of crazy corpses. There were less than 20 deformed people from the 3 bases. It would definitely not be good to confront so many survivors head-on. And it was unnecessary. Just as the crowd rushed in front of them, the C-shaped wall that was deployed in advance finally appeared, trapping everyone behind the wall. Jisoo turned and walked towards the wall that blocked the crazy corpses, stretched out his hand and pressed on the wall. And the tall and strong wall weathered and disappeared instantly. Liang Li's pupil shrank, and he really understood what Jisoo meant. If he wanted to destroy the wall, it was really just a matter of raising his hand. Get in the car, Jisoo shouted, and had already returned to the off-road vehicle first, and the others hurried back to their cars. Hit it! Jisoo instructed Qin Yinen to drive the car into the wall. Now the buildings have been corroded into brittle skin and are easy to hit. Qin Yinen reminded him. We are driving an off-road vehicle, not a heavy truck. If they hit it, the wall would collapse and they would be buried. Jisoo clicked his tongue, lowered the window and shouted, Bring a truck. Hit the wall. Bai Tingyan and Liang Lu, Their car is rented. Do they really not want to pay for it if it is damaged? Jisoo saw their hesitation. Hit it. Don't pay for it. Feng Qingfu retreated into the factory and left quickly, heading for a closed warehouse. The warehouse door was locked. Feng Qingfu grabbed the big lock and broke it with force. He pulled open the metal door. The smell of rottenness hit him in the face. But Feng Qingfu remained calm. He looked at the huge black shadow in the warehouse and showed a twisted smile. I have raised you for so long. It's time to repay me. Go and eat all those delicious deformed people. Then you can become stronger and more useful to me. The darkness was like boiling water. gradually boiling, and the huge black shadow slowly propped up its body. Feng Qingfu laughed. Go. Eat them all. Outside the factory, 2 trucks that had adjusted their angles were about to step on the accelerator. With a loud bang, a wall splashed out, and a huge monster rushed out of the factory and hit Bai Tingyan's truck hard. The truck shook violently, and Bai Tingyan and Bai Jiaju in the cab were facing many eyes on the monster, each eye looking in a different direction, and the sticky tentacles wrapped around the truck and lifted it up. The deformed people in the central base were all shocked by this scene. Since the end of the world, they have never seen such a huge monster, and the fear spread uncontrollably. Lian Lu, who was in the cab, was also frightened by the monster. Fear made his hands holding the steering wheel uncontrollably, and he couldn't step on the accelerator. His survival instinct made him want to escape. At this moment, he saw the off-road vehicle and small truck from the planting base had rushed up and hit the huge monster hard. The multi-eyed monster was knocked off balance and let go of Bai Tingyan's truck, which crashed to the ground with a bang. The people in the car were thrown into a ball. Bai Tingyan and Bai Jiaju were also not feeling well, and they were dizzy. The monster's tentacles swept towards the off-road vehicle and small truck, and the 2 cars were swept away. Qin Yinan controlled the direction and tried to stabilize the car body. Jisoo had lowered the window and threw a few crystals at the monster. He did not use the Super 7 crystals. The distance between the cars was too close, and the front windows were facing the monster. If he used the Super 7 crystals, the monster would die or not, and the windshields on the cars would definitely be broken. Glass is fragile. Its reinforcement can only block the impact of ordinary crystals, but it cannot block the energy of Super 7 crystals. By then, the people in the car will be shot into sieves by the energy needles. The spiritual energy is activated one by one, and the invisible energy keeps exploding. Groups of dirty blood and rotten meat are washed away, and the car body shakes violently. All 4 cars are not spared, and they are all covered with a thick layer. People who have not seen such a bloody scene can't help it immediately, and vomiting sounds are everywhere. Looking at the people in the planting base, they all remain calm and are still fighting the monster. The huge monster was quickly slammed down by Jisoo, and under the layers of meat mountains, there are human corpses. They stand in the meat mountain, although their bodies are dead. Their fused eyes are still alive and keep turning to provide vision for this huge monster. The survivors who were blocked by the wall ran out of the collapsed factory under the guidance of Feng Qingfu. When they saw the monster in front of them, their fear value instantly soared to the highest. Such a strong fear was also a shock to Qin Yinan. His eyes turned into vertical pupils uncontrollably. His hands turned into claws. His arms were covered with scales, and even his bat wings were ready to move. The survivors were extremely frightened. Some were corroded on the spot and turned into crazy corpses, while others were invaded and completely perished. Several people walked out of the crowd uncontrollably. They walked towards the huge monster in extreme fear. They were clear-headed, but they could not control themselves to walk towards the monster. The seriously injured multi-eyed monster dragged the prey that was delivered to the door with the tentacles, and quickly filled the damaged body. The moment the tentacles rolled away, the black silk behind the survivors was exposed. Each person's back was pulled by a black silk, and the other end of the black silk came from Feng Qingfu's heart. The survivors were like puppets, obviously clear-headed, but unable to resist the master's orders. Jisoo looked coldly at Feng Qingfu, who was standing on a high place. After delivering the prey, several black silks extending from the heart stabbed at other survivors again. Jisoo threw an ordinary crystal at him and activated it in the air. The energy impact overturned the survivors on the ground and also rushed Feng Qingfu, who was standing with his hands behind his back. In order to effectively and quickly activate the crystal, the mental energy must be condensed enough, so there will be a distance limit. Crystals thrown too far may not be activated. Jisoo usually doesn't do such things. He only throws crystals within a certain range. When Jisoo was dealing with Feng Qingfu, Bai Tingyan moved the truck, turned sideways to face the monster, and threw several air bombs at him, blasting deep pits on the huge body. The huge monster body that was recovering stood up, and under the meat mountain was a big mouth full of serrations, biting half of the front of the car with a click. Everyone, shock! Bai Tingyan reversed at full speed, trying to get out of the huge mouth like a pit of rotten meat. But the truck skidded on the spot and couldn't escape. Liang Kei's spiritual energy mark hit the huge monster, stacking several layers in a row. and the flames instantly ignited the monster. All the deformed people hiding in the car jumped out of the car, and all kinds of deformed abilities were used on the monster. Qin Yinan started the off-road vehicle and drove to the other side to create conditions for Jisoo. Jisoo immediately threw out 2 more crystals, and 2 large holes were punched out of the monster's body, which was recovering. Most of its flesh and blood had been cut off. If it wanted to recover, it had to use the flesh and blood of the survivors to fill it. Jisoo stared at Feng Qingfu, and the off-road vehicle had already rushed over. This time Feng Qingfu did not continue to use his ability to deliver prey to the huge monster. He cursed softly, waste, turned around and jumped away quickly. Very fast. This is the agility and speed that a bloodthirsty person should have. From consciousness to body, they have been completely transformed by pure dark matter, and their individual strength is stronger than most deformed people. This one in front of him is obviously not good at fighting, but is better at bewitching people and controlling living people. How could Jisoo let it escape? Letting a bloodthirsty person go means that there will be endless troubles in the future. So he must leave it. The off-road vehicle chased Feng Qingfu away, and Zhongji drove a small truck closely behind him. The huge monster was handed over to Bai Tingyan and Liang Chu. Chapter 48. The bloodthirsty men fled all the way to the northwest of the town, deliberately choosing a road with abandoned vehicles blocking the road and collapsed buildings to slow down the speed of the off-road vehicles and small trucks. Qin Yinan changed the road several times, and under the guidance of Jisoo, he shuttled through the narrow alleys and almost lost the bloodthirsty man. The 2 cars chased him closely, and the bloodthirsty man was annoyed by the chase. He jumped onto an abandoned vehicle, and the black silk popped out from his heart and shot at the 2 people in the off-road vehicle. The off-road vehicle did not dodge and hit the bloodthirsty man. The bloodthirsty man thought that the black silk could easily penetrate the windshield, but he miscalculated. The windshield blocked the attack of the black silk. Feng Qingfu had no time to control the expression of a normal human. He turned his head and continued to flee forward, kicking the abandoned vehicles on the roadside to the middle of the road to buy time. The off-road vehicle rushed forward all the way, when it encountered a large truck that was pushed over to block the road. Jisoo directly used crystals to open the way. Even if it consumed some crystals, he could not let the bloodthirsty man escape. The further they chased in the northwest direction, the more frequent the arthropod monsters appeared. Jisoo seemed to have a premonition. Could it be that the real arthropod monsters were hiding here? A mottled wall appeared in front of them, and the bloodthirsty man jumped into it. Before the off-road vehicle hit it, Jisoo had thrown the crystal over. The off-road vehicle rushed through the smoke and dust and rushed in. There were constant collision sounds from the front of the car. Countless arthropod monsters were knocked away. They seemed to have found the nest of arthropod monsters. Behind the wall, there were arthropod monsters crawling everywhere. They were smaller than those seen outside, and there were so many of them that people's scalps numbed. Jisoo kept throwing crystals out of the window, and the energy rushed away pieces of broken limbs. The small truck that followed in quickly closed the window, stepped on the accelerator, and spun around the yard like a field, crushing the arthropod monsters crawling all over the ground. This is the largest slaughterhouse in Baiwan town. It stinks in the summer. No one lives around it. Only the lonely slaughterhouse stands here. Unexpectedly, it has become the nest of arthropod monsters. Feng Qingfu stepped on the arthropod monsters all over the ground and got into the slaughterhouse. He found Su Tsuinsheng hiding inside without any obstacles. At this time, Su Tsuinsheng was no longer human. He had become a completely deformed monster. His body was several times larger than when he was in the hospital. His hiding place was transformed into a cave. The walls and the ground were covered with yellow mucus, which was extremely smelly. On the walls covered with mucus, there were human women all over the walls. They were covered with mucus and stuck to the walls. Some of them only had heads and limbs left, and their abdominal cavities had disappeared. Some of them had surprisingly large stomachs. Something was constantly squirming under their stomachs, and they could tear open their stomachs and crawl out at any time. Feng Qingfu looked at the 3 mature mothers. The arthropod monsters were crawling out of the mother's abdominal cavities. They were densely packed, and each one was the size of an adult spider. They crawled to another warehouse to eat, following the smell of fresh blood and flesh. Only by eating more blood and flesh could they grow up quickly. Su Tsuinsheng still has a weak human consciousness, which reminds him to destroy Baiwan town and make everyone in Baiwan town pay the price. As for the reason, he can no longer remember it, and he acts only on his obsession. After Su Tsuinqing escaped from the hospital, his human consciousness was still clear. He found a slaughterhouse as a hiding place. During this period, Feng Qingfu came once and asked for cooperation. Su Tsuinqing can destroy Baiwan Town. But Feng Qingfu wants to leave the survivors and turn Baiwan Town into his base. In the future, he will recruit many survivors, feed humans, and turn Baiwan Town into a paradise for bloodthirsty people. Feng Qingfu's request was rejected by Su Tsuinqing. If it wanted to destroy Baiwan Town, it would have to kill all the survivors. Feng Qingfu left the survivors. What kind of destruction is this? It hated everyone in Baiwan Town. They all had to die. Feng Qingfu also proposed that all the medical staff in Baiwan Town would be handed over to Su Tsuinqing for disposal, as long as the other survivors were left. Su Tsuinqing still refused. It didn't want to be restrained. It wanted to let its nature run wild and kill and destroy Baiwan Town. Feng Qingfu knew that by negotiating cooperation with a brainless freak, his IQ was also lowered. He didn't stop Su Tsuinqing from destroying Baiwan Town. But the west of the town was its territory. Su Tsuinqing was not allowed to cross the border. All the survivors there were its reserve food, and Su Tsuinqing was not allowed to touch it. The two sides barely reached an agreement. Feng Qingfu gathered all the survivors in the west of the town, and also let the survivors go out and bring back as many survivors as possible from the town. These were all its private property, and he would bring back as many as he could. Originally, it thought it could carry out its breeding plan smoothly, but it didn't expect such an accident to happen in the middle of the process. The culprit who made its plan fail, and its identity exposed, was this brainless and completely deformed creature. Feng Qingfu said that he couldn't let it do what it wanted. So he led people here directly. Whether Su Tsuinqing killed the deformed people outside or the deformed people killed Su Tsuinqing, it would not suffer any loss. Of course, it still hoped that Su Tsuinqing would win, so that its breeding plan could continue. Feng Qingfu jumped up and kicked the arthropod monster's head, but was blocked by the sickle-shaped arthropod that suddenly came across. Feng Qingfu said hatefully, "The enemy has already hit the doorstep. And you are still here to reproduce? You idiot. The base of Baiwan Town has been built. And you are still dreaming of destroying Baiwan Town. The deformed people who want to kill you have already arrived at the door. You and I must join forces. Otherwise none of us can survive. Not to mention our plans." The wall trembled violently, and mucus flowed down from the cracked wall. The nest that Su Tsuinqing had built with great difficulty was about to be destroyed. It roared angrily and rushed out waving its sickle-shaped arthropod. It didn't care about any plan. It just wanted to kill and irrigate the land of Baiwan Town with the sinful blood of the survivors. Worried about being buried, the off-road vehicle did not rush directly into the slaughterhouse. Jisoo could only use crystals to destroy it layer by layer from the outside. One crystal could destroy a piece, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. Before the smoke and dust cleared, a black shadow rushed out of the slaughterhouse and arrived in front of the car in the blink of an eye. With a crisp sound, the sickle-shaped arthropod pierced through the windshield of the off-road vehicle and got stuck in the glass, which showed the force of this blow and the sharpness and hardness of the sickle-shaped arthropod. Jisoo knew that mental energy reinforcement was not omnipotent, nor could it defend against any attack. It could easily penetrate the windshield, and the strength of the monster in front of him should not be underestimated. Jisoo threw a crystal out at the fastest speed. The monster was about to pull the sickle-shaped arthropod to completely smash the windshield, but was blown away by the sudden energy. The hideous arthropod monster rolled on the ground for several times, jumped up again, and pounced on the off-road vehicle, but it was unscathed. The gray carapace on its body has a high defense, and ordinary crystals cannot penetrate its defense. Qin Yinan quickly reversed the car, and the arthropod monster bent its strong and powerful hind legs, jumped high, and slammed into the off-road vehicle with a bang, and the roof of the car dented. The sickle-shaped limbs slashed at the co-pilot from above. Jisoo held the glass and reinforced it locally. He stacked several layers in a row. The sickle-shaped limbs failed to break the window defense, but they also left a spider web-like crack on the window. The secondary limbs on both sides of the body of the arthropod monster grabbed the sides of the roof and shook left and right, trying to overturn the SUV. Qin Yinan unbuckled the seat belt with a click and was about to get out of the car. Jisoo pressed one hand on the car body and grabbed Qin Yinan with the other hand. He was stacking spiritual energy at the fastest speed. "Give me some time. I used the Super 7 crystal." The vision suddenly reversed, and the SUV flipped to the left. Qin Yanan stabilized his body, and did not fall on Jisoo. He quickly opened the door and jumped out. The huge bat wings spread out behind him, and the claws grabbed the sickle-shaped arthropod that had been cut off. He swung it up with force, and threw the arthropod monster that was much taller than him away. Qin Yanan went around to the left, grabbed the overturned off-road vehicle with his claws, and the muscles of his arms covered with scales bulged high. He lifted the off-road vehicle and gently put it on the ground. The golden vertical pupils met the eyes of the people in the car, and he saw the shock and fear in Jisoo's eyes. Qin Yanan loosened his claws stiffly, and his restless and fanatical heart was instantly pressed into the cold and endless deep sea. His preparations and the way back he had reserved were shattered at this moment. He had never felt such a strong fear, and the cab, which had never been closed, was madly rushing out. Jisoo was deeply afraid of him. Qin Yanan took a step back, wanting Jisoo not to be afraid, and he would not hurt him. He felt a sharp pain in his back. He was hit by the sickle-shaped arthropod, and blood was spilled all over the ground. Jisoo's expression changed instantly, and he opened the car door and rushed out. Qin Yanan turned around and grabbed the sickle-shaped arthropod that was chopped off again. His bloody back was exposed to Jisoo's eyes, and at the same time, the black scales that spread rapidly along the wound were also exposed. Jisoo froze in the car, watching Qin Yanan and the arthropod monster fighting each other. Qin Yanan was several times smaller than the arthropod monster, but his strength was not inferior to the arthropod monster at all. Most of the slaughterhouse was destroyed. The people in the small truck had no time to react. The battle was almost advanced to this point. They never knew that Qin Yanan's deformed form was actually like this. His fighting power was so strong that it was terrifying. Such a battle was not something that deformed people like them could join. Feng Qingfu, who was hiding on the side and preparing for a sneak attack, did not expect that there would be such a terrifying existence here. Although Su Tsuinsheng was already completely deformed, and his degree of deformation was deeper and more complete than his opponent, he was crushed at the species level. His was not called deformation, but degeneration. Degeneration into a higher species form. And his combat power was completely incomparable to the deformation level. The power sources of the two are also different. The power of the deformation level comes from pure dark matter, but the power of the degeneration level comes from the origin of dark matter. From the moment they appear, their height is determined. Since the pure dark matter has seized and integrated human consciousness and memory, they clearly know their level position. They are higher than ordinary dark matter, but far lower than the origin of dark matter. Feng Qingfu knew that Su Tsuinsheng could not defeat a fallen beast, not even in the half-fallen form. If he did not run now, he would be the next one after the fallen beast dealt with Su Tsuinsheng. Feng Qingfu's dog slid away from the edge of the slaughterhouse, trying to leave the terrifying battle circle. Just as he touched the edge of the wall, he heard the sound of the engine rushing over. He jumped up without hesitation, but was shot into a sieve by the Super 7 crystal energy in the air. The off-road vehicle has been reinforced and can withstand the impact of the Super 7 crystal. Jisoo got off the car with a long knife, and Feng Qingfu's head fell to the ground. Under the head was a black heart, still beating normally, and the two were connected by a bunch of black silk. Jisoo walked over, and the head, which was accumulating power, controlled the black heart to shoot a bunch of black silk, piercing Jisoo's front and back heart. Jisoo slashed with a knife, cutting off the connection between the human head and the black heart. The attacking black silk lost control and shrunk back into the black heart. Jisoo threw out a small square box and completely sealed the black heart inside. The human head roared angrily. "Do you think that you can use my heart to deceive me by taking away the source of my power? You are a deformed person and cannot control pure energy, unless you give your consciousness and body to pure energy. Do you dare?" Jisoo did not speak, and his spiritual energy reinforced the long knife layer by layer. When it was tough enough, the long knife pierced into the center of the human head's eyebrows fiercely, and screamed continuously. The head was still roaring wildly, cursing viciously. "Do you think that if you destroy me and Su Tsuinsheng, Baiwan Town can be saved? Degenerate creatures are uncontrollable, and degenerate beasts are even more murderous beasts. Without us, Baiwan Town will still be destroyed. Ha ha ha. I'm waiting for the day when Baiwan Town and humans will be destroyed." Jisoo held the hilt of the knife with both hands and said coldly, "Are there any other bloodthirsty people in Baiwan Town?" The head laughed loudly. "You know a lot. Why don't you guess?" The laughter quickly turned into screams. Jisoo completely crushed the head, pulled out the long knife, bent down, and picked up the box containing confusing heart, and got on the off-road vehicle. The head fell to the ground with a black hole between his eyebrows. Feeling the off-road vehicle leaving, his closed eyes opened again. Damn it. Even if it loses the source of power, it is not afraid. As long as its consciousness is still there, it can always make a comeback. The head swung on the ground for a while, then stood up, with the broken neck facing down, trying to jump away. And then his eyes turned and found a crystal on the ground. And then, there was nothing else. The off-road vehicle stopped, and Jisoo looked at the slaughterhouse that had become a ruin. The two were still fighting. The arthropod monster was suppressed and beaten. The sickle-shaped arthropods had long been separated from the body, and the para-arthropods were broken and pulled out one by one. The roar of the arthropod monster continued to come. Qin Yinan, who had huge bat wings, became more and more excited as he fought. He enjoyed the pleasure of tearing the prey into pieces. The more bloody and violent it was, the more it could relieve his violent emotions. He tore the arthropod monster into pieces and smashed it in front of the off-road vehicle. He wanted to show Jisoo that the monster that hurt him had been solved, and nothing could hurt him. Qin Yinan was covered in blood and stood in front of the SUV. His heart was beating fast and gradually cooled down. Looking at the people in the car, he suddenly felt timid and didn't dare to move forward. His upper body was completely covered with black scales, all the way to his neck, and even his side face had scales. He must be very ugly and scary like this. Jisoo was afraid of him. He slowly took a step back, staring at the people in the car with his golden vertical pupils. I'm sorry. He should have left earlier, but he kept delaying. Even without him, Jisoo should have been able to solve this arthropod monster. He was too greedy and wanted to stay for another day. Qin Yinan stepped back step by step, turned around and ran away. With a flap of bat wings, he flew into the air and quickly disappeared from sight. Jisoo sat in the car, looking at the disappearing figure, and didn't move for a long time. It was only when someone knocked on the glass window that he suddenly came back to his senses and saw Qiying standing outside, reaching out to press the car window. Jisoo asked, "What's the matter?" Qiying originally wanted to borrow the car to chase Qin Yinan, but when he saw Jisoo's face, he didn't know how to start. Jisoo asked again, "What's the matter?" Qiying hesitated and said, Your brother flew away. Don't you want to chase him?" Jisoo looked at him. Qiying. Qiying's scalp was tingling, and he was at a loss. "Well, sorry. I disturbed you." Qiying turned around and ran back to the van. Still frightened. "I don't know what happened." Jisoo looked a little scary now, so it's better not to disturb him for the time being. Jisoo sat quietly for a while before getting off the SUV and walking to the side of the van. "Go and bring Bai Tingyan and Lianglu over to clean up the battlefield." Zhongji looked at him twice more. "Are you okay?" "Go quickly." Jisoo turned and walked back. There was silence in the van. Chung Yimo asked in a low voice, "Is my brother Su okay? Why is his face paler than a ghost?" "Qiying, aren't you his good brother? Why don't you go down and talk to him? It would be best if we had a good chat, so that we could lend him a car to chase Qin Yinan." Chung Yimo grabbed his hair. Sometimes when good brothers want to be alone, it's better not to disturb them, in case they get beaten. "Qiying, your desire to survive is unparalleled." Zhongji started the car and turned back to pick up people. Jisoo stood outside the car for a while, bent down to pick up the corpse of the arthropod monster. Sickle-shaped arthropods and spear-shaped arthropods are both good materials, which can be used to make fully deformed weapons, and can also be sold to deformed people in need, which are good things after all. He bent down to pick up the sickle-shaped limb, but found that his whole body was weak. Cold sweat kept dripping down, and his head was about to explode. He sat on the ground to rest for a while, watching the cold sweat dripping on the ground, leaving wet marks. After relieving the weakness and severe pain, Jisoo climbed up and continued to pick up the corpse, cut off all the unwanted flesh and blood, piled up the necessary materials together, and then put out a sealed box, sealed all the materials, carried them into the trunk, and put them together with Huaxian. Jisoo sat in the driver's seat, took a bottle of water and drank slowly. His eyes fell into the distance. He shouldn't expect it. He was a person. It would be best to raise a deformed cat that would not lie or betray. He had a cat. so he didn't need to ask for too much. This was good enough. Jisoo closed his eyes, leaned back in the seat, and carefully felt the maddening pain, which would make him more sober. The sound of the truck came from far away until it stopped. Everyone got off the car and looked at the ruined battlefield. All of them were shocked. It was hard for them to imagine what kind of battle it would take to turn this area into this. The off-road vehicle had been silent. Jisoo could be seen through the side window glass. As if he was asleep. A group of people looked at each other in bewilderment. Zhongji said, "Clean up the battlefield first." Bai Tingyan and Liang Lu did not say much. They led people to kill the surviving arthropod monsters. The ground was full of monster corpses. And there were still a steady stream of monsters crawling out of the ruins. There was obviously a nest inside. Jisoo rested for a while, opened the door, and got out of the car, and walked straight towards the ruins. He put an arched wall on the ruins as a protective wall. He threw a larger crystal into the ruins, where the arthropod monsters crawled out. Hid behind the arched wall first, and then activated the crystal. There was a crackling sound of sand and gravel flying, and the ruins were flushed out by the crystal energy into a big pit, and countless arthropod monster corpses were blown out. Jisoo continued to throw crystals in the big pit, and the continuous vibration and sand and gravel splashed, startling the other people who were cleaning the battlefield to stay away and just watch Jisoo perform. Bai Tingyan and Liang Lu both hesitated to speak. They had not noticed the figure until now, and they had already thought that Jisoo's abnormality might be related to the missing person. As a cousin, Bai Tingyan had to ask about the situation. "Where is Qin Yinan?" Qin Yinan was so strong that even the black monster in the hospital couldn't do anything to him. Bai Tingyan didn't think he would die so easily. Chung Mo continued to pull his hair. "Don't mention this name again. I'm worried that Brother Su's big move will be used on us." Everyone, Liang Lu glanced at Jisoo, who was still frying fish, and asked carefully, "Dead?" "Qiying, Qiying, what are you talking about?" "Not dead. Just left." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he didn't die. Just leaving is not death. Leaving can come back. But death is really gone. Jisoo didn't stop until he couldn't lift the arthropod monster. He returned to the car and continued to drink water. He felt a little weak and was not in a good state. After the others had cleared all the arthropod monsters nearby, the 4 vehicles returned. Jisoo's off-road vehicle went back from Qishan Road and enclosed all the fields that were divided from Liangke within the scope of the base. The main gate of the base finally opened on Qishan Road as Jisoo wished. All the fields south of Qishan Road belonged to Jisoo and were enclosed within the tall walls. In the next few days, the 3 major bases went out every day to clear the arthropod monsters. They cleared for several days in a row until there was no more arthropod monsters. Jisoo, Bai Tingyan, and Liangke held a meeting to discuss the reconstruction of Baiwan Town. Jisoo spent a few days building a high wall outside Baiwan Town, and all 3 bases were included in it, collectively known as Baiwan Town Base. The 3 bases are divided into planting bases, southern bases, and central bases. The areas not within the scope of the 3 bases are called comprehensive areas and are managed by the 3 bases together. Almost all the survivors west of the town gathered at the food factory. Feng Qingfu was killed, and those survivors who were confused also woke up. They were moved to the comprehensive area to live. Tao Qingwu's mother He Ling, who survived by chance, also lived in the integrated area with other survivors. She insisted that Tao Qingwu come out of the planting base and live with her in the integrated area. But unfortunately no one passed the message on her behalf. Jisoo, Bai Tingyan and Liangke, managers, were very busy every day, and no one had time to see her. Although the base was established, there were still so many crazy corpses and deformed monsters to be cleaned up, various facilities to be repaired, and streets and collapsed buildings to be cleaned up. In short, there were many things to be busy with. The planting base ushered in the autumn harvest in such a busy time. Jisoo had prepared in advance and bought a full set of agricultural machinery. With so many fields, with the help of agricultural machinery, harvesting and farming would be very labor-saving. Everyone in the planting base was busy, no matter how much the food was eroded. These were real food, food that could fill the stomach. Nothing could be wasted, and it must be harvested well. The planting base was busy, and the south base, the central base, and the comprehensive area were also busy. When Jisoo was building the wall of the Baiwan town base, he deliberately built more outside, especially the farmland, which was enclosed as much as possible. The fields of the south base were divided to the west of the outer wall of Jisu's base, and the fields of the central base and the comprehensive area were divided to the northeast outside the town. Although the total of the 3 fields was not as many as the fields of the planting base, they were divided equally enough, and each survivor could get his own field. Now the crops in the field are ripe, and everyone can harvest the crops in their own fields. The planting base has a small population, but there are many fields. Agricultural machinery and diesel are not privately owned, so it is unrealistic for individuals to want to farm in large quantities. Jisu divided the fields to the people in the outer base according to his personal wishes. Not much. Only a few cents or about 1 acre per person. They can take care of it themselves, and they can usually grow some vegetables and fruits. There is no need to grow food anymore. There will be a lot of food collected by the base. They will work together and get food. The people in the inner base do not need to be divided. The Zhong family has their own greenhouses, and Uncle Zhang and Aunt Chiu also have fields and greenhouses in front of their homes. There are fields in front of Cheng Mo's home. They are too busy to handle them, so they only keep a small piece. The other fields still belong to the base and Jisu. Jisu built a row of large warehouses to store food and base supplies. It took another half a month to collect all the food and dry it. The weather is still hot, just like the hot summer, and it hasn't rained. It is temporarily impossible to plant wheat. We can only wait for rain and cooling. During this period, as long as he is not busy, Jisu will drive away from the base alone and go to the lawn outside the wall alone. There is a short cylindrical building there, which contains many crazy corpses and deformed monsters. Jisu often takes the crystal given to him by Qin Yinan and sits on the top of the cylinder for a long time. He made many small holes on the top of the cylinder. When he thinks about something, he always puts crystals into the small holes, and then stimulates them one by one, feeling the vibration of the cylinder under him. His abnormal ability is a fortress, and he should be used to loneliness. He has been used to loneliness for a long time. So why is he not used to it now? There is someone to accompany him when he goes out, someone to stand in front of him when he encounters trouble, and someone to take care of him when he is injured. It is really addictive. Chapter 49. Jisu thought about it for so long, but still couldn't figure out why Qin Yinan was a degenerate beast. How did he get the conditions to become a degenerate beast? Judging from the claw marks at Qin's grandmother's house, he showed signs of degeneration before the end of the world. At that time, there were not even the lowest level of crazy corpses, only a few sporadic deformed bodies, which was a normal phenomenon. But how did the degenerate beast come from? Jisu couldn't figure it out, and didn't know that the degenerate beast could slowly degenerate like a deformed person. The degenerate beasts and degenerate creatures he knew all appeared suddenly, and they were in a degenerate state when they appeared, without human consciousness. They were not even human. So where did human consciousness come from? Just like the fused degenerate creature that appeared in the hospital. From any angle, it has nothing to do with humans. The process of deformation is based on the existence of the body. Even if it is a bloodthirsty person, they use the human body and integrate human memory. But what about the degenerate beasts and degenerate creatures? They are born monsters, without prototypes or bodies. Jisu has always believed in this since he knew about the existence of fallen things and fallen beasts. Not only him, but also many survivors in the end of the world think so. However, Qin Yinan's situation is completely beyond his cognition. Jisu sat on the top of the column for a long time until it was dark, and then drove back. Qiying was waiting for him outside his courtyard. There was a business car parked next to him. This was Cheng Mo's car. Cheng Mo mentioned to him that Qiying often rented his car to go out. He didn't know what he was doing. What's the matter? Jisu got out of the car and locked it. Qiying dragged a snakeskin bag from the business car. There was half a bag of things in it. It looked very heavy. Qiying dragged it all the way and put it in front of Jisu. I heard that you like crystals, so I went to find some nearby. I want to use these crystals to rent a car from you. As long as there is a car, he can find a way to get oil. The comprehensive area and Xinjiang city can get oil. As long as there is a material exchange, it will be fine. Jisu looked at the commercial vehicle that Qiying was renting. Not renting the Cheng family car? Qiying said, I can't rent the Cheng family car. This time I'm going to leave a long distance, and I may come back or not. If I can come back, I will definitely return the car and bring you more crystals. If I can't come back, Your car may not be returned, so you may have to risk losing a car. Jisoo looked at the half pocket of crystals, and the words turned around on the tip of his tongue before asking, "Who told you that?" Chi-ying looked at him. Jisoo has lost a lot of weight during this period, and he speaks very little. The whole person has become indifferent and ruthless. He is completely different from when Qin Yenin was here. The atmosphere in the planting base is not as relaxed as before. Everyone is a little nervous about doing things. They are very worried that if they do something wrong, they will be directly kicked out of the base. With Jisoo's current personality, he can really do this. I asked Liang Lu. He said you like crystals? After a pause, Qi-ying said, Qin Yenin should know. But he never tells me your private affairs. Jisoo said, no rent. Qi-ying understood the value of a car. If these crystals are not enough, tell me the number. I will go find it. I can buy your car. Jisoo walked home. No rent. No sale. Qi-ying frowned. He didn't expect Jisoo to be so unkind. You should know why I rented a car. Qin Yenin is your brother. He left like that. Don't you know how to worry? Before he left, he thought so much for you. How can you be so cold-blooded? Jisoo stopped. Did not turn around. Are you going to find him? Qi-ying sneered, yes. You are a brother. It's the same whether there is a brother or not. Don't worry. If you don't go find him, I will. Jisoo, you will die. Qi-ying, if you die, you die. There is nothing to be nostalgic about in such a world. I just want peace of mind and don't want to regret it. Jisoo turned and looked at him, and spoke for a long time. Did he tell you what he was? Qi-ying sneered. Does it matter what he is? I know he is Qin Yenin, and he is my brother. Jisoo was silent again, and said after a while, it's useless to fight him. The full deformity of the deformed people can still fight hard. As long as they keep their self-awareness, they can enter the perfect deformity and return to human. But what about the fallen beast? It will not retain human consciousness. It is a pure monster. They are the top existence in the food chain of the end of the world. Nothing can hurt them. But they can easily hurt humans. The appearance of a fallen beast in a city is definitely the nth power of hell. He has seen and experienced it with his own eyes. Under the terrifying shadow of the fallen beast, how difficult it is for the survivors to survive. No one dared to go out. As long as they revealed a trace of fear, what awaited them was not mad corpses or deformed monsters, but fallen beasts. Before they even realized they were afraid, the fallen beasts had already captured them. Many times, people only saw a shadow passing by, and then the person disappeared, being carried away by the fallen beast. It was even easier to destroy a base. At that time, Xinjiang City was almost eaten up by a fallen beast. The survivors who finally survived were killed by a fallen beast by 70% to 80%. Later, Jisoo opened the safe fortress of the base, took in all the survivors who escaped, and closed the fortress. The survivors lived in it. Even if they accidentally revealed their fear, they would not be captured by the fallen beast. The survivors waited day by day, eating less and drinking less, waiting for the fallen beast to leave by itself. In the end, they waited, and the fallen beast left by itself. Otherwise, Xinjiang City would really be eaten up, and no one would be left alive. If Qin Yenin really becomes like that, what can we do if we find him? Does he want to bring back a fallen beast for Xinjiang City and Baiwan Town? This semi-fallen form may be solved by a slightly larger Super 7 crystal. But how can he do it? Besides letting him go, Jisoo doesn't know what else he can do. Qi-ying frowned. He can control himself. Jisoo knows more about fallen beasts than Qi-ying. Even he himself can't be sure. How can you be sure that he can control himself? Qi-ying was silent. Indeed, Qin Yenin wanted to leave on his own, because he was worried that he would lose control and do something irreversible. If he was sure, he would not leave. Jisoo said, go back. Don't rush to die. Not to mention whether he can find Qin Yenin. If he drove away alone, he would probably die at the hands of the survivors, who took the car before dying at the hands of the monster. Qi-ying turned around like a trapped beast and kicked his pocket. Jisoo, ask yourself, did he hurt you when he lost control? He has nothing to miss in this world. I want him to miss me as a friend. But since he found you, he has refused to leave you. Why? Because you are the most important in his heart. If even you give up on him, then won't he really become a monster without human consciousness? Jisoo walked back to his own courtyard step by step. Qi-ying was still shouting outside. I can't analyze the pros and cons rationally like you. We are human. People have feelings. He treats you as his own brother and family. Have you ever treated him as a brother? If your family is seriously ill and difficult to treat, knowing that he will die, will you also let him go and wait for him to die? Jisoo closed the courtyard door, his hand shaking so much that he couldn't touch the bolt. He wouldn't. Knowing that he would die, he would not give up as long as there was a glimmer of hope. But the premise of all this is that he would not bring disaster to others. He went to find someone. If he left such a dangerous disaster next to him, it might explode at any time, destroying Baiwan town and Xinjiang city. And the scope of the impact might be even larger. So many lives were too heavy, and he couldn't bear it. Qiying was very excited and was about to continue shouting, but his arm was grabbed by someone. Uncle Jean dragged Qiying away with an ugly face, and didn't let go until he dragged him to the outer base. I know you are anxious, but you can't expose people's scars no matter how anxious you are. During this period, Uncle Jean saw the changes in Jisoo and was anxious in his heart. If he had never had it, he would not have expected it. The most feared thing was to have it and then lose it, which was the most tormenting. Xiaosu's grandfather died of cancer. The whole family tried every possible way. They found out where there was a folk remedy and immediately took people to seek medical treatment. The regular hospital would not accept them. They could only do this and run around with a glimmer of hope. Qiying's feverish brain gradually calmed down. He can do this for his family, but not for Qin Yanan. In the final analysis, he still doesn't treat him as his own family. Uncle Zhang scolded. Xiaosu lost his grandfather, who loved him the most at the age of 11, and lost his parents at the age of 15. He does have a biological uncle, but it's the same as not having him. He is also free and has no worries. I miss him. You only consider the problem from Qin Yanan perspective. Why don't you think about why Xiaosu did this? Doesn't he want to have a family and a brother? He does. He dreams of having a family. Otherwise, would he take care of Qin Yanan grandmother as if she were his own grandmother? He wants to have a family so much that if others treat him well, he will definitely return 10 times. How can such a good child be described so badly by you? Qiying is Qin Yanan good friend. He will definitely consider the problem from Qin Yanan perspective. He still can't understand Jisoo's behavior. There are so many deformed people in the base. They are all at risk of becoming monsters. The arthropod monster is an example. He was originally a deformed person, but he was completely deformed and didn't keep his self-awareness. So he became a real monster. They are also likely to become monsters. He can take in so many deformed people. Why can't he accept Qin Yanan? Uncle Jean didn't know the reason, but he knew that Jisoo was not cold-blooded. There may be other reasons. Don't open up his scars. Give him some time to think it through. Qiying said irritably. I've given him enough time. If he hadn't taken action, why would I do this? He is thinking slowly and safely in the base. But Qin Yanan is outside, and I don't know whether he is alive or dead. How can I not be anxious? Uncle Jean asked him. Do you know where he is? Where are you going to find him? It's so dangerous outside. If you go out alone, what else can you do except lose your life? Xiaosu doesn't rent a car to you, not to stop you from looking for someone, but to prevent you from losing your life. Jisoo walked into the living room with the help of the wall, and fell on the sofa with exhaustion. His headache was so severe that his consciousness was blank. During this period, he always had the idea of giving up, and he couldn't suppress it. It was too hard. In fact, there was no need to be so hard. There was nothing wrong with becoming a bloodthirsty person. In this way, he could go to Qin Yanan openly. It was natural for monsters to stay with monsters. In this way, he didn't have to choose between humans and Qin Yanan. Invisible energy filaments, like shy flower buds, slowly stretched and bloomed. The cub hiding on the second floor sensed danger and meowed shrilly, trying to wake up its owner who was not feeling well. The out-of-control energy filaments twisted into the shape of an eye in the air, staring at the prey on the second floor. The cub could not see the danger, but could feel that it was being stared at. With a scream of meow, it ran back to the room with all 4 claws, closed the door tightly, and did not dare to go out. 2 black shadows rushed into the living room. One black shadow ran around the living room to attract the attention of the energy filaments, and the other black shadow had already rushed to the sofa. The big black cat slapped Jisoo's face with 1 claw, without mercy. Jisoo's out-of-focus eyes suddenly became clear. and the out-of-control energy filaments were forcibly dragged back to the world of consciousness, followed by overwhelming pain, which made him roll off the sofa. And the white fog world was churning, as if it was about to explode. The shadow hidden in the white mist jumped forward like the rising sun in the competition between Jisoo and the invading energy. And a clear outline appeared in the white mist world. A vague cognition suddenly appeared in Jisoo's consciousness, making him forget all the pain in an instant, and hold on to the vague cognition tightly, fearing that it would slip away again. The vague cognition spread like water ripples, seemingly gentle and harmless. But in fact every ripple caused a storm in Jisoo's mind. Even if he was bleeding from his mouth and nose, he had to hold on to it. He couldn't let go of this opportunity, just like holding on to a life-saving straw. And he would never let go. When Jisoo woke up, he found himself lying in the ward. He blinked, recalled the experience of last night, and immediately sank into the world of consciousness. The world of consciousness surrounded by white mist, suspended a simple and plain clock. Finally succeeded. His secondary invasion ability was finally pulled out in the competition. He covered his eyes with his arms and laughed silently. The people standing at the door were silent after seeing this scene, not knowing whether to go in. Uncle Jean glared at Chi-Ying in condemnation, and put the blame for Jisoo's accident on Chi-Ying. Not long after scolding Chi-Ying last night, a big black cat covered in blood suddenly appeared at home. The cat was almost as tall as Aunt Chio when it stood up. They had never seen a cat general so close before. It would be a lie to say that they were not afraid. Such a big cat was almost like a monster. The black cat spoke in human language. Jisoo is in trouble. You go and see. Uncle Jean and Aunt Chio were almost scared to death. They didn't care about being afraid of the deformed cat and hurried to Jisoo's house. They saw Jisoo lying on the ground with a pool of blood under his face. The couple almost fainted directly. They reflexively reached for their mobile phones to call the emergency number. After searching around and not finding the mobile phone, they realized that it was the end of the world. Before they could run out to call for help, they saw Dr. Tao and Dr. Zheng running over with an emergency bed. Obviously, the big black cat also went to notify them. Several people sent Jisoo to the clinic and wiped the blood off his face. It all came out of his mouth and nose. There was no external injury. They didn't know how to treat this situation. They could only keep him in the hospital for observation. Fortunately, he woke up. Jisoo's consciousness was still immersed in the white fog world. He carefully observed the clock. There were only hour and minute hands on the clock face. The hour hand pointed to 12, and the minute hand pointed to 1, representing 5 minutes. 5 minutes. You can do a lot of things. And you can save a lot of things in 5 minutes. When he came back from the slaughterhouse that day, Zhong Fengmin found him and told him something. He was not in the mood to listen to anything at the time, and he didn't take it to heart. He followed Zhong Fengmin to see his family's closed warehouse. It was a warehouse he built for the Zhong family with his own hands, reserved for storing vegetables and fruits that could not be eaten. Zhong Fengmin said that this warehouse was a bit strange. The vegetables and fruits were put in for so long, but they didn't wilt at all. Let Jisoo take a look. Jisoo entered the warehouse and stood inside for a while, staring at the baskets of fresh grapes in a daze. His mind completely absent from Zhong Fengmin's question. He was thinking that Qin Yinan also liked to eat grapes, and after leaving the base, he might never eat grapes again. He stood inside for a long time, then left in silence. Zhong Fengmin watched him leave, unable to figure out what he meant, and worried that this was a secret that could not be asked. So he never mentioned it again. Now that he thought about it, the abnormality of the Zhong family warehouse should be related to his secondary invasion ability. When he was building the warehouse model, the invasion energy attacked, and the two sides had a tug and struggle, which caused the warehouse to become abnormal. Jisoo turned over and sat up, wanting to take another look at the Zhong family warehouse, and saw several people standing at the door. Tao Qingwu walked in first. How do you feel? Jisoo put on his shoes. It's fine. It's just that the deformed ability is out of control. Just keep it. Jisoo left the clinic quickly and went to Zhong's house. Zhong Fengmin and Zhong Ji were not at home. Only Zhong mother was busy in the greenhouse, clearing out the plants that had reached the end of their life and leaving space for planting new vegetables. Jisoo went into the warehouse again to see the fruits and fresh vegetables stored there. This time, the warehouse was equipped with shelves, and baskets of vegetables and fruits were placed on the shelves, which could save more space and store more things. Jisoo saw a cardboard on the shelf with a date of placement written on it. The grapes on this shelf were put in more than 2 months ago and were still fresh. The grape stems were all green. Joan's mother said, fruits can be stored longer, but vegetables don't seem to be so good. After more than 2 months, the leaves are a little wilted. But sprinkle some water on them, and they will soon be green again. Only the 3 members of the Zhong family and Jisoo knew about this. Zhong Fengmin felt that this was Jisoo's secret, and as the beneficiaries, they must not leak it. The family kept it a secret, and no one mentioned it. When someone wanted to exchange vegetables and fruits, they would take them from the warehouse and tell people that they were just picked not long ago. They were so fresh that no one would think that they were stored for more than 2 months. Jisoo looked around carefully and confirmed his guess. It was indeed that the flow of time slowed down. Not that time stopped. This seemed to be a little different from his secondary invasion ability. But it was related to time, and was still related. Jisoo felt full of energy, and the fatigue of the previous period was swept away. His secondary invasion ability was retracing. His retrospective clock can now go back 5 minutes. When he is more deformed, the retrospective time will be longer. With the opportunity to go back, he is not afraid of disasters. No matter how big the disaster is, there is a chance to start over. Start over. Jisoo fell into deep thought. He was invaded twice and returned to 3 years ago. Was he reborn? Or did the ability of the second invasion bring him back to 3 years ago? Can the retrospective clock really go back so long? Look at the hour and minute hands on the clock face. How many circles do you have to turn to go back to 3 years ago? Is this really possible? Jisoo has no answer. And he can't imagine that the retrospective clock can really go back by year. It's a bit incredible. When Jisoo left, he carried a bag of grapes and dragon fruit. The dragon fruit in the Zhong family's greenhouse has matured. A lot of them have been harvested and hidden in the warehouse. Jisoo has a greenhouse of his own. The vegetables can't be eaten up, so the Zhong family sends fruits to Jisoo's house every day. Jisoo always returns the gift. And then the Zhong family will send more fruits next time, which can't be eaten up. Jisoo had no choice but to be polite with them, and told them to tell him if they needed anything. They didn't need to send fruits every day, as they would spoil easily if they were not finished. The Zhong family only sent them every 2 days. When Qin Yinan was around, they could finish the fruits. Now that Qin Yinan was gone, Buzai and Xiaoyu were not around, and Jisoo couldn't finish the fruits at all. He would share the fruits with Aunt Qiu and Yang Ji. He was too busy during this period, and he was not in good condition, so he had no energy to take care of the children. Xiaoyu had been eating and living at Yang Ji's house. Jisoo moved Xiaoyu's food rations to Yang Ji's house and asked him to take care of the child. Now that the photovoltaic power station has been built, the base has no shortage of electricity, and lighting and cooking are both possible, which is much more convenient than before. However, they still save as much as possible, and they can burn grass to cook, and never waste electricity. Jisoo brought grapes and dragon fruit to see Xiaoyu. The child was very sensible. Knowing that Jisoo was in a bad mood, he didn't pester to go home. He asked him to stay at Yang Ji's house. So he stayed obediently, but still didn't talk. Jisoo walked into the yard with fruits in his hand. Xiaoyu stared at him for a long time, feeling that Jisoo's momentum was not so scary anymore. The little guy dropped the grasshopper in his hand and clung to Jisoo's legs like a small rice cake, holding on to him tightly. Jisoo bent down and picked up the little bean. The little guy nestled beside Jisoo's neck, like a little bird that was attached to him, holding on to Jisoo tightly. Jisoo put down the fruits and touched the little guy's head. He really ignored Xiaoyu during this period. Buzai often stayed at Aunt Qiu's place, which was closer. At night, he would run back home by himself and sleep next to Jisoo. Jisoo originally thought that as long as he had cats to accompany him, he would no longer be lonely. But in the end, cats and children could not dispel his loneliness. Without Qin Yinan by his side, he went out alone, and cats and children could not fill the gap. Yang Ji also found that Jisoo seemed to be in a much better mood. "Are you okay?" Jisoo shook his head. "Nothing. Thank you, Brother Yang. Thanks to you for taking care of Yo-Yo during this period." Yang Ji waved his hand. "We, father and daughter, rely on you for food and drink. And you are always so polite to me. By the way, the deformed cat's injury is not serious. I applied a fungus treatment. You don't have to worry. Jisoo was surprised. The deformed cat was injured? Yongji told him about the deformed cats looking for someone to save him. The two deformed cats had multiple wounds on their bodies and bled a lot. They did not let human doctors get close, but were willing to let Yongji treat them. Now they are fine. Jisoo was unconscious at the time and did not know that the deformed cat had been there. Jisoo was distracted again. Qin Yinan had really arranged everything for him. Crystal, deformed cats and deformed poultry. As long as he stayed at the base, he really didn't have to worry about anything. Even if there was danger, the deformed cats would solve it for him. Jisoo said, I'm going on a long trip in a few days. Can Brother Yang's therapeutic fungus be carried remotely? Yongji nodded. It should be possible. The fungus is alive. As long as it is stored properly, it shouldn't die. Jisoo, Brother Yang, please prepare some for me. I send the container over. During my absence, Brother Yang will keep an eye on the base for me. Yongji agreed one by one. Jisoo left Yongji's house and went to see the deformed cat again. In order to thank him, he sent all the cat food, cat cans, cat strips, and cat toys stored at home to the mushroom house. Chapter 50. Jisoo planned to find Qin Yinan. He now had the ability to tolerate mistakes. If Qin Yinan lost control and caused irreversible consequences, he could go back and stop him. He would never be as helpless as before. He went to find Qiying and asked him if he knew where Qin Yinan was. Otherwise, why was he so determined to go out and look for him? Qiying was stunned for a long time before he realized what Jisoo meant and said excitedly, Are you finally going to find Lao Qin? Jisoo gave a positive answer. Do you know where he is going? Qiying said uncertainly, He may have gone to Yuhai City, where he has people. He originally planned to go to Yuhai City after finishing Xinjiang City, but his hands suddenly turned into claws, and the problem was more serious, so he was delayed. Later, it was the end of the world, and he never went. I guess he might go there. After hesitating for a while, Qiying said, I'm sorry. I was so anxious that day that I talked nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Jisoo didn't hold on to this issue. Qiying was willing to risk going out to look for crystals for Qin Yinan. This heart is rare. If he put himself in his shoes, if Chung Mo was in danger and his whereabouts were unknown, Jisoo would also find a way to find him. If you walk, you can't get to Yuhai City anyway. It's different with a car. In peacetime, it only takes 2 or 3 hours to get from Xinjiang City to Yuhai City. In the end times, there may be all kinds of unexpected dangers. Even if you take a long detour, you should be able to get there in 1 or 2 days. It is not certain whether Qin Yinan is really in Yuhai City. When Jisoo is preparing things to go out, he must prepare more. In case it is not enough, he will be out of food, water and oil. That would be really dangerous. You need to bring all kinds of medicines. Yang Ji is already preparing for fungal treatment. The most important thing is food. He also needs a warehouse with slow time flow. The warehouse model built for the Zhong family is still there. The wall is too thick, and the size is too large. It can't be put into the medium truck. It can only be reduced in thickness and proportion. I don't know if this will affect the time flow inside. Jisoo took his own medium truck and modified it to put out a storage warehouse that occupies 1/3 of the carriage. He put a piece of fresh meat in the warehouse to test the storage effect. He took advantage of the fact that no one was around late at night, opened the underground garage, and drove out a second-hand RV, which was 90% new, because he was worried that he would have to travel far after the end of the world, and he wanted to have a comfortable rest area. The RV had all the facilities intact, and it was very convenient to drive out. This was the first time that Jisoo drove out of the underground garage, and no one asked much about the RV that appeared out of thin air. During the preparation period, Jisoo would flush the RV and the medium truck with spiritual energy several times a day. He wanted to make these 2 cars into a safe fortress that even advanced crazy corpses could not do anything about. In addition to preparing the vehicles for travel, Jisoo also established a management committee at the base. When he was not at the base, all matters were handled by the management committee. There are currently 3 members of the management committee: Anchio, Chung Chifeng and Zhong Fengmin. They are all people from the inner base, and the first to enter the base. They have a very special relationship with Jisoo, so it is appropriate for them to manage the base. The security of the base was handed over to Zhong Ji and Yang Ji, who would lead the deformed cat group to guard the base. Jisoo didn't know how long he would be out, and whether he would miss the farming. He moved some wheat seeds and fertilizers from the underground warehouse. The agricultural machinery was placed in the ground warehouse. There was diesel in the base. If he didn't come back, Zhong Fengmin could lead everyone to plant with these things. The test results of the warehouse have come out. The fresh meat put in is still very fresh after a few days. If the meat is frozen and then put in, it can be preserved for a longer time. Jisoo prepared a lot of raw meat and cooked food, and more fruits and vegetables. In order to make full use of the space, Jisoo also put shelves in the warehouse, and baskets of ingredients were neatly arranged, which could hold a lot of things. The remaining space in the medium truck, in addition to placing enough diesel, is the necessary facilities for going out. All food can be placed in the storage warehouse, and daily necessities can be placed directly in the car. If he can't come back as soon as possible this time, it is likely to catch up with the temperature drop. The winter and summer after the end of the world are two extremes. The summer is continuously high, and the winter is continuously low. It will be very cold. Just in case, Jisoo even brought thick clothes and thick quilts to the RV. To be honest, he was a little nervous about going on a long journey. He had been in Xinjiang City for the past 3 years of the apocalypse, and had never been to Baiwan town, let alone Yanhai City. He knew nothing about that place, so it was better to prepare everything. Jisoo spent a few days preparing everything he needed for going out. He went to meet Bai Tingyan and Liang Ke, and transported all the flamethrowers and incendiary bottles he had made back to the base. After returning, he went to the mushroom house again to arrange everything and then set off to drive 2 cars out. At least 2 people are needed. There is no telling what kind of dangers they will encounter along the way. The best way is to bring a strong attacking deformed person. The only people who meet the standards in the base are Zhongji and Yangji. But Yangji has to take care of the children, and Zhongji also has to guard the base. So the only ones who can go out with him are Qiying, Cheng Mo and Zhou Yuping. Qiying had to go, and Cheng Mo was pestering her to go with him, refusing to get out of the car. Zhou Yuping also wanted to go, but as soon as she mentioned going on a long journey, her sister Zhou Muing burst into tears, worried that her only remaining relative would never come back. But it was difficult to stop her. If Jisoo specifically asked her to go, she would have to go no matter how dangerous it was. In the end, Jisoo decided to take Qiying and Cheng Mo with him. Cheng Mo's dog ability, apart from other things, his sense of smell and hearing were really useful. The 3 of them would take turns driving, and it wouldn't be too tiring. On the day of departure, the car was stopped as soon as it arrived at the main gate of the Baiwan town base. Bai Tingyan and Liang Lu both brought people to wait at the gate. They brought their own base's experts, and if Jisoo needed them, they could go out with him. They all knew that Jisoo was going out to find Qin Yinan, and Qin Yinan's strength was obvious to all. If Qin Yinan could really be found, then Baiwan town would definitely be safer in the future. The most important issue was that Jisoo must not get into trouble. Everyone has only one deformed ability, and Jisoo's ability is to build a wall. They were worried about letting such an auxiliary deformed person go out to find people. So after Jisoo found them, Bai Tingyan and Liang Chu met again in private to discuss sending some good players to follow. Jisoo brought enough crystals. There were 2 more circles of Super 7 crystals on his neck and wrists. His waist bag, which he carried for a long time, was also full. There were also some in his backpack. And he also prepared a small pocket so that he could pick up some more when he met on the road. He really didn't look as weak as he looked. Jisoo rejected their kindness. If there were too many people, the consumption would be great. Besides, their return date was uncertain, so they couldn't take so many good players with them. The base still needed them to defend. Bai Tingyan said, "It's okay if others don't take it, but you have to take Jiaji with you. She can keep you safe." Bai Jiaji carried a big backpack, a big axe on her shoulder. Her long hair was tied up high. Her face without black spots was white and translucent, giving people a strong sense of contradiction. Both beautiful and cool, the tight showed her graceful figure. Just standing there, attracted many men's attention. Bai Tingyan and Jisoo said that Bai Jijia's deformed ability can form a domain in the range covered by the domain. Bai Jiajia can teleport to any position. Plus her skills, it can be said that she can kill in her own domain. Bai Jijia's strength is unquestionable, but it is definitely inconvenient for a girl to squeeze into a motorhome with 3 big men. Their 2 cars are already very eye-catching, and adding a big beauty will only increase the degree of danger. Jisoo thought for a moment and waved to Bai Jiajiao. Bai Jiajiao stood by the car window, and Jisoo lowered his voice and said, "If my cousin is willing, can I borrow your ability?" Bai Jiajiao was ready to follow the car, thinking that Jisoo would refuse. But she didn't expect him to make such a request. On second thought, this might also be a kind of abnormal ability. Bai Jiajiao nodded. Yes. Not to mention that they are relatives. The planting base saved his father, which is the greatest favor. Jisoo shouted to the car behind. Chi-Ying. Chi-Ying was startled, stuck his head out, and saw Bai Jiajiao walking towards him. Bai Jiajiao stood outside the window and whispered. Jisoo said you can borrow my ability? This abnormal ability is not very popular. To put it bluntly, it is stealing ability, even if it has no effect on the person whose ability is borrowed. Not everyone can accept being borrowed for no reason, so it cannot be publicized. Chi-Ying was full of questions. He couldn't hide the fact that he was a deformed person. It could be seen from his appearance alone. But how did Jisoo know that he could borrow other people's abilities? Chi-Ying embarrassedly extended his hand, and Bai Jiajiao shook hands with him. Chi-Ying thanked him, then made an okay gesture to Jisoo. The RV started. The medium truck followed, and left just like that. Bai Jiajiao looked at her hand, and didn't feel anything. So it counted as borrowing abilities? The medium truck carried empty oil barrels. They would go to Xinjiang City to get oil. And by the way, they would go around Xinjiang City to see if the pure flour appeared, in case someone else got there first. They didn't take a detour on purpose. They would fill up oil wherever there was a gas station, in addition to the necessary supplies. The remaining space was used for oil barrels. They brought as many large and small oil barrels as possible. Chi-Ying and Chung Mo's weapons were replaced with sharp and long limbs, with a serrated hook on one side, which was very useful. When they stopped to refuel, Chi-Ying showed them his borrowed ability. He was like a ghost, flashing around the wall, piercing the heads of the crazy corpses one by one. When he stopped, all the crazy corpses in the wall fell down. Chung Mo opened his mouth in shock. Awesome. Can you borrow anything with your deformed ability? Chi-Ying shook off the dirt on his limbs. Of course not. I can't borrow Qin Yinen's ability. Chung Mo said excitedly. Then can I borrow my brother Su's ability? Chi-Ying shook his head. I don't know. I haven't borrowed it before. He wanted to borrow it, but he had to be able to meet people. Jisoo kept a distance from everyone, let alone physical contact. And he couldn't even get too close to him. There was no chance at all. People who have experienced the end of the world will not allow people they don't trust to get close to them. Borrowing abilities is just a small matter. Generally, borrowed abilities will have restrictions. Either ability restrictions or time restrictions. And the harm is not great. If you are poisoned or cursed at the moment of contact, then the problem is big. Jisoo asked, how much is borrowed? How long is the effective time? Chi-Ying's expression was tangled. He really wanted to know how Jisoo knew so much. He knew that his deformed ability was not popular, so he never mentioned it on his own initiative. Even Lao Qin didn't know. How did Jisoo know? Ever since he yelled at Jisoo that night, Chi-Ying always felt guilty, worried that Jisoo would complain to his brother, and Qin Yinen would go crazy and beat you up regardless of whether you were a brother or not. Chi-Ying answered obediently. 100% borrowed. Valid for only 3 days. Jisoo nodded. Enough for us to get to Yunhai City. The three of them filled barrels with oil and left when they were full. It is now 3 months after the end of the world. Xinjiang City is obviously more dangerous than the last time. Along the way, we encountered several huge monsters and 2 advanced crazy corpses passing by. Their smell and fear were sealed in the car, in the cognition of advanced crazy corpses. Moving vehicles are the same as empty houses. They will not go crazy to compete with empty houses unless they sense the existence of fresh prey. Jisoo does not know the specific time when the pure flower will appear, so he can only come to look for it when he has time. If he can find it now, he can grow pure wheat this season. Otherwise, the best he can do is to grow medium invaded wheat. After going around in a circle, he did not see any special flowers. Maybe he did not find them, or they may not appear. In short, he did not find them. The vehicle turned and prepared to go to Yunhai City. They didn't know what the highway was like and whether they could still drive. In order to avoid being stuck on the highway, they chose to take a small road. There was also a problem with taking a small road. There was no navigation, and Jisoo didn't know the road very well. The only person the three could rely on was Chi-Ying. A group of people suddenly rushed out from the fork in the road ahead. Jisoo braked, and Chung Mo almost flew out, but was pulled back by the seatbelt. Fuck. What's going on? It's the end of the world. And there are still street fights? The group of people who rushed out were indeed fighting. And it was 1 against 3. The 3 people who were surrounded and killed were 2 women and 1 man. One girl seemed to have lost her soul and relied on another girl for support and protection. The strongest among the 3 was the man. There were several small insects flying around him. Under his control, the small flying insects dragged out a series of black shadows and flew towards the people who surrounded and killed them. The small flying insects passed through the body like bullets, and several people fell down in an instant. Someone held up something like a shield to block the small flying insects. The small flying insects that flew by at high speed hit the shield and were instantly shattered. Fuck. What kind of ability is this? It looks very awesome. Chung Mo was watching with great interest, and suddenly heard the roar of a medium truck. Chi-Ying drove the medium truck up. With a sudden brake, Chi-Ying jumped out of the cab, released the borrowed domain, and his figure kept flashing. His arthropods pierced the wrists and shoulders of the besiegers, making them lose their combat effectiveness, but not taking their lives. The besiegers who survived by chance looked at the car and Chi-Ying and his men, their eyes full of greed and resentment, and quickly evacuated. Chi-Ying supported the wounded man, in disbelief. Aren't you in Yuhai City? How come you are here? The man was so thin that he was almost a bag of bones, and hugged Chi-Ying. You are still alive. It's great. Chi-Ying waved his hand and pierced a crazy corpse that pounced on him. This is not the place to talk. Get in the car first. Chi-Ying took the 3 people to the RV. The 2 girls collapsed on the ground as soon as they got in the car, obviously exhausted. Compared with a clean and luxurious car, the 3 of them were beggars in the garbage dump. The thin man was a little cramped and stood at the door of the car without going in, waiting for the owner to speak. Jisoo unbuckled his seat belt and walked over. Chi-Ying was also a little uneasy, worried that Jisoo would drive them out of the car. Jisoo, this is Mo Linxiu. My friend. These 2 are. Mo Linxiu's voice was hoarse. My cousin Wen Xiao, and her best friend Chu-Ying. There was no need for Chi-Ying to introduce them. Jisoo knew these people, and they used to be people from his base. Wen Xiao's status is even more special. In addition to being Mo Linxiu's cousin, she is also the fiancée of Jisoo's cousin. In order to get engaged, his aunt even asked him to borrow money, saying that the girl's family required to buy a house, and if they bought the house, they would get engaged. Of course, this is what his aunt said. And Jisoo certainly didn't know the truth. A relative who hadn't seen each other for 800 years came to borrow money, and the asking price was 500,000 yuan, and it was his parents' death compensation. Jisoo refused directly, because she couldn't borrow money. The aunt also found Aunt Chiu, saying that it was Aunt Chiu who instigated them. The 2 of them fought in the store and smashed a lot of things, according to the development of the previous life. After Jisoo built the base, he met the aunt and cousin during a collection of supplies. After crying, Jisoo agreed to let them enter the base. At that time, Wen Xiao's mother, and Chu-Ying were with them. They all entered the base together. Chi-Ying and Mo Linxiu arrived at the base later, and Wen Xiao did not hide the fact that Mo Linxiu was her cousin. The end of the world is the most challenging for human nature. When they fled together, they could support each other. After arriving at the base, problems arose. At that time, they were all ordinary people. Only Chu-Ying had always been a deformed person. During the escape, Chu-Ying was also protecting them. The aunt looked down on Wen Xiao more and more. Originally, Wen Xiao's family was better off, and the aunt's family was marrying up. Now the situation is reversed. The aunt regards the base as her own home and looks down on Wen Xiao and Wen Xiao's mother in various ways. Later, Ji became a deformed person, and the aunt felt that Wen Xiao was not worthy of her son. So she urged Ji to pursue Chu-Ying. Chu-Ying was as good-looking as Wen Xiao, and she was also capable. So she was more suitable to be the daughter-in-law of the Ji family than Wen Xiao. Their relationship was chaotic and bloody, and Jisoo didn't pay much attention to how it would develop in the future. However, Chi-Ying and Mo Linxiu were able to find his hiding place smoothly. It was said that it was the clues provided by Wen Xiao and Chu-Ying. Otherwise Jisoo didn't know how long he would be trapped in the nightmare. At that time, Mo Linxiu had always been an ordinary person, but this time it was different. He was already a deformed person. Seeing Jisoo silent, Shi-Ying was a little anxious. Your brother also knows Mo Lin-Shu. We were all alumni before, and often played together. Can you take them in? Jisoo looked at him. How to take them in? They were going to Yuhai City, and they definitely couldn't be taken with them. Shi-Ying said, Mo Lin-Shu's family has settled in Yuhai City for many years. The Mo family does business in Yuhai City, and has certain connections. He is more familiar with Yuhai City than me, and it will be easier to find people there. You can take him with you, and send the two girls to Baiwan Town first. Is that okay? Mo Lin-Shu looked at Shi-Ying, but Shi-Ying didn't look at him. They didn't have much intersection before. Jisoo just unilaterally classified them into Jiyu's camp, but later found out that he was wrong. They dared to take the risk to save him, which means that they and Jiyu are not the same kind of people. If they didn't meet, Jisoo could not deliberately look for him. Since he met him, he must not stand by and watch him die. He must pay back the favor. However, he had to ask the reason for being hunted in advance to avoid subsequent troubles. Speaking of this, Mo Lin-Shu gritted his teeth in hatred. It was Jiyu. In order to please a small leader, he gave my cousin to his mentally retarded son. My aunt was beaten to death by those people to protect my cousin. My cousin was abused by that idiot. When she resisted, she accidentally stabbed him to death. The small leader wanted to hang my cousin outside the base to feed the crazy corpses. I and Chewing rescued her halfway and escaped directly from the base. We were chased all the way and fled here. When Jiyu's name was mentioned, when Xiao lost control of her emotions and broke down crying. I will kill you. I must kill you. Chewing had a blank expression on her face, and there was also hatred in her eyes. She hugged the crying girl tightly. Don't cry. I will kill him for you. Jisoo didn't expect that Jiyu's shamelessness could reach a new high. He could even give away his own wife. What can betrayal and seizing power count for? This is not his base. If he wants to climb up, it will be extremely difficult. Jisoo asked, which base? Mo Lin-Shu calmed down. Dongcheng base. Jisoo, is the leader Liao Wu? Mo Lin-Shu was surprised. It is indeed Liao Wu. Jisoo nodded. It was the base where Brother Jia was. Liao Wu was clear-headed, but not all of his subordinates were clear-headed. Jisoo asked them to stay in the car. The two cars turned back. Send Wen Xiao and Chu Ying to the comprehensive area, and then went directly to Yuhai City. Chapter 51. Mo Lin-Shu and the other two did not expect that there would be such a large base in Baiwan Town, not far from Xinjiang City. The tall walls alone gave people enough sense of security. Compared with this place, the so-called large bases in Xinjiang City were the difference between a dilapidated mountain village and a modern town. There was no comparison at all. The base was well organized. There was a special registration place for new survivors in Baiwan Town. There would be an observation period for foreign survivors. After the observation period, they would become real residents of the Baiwan Town base and would be allocated work and land according to their own value. After settling the two girls, Mo Lin-Shu took a shower in the RV, changed Chi-Ying's clothes, and ate something. The group set off from the base again and headed for Yuhai City. Although they were the same age, Mo Lin-Shu looked mature and stable, and very responsible, but Chi-Ying gave people a feeling of being unreliable. This time, they left with a medium truck leading the way, and the RV followed behind. Chi-Ying and Mo Lin-Shu were in one car, exploring the way first. The small road far from the city was not too dangerous except for the rough and uneven road and many fractures. There were not many crazy corpses, and the two cars drove relatively smoothly. Along the way, they passed a large field. The crops had already matured, and the plants were withered and yellowed, but no one came to harvest them. The whole world was dead silent, except for the two cars moving. There were not even birds passing by. Before setting off, Jisoo emphasized that it was not allowed to open the window on the road, and it was not allowed to get off the car privately, as long as their smell and emotions were not revealed. Even if there were deformed monsters entrenched or passing by, they would not take the initiative to attack them. Except for monsters that liked to capture moving objects. They didn't care whether it was prey or not. As long as they could move, they were interested. On the way forward, they changed 3 roads in a row. One road was broken, and a deep ditch appeared. Vehicles could not pass through and had to detour. One was blocked by a huge pit. I don't know how such a big pit was made. There was another road, where both the ground and vegetation were all black. Chi Ying and Mo Linshu might have also discovered something was wrong. Due to their lack of knowledge about the end of the world, they just slowed down and continued to drive forward. The RV behind them honked and stopped the medium truck. Jisoo turned around and drove back without saying a word. Chi Ying and Mo Linshu did not dare to delay and turned around as well. The road was too narrow, and most of the medium truck had retreated into the farmland. When climbing up the road, the black road in front suddenly rose high, like a flat black towel, rolling towards the medium truck. Chi Ying and Mo Linshu were frightened and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The medium truck finally climbed up and rushed back in a snake-like manner. The RV was already in the front, leaving enough space for the medium truck. The two cars sped all the way and finally got rid of the entanglement of the ghost thing. Not to mention that Chi Ying and Mo Linshu did not know what it was. Even Jisoo, who had 3 years of experience in the end of the world, did not know. He just instinctively felt that something was wrong. In this doomsday, black represents danger. No matter where you are, as long as you find it is thick, you must be careful, because you may see some unexpected strange things, changing routes one after another, taking a long detour, and always turning back and forth wasted a lot of time. After a day, they only walked half of the way. They didn't know what kind of accidents would be waiting for them in the second half. The two cars stopped in a wilderness. There were scattered houses in the fields in the distance. No crazy corpses were seen nearby. They planned to camp on the roadside tonight and leave after dawn tomorrow. Just like with Qin Yinan, the two cars were parked side by side, and Jisoo sealed the outside of the two cars with a rectangle, having experienced the road becoming a spirit. This time Jisoo did not put a pentahedron on the ground, but a complete hexahedron, and even the ground under their feet was sealed, leaving only a small ventilation window. He has used all the protection he can, so he should be able to sleep well during the day. When driving, if you are hungry, just eat a bite in the car. Only when you stop at night can you have a real full meal. After washing up, they went to sleep in the RV. The RV was not small. In addition to the independent master bedroom, there was also a push-pull bunk bed on the side. The sofa in the living room could be put down to form a large bed that could accommodate several adult men. Chi Ying and Mo Linshu did not have a sofa bed, so they could sleep together. Chung Mo slept on the push-pull bed on the side, and Jisoo slept alone in the master bedroom. The four of them had been on edge all day, guarding against possible dangers at any time. They were all very tired. After eating and drinking, they felt refreshed and fell asleep soon after lying down. In the middle of the night, the four of them were awakened by a sudden shaking. After a moment of careful feeling, the shaking disappeared. It seemed like a dream just now. Jisoo was about to lie down again, and the shaking started again. He fell on the bed by inertia. He rolled over and climbed up, opened the door of the master bedroom, and walked into the living room of the RV in the dark. The other three also woke up. No one dared to make a sound. They all sat there without moving. The shaking was very regular. Even through the RV and the protective wall, they could hear the rustling sound, as if something was dragging the rectangular protective wall covering them away. Because it was heavy, it could only shake and stop. The shaking was intermittent, and then it stopped for a long time. Suddenly, boom, a loud noise sounded above their heads. The entire protective wall and the RV were shaking. The monster dragging the protective wall seemed to find that it was too heavy. It angrily whipped the protective wall, trying to peel out the prey inside, and the vibration continued. Chung Mo and the other two were very worried that the protective wall would be destroyed. But Jisoo was very confident, knowing that there might be unknown dangers. How could he not prevent it? When constructing the wall, 3 layers were deliberately thickened. So far, there should be no monster that can destroy this fortress. Sure enough, after a crazy beating, the vibration stopped, and the light-transmitting ventilation windows suddenly turned black. Something wanted to get in through the ventilation window, but the ventilation window was too small. The monster struggled and twisted but couldn't get in. The ventilation window was transparent again. After a wrestling, it was completely quiet outside. The 4 people who held their breath in the car breathed a sigh of relief. Chung Mo sat on the pull-out bed and asked in a breathy voice, "Have you left?" Jisoo shook his head and signaled him to be silent. The monsters outside were very cunning. They only cooked something to eat outside the car at night. Their smell and emotions might leak out from the ventilation windows. The monsters must have discovered them inside and waited until late at night to act. Now they seem to have left. But they may not really leave. Jisoo signaled them to continue sleeping. No matter what it was. As long as they couldn't destroy the protective wall. They were safe, and could do whatever the monsters wanted. Jisoo quietly returned to the master bedroom, and went to bed to continue sleeping. When he was about to fall asleep, there was another rumble. The monster might have thought that someone would go out to check and wait for hunting. So it pretended to leave. As a result, no one went out. And it couldn't hold back anymore, and continued to beat the protective wall. Jisoo ignored the monster and closed his eyes, and fell asleep. The three people outside were very worried that the protective wall could not withstand the monster's ravages. And they were trembling and dared not sleep. I don't know how long it took. The three of them fell asleep in such a trembling sound. When they woke up again, they found that it was already bright outside, and it was quiet. The four people were not in the mood to prepare breakfast. So they ate some bread casually, quietly opened the door of the RV, and looked out from the ventilation window to make sure there were no monsters outside. Jisoo asked Chi-Ying and Mo Lin-Chu to get in the car first, and Chung Mo was ready to drive. Jisoo weathered the solid protective wall, ran to the RV immediately, and locked the door. Looking at the scene outside, the four of them were silent for a while. They were originally staying on the roadside, but now they were in the wilderness. There was a wide and long drag mark on the ground. All vegetation was destroyed, revealing black soil. The four of them did not stop and immediately started the car to leave this place. The monster could drag such a large rectangle so far. The strength and size of this monster should not be underestimated. If it really appeared, they might not be able to leave alive. The two cars sped all the way and slowed down after running a long way. Chung Mo drove while muttering, "What the hell is this thing? It scared my grandfather to death." Jisoo sat in the co-pilot. "You'd better not know. Ignorance is bliss. The more you know, the more panic you will be. If you can't control your emotions, you will only cause greater disasters." This day was spent in turning back and detours. In the afternoon, the truck in front slowed down and the RV caught up. Mo Lin-Chu gestured to them, indicating that Yuhai City was approaching. Chung Mo was immediately excited and rushed to the front with a foot on the accelerator, rushing forward like a wild horse. Finally arrived. Tonight, he would never spend the night in the wilderness again. It was too damn scary. He had begun to miss the lovely group of crazy zombies. Even if he was surrounded by crazy zombies, he didn't want to encounter another unknown terrorist attack. Jisoo also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He had no confidence in this trip. There were too many unknown dangers. He didn't even know if he could go back alive. Finally found Yuhai City. After driving forward for about half an hour, the building complex of Yuhai City appeared in front of him. And Yuhai City finally arrived. Before really entering Yuhai City, they stopped to change people. Chung Mo and Mo Lin-Chu changed cars. Mo Lin-Chu got on the RV and discussed the walking route with Jisoo. It has been so long since the end of the world. Whether his family is still alive. Mo Lin-Chu can't be sure. Whether he can help Jisoo, he doesn't know. So when Chi-Ying said that the Mo family has connections in Yuhai City, he wanted to stop him. But Chi-Ying had already said it. He knew Chi-Ying had good intentions and wanted Jisoo to take them in. But he was worried that Jisoo would be disappointed if he exaggerated like this. Yuhai City is so big, and the end of the world is so chaotic. No matter what kind of connections you had before, they may not be useful in the end of the world. If you can't even find people, what connections are there? Before entering Yuhai City, Jisoo slowed down the car. "How do we get there?" Mo Lin-Chu took a breath. "My company is in Hadian District. I don't know if there is anyone there now." Jisoo glanced at him. "What kind of company does your family run?" Mo Lin-Chu, Foreign Trade Clothing Company. When Jisoo heard that it was a clothing business, he knew that no one would stay in the Mo family company. After the end of the world, supermarkets, hotels and food factories are the most popular places. These places are most likely to hide survivors. Jisoo asked Mo Lin-Chu to show the way and drove over to have a look. Jisoo did not expect to find Qin Yanan by normal means. He just wanted to drive around Yuhai City for a few laps. If Qin Yanan was really in Yuhai City, he would definitely know that he was here when he saw the familiar truck. He believed in the ability of the fallen beast. Even if it was half-fallen, its strength should not be underestimated. If Qin Yanan took the initiative to find Jisoo, it would be easy. But it would be too difficult for Jisoo to find Qin Yanan. What Jisoo could do was to tell Qin Yanan that he was here to take him home. And no matter what happened in the future, he would never give up on him again. There was a loud rumble on the ground, and a group of tall and strong buffaloes, led by the head buffalo, suddenly braked urgently, and their metallic hooves plowed 4 deep grooves on the ground, and finally stopped. The first cow took a few steps back, stretched its neck and looked at the intersection. It blinked its huge eyes, and the light of wisdom flashed in its eyes. It spoke in human language. "Old Fan, was that a car just passing by? Did you see it?" The young man sitting on the cow's back looked thoughtful. "What I saw was indeed a car, and 2 of them." The first cow twisted its neck to look at him. "It's over. Others have developed the car, and we are still working on the materials. Will the boss kill me for meat?" Then Wei touched the old cow's head with sympathy. "While the boss is not in Yuhai City recently, you go and keep an eye on the 2 cars. Find out who the forces are and where they come from, and use some skills when necessary. If it doesn't work, destroy the car. When the boss comes back and can't see the car, he won't kill you for meat. The old cow is just a punching bag. As long as the boss gets angry and crazy, it may be killed for meat at any time." The head cow stared and thought, "Good idea." Then you jumped off the cow's back and rode on the same cow with his men, letting the head cow keep an eye on the 2 cars. The head cow spread its 4 hooves and ran wildly after the 2 cars that left. The assistant looked at the mountain-like figure of the cow, running with dust everywhere, and said, "Boss Fan, according to the information we have, we are the only ones in Yuhai City who are most likely to research new materials to modify cars. The 2 cars just now don't look like they have been modified. They look like vehicles preserved in peacetime. They are likely to have come from outside. Will there be trouble if we rashly send Lan Yo there?" Fan Wei sneered. "What kind of trouble can there be?" The assistant said, "This may also be a new technology, which will produce results earlier than our research. If Lan Yo really destroys the car and is caught, the owner may be pushed to those companies, and the boss may be angry when he comes back. The boss's personality is unpredictable, not to mention that the deformed animals are afraid of him. They, the subordinates, are also afraid. Some time ago, because they had negotiated the price of building the base, they were intercepted by the Xia family at a high price, so they could only wait a month. After the boss came back and heard about this, he just sneered. The next day, several major forces in Yuhai City got the news. The base wall built by the Xia family at a huge cost was destroyed overnight. The Xia family was exposed all night, and many people were killed and injured. The tall wall that took a month to build was also destroyed. The head of the Xia family was so angry that he vomited blood. Although there is no evidence, everyone knows who did it. Since Fan Yu's real boss came back, he has acted more flamboyantly. In addition, the boss is powerful and crazy at every turn. The small force that was not ranked in Yuhai City suddenly jumped to the existence that several major old families in Yuhai City are afraid of. Otherwise, the first month to line up to build the base is the Luo family. The second month is the Pei family. And the Fan, Xia, and Qi families are behind. In the third month, it will not be the turn of the Rong family, which has a shallow foundation. It is precisely because the Rong family boss is too crazy and too strong that the Fan, Xia, and Qi families have to swallow their anger and give in, allowing the rapidly rising Rong family to jump in line. However, the Xia family suddenly went crazy for some reason. They agreed to make concessions. The Rong family had already negotiated a price with Yuan Hang Construction, but the Xia family suddenly intervened and raised the price, asking Yuan Hang Construction to build a base for the Xia family first. Several major families were waiting to see the reaction of the Rong family boss. As time passed, the Rong family did not make any moves, and the Rong family boss had not returned. I don't know if he died outside. This made them feel relieved. In the competition for materials, they targeted the Rong family more and wanted to completely crush the Rong family from Yuhai City. Just a few days after the Xia family's base was built, the Rong family boss came back. He did not come back alone, but also brought back a group of deformed buffaloes as mounts. During this period, the big and small families that had been suppressing the Rong family's power were a little nervous, worried that the Rong family boss would go crazy and cause trouble for them. There were indeed troubles, but they were not their troubles. But the Xia family's newly built base was in trouble. All the big and small forces in Yuhai City knew what was going on, but no one dared to intervene. The Rong family and the Xia family had a deep grudge. They had been fighting in the business world long before the end of the world. And they continued to fight after the end of the world. They just needed to watch the show from the sidelines. And there was no need to get involved. Fan Sheng's eyes were cold. The boss may not be angry, but some people will definitely be restless. It's not enough to just deal with the Xia family. Right? He wanted to let the Fan family see what it felt like to have their hopes placed in front of them, and then destroyed. The new material-modified car technology that the Fan family longed for was only possessed by their Rong family. In the future, the Rong family would dominate Yunhai City and sell new material-modified cars all over the world. Yunhai City only needed Rong's modified cars, and no foreign vehicles were needed. Fan Yu sighed. If they could see the old cow destroy the car with their own eyes, the pain would be even more profound. Right? With foreign technology in front of them, they finally had the opportunity to compete with the Rong family, but it was destroyed in front of them. How painful and desperate it was. The RV and the medium truck drove all the way to the downstairs of Mo Linchu's company. Most of the building collapsed. And you don't need to go in to know that there is no living person inside. Mo Linchu was silent for a long time before saying, "Can you go to my house? Jisoo, show the way. There is nothing wrong with it. Jisoo's main purpose is to circle around Yunhai City. If Qin Yan is here, he could also discover his arrival as soon as possible. Show up on his own initiative. And slowly look for people quietly. I don't know how long it will take to find someone." The truck followed the RV. Qin glanced at the rearview mirror and quickly glanced again. He suspected that he was dazzled. Just now, he seemed to see a cow chasing the car from behind. When he looked again, the cow disappeared. Qin looked again in disbelief, and found a bull's head in the rearview mirror, which disappeared quickly. Fuck! There's a bull following my car. It looks sneaky. And it doesn't look like a good bull. Qin looked at the rearview mirror from time to time, and didn't dare to stop the car privately, worried about losing Jisoo. Where is it? Where is it? Let me see. Chung Mo leaned over the window and stared at the rearview mirror. Except for the crazy corpse chasing the car, he didn't see the bull. No. Are you hallucinating? Chung Mo didn't see the bull. Qin kept looking at the rearview mirror. It's following my car. In a blind spot. Chung Mo leaned over the window and stared at the rearview mirror again. After a long time, he didn't see the bull, but saw the bull's tail swinging out. Chung Mo, fuck. There's really a bull. Why is it following us? Qin, I want to know too. Chung Mo, notify Brother Su. Guard against corpses, monsters, and big bulls. Qin beeped twice to remind that there was something behind the RV. When Jisoo saw the medium truck slow down, he also slowed down and waited for the medium truck to catch up. Mo Linchu lowered the window. What's wrong? Qin shouted. We are being followed by a cow. Right behind my car. Jisoo slowed down and let the medium truck drive ahead. There was nothing behind the car. Jisoo observed from the rearview mirror and did not find any trace of the cow. Jisoo accelerated, passed the medium truck again, and walked in front. The head cow followed the car on the small road behind the building. It was a matter of life and death for the cow. Either the car would die or the cow would die. The old cow chose to let the car die. He must not let the boss see it. Otherwise the cow would be gone. In the city, the speed of the car was not fast, and the old cow could keep up, seeing that the main road was in front. Success or failure depended on this move. As long as the leading car turned, the old cow could knock it over, then crush it, and then drag the engine back. The old cow listened with his ears erect while running. When he heard that the vehicle was really turning, the old cow accelerated. Just as the RV turned, a small mountain-like water buffalo rushed out of the alley on the left, with thick and sharp horns, and rushed towards the RV. Bang! Boom! The RV lost control of its direction after being hit by the old cow, and crashed into the building on the side of the road. And it collapsed. Qin cursed and stepped on the accelerator to hit the amazingly large water buffalo. The old cow twisted its big belly, swung its butt, and its two hind legs left the ground. It swung its body to the side with its two front legs to avoid the impact of the medium truck. It was very flexible. Qin braked urgently and almost crashed into the building on the side of the road with the RV. The car stopped, but the old cow did not let go of the car. It pressed its neck and hit the car body of the medium truck again and again. The two people in the car were almost vomited. The old cow hit the medium truck with all its might, almost breaking its horns. When it looked up, it saw that the car was intact, without even a dent. The old cow stared. It was done for. It was really going to be killed for meat. It couldn't do anything. Would the boss keep it for the new year? Destroying the car was not an option. So the old cow decided to use a roundabout tactic. Walked to the cab, stared at the people inside, and sprayed at the window. A deep voice came out of the cow's mouth. Brother, come out and have a chat. Ching wanted to say chat your mother right away. Didn't he see that they were about to be torn apart? When he realized who was talking to him, his eyes widened in horror, and he and Chung Mo almost hugged each other. The old cow is talking. They have only seen deformed cats walking upright talking, but they have never seen an old cow that is just bloated talking. The RV finally got out, returned to the road, and went around the old cow. A buffalo of this size must be deformed at first glance. Jisoo lowered the car window. Old cow, why are you attacking us? The old cow heard that someone could finally communicate with it normally, and walked to the window of the RV cab. Where are you from? Jisoo frowned. Are you xenophobic? If you dare to touch my car again, don't blame me for killing cows for meat. The old cow subconsciously took a step back. What's wrong? You humans always want to kill cows for meat. Don't you have any other meat to eat besides beef? Its boss is the same, always wanting to kill cows for meat. Cows have a hard life. Jisoo fumbled with a crystal on his finger. The beef is delicious. Old cow, Old cow snorted and paced angrily, thinking about how to get the technique. Before he could think of a way, he saw a fireball falling from the sky and hitting Old cow. Old cow raised his front hooves high and kicked the fireball away. The fireball exploded in the air, spraying sparks all over Old cow's head and face. Jisoo quickly closed the car window and looked at the fireballs that kept being thrown outside. Old cow jumped on the spot and roared, "Despicable and shameless human beings. Just wait for Old cow." After roaring, he turned around and ran away without any desire to fight. The fireball disappeared, and two groups of people appeared at the same time and surrounded the two cars. Chapter 52. Jisoo looked at the black ball that was emitting sparks all over the sky. It was a novelty, and its effect should be similar to the Molotov cocktail he brought with him. Jisoo had never felt the power of the black ball, but he knew that the Molotov cocktail made by Bai Tingyan was quite effective. In addition to burning, it could also explode, and the glass fragments splashed, which also had a certain degree of lethality. However, the main lethality of Molotov cocktails and flamethrowers against deformed monsters was still burning. Fragment attacks were not very effective against crazy corpses, let alone deformed bodies and deformed monsters. The best thing to use was still crystal. Yuhai City was larger and more prosperous than Xinjiang City, and had a larger population. There should be a lot of crystals here. After finding Qin Yinan, they could look for it in Yunhai City and move all the crystals they could find back to Baiwan Town. Jisoo was thinking about this and that. The two parties outside the car had already finished negotiating. Someone came to knock on the glass of the cab. Jisoo lowered the window a crack so that he could hear the voices outside. The person outside introduced himself. Hello. I'm from the Hadian district base. Are you from outside? Jisoo looked at the circle of people outside. They were holding various weapons in their hands and kept throwing black balls to stop the crazy corpses from rushing over here. They formed a protective wall to give people inside time to talk. Jisoo nodded. What do you want? The people outside the car looked at Jisoo and Imo Linqiu calmly. Compared with Jisoo's immaturity, they were more afraid of Imo Linqiu in the co-pilot seat because Imo Linqiu looked older and more experienced. The person outside continued, You can move around in the outer area of Yunhai City. It's best not to go to the city center. It's very dangerous inside. It's almost dark now. Yuhai City is very dangerous at night. The Hadian district base is protected by a tall wall and is very safe. Do you want to go to our base to rest for a night? Jisoo's heart moved. Could it be that there are deformed people with the same abilities as him in the base with a wall? Although Jisoo was curious, he would not go to a strange base with others for no reason. His two cars are walking treasure houses. Imo Linqiu asked, Are all the survivors in Hadian district in your base? The person outside the car replied, There are indeed many survivors in Hadian district in our base. There are so many forces of all sizes in Yuhai City. It is impossible for the survivors of any district to be in that district. When they choose the base is also choosing them. No matter what Imo Linqiu thinks, If he wants to go to the Haitian district base to find his family, Jisoo will let him go. He has repaid the life-saving grace in his previous life in this life. Jisoo asked him, "Are you going to their base?" Emolinchi was also thinking about this question. He didn't know if his parents were still alive. And if they were alive, where were they? If he left now to find his parents, he would have to act alone. In the dangerous Yunhai city, he had no choice but to find a force to join. It was difficult for him to survive. So how could he spare the energy to find his parents? After thinking about it, Emolinchi told the people outside the car the names and original home addresses of his parents, and asked him if there were these two people in the Haitian district base. Undoubtedly, he got an uncertain answer. With so many people in a base, it was impossible for everyone to know each other. Jisoo knew Emolinchi's answer, and he didn't want to leave alone. Jisoo said, "Ask. Is there anyone named Qin Yinan in Yunhai City?" Jisoo just asked casually, although Qin Yinan was strong. If he didn't want to expose himself, others might not know who he was. The people outside the car shook their heads again. "I haven't heard of this name. Are you here to look for someone in Yunhai City?" Jisoo, "Yes. If you know the whereabouts of these three people, please inform us and there will be a big reward. We won't go to the base. We have somewhere to go. We will stay in Yunhai City during this period." After Jisoo finished speaking, he started the car. The people who were waiting in the inner circle all stepped forward and blocked the car. Jisoo raised his eyebrows. "Are you forcing me to invite you?" Another person came over. He was a handsome young man. He smiled and his eyes fell on the crystals on Jisoo's fingers and wrists. "Hello. I am Chi Baining from the Chi family of the Donko district base. Our Chi family has a business of looking for people and collecting intelligence in Yunhai City. If you want to find someone, you can go to our base to place an order. And there should be results soon." Jisoo didn't expect that there would be such a business in Yunhai City. To be able to find people and collect intelligence in the chaotic end of the world, you must have strength and connections. Whether he can find someone or not, Jisoo decided to give it a try. "Jisoo, in that case, let's go to the Donko district base." The Haitian district people were angry. He went around in circles just to bring two cars back to the base. But he didn't invite anyone and made things worse for the Donko district base. How could he be willing to accept that? The Haitian district base people spoke again. "You may not know that the Haitian district base and Chaolu district base are the safest in Yunhai City at present, because only our two bases have high walls. As for the other bases, are you sure you want to go to Donko district?" Chi Baining's eyes turned cold. They both discovered the presence of foreign vehicles at the same time. Just because they were still in Haitian district, they had to give face to the Haitian district base and let them talk first. Since they couldn't invite people to the base, they had to ruin other people's invitations. It was really hateful. The Chi family was originally a long-established family in Yunhai City, on par with the Pei and Luo families. The end of the world had a great impact on the Chi family. The Chi family, which once started with jewelry, had so many chain stores across the country. In peacetime, it was considered a real wealthy family. But it was all destroyed by the end of the world. Doing jewelry business is like doing real estate business. It is useless after the end of the world. Fortunately, not all the business of the Chi family is in jewelry. There are also some other industries. So it did not go bankrupt like those real estate developers. After the end of the world, the Chi family can only barely maintain its former reputation in Yunhai City. Among the so-called major families, the newly added Xia family and Fan family were not even worthy of carrying shoes for the Pei, Luo, and Chi families in peacetime. But now they can rank ahead of the Chi family. Even the Rong family, that appeared out of nowhere, has to give way to the Chi family. The Chi family finally encountered a turning point, and they would never let the Haitian district base be destroyed. Before Chi Baining could speak, Jisoo's eyes had already swept over. "Do you think we need a tall wall?" The people at the Haitian district base were stunned. How could they not need it? Without the protection of a tall wall, they couldn't even sleep well at night. Who wouldn't want to enter a walled base? Jisoo said coldly, "Get out of the way." Chi Baining smiled. "We lead the way for you." Chi Baining led his people to leave first, and went to the road they had rushed over before. Soon Chi Baining brought people back. And at the same time, there was also a strange-shaped car with a large front and a long body. The overall shape was like a farm tractor. The people Chi Baining brought out were sitting in the convertible, driving all the way over. And the chimney at the front of the car was still smoking. Jisoo and the other three were stunned. What kind of magical city is Yunhai City? Not only are there deformed old cows running around in the city, black balls are thrown everywhere, but there are also such novel and unique vehicles. They have only been trapped in Xinjiang City for more than 3 months. Why do they feel completely out of touch with the world? Shi Baining shouted in the car. Follow me. Jisoo started the RV and didn't talk nonsense with the people from the Hadian district base. If they blocked the road again, they would be courting death. When the RV rushed out, the people blocking the road had to avoid it unless they wanted to die under the car. When the 2 cars drove away, the people from the Hadian district base realized something was wrong. They saw Rong's old cow attacking the 2 cars with their own eyes. The cow was as strong as a small mountain. It could knock down a building. The horns were even harder and sharper. The old cow hit the car for so long, but there was no trace left on the car body. This was too unreasonable. It was because they saw Rong's head cow here that they parked their steam car far away to avoid being smashed by the old cow. Now the steam car that can drive automatically is too expensive. Individuals can't afford it. Only big bases and big forces can afford it. The key is that it is so expensive, not strong, not safe, and the speed is not comparable to that of real cars. Even so, the steam car is the best means of transportation in the end of the world except for deformed animals. The RV and the medium truck followed the unique tuk-tuk and moved slowly. Chi Ying and Chung Yamo admitted that they had never seen the world. They were too rare to see the car that could smoke when it tuk-tuk-tuk-tuk. They stared at other people's cars all the way. As for the people standing on both sides of the car and the front of the car, they were directly ignored by the 2 of them. On the way to the Donko district base, the tuk-tuk stopped several times because the body of the tuk-tuk was stuck under the car and the tuk-tuk could not move. Someone had to get off the car to pull the body out before the tuk-tuk could continue to drive. Chi Ying and Chung Yamo, the 2 of them were all frowning. The more they looked at the tuk-tuk, the less interested they were. This is a toy car, right? It's as fast as an electric tricycle. The people sitting in the car have no protection. There are people standing in front of the car to clear the crazy corpses that block the road. The 2 of them absolutely believe that if there are several crazy corpses blocking the tuk-tuk at the same time, they can definitely stop it manually. Jisoo was just surprised when he saw it for the first time. But then he calmed down. He had never seen this kind of car in his previous life. He thought it should be the transition period of new material modified cars. This kind of car can barely travel in the city, let alone go out. If there is no powerful deformed person following the car, there is no need to advance the crazy corpse. A deformed body can destroy a car. The Donko district base is built at the outermost edge of Donko district, far away from the city. The base is surrounded by a circle of abandoned vehicles. There are 10 circles in total, and each circle increases the height of a car. Behind the vehicle interception strip is a wall, which is not very high, only about 4 or 5 meters. The color and shape of the wall are different, as if it was a wall dismantled from somewhere else and spliced here to serve as a wall. It looks shabby and shabby. The main gate is a metal gate that was dismantled from somewhere. Although it is not very beautiful and may not be very strong, it is still a gate after all. Seeing such a base, Chi Ying and Chung Yamo were silent. The first base they saw after the end of the world was the planting base built by Jisoo. The walls, gates and base buildings there were all very beautiful and grand. And most importantly, they were very solid. It was the first time they saw such a shabby base. Mo Linchi was accustomed to this, because he also escaped from such a shabby base. Bases like Baiwan Town were abnormal, after being used to the gray and shabby end of the world. Seeing the Baiwan Town base suddenly made even despair disappear. The survivors there, each of them had their own job, residence and fields, and their mental outlook was different from the survivors outside. They lived with hope. Unlike the survivors outside, who were numb and desperate, they could not see any hope in future. The Donko district base was originally a residential area, but now it has been fenced off and built into a base. The walls do not seem to be strong enough, but there are many patrols inside. Teams patrol along the walls and blow whistles immediately when they find anything wrong to remind the people in the base to be alert. There are many survivors in the base. In addition to the patrol team, other survivors are not idle. Even children are moving bricks and repairing damaged buildings, so that more people can live in the base. The RV and medium truck drove into the base, attracting countless eyes. When seeing such familiar vehicles, many people looked confused and nostalgic. In just over 3 months. They have forgotten how they lived in peacetime. They missed the peace at that time too much. Shi Baining jumped out of the car and waited for Jisoo and the other 4 to get off. Jisoo and Qiying locked the car and followed Shi Baining to the round low building. The sky was dark. But the round low building was very bright. It should be powered. As for where the electricity comes from, there are even steam cars. And steam power generation is not difficult. Several people walked into the round low building and saw a large machine on the first floor. From their use of black balls, Jisoo guessed that they must have discovered the use of solid oil. Although gasoline and diesel have become solid, it does not affect their combustion at all, and the burning time is longer. In the cold winter, the survivors rely on picking up solid oil from abandoned vehicles to survive. 2 or 3 pieces can burn all night, bright and warm. When Jisoo left, he told the management committee about this matter. They can collect solid oil from abandoned vehicles and store it for the winter. Bai Tingyan and Liang Ke naturally did not fall behind. When cleaning up abandoned vehicles, they can leave solid oil. It is a good thing. Jisoo didn't know if anyone in Xinjiang City had discovered that solid oil could be used. The survivors in Yunhai City had already developed the use of solid oil and were at the forefront of the end of the world. Shi Baining took Jisoo and the other 4 to meet the manager of the base, who was the elder of the Qi family. Shi Baining introduced them and explained the purpose of Jisoo and the other 4. The elders of the Qi family already knew that Jisoo and his 4 companions drove a motorhome and a mid-sized truck here. They knew that Shi Baining had brought them back. They generously said that the Qi family would give an answer as soon as possible, and expressed their desire to make friends with Jisoo and offered Jisoo a free meal. But Jisoo refused. It is not easy to owe favors, especially in the end times. Jisoo does not lack the order fee, so just follow the rules. To find 3 people, each person needs 100 kilograms of food, either rice or flour. Pay half first, and pay the other half after finding the person, no matter dead or alive. As long as the exact information or location is found, it is considered to be found. The employer can find the person according to the address. If the Qi family is required to bring the person back, an additional fee will be charged. This fee is affordable for Jisoo, but not necessarily for ordinary survivors. The fee is still relatively expensive, since there is no regulation on the degree of erosion. Jisoo must follow the crowd and trade with the food he can find outside. He prepared some in the car this time for trading outside. Pure food cannot be taken out easily to avoid disaster. Jisoo immediately took Chung Imo and the other 2 back to Zhongka and brought back 3 bags of rice, each weighing 50 kilograms. Chapter 53. If Jisoo accepted the free meal from the Qi family, the Qi family would have planned to make further friends. But Jisoo refused, which forced the Qi family to make other plans. Even though they knew that Jisoo and his party might not accept the accommodation and meals arranged by the base, Shi Baining would take the initiative to propose the arrangements made by the base for them. The Qi family needed to let Jisoo know that they had no ill intentions and sincerely wanted to make friends. Jisoo thanked the Qi family for their kindness and did not accept the invitation for accommodation and dinner. They stayed in the RV and would disturb the base for 1 night. Living in the base, there is no need to cover it with a protective wall. Compared with ordinary buildings in the base, the RV reinforced by spiritual energy again and again is safer. And Jisoo has nothing to worry about. There are many people in the base, and Jisoo did not prepare dinner specially. He simply ate some bread and braised meat and rested like this. It was a peaceful night, except for a few disturbances at night. The patrol team was killing the crazy corpses climbing up the wall, and there was no great danger. The monsters did not threaten the base, but the foreign survivors did. The 4 people who were still sleeping in the RV were awakened by the noise and familiar thumping sounds early in the morning. Chung Imo opened the curtains with sleepy eyes and saw a lot of people gathered at the entrance of the base. They seemed to be arguing about something. Jisoo walked out of the master bedroom, went to the bathroom to wash up, and woke up completely. He took Chung Imo and the other 2 out of the car and walked towards the entrance of the base. Jisoo and Imo Linshi were empty-handed, while Chung Imo and Qiying each carried a limb on their backs. This was their weapon. They had been used so far and had never been defeated. No weapon could cut off the limb. The closer you are to the entrance of the base, the clearer you can hear the argument at the entrance. When the people at the Donko district base saw Jisoo and the other 4 coming, they all stepped aside silently. When we arrived at the base last night, it was dark and the people at the base could not see the faces of the 4 people clearly. When we saw them today, we were all envious. Among the 4 people, only one was thin and obviously had suffered. The other 3 were all clean and fair, dressed neatly, and even their shoes were clean. They were a bit out of tune with the devastated and desperate end of the world, as if they were living in peacetime. We found those 2 cars first, and the location is in our Haitian district. Your Donko district base intercepted the car halfway, and today you stopped us to see the owner of the car. What's on your mind? Have you detained the person? There was an angry question outside the gate. The voice sounded familiar. It was the person who talked to Jisoo yesterday. Chi Baining was not angry, and his voice was steady. Mr. G and his party are resting in our Chi family base. They haven't gotten up yet. I'm not trying to stop you. We have to wait until the people wake up before we can talk about anything. What time is it? Are you still sleeping? Are you sure you are not stalling for time? Someone sneered. Your Chi family's business has nothing to do with manufacturing. It's meaningless to occupy 2 cars. It's better to hand over the cars to a base capable of research and manufacturing. This is also a good thing for Yunhai City, isn't it? Which base do you want to hand over my car to for research and manufacturing? The argument stopped abruptly, and the 3 groups of people inside and outside the door all looked at the 4 people who came over. Jisoo's eyes fell on the man who was talking. He was a young man with an arrogant look. He could still have such a spirit in the end times. It seems that there is a lot of power behind him, and he is very confident. Jisoo looked at everyone present one by one. Who are you going to give my car to? When the arrogant young man saw that there were only 4 of them, he immediately sneered. Our fan family wants to borrow your car for research. It's something that will benefit mankind. You shouldn't refuse. Right? Jisoo looked at Chi Baining. Which family is the fan family? Chi Baining said. The fan family established the Jinming district base. Before the end of the world, they were engaged in automobile manufacturing business. They had a car brand. After the end of the world, they were also researching transportation. Half of the steam cars in Yuhai City came from the fan family. Jisoo raised his eyebrows. He was indeed arrogant. It was not so easy to do research in the end of the world where everything was lacking. What Jisoo was interested in was where the other half came from. Are the talents in Yunhai City so dense? Chi Baining hesitated a little. The other half came from the Rong family. Chi Baining didn't want to mention the Rong family at first. Whether it was Fan Yu who was in power in the Rong family, or the real boss, who appeared later. They were not normal people. Fan Sheng was always moody and unpredictable. And he did things crazily without considering the consequences. Unexpectedly, the boss behind him was even crazier than Fan Sheng. The Fan family was the first to research the steam car. The price of each steam car was ridiculously expensive. But there were still many forces buying it. The Fan family was the most popular in Yuhai City for a while, and was very proud of it. The Fan family wanted to gain more voice in Yuhai City with the steam car, gather other forces, and make the Fan family a unique big force. As a result, half a month later, the Rong family also launched a steam car, which was half the price of the Fan family. And the materials of the steam car were better than those of the Fan family, deliberately provoking and targeting the Fan family. The big and small forces that placed orders with the Fan family withdrew their orders and turned to buy Rong's steam car. Whether the boss of Rong's was crazy or not didn't matter to them. They just wanted to buy the car cheaply. The Fan family invested a lot in materials and labor to make steam cars. No matter how cheap they were, they couldn't be as cheap as Rong's. The manufacturing time was also long. On the other hand, Rong's family had no pressure at all. They sold steam cars just for fun. After they snatched all the orders from the Fan family and Rong's family successfully shipped the goods, they threw the steam cars aside and seemed to have lost interest in making steam cars. As long as the Fan family dared to sell steam cars, Rong's family could make them a few batches of steam cars with new materials. The Fan family hated Rong's family. When they joined forces to suppress Rong's family some time ago, the Fan family was more excited than anyone else. They used sneak attacks, sieges, and splits as long as they could think of, just wanting Rong's family to disappear completely from Yuhai City. It's a pity that after so many years, Rong's family still stood firm, and even had a powerful and terrifying boss behind the scenes. In order to prevent Jisoo from accidentally getting in trouble with the crazy people of the Rong family, Chi Baining kindly reminded, "Don't mess with the Rong family. That's where a group of crazy people gather. Once you're targeted, you be dead." By the way, the old cow that attacked you yesterday is the head cow of the Roan family. They have a group of deformed buffaloes, and their strength is terrifying. Don't mess with them. Jisoo's heart moved. A group of deformed buffaloes? How many? Jisoo was not surprised at all that Yunhai City already knew about the deformation. Even Baiwan Town had bloodthirsty people. He didn't believe that Yunhai City didn't have any. As long as he caught a bloodthirsty person, he would know some news about the end of the world. Qingyang City used to have many names for deformation and invasion. It was only later that they got information from the bloodthirsty people that they gradually unified. Qi Baining said, there are more than a dozen of them. Only a few are used as mounts when going out. The rest are left at the Roan family base to guard the gate. Deformed animals are not friendly, and are even more difficult to tame. Deformed buffaloes are so big and strong, and their hides are so thick that even crazy corpses can't bite through them. It's amazing to be able to tame a deformed buffalo. But there are actually a group of them who has such a great ability. Jisoo's heart beat faster. He has only seen one person with this ability. Jisoo didn't notice that as the Roan family was mentioned again and again, the faces of the Fan family became more and more gloomy. His attention was on Qin Yinan. Roan family may have the person I'm looking for. Before he finished speaking, Jisoo was pulled back by someone, and several hideous and twisted gray tentacles attacked him. Qiying disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the attacker, and the sharp limbs pierced the attacker's shoulder fiercely. The arrogant young man screamed, and the tentacles that attacked Jisoo hung limply on the ground, still twisting constantly. The people at the Fan family base were horrified. Second young master. Qiying returned to Jisoo's side. The limb in his hand was still dripping blood. Old Qin only had Jisoo as his brother, and without him, he would never let Jisoo get hurt. Fan Jing collapsed on the ground. A hole was stabbed in his right shoulder. The edge of the wound was torn by serrations. Blood gushed out crazily, and he couldn't cover it. He was in so much pain that his facial features twisted, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Kill them for me!" Qi Baining said angrily, "Fan Jing, you want to do it at my Donko district base?" Fan Jing was in so much pain that he lost his mind. "If you dare to protect them, the Fan family will take care of your Donko district base as well." Fan Jing roared, "Kill them! Whoever dares to help, we will kill together." The deformed people who followed the Fan family rushed towards Jisoo and the other four without saying a word. The survivors of the Haitian district base had already retreated to the side, not wanting to get involved in such a dispute. The Haitian district base did not make public the discovery of the foreign vehicles. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. They just wanted to get the two vehicles to their base as soon as possible. As a result, when they arrived at the Donko district base, the Fan family also arrived, and they obviously got the news. At this moment, the Fan family took action directly. After the outsiders were killed, the Pei family of Haitian district had to get one of the remaining two vehicles. It was enough. Qi Baining's face was livid, and the people in the base protected him and waited for his orders. Although the Qi family was in decline, they were not without the power to fight. They should not be bullied by the Fan family like this. Before Qi Baining could make a decision, the people from the Fan family base rushed over and ran into several small flying insects that flew by quickly. They were as fast as bullets and passed through their bodies, and several people fell down instantly. Several people had already rushed to the front. Chung Emo roared, and his upper body expanded and deformed rapidly. His human head turned into a wolf head. Black hair quickly grew on his skin. His arms bulged with muscles, and his hands turned into sharp claws. He slapped one person with one claw. Blood splattered, and an angry roar came from the beast's mouth with sharp fangs. Jisoo, It turned out to be a werewolf, not a dog. Qiying, who was standing next to Jisoo, was also surprised. He never knew that Chung Yamo would be like this when he was fully combat capable. He was just quite fierce. Chung Yamo was full of blood, and every cell was clamoring to fight and kill. He jumped high like a chicken blood, and jumped into the crowd rushing over, like a wolf into a flock of sheep. His sharp claws left after images, and people kept falling down. There were people with the same deformed form who wanted to fight Chung Yamo head-on, but they were also knocked down by a claw. In just a few breaths after the war started, the people in the Fan family base fell down, and their lives were unknown. Fan Jing was supported by someone, and his eyes were red with hatred. Throw fire bombs. Qi Baining was also furious. Fan Jing. You dare. If they block the gate of the Dongkou district base and throw fire bombs, the base will definitely not be saved. The base that so many people have spent so much effort to build will also be destroyed. The Fan family is directly stepping on the face of the Qi family. The people who followed the Fan family were a little hesitant. Throwing fire bombs at the gate of the base is a declaration of war. Could it be that the Fan and Qi families are going to go to war? In the end times where no one is having a good time. Second young master. Someone wanted to persuade him, but was stopped by Fan Jing as soon as he opened his mouth. Don't do it. The people in the Fan family base gritted their teeth and turned to run to the truck. They all knew the temper of the second young master. The more they didn't let him do it, the more he would do it. They couldn't stop him at all, so they could only execute it. What's more, the second young master was injured, and the Fan family base lost so many people. This matter must not end well. Thinking of this, the people at the Fan family base no longer hesitated, took out black balls from the truck bed, lit them, and threw them at the crowd gathered at the entrance of the base. Net! Qi Baining shouted. The people at the Dongkou district base would not sit and wait for death. This was the base they had built with great effort, and it must not be destroyed. They pulled open the big net at the fastest speed, caught the falling fire bombs, swung the big net, and threw the fire bombs back to the Fan family. The net bag of fire bombs was thrown back, and there was a loud bang, like a bomb with insufficient power, and sparks flew everywhere. The people at the Fan family base kept lighting fire bombs and throwing them at the Dongkou district base. Some of the fire bombs were caught in the net and thrown back, while some were not caught in the net and fell to the ground. The fire bombs exploded, and wherever the sparks splashed, they immediately started to burn. The people at the Dongkou district base had already retreated to the base, but were still chased by fire bombs. The people at the Dongkou district base threw the netted fire bombs at the Fan family's steam car. If they didn't hit it once, they would throw it a few more times, and they would always hit it accurately. With 2 explosions, the 2 steam cars driven by the Fan family were really blown up. The fire bombs in the truck bed were ignited together, and a large group of sparks exploded. Many people in the Fan family base, who failed to avoid it in time, were injured. Fan Jing was dragged onto the steam car. He kept shouting and refused to leave. He asked the Qi family base to wait. He sheltered outsiders and lost so many people in the Fan family. This matter is definitely not over. The people in the Dongkou district base ignored their shouting and quickly closed the metal gate. The people in the base were busy putting out the fire. They could not bear to continue to be displaced. They had to protect the base at all costs. The people in the Hadian district base, who watched the whole process, did not stay any longer. They immediately drove the steam car away and went back to report that the Fan family and the Qi family might go to war, and the power division in Yuhai City would be reshuffled. When the fire was put out, the already dilapidated base wall was even more charred, and one wall was burned and collapsed, revealing the abandoned vehicles blocking the outside. The survivors looked numb and continued to clean up the messy base. Chung Yimou had recovered his human form. His clothes were covered with blood, and he stood behind Jisoo with a guilty look on his face, watching the people in the base silently cleaning up the mess. He felt uneasy and looked at Jisoo, who had no expression on his face. Qi Baining came over with a very ugly face. Are you all okay? No. How is the base? Jisoo didn't expect things to develop like this. The Fan family had set their sights on his car, and they would attack him sooner or later. As a result, they took the Qi family base with them. Jisoo couldn't figure out what this was. Was the Fan family's foundation really so deep that they were not afraid of going to war with another base? Qi Baining's face was full of bitterness. Just clean and repair it again. As long as no one is safe, it's not a loss. Jisoo didn't know much about the situation in Yuhai City. How will this matter be resolved in the end? Will there be a base war? Qi Baining was even more bitter. Even if there was a base war, he could only accompany them. To be honest, the Qi family suffered heavy losses in this apocalypse. Our Qi family started with jewelry and has abundant assets. After the apocalypse, we are nothing and are not as competitive as other large bases. If we want to develop, we must find a new way out. Originally, I invited you to the base to learn about cars. Our Yuhai City is also independently developing new materials to modify cars. But this technology is mainly in the hands of the Rong family. The Rong family and the Fan family are both researching cars. But there is no result yet. The Fan family is trying hard to surpass the Rong family and develop modified cars first. As a result, you drove a finished car here. They must be crazy. Shi Baining paused and said, "Can I ask about the origin of the car? Does it have the ability to restore abandoned vehicles? Or is it independently developed?" Jisoo understood what Shi Baining meant. The Chi family also wanted to get involved in the car business. But unfortunately, they had never been involved in this field and had no connections. They wanted to ask Jisoo about the situation. Jisoo shook his head. "I only have a few finished cars, so I can't do the car business." Shi Baining had already guessed this result. It was not easy to start research and development from materials in the end times and manufacture new materials to modify cars. It was normal that he could not do it. Shi Baining would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed. But there was nothing he could do. The person you are looking for will have a result in about 3 days. Jisoo felt that he could not wait for 3 days. He had already written Qin Yinan's name to the Chi family. They had never heard of this person. Jisoo had to change the question. "Do you know who brought back the deformed buffalo herd?" "The real boss of Rongs." Everyone in Yuhai City knew the answer. The boss of Rongs? Did he guess wrong? Jisoo hesitated a little. "Have you seen this boss? What does he look like? What are his characteristics?" "I haven't seen him, but I've heard a lot of rumors about him. He suddenly appeared in Yuhai City more than a month after the end of the world. It is said that he can fly and go crazy from time to time. He is very powerful and cannot be provoked. Anyone who provokes him will die." Shi Baining has not seen it with his own eyes. And many things are hearsay. But it is true that the wall of the Xia family base was destroyed. How such a tall and strong wall was destroyed, no one knows so far. Jisoo's heart was pounding. Qi Ying and Chung Yimo were also very excited. Whether in terms of time or characteristics, they can match. And it is very likely that it is Qin Yinan. Jisoo tried to control his eagerness. "Where is the Rong's base? I go and see." Shi Baining was a little slow to react. "In Minwang district. Is he the person you are looking for?" Shi Baining was shocked. It can't be such a coincidence. He didn't get the car business, but got the relationship with the boss of Rongs? "I'm not sure. I have to go and see first." Jisoo had already led people to the direction of the car. Walked a few steps and stopped. Turned back and asked Shi Baining. "The Chi family is in the jewelry business. Do you have natural crystals?" When they met for the first time, Shi Baining found that Jisoo had a lot of crystals on him. And it seemed that he really liked it. "Yes, but not much." Jisoo waved his hand and walked straight towards the RV. "I want as many natural crystals as you can. As long as you give me enough crystals, I can build a wall for your base." Shi Baining was stunned on the spot. He suspected that he had heard it wrong. When Jisoo drove the RV over, Shi Baining was still standing there in a daze. Jisoo lowered the car window and selected a wall of similar size in his consciousness world. The ground shook and a 5-story high base wall appeared out of thin air, shocking everyone in the base. The RV started, and Jisoo left a message. "Prepare the crystal. I come to get it later." Chapter 54. Looking at the RV and medium trucks leaving the base, Shi Baining couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. All the survivors of the Donko district base were also unable to come back to their senses. They stared blankly at the tall walls surrounding the base. So thick and so tall. And the base gate. So wide and heavy. Shi Baining's deputy looked at the open base gate and asked carefully, "Do you want to close the gate?" They were just checking the degree of damage to the wall, thinking about where to find deformed plants with strong stickiness to make the wall stronger. Unexpectedly, the damaged wall did not need to be repaired, but was directly replaced with a new one. The people who reacted had already run to the wall and reached out to touch it carefully, fearing that all this was an illusion. Jiang Hanging, who was built by Yuan Hang, needed at least a month to build a base wall. The wall was large and needed more time. The base wall in front of him appeared completely out of thin air. "It's a real wall. Does our base really have a wall?" "Yes. Our base has a wall. No need to worry at night in the future. With such a high wall, we can finally sleep well." Shi Baining looked at the tall and smooth base wall, listening to the joyful and excited voices of the people in the base. He didn't let others do it, and walked step by step to the heavy base gate. He wanted to close the base gate with his own hands. His hand pressed on the base gate with special materials, cold and hard, and his ears were filled with the voices of bidding against each other in order to build the base wall first. It takes time to build the base wall. If you want to rank higher, you need both materials and power. The Chi family, once the top family in Yunhai City, was squeezed to the end of the competition along with the Luo family and the Pei family. After Luo, Pei, Rong, Fan, and Xia, it is Qi. According to the calculation that each family takes 1 month. When the base wall of the Qi family is completed, it will be 6 months after the end of the world. No one knows what Yunhai City will look like by then. Not to mention whether the Qi family can keep the 6th place. All forces in Yunhai City aim to build the base wall. They believe that as long as there is a wall, the base will be very safe. And they are all competing to increase their stakes. No one can guarantee that other forces will not rise during this period and squeeze the Qi family out of the 6th place. Jiang Hangying, who has mastered the construction ability, is the most popular deformed person in Yunhai City. He can make his small base worry-free and live a rich life just by building base walls for others. Everything was going smoothly. After the Luo and Pei families built the walls of their bases, they were supposed to build a wall for the Rong family. I don't know what kind of benefits the Xia family gave to Jiang Hangying to jump the queue for the Xia family and get ahead of the Rong family. Rong family was definitely angry. But Jiang Hangying had already accepted the Xia family's payment and started to build a wall for the Xia family base. Rong family could only watch the wall of the Xia family base slowly being built. The more proud the Xia family was at that time, the more embarrassed they were afterwards. Not only the Xia family, but also the popular Jiang Hangying was greatly affected. The boss of the Rong family used the deformed buffalo herd to tell the people of Yunhai City that there is no absolute security in the end times. They fantasized that they could be absolutely safe with the base wall. But that was just a fantasy. The wall built by Jiang Hangying was not as strong and solid as he boasted. A group of deformed buffaloes could make the wall collapse. The people who had been waiting in line for a high price to build the wall suddenly began to lower the price. Jiang Hangying could indeed build the wall. And Rong's deformed buffalo herd could also flatten the wall. Jiang Hangying's wall could no longer give people a sense of security. And its value would naturally decrease. Qi Baining didn't know if Jiang Hangying regretted it. He relied on the fact that he was the only one in Yunhai City who had the ability to build. And openly broke the contract, letting the Xia family jump the queue and angering the Rong family. He might have thought that it would be okay to let the Rong family wait for a month. There was no second person who could help the Rong family build the base wall. No matter how unhappy the Rong family was, they would have to ask him for help in the end. It turns out that Jiang Hangying thought too much. Until the wall of Xia's base was built, Rong's family never asked Yuan Hang to build it again. Jiang Hangying was also stubborn. He bypassed Rong's family again and built a base wall for Fan's family. Just a few days after the construction, the wall of Xia's base was destroyed. Fan's family, who had already spent a lot of money, was really sick. They could not build the wall, but they felt very uncomfortable after building it. They also had to be on guard against whether it would be flattened by Rong's buffalo herd. Such a large amount of materials felt like they were thrown into the water. In short, they were unhappy in various ways. Others may not know what kind of sky-high price Xia's family gave to make Jiang Hangying so upset that he would rather offend Rong's family and join the Xia's team. However, Qi's family, who are good at collecting intelligence, knew the inside story. The reason is very simple. The Xia family gave their beautiful niece to Jiang Hangying as a concubine. The niece was really beautiful and had just come of age. If it were a peaceful time, she would be at the age of going to college. But in the end times, her uncle gave her to an old man older than her father, under the pretext of marriage. The key point is that the old man's wife and son are still alive. Jiang Hangying probably never dreamed that a builder who was many times stronger than him would suddenly appear in Yunhai City. It took him a month to build a base wall, but he only needed a few breaths to build it. If the person Mr. G was looking for was really the boss behind the Rong family, then Jiang Hangying's idea of retaliating against the Rong family by not building a base wall for them would be a joke? Jisoo didn't know how many people in Yunhai City would be threatened by his arrival. He was following the middle truck all the way to Minwang District. The two cars went around the edge of Yunhai City and didn't have the guts to cross the city. The scope of a district is not small. It is impossible for the Rong family base to occupy the entire Minwang District. They still have to find the location of the Rong family base in Minwang District. Jisoo drove to a location far away from the commercial district according to his experience. Sure enough, not long after driving, he met a familiar steam car team halfway. There were a lot of supplies piled in the truck bed. It should be the team from the Rome family base to collect supplies. The people guarding the car held machetes of uniform shape in their hands, which were much more pleasing to the eye than the various weapons of other survivors. It was obvious that the base had a good foundation. Seeing the two cars catching up, everyone immediately became alert. Jisoo did not stop, but accelerated to overtake the steam convoy and drove forward. The Rome base should be in front. The steam convoy saw that the two cars were heading to their base, so they did not waste any more time, climbed onto the steam truck and accelerated to chase. Soon, Jisoo found the location of the Rome base. The base was located in a green shade, with flat lawns and tall green plants nearby. However, now it was no longer green plants, but black plants, and even the color of the lawn was very pure black. There must have been a very terrifying invasion here, if there was no base here. Seeing such a strong black, Jisoo would never approach rashly. The Rome's base covers a large area, with high-rise buildings and factories inside. The base is surrounded by a circle of low walls. Compared with the layers of abandoned vehicles in the Donko district base, it is much simpler and cleaner. There are no collapsed buildings around, and there are no crazy corpses everywhere. There are only deformed buffaloes grazing with their heads down. The deformed buffaloes that were grazing leisurely suddenly raised their heads alertly. After a moo, the scattered deformed buffaloes quickly gathered and rushed towards the medium truck and the RV under the leadership of the head cow. The momentum was amazing. Jisoo blew the whistle, signaling the medium truck to stop. It can't go head-on with the deformed buffalo. Such a large deformed buffalo can easily overturn a car. They came here to find someone, not to seek revenge. The medium truck braked, and the RV behind it stopped immediately. They had already shown their attitude, hoping that the deformed buffaloes would stop attacking. Unfortunately, due to misjudgment, the deformed buffaloes did not mean to stop, and even lowered their heads and made a collision posture. Are we possessed by bad luck? Why are we always attacked by cows? Chung Yamo held the safety handrail tightly, closed his eyes and screamed. He was ready to roll over. Chi-Ying and Mo Linchi were also very nervous, and kept honking the horn to scare away the crazy cows. But the deformed buffaloes rushed even more fiercely. Seeing the deformed buffaloes approaching, the three people in the car were so scared that they protected their heads. There were continuous bangs, and the expected earth-shaking rollover did not happen. But the vibration was not small. Chung Yamo opened his eyes, and saw the familiar protective wall. They were protected inside by Jisoo's fence. The deformed buffaloes were madly hitting the fence, and the vibration of the ground caused the two cars to tremble. There was a silence in the car. They waited for the crazy deformed buffaloes to calm down. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes. The collision outside continued. Chung Yamo pulled his hair in annoyance. Brother, we don't have any deep hatred with these cows, right? Jisoo looked thoughtful. I said beef is delicious. Are you holding a grudge? Otherwise, if there is no grudge, why do these cows have to stare at them? Chung Yamo asked carefully, why don't you tell the cows that we don't eat beef, and we will give up beef from today? Jisoo glanced at him. You should give up. But I won't. Chung Yamo was mad. It's a stopgap measure. Brother. Jisoo lowered the car window, took out the small trumpet sold exclusively by the White Whale supermarket, and shouted to the cows outside. Don't waste the horns. You can use them as weapons for me. If you can knock down the wall today, I will lose. Chung Yamo, Chung Yamo looked horrified. Brother, stop provoking. Why are you competing with a group of cows? After Jisoo finished speaking, the cows hit more fiercely, as if they would not stop until they knocked down the wall. The steam convoy that caught up from behind was confused when they saw the small fence in the middle of the road. A dozen deformed buffaloes were ramming the fence desperately. They were so strong and fierce that they were worried that the buffalo's horns would break. No! What kind of fence is this? Why can't it remain motionless even after being rammed by so many deformed buffaloes? The people in the steam car team didn't dare to approach, fearing that they might be accidentally injured. But they didn't leave. They parked the steam car on the lawn and waited in shock to see how long it would take for the small wall to collapse. The deformed buffalo herd in their base had flattened the wall of the Xia family base, so it was impossible for them not to be able to push down such a small wall. The noise here was too loud, attracting many survivors of the base to wait and see. They just stood in front of the base, watching from a distance, and didn't come over. I think they were also waiting for the result. They waited for half an hour. And the deformed buffalo herd had bumped their horns so hard that they were frizzy. But the wall was still flat. And not even a bit of debris fell off. The buffaloes were tired, and could not push the wall anymore. They stopped and panted. Each of them was confused. They could not understand why they could not push the wall this time, when they pushed down such a large wall last time. The first cow was even more confused and panicked. It felt that it had no way to survive. It wanted to destroy the cars last night, but failed. It could not push the two cars at all. Fortunately, the boss was not there. So it survived until now. It had not thought of a solution yet. The two cars actually came to the door on their own initiative. What was it waiting for? Of course, they took them away in one go. However, the old cow failed again. Not only did Jisoo feel that he and the deformed buffalo were in conflict, but the deformed buffalo also felt that they were in conflict with the car owner. They could not do anything to each other, except for turning a blind eye. They could not think of a better way. The first cow looked around with a guilty conscience and found the onlookers on the lawn. He suddenly turned his head and rushed towards them, scaring the onlookers to leave quickly. Although these deformed buffaloes are protecting the base, they are not close to the people in the base. They only listen to Mr. Fan. Or rather, it is the boss who makes the deformed buffaloes listen to Mr. Fan. After driving away the onlookers, the head cow came back, shook his head, and said in a low voice, "You win?" Before the old cow changes his mind. "You should leave quickly, and don't show up in Minwang district again." Jisoo sneered. "If you are not convinced, you can continue. I will sleep in the car, and call me when you are willing to admit defeat." The head cow hit the wall again in anger. "Okay. The old cow is convinced. Isn't it enough? Let's go quickly. If the boss comes back suddenly, the old cow will be finished." Jisoo stopped talking nonsense with the cow. "I'm asking you, is the boss of your base called Chin Yenin?" The cow's eyes were even more confused. "No. Our boss is called Grand Bryson." Jisoo frowned. "Are you sure?" The cow was very sure. "The boss's name is this." Jisoo was silent. Could it be that he was wrong? Jisoo still didn't give up. "Is your boss here? I want to see him." The cow shook his head and his voice became increasingly irritable. "The boss is not in the base. He rarely comes back. He can come back once or twice a month. And sometimes not a month. If you don't come back, leave quickly. Don't force the old cow to climb the wall." Jisoo tightened his mouth, and his hands on the steering wheel were so tight that they turned white. "When your boss comes back, remember to go to the Donko district base to inform me. If you don't go, I will definitely come again." Head cow, you must not come again. Are you not going to die? All of you retreat, and let us leave. Don't play tricks. Otherwise, I will build a wall to your base, and drive directly over. Jisoo's arm stretched out of the window. But he was not in a hurry to weather the wall. He didn't trust these deformed buffaloes. The head cow was worried that if the two cars really rushed into the base, it would be completely hopeless, and could only retreat with the herd. Hearing the herd of cattle moving away, Jisoo started the RV, weathered the wall, turned and left, and the medium truck followed. The deformed buffalo herd watched the two cars leave without chasing. Chapter 55. After finally finding their way here, they had to leave again without seeing anyone. From the information provided by Chi Baining, the boss of Rome's base might really be Chin Yenin. But they had never heard of the name Chin Yenin. Chung Imo looked at the herd of buffaloes in the rearview mirror. "Do you really believe what Lan Yo said?" Jisoo's mood was far less relaxed than when he came here. "Believe it or not, you can't get close to Rome's base today. As long as there are deformed buffaloes guarding the periphery of Rome's base, they have no way to get close to the base quietly. Unless he really builds a closed passage to Rome's base to avoid the danger of being directly hit by the deformed buffaloes. Besides, what Lan Yo said might not be a lie. The deformed buffaloes collectively attacked the wall for more than half an hour, making a lot of noise. And the whistle of the medium truck was so loud that even the survivors in the base knew to come out to watch the excitement. If the boss of Rome's was in the base, it was impossible for him not to show up. Xiang had no idea about Chin Yenin's situation in Yuhai City. He only heard Chin Yenin mention that there were his people in Yuhai City. Xiang didn't know what they were doing or who they were, so they had no better way except to search and wait. The two cars did not return to the Donko district base. They drove along the suburbs of Yuhai City, looking for crystals, and left traces of trucks passing by. regardless of whether the wrong boss was Qin Yinan or not. As long as they found the vehicles in peacetime and the walls of the Donko district base, it was not difficult to guess that he had arrived in Yunhai City. As long as Qin Yinan didn't hide deliberately and didn't want to see him, he should have taken the initiative to find him. The two cars stopped and started wandering around the suburbs of Yunhai City and met many survivors along the way. The news that the finished vehicle appeared in Yunhai City spread to all forces in just 3 days. The Pei family of Hadian District Base and the Fan family of Jiming District Base, who wanted to suppress the news and seize the vehicle, had their plans completely frustrated. Jisoo went to the Donko District Base to get the investigation results, at the time agreed with Shi Baining. During the 3 days of wandering in the suburbs of Yunhai City, Jisoo had no place to live. While chatting with the survivors he met, he got a piece of news that the Fan family in Jiming District brought a large number of people and steam cars to attack the gate of the Qi family base, but was blocked outside by the tall walls and gates of the base. The Fan family couldn't believe what they saw. Their base wall was still under construction. How could the Qi family base, which was ranked last, build a wall so quickly? If there was no stronger builder, then Jiang Hangying had been hiding his strength and deliberately delaying the construction of the base wall. The Fan family was extremely angry. Before going back to settle accounts with Jiang Hangying, they wanted to imitate the Rong family base and destroy the wall of the Qi family base. Even the Fan family didn't have such a tall base wall, and the Qi family was even less qualified to have one. The Fan family threw all the fire bombs towed by the steam car at the gate and wall of the Qi family base, trying to burn down the base wall. The survivors in the Qi family base didn't know whether the wall could withstand the fire. It was not easy to have such a tall wall, and it must not be destroyed by others. The angry survivors climbed up along the stairs reserved in the wall. The top of the wall was 1 meter wide and protected by parapets on both sides. The survivors ran on the top of the wall and transported fire bombs. They threw fire bombs from a high place, which was easier than the Fan family. The Fan family could only burn the wall, while the Qi family burned people and cars. If they did not retreat, the high advantage of the Qi family base was enough to wipe out the people brought by the Fan family. In this fight, the Fan family did not get any benefits, and lost a lot of manpower and steam cars. The fire bombs were consumed in a huge amount. What made the Fan family vomit blood was that the walls and gates of the Qi family base were intact and not afraid of fire. Except for some black ash, there was no crack. The Qi family base became famous in one battle, while the Fan family was like a joke. There was also a rumor among the survivors in Yunhai City that Jiang Hangying, who was built by Yuan Hang, was actually stronger than he showed. He always dragged the base wall that could be built in 1 or 2 days to a month in order to earn more supplies. Chung Yamo felt that the rumor was problematic. If you earn materials by building a wall, then of course the faster you build it, the more materials you get. What's the point of delaying time to earn materials? Chung Yamo stared at Jisoo. Not to mention how strong Jiang Hangying was. Just talking about Jisoo, when he built a base for someone, he could finish it in 1 minute, and would never delay it to 2 minutes. Some people could delay it to a month, let alone whether they were deformed people. Even ordinary people should be able to build it with bricks if there were building materials. Chung Yamo suddenly had an idea and thought of a possibility. Jidingting. The wall you built for the Donko district base will not be misunderstood as being built by that Jiang Hangying, right? Jisoo drove seriously. He just wanted to find someone, and didn't want to get involved in the power struggle in Yunhai City. What others thought had nothing to do with him. The RV suddenly bumped up and down twice, as if it had run over something. But the RV had already passed by, and the medium-sized truck following behind suddenly honked, and turned across the middle of the road. Under the waste cardboard in front, a row of nails were exposed. Each nail was as long as a finger, and as thick as 2 fingers. The RV just ran over the nails, crushing the cardboard and exposing the nails underneath. The medium truck following behind saw it and braked in time. This was obviously a roadblock set up by someone on purpose. Maybe the person who set up the roadblock was lying in ambush nearby, just waiting for them to get off the car to check. If they didn't get off the car to remove the roadblock, the medium truck could only run over the nails or take a detour. When Qi Ying and Mo Linshi were hesitating whether to get off the car to clean the nails, Jisoo's voice suddenly came from the external speakers of the RV. Don't get off the car. Drive straight over. Qi Ying had absolute trust in Jisoo. Upon hearing this, he immediately adjusted the direction and ran over the nails directly. The people hiding in the dark rushed out and chased the two cars. In their opinion, the two cars had run over the spikes, and the tires were definitely scrapped. They had to stop before they could run far. As a result, they watched the two cars run away without seeing the car stop. The people chasing the car looked at each other and had to go back to check the spikes. The spikes that were originally straight up were now stuck to the ground where they were run over. It didn't look like they were run over by tires, but rather hit by a hammer. Jisoo reinforced the two cars with so many layers. How could the most fragile tires fall off? It must be the focus of reinforcement. The car body was just shaken, and the tires were not damaged at all. Soon after the car stopper, the two cars were attacked again. Countless fire bombs were thrown from the buildings on both sides of the road. The RV and the medium truck were immediately engulfed in flames. The two cars rushed out of the sea of fire and rushed forward with flames all over their bodies. Chung Mo was so scared that he screamed, "Brother, can we not jump out of the car? Will it really not explode?" Jisoo's face was cold, and he steadily controlled the RV to drive forward. "No, it won't explode." Jisoo accelerated and rushed forward with the blazing fire in the car. He couldn't get off the car to wipe off the contaminated fuel, so he could only let the fuel burn out quickly. The speeding RV suddenly braked sharply and moved sideways on the road for a long distance before stopping. It was very close to not turning over. The RV stopped, and the medium truck following it had to brake sharply and slide forward in the same sideways posture. Chi-Ying had already used all his strength to narrowly avoid the RV and crashed into the building on the side of the road. Chung Mo was so scared that he was stunned. When he saw the familiar herd of buffaloes blocking the road, he turned on the external speaker and roared angrily. "Are you fucking sick? Again and again? Is it over yet?" The man riding on the first cow raised his eyebrows and showed a half smile, which was very amusing. Jisoo couldn't hold back his temper for a while. No one could stand being intercepted again and again. Jisoo said coldly, "Old cow, I ask you again. Is your boss called Chin Yenin?" Then you on the first cow had a frozen expression for a moment, and the old cow had already given a positive answer. "Our boss is really not called this name." Disappointment and anger instantly ignited Jisoo, and he threw two crystals at the buffaloes. Van Sheng's expression changed, and his intuition was not a good thing. He shouted, "Retreat! No matter how fast the deformed buffalo herd is, it can't be faster than the speed of spiritual energy activating the crystal." The powerful energy impact of the crystal stirred up, and all the deformed people and deformed buffalo herds were blown away. The road was cleared, and the RV restarted. Jisoo looked at the head cow that fell down with a bang. He wanted to give it another crystal, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. He didn't really want to kill the cow, since the boss brought the deformed buffalo herd back. It has been unstoppable. No one in Yuhai City can easily defeat so many deformed buffaloes. Today they have learned something new. The other party didn't even get out of the car, and they were beaten to pieces. Van Sheng sat on the ground in a mess, looking at the two cars that drove away, with a thoughtful look on his face. The assistant, who was also covered in dust, pulled Van Sheng up. Van Sheng found that his thigh was in great pain. He looked down and saw a piece of tile fragments that flew from nowhere stuck in his leg. Van Sheng casually pulled out the fragments and threw them away, ignoring the bleeding wound. Walked to the head cow, kicked the old cow lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Did they say why they were looking for Chin Yenin? The old cow was thick-skinned and was thrown away at close range, and it was a bit unbearable. It limped to its feet, with a guilty look. "No, they just asked me if the boss of Rong's base was called Chin Yenin. I have already said that our boss is not called this name." Van Sheng touched his chin with a complicated expression. 3 days ago, they went to the base just to find Chin Yenin. The old cow turned its neck stiffly and didn't look at Van Sheng. Van Sheng was not at the base that day. He took people out to collect materials. When he returned to the base the next day, he learned that 2 cars came to the base and were blocked by a group of deformed buffaloes. At the same time, he also learned that a wall appeared out of thin air. The deformed buffaloes hit the wall for half an hour, but failed to flatten the wall. Van Sheng was not very interested in the 2 cars without any traces of modification, but he was very interested in the wall that was still intact after the buffaloes hit it for half an hour. Their base didn't have a wall yet. If there was such a great builder, he would definitely meet him. As for why the 2 cars came to the base, no one knew. The deformed buffaloes who knew the inside story, concealed the news. Fan Sheng didn't know until now that someone was looking for Qin Yanin. Fan Sheng patted Lan You's head. Cherish the present days. When the boss comes back, I should be able to eat beef. Lan You, Fan Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked at the direction where the two cars left. Where are they going? He led people to look for them for 2 days, and finally met them here. He didn't expect to be blown away as soon as they met. Fan Sheng put all the blame on Lan You, blaming Lan You for not being able to speak. One sentence stimulated people to take action directly. The old cow was dejected. The human told me to wait for the boss to come back, and then go to the Donko district base to inform him. Donko district base. Get on the cow. The people from the Rome's base quickly climbed onto the back of the deformed buffalo and chased in the direction of the Donko district base. Cheng Yamo was cursing all the way, calling people crazy cows, and a bunch of lunatics. The fuel in the car had been burned out, and the flames were extinguished. The two originally brand new cars were now charred and looked particularly embarrassed. Before the two cars drove to the gate of the Donko district base, they were discovered by the people guarding the wall, and they immediately went to inform Qi Baining. When the cars arrived at the gate, there was no need to honk, and the gate of the base opened to let the two cars in. Seeing the two cars in this state, Qi Baining took the initiative to greet them and asked Jisoo if he was in trouble. Cheng Yamo, who finally calmed down, cursed again, scolding all the idiots who encountered 3 waves of attacks along the way. Cheng Yamo was very angry. You are right. The people and Yo from Rome's base are fucking crazy. They intercepted us 3 times along the way. When we find Brother Qin, we will definitely let Brother Qin avenge us. Qi Baining opened his mouth. The 3 waves of people may not all be from Rome's base. Jisoo and the other 4 looked at Qi Baining at the same time, and Qi Baining told them the news he got. The Fan family did not get any advantage at the Qi family base, so they naturally questioned Jiang hanging about the wall of the Donko district base after returning. When they learned that someone could build a tall wall in 1 or 2 days, Jiang Hanging did not believe it at all. For this reason, he came to the Donko district base specially to see the tall base wall with his own eyes. Jiang Hanging was shocked and terrified. He enjoyed everything he had now. If a stronger builder really appeared, his position in Yuhai City would definitely not be guaranteed. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, when the Fan family mistakenly thought that he was hiding his strength and deliberately delaying the construction time, he did not deny it, but just vaguely admitted it. At the same time, Jiang Hanging offered a reward to small and medium-sized forces. If any force could get rid of the foreign car owner for him, he would build the base wall for them for free. He would not take the seized vehicles, and would build the base wall for them. Once this reward was issued, small and medium-sized forces that could not queue up responded one after another. Jiang Hanging had only one request, which was to be fast. Qi Baining said he wanted to get rid of you before the news of the new builder spread, so that even if the people in Yuhai City knew that there was a builder stronger than him, it would be too late. The dead could not jump up to build the base wall for them. The survivors in Yunhai City had to ask him for help in the construction. Jisoo and the other 4 were stunned. This was simply an unprovoked disaster. Qi Baining said again, after receiving the news. The Qi family immediately sent people out to look for you, but they didn't find you. Jisoo and the other 4 wandered around Yuhai City for 3 days, except for sleeping at night. They didn't stop for more than an hour. It was not easy to find them. Cheng Yamo saw what it meant to be evil. They didn't even know who Jiang Hanging was, but they were put on a bounty. There were also the Fan family in Jiming district, the Pei family in Hadian district, and the Rong family in Minwang district. Cheng Mo's expression gradually became dull. They didn't do anything at all. They just took a stroll in Yunhai City. How could they offend so many people? Before Cheng Yamo could figure out why there were so many crazy people in Yuhai City, he heard someone shouting on the wall. Mr. Ning, boss Fan from the Rome base, has arrived with a group of deformed buffaloes. Qi Baining, shock. The Qi family has never offended those crazy people. How could? Qi Baining suddenly stopped when he saw Jisoo and the other 4. Jisoo nodded. They should be looking for us. Cheng Yamo gritted his teeth. They dare to chase us. Don't hold back this time. Send them all to the west. Jisoo did hold back. The 2 crystals were activated before they hit the ground. What was uncovered was the crystal energy, and no debris on the ground was uncovered, and the power was directly reduced by half. He was not sure whether the wrong base really had nothing to do with Qin Yinan, so he did not want to kill anyone for the time being, in case Qin Yinan was caught in the middle and had a hard time. Qi Baining, The shouting on the wall continued. Young Master Ning. Several teams have arrived. The Fan family base has brought people here again. The Pei family base has also brought people here. The Luo family and the Xia family have also arrived. Qi Baining, The survivors of the Dongkou district base all looked at Jisoo and his 4 companions, wondering why they were so hated. Jisoo and his 4 companions, With a thump, the ground shook slightly, and the people standing on the wall were all scared and squatted down. Until the second thump came, the wall still stood firmly, with no signs of collapse. Qi Baining shouted from below, "What's going on?" The people on the wall looked horrified. "Rong, the deformed buffaloes in Rong's base are hitting the wall, saying that they are trying to see if the wall of our base is strong." Qi Baining, Jisoo and the other 4, Sure enough, they are all crazy. It's not their fault at all. Jisoo didn't want to pay attention to those people outside the base for the time being. "I get the missing person results and the crystal." Qi Baining asked someone to push the crystal over, and told Jisoo and the other 4 the missing person results. Mo Linshu's family is easier to check. From the neighbors who escaped alive, they learned that no one in the Mo family survived. The neighbors saw Mo's parents turned into crazy corpses with their own eyes. If Mo Linshu doesn't believe it, he can go to the neighbors to confirm it in person. Jisoo looked at Mo Linshu and saw that he was pale and shaky. He was supported by Qi Ying. Jisoo winked at Qi Ying and asked him to take Mo Linshu to the car to prevent him from losing control of his emotions and causing disasters. Qi Baining said, "Our informants in various forces have not heard of Qin Yinan, and Rong's base has not heard of this person either." Jisoo nodded, indicating that he knew. The crystals were pushed over by a cart, and 2 bags of wheat weighing 100 kilograms were full. Jisoo reached out and grabbed a handful, feeling the abundant energy feedback. Knowing that these crystals were all pure natural crystals, Qi Baining was a little embarrassed. These things were thrown in the jewelry store, and no one picked them up. He also heard that Mr. G wanted them, so he took people to pick some up. He always felt that he was deceiving people by taking crystals as rewards. Qi Baining said, "I know where there are more crystals, but I haven't had time to move them. If you are not in a hurry to leave, I can take you there when I am free." Jisoo agreed immediately. The more crystals the better. "Okay. Help me move the crystals into the car first." The people gathered outside the base have already started to quarrel, and the loudest among them is the Fan family, shouting for the Qi family to hand over the 4 outsiders, and they want to avenge Fan Jing. After installing the crystal and locking the compartment, Jisoo and Chung Imo returned to the RV. Qi Baining stood at the window. "You can stay in the base. There is no need to go out now. They can't attack." Jisoo started the car. "It's not a problem of them attacking. It's a problem of me causing trouble for them." Qi Baining, Qi Baining wanted to say that there were so many people outside, and people from several major forces had arrived. So don't be impulsive. Before he could speak, the RV had already started, and the medium truck followed behind. Qi Baining had no choice but to ask someone to open the door, let the RV and the medium truck out, and then immediately close the door. There were indeed a lot of people gathered outside the base, and each force gathered together, except for the more iconic deformed buffalo of the Rong family base. Jisoo knew nothing about other forces. The road was blocked, and a row of steam cars blocked the way out. Jisoo unbuckled his seat belt, left the driver's seat, and switched seats with Chung Imo, who was the co-pilot. He had to free up his hands to deal with some people. Jisoo turned on the external speaker. "Rong family, are you the ones who put nails and threw fire bombs on the road? In order not to find the wrong person?" Jisoo must ask clearly. Fan Sheng sneered. "If Rong family wants to deal with someone, they always come directly and disdain to use these dirty tricks." Jisoo said coldly, "In this case, we will settle our accounts later. Let your people and your cows get out of the way, and don't block my way." Fan Sheng, Before Fan Sheng could speak, the people in the Fan family base were already shouting, "Come down and die. You hurt our second young master. Don't think about leaving alive today. Come down." Jisoo slapped the speaker with a slap, and suppressed the Fan family shouting with a harsh whistle. "Fan family, get out of the way. It's not your turn yet. Those who intercepted me on the road, stand up." I settle with you first. Fan Sheng laughed out loud, not hiding his ridicule of the Fan family at all. The Fan family seemed to be suddenly stimulated, and they started throwing fire bombs at the two cars without caring about anything. Such a big target was too easy to throw. Balls of flames exploded on the car body, and the RV, which had been burned black, suffered again. Chung Mo was furious, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed to the location of the Fan family. The medium truck followed closely behind. The RV hit the people, and the medium truck hit and crushed the steam truck that was blocking the road. And there was chaos outside the base in an instant. Jisoo let Chung Mo go crazy and hit people. He just lowered the car window and threw crystals out. The powerful crystal energy was stimulated, and the survivors of the Fan family base were blown away. There was no sound, only terrible energy sweeping everywhere. For a while, screams, cries of pain, and explosions were heard, and the scene was extremely chaotic. The forces that were watching withdrew from the war zone early. When they saw the invisible energy blowing away groups of people, their faces changed drastically. They didn't know what kind of ability this was, but they only knew that the energy fluctuations that were stirred up were extremely terrible. Fuck. Keep throwing. If I don't beat you all to death, I be a dog. Chung Mo had a fierce look on his face, and the steering wheel turned into a big millstone, chasing the survivors of the Fan family base and hitting them. The RV spun on the spot, and the speed soared to the point of almost flying. Jisoo was thrown so hard that even the seatbelt could hardly hold him. Don't go crazy. Hold steady. Before Jisoo finished speaking, the seat suddenly tilted, and with a bang, the RV flipped to the ground. Jisoo flew directly into the air, and Chung Mo was hit on the door. The chaotic scene suddenly became quiet. Jisoo closed his eyes. He really didn't expect that he would not be knocked down by his opponent, but overturned by his stupid teammates. At this moment, Jisoo missed Qin Yinan very much. He touched the button with trembling hands, completely lowered the window, unfastened the seat belt, hit Chung Mo, turned on the external speaker, and roared angrily. Qin Yinan. The fear that was tightly sealed in the world of consciousness was released all at once. As soon as the people from the Fan family base saw the opportunity, they rushed towards the overturned RV fiercely, trying to throw fire bombs directly into the RV from the window and burn the people in the car to death. As soon as the Fan family climbed onto the RV, they were shrouded by a huge shadow that was coming rapidly. With a flap of bat wings, everyone was blown away. The herd of deformed buffaloes watching the battle became agitated and retreated rapidly, trying to find a safe place to hide themselves. Boom! A person landed on the RV. His slender and sharp body crouched down, and his golden vertical pupils looked at the people in the car through the window. Jisoo suddenly widened his eyes, quickly retracted the fear he had released, and stared closely at the man he hadn't seen for 2 months. He lost a lot of weight, and his golden vertical pupils quietly turned into ovals, and soon turned into vertical pupils nervously. His claws that were propped up on the car window quietly returned to human hands, and the huge bat wings behind him also shrank silently, trying to hide secretly, so that Jisoo would not find that he had turned into a monster. Jisoo looked at the man's cautious and uneasy look, and his eyes suddenly turned red. He stepped on the window of the cab, stood in the RV, and stretched out his arms to the man. The man subconsciously reached out, but before touching Jisoo, he thought that he might be scared, and immediately retracted his hand, but was grabbed by Jisoo's wrist. Feeling the familiar temperature, the golden vertical pupils instantly turned into ovals, and became rounder and rounder. Jisoo grabbed his arms. Pull me up. The man obediently lowered his body, pinched Jisoo's armpits with both hands, and carried Jisoo out of the car window like a child. Worried that he would fall, he carefully put him on the RV. Just as he was about to let go, he was hugged by Jisoo. Qin Yinan froze in place. His bat wings, which had been shrinking secretly, also stiffened like 2 toy wings. Brother, I'm here to take you home. Chapter 56. Qin Yinan froze in place, motionless. Until this moment, he could not tell whether this was reality or illusion. He remembered that he returned to Yuhai City, returned to the Rong's base, and did not see Fan Sheng. The people below said that Mr. Fan went to find a new builder. He had no obsession with building the base wall, no matter how good the builder was. He could not build a base like Jisoo. He would rather let the deformed buffalo guard the gate than bother with the base wall. He went to the roof alone, sat at the highest point, and looked into the distance quietly, just like every time he came back. This was a rare time of peace after he went crazy every time. He wanted to go back to Baiwan town to take a look countless times, but retreated in Jisoo's frightened eyes. That scene was deeply engraved in his mind. He did not dare to go back. He was afraid to see Jisoo's fearful and disgusted eyes. He was also afraid that once he went back, he would not be willing to leave. He was even more afraid that Jisoo would be hurt when he went crazy. He was fighting against his increasingly violent self every day. He wanted to become normal. As long as he was normal, he could go back to Baiwan town and see the person he wanted to see. But he couldn't. He couldn't control himself. The more he wanted to see someone, the easier it was for him to lose control and go crazy. Whenever this happened, he would leave Yuhai City and wander around aimlessly, fighting with all kinds of deformed monsters to vent his inconsolable madness and violence. He couldn't control himself. He was a monster. This realization made him very depressed. Several times, after going crazy, he found himself not far from Chijiang City. He was panicked, worried that he would run back to Baiwan town regardless of anything when he went crazy. He tried very hard to restrain himself and kept hinting to himself that even if he went crazy, he had to fly in the opposite direction. He had to stay away from Chijiang City and Baiwan town. Only in the rare quiet time, he dared to look in that direction unscrupulously, imagining whether Jisoo was happy now, whether the population of the base had increased, and what Baiwan town looked like now. He only allowed himself to indulge his thoughts within the specified time. When the time was up, he immediately cleared his mind and did not allow himself to have any delusions. This time was the same. Sitting on a familiar high place, he indulged himself to imagine what Jisoo looked like now, but was attracted by the sudden emotional fluctuations in a certain area. He did not want to be disturbed. This was the time for him to miss Jisoo. But it didn't work. The emotional fluctuations in that area became more and more intense. The calm heart gradually became anxious, and the violent emotions rose steadily. The light pupils turned into vertical pupils uncontrollably. He jumped down from the height. He wanted to eliminate all the emotional fluctuations that disturbed him. But he caught a very familiar fear on the way. He was confused for a moment and thought he had sensed it wrong, until he heard a familiar voice calling him. Instinct was faster than the brain. When he saw Jisoo in the car, he was still confused. He felt that this was just an illusion. It couldn't be real. Jisoo was far away in Baiwan town. How could he suddenly appear in Yuhai City? Even so, he still stared at the person in the car greedily, carefully observing whether he was also afraid of himself in the illusion. If so, he could disappear. Even if it was an illusion, he would not appear again. Really feeling the weight of a person, the real temperature and the familiar voice still couldn't bring him back to his senses. After a long time without hearing the answer, Jisoo's heart tightened. He didn't know whether Qin Yanan was willing to go back to Baiwan town with him. He had his own base and manpower here. What if he didn't want to go back? Brother, do you want to go back with me? Jisoo let go of the person and stared at the golden vertical pupil, seeing confusion and hesitation in it. Qin Yanan opened his mouth and spoke for a long time. I want to, but I can't go back. The Qin Yanan in front of Jisoo felt unfamiliar. He had changed a lot. He was still calm, but he was restrained. He locked himself in the cage he built with his own hands. He was clearly aware of his own danger, so he was restraining and suppressing himself all the time. Jisoo's voice choked. Why? Qin Yanan looked at his face steadily. You can't go back. You will be afraid. Jisoo felt the stagnant pain in his chest, and his heart ached even more. No, I won't be afraid. Qin Yanan stared at him. You will. He felt it. Jisoo was best at controlling fear, from not being afraid to forgetting this. But he forgot it last time. Jisoo shook his head. No, I'm not afraid of you. But the fallen beast. The source of his fear and shadow was the fallen beast, not Qin Yanan. Before Jisoo finished speaking, Qin Yanan grabbed his waist and pressed him into his arms. A firebomb flew from where Jisoo was standing, hitting the wall behind him, and a ball of fire burst out. Qin Yanan stared at the fire for 2 seconds, and the calm aura around him suddenly became dangerous. The violent emotions instantly swept through his body, and his golden vertical pupils fell on the crowd, staring at the man who attacked Jisoo. The pupils of the survivor who was targeted suddenly dilated, and he froze in place. The black spots on his skin rushed out one after another, until he completely engulfed the survivor. A familiar roar came, and the survivor turned into a crazy corpse on the spot, and rushed to the person closest to him first, biting his neck and not letting go. The group of people Qin Yinan was staring at seemed to be cast under a spell. They were obviously very scared, but they couldn't move. Only clusters of black spots appeared on their skin. They opened their eyes wide. Tears rushed, but they couldn't make a sound. Couldn't move. Brother, Jisoo called him. The aura of Qin Yinan became more and more dangerous, and the black scales spread rapidly. The violent emotions frantically tore at his consciousness. While he was shocking others, he was also restraining himself and not letting himself lose control completely. Brother, look at me, Jisoo continued to call him. 2 more people turned into crazy corpses one after another. Qin Yinan's violent emotions almost condensed into substance. Black scales climbed up his well-defined profile, and the hand around Jisoo's waist almost squeezed into his bones. Jisoo reached out and held the man's face with scales, forcing the man's gaze to himself. The moment he met the golden vertical pupil, Jisoo also felt stiff and sluggish. The fear that was locked in the world of consciousness suddenly jumped up, and he wanted to break free from the blockade. Fortunately, it was only a moment, and the shock disappeared immediately. Jisoo found that Qin Yinan could still recognize him in this state, and immediately touched him along the scales. It's okay. This little thing is not worth your anger. The cold and hard scales under the palm disappeared piece by piece like the ebb tide, and the uncontrollable violent emotions were temporarily soothed, no longer needing blood and killing to vent. The toy wings had unknowingly turned into huge bat wings, and the bat wings vibrated, rushing straight into the sky, holding his treasure, and heading to the place he thought was safe. The air, which was so dangerous that it was almost solidified, finally circulated again. Qin Yinan in that state, not to mention the fear of the deformed buffalo herd. Even Fan Sheng felt his scalp tingling, and he had quietly retreated to the place he thought was the safest. Unexpectedly, Qin Yinan did not go crazy. He held back. Several major forces outside the base all cast condemning eyes at the survivors of the Fan family base. They were a bunch of idiots. They dared to launch a sneak attack under such circumstances. They really didn't want to live. Not only did they not want to live, but they almost implicated others. Several major bases only heard that the boss of the Rong family base was powerful, but they didn't know what kind of abilities he had. Today, they finally got a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg. The terrible momentum almost crushed them directly, and the ability to turn anyone into a crazy corpse was too terrifying. After several exchanges, the Pei family and the Luo family took the lead in leaving with the people of the base, even if they had thousands of plans. As long as they involved the Rong family base, they could not act rashly. Then came the Xia family and some small and medium-sized forces. The Fan family suffered heavy losses again. Fan Yu had no sympathy for the people of the Fan family base, but instead mocked them. The survivors of the Fan family base, who survived by chance, were afraid and terrified. They could not care about so much at this time. Even if they did not return to the Jinming district base, they did not want to provoke the Rong family base again. They finally survived until now. They did not want to lose their lives for those brainless young masters of the Fan family. If they want to fight for power, they can fight for it. Don't drag them as cannon fodder. The survivors of the Fan family base fled in all directions. Today's matter may not be the end. The Fan family base angered the boss of the Rong family base. No one knows what will happen in the future. They will definitely not go back. The noisy outside the base became quiet. Cheng Yamo, who was still trapped in the car and knew that he had done something wrong, almost cried out in grievance. Didn't anyone find that he was lost? And the fallen RV, how can it be lifted up? Cheng Yamo squatted on the window of the cab and was completely autistic. Brother Qin took Ji Tingting away. Who else would care about him? Cheng Yamo, who was in a state of autism, felt the RV shaking, and was so scared that he hurriedly held the backrest. Before he could understand what was going on, the overturned RV was suddenly turned over. Cheng Yamo, who was squatting on the car window, directly hit the ground with his head and fell into the passenger seat. He looked back in disbelief and saw a row of deformed buffaloes standing outside the car. It was the herd that lifted the RV up. The stinky idiot, who was scolded by him all the way, was knocking on the window, as if he had something to say. Cheng Yamo covered his head and glared at him. What are you doing? Fan Sheng smiled and hooked his finger at Cheng Yamo. Cheng Yamo was alert and retreated further. Fan Sheng's smile froze. And he said, I want to ask you something. Who is the person with you? What is his relationship with Qin Yinan? He had to find out the reason to know how big a disaster he had caused. Cheng Yimou immediately became proud. You are done. If you bully my brother Su, Brother Qin will definitely skin you alive. My brother Su is Brother Qin's only brother, and he is very precious to me. Fan Sheng pondered for a moment, patted the old cow's head. Go back and wash yourself. And wait for the pot. The old cow's eyes widened, and his mind was full of the possibility of running away. Finally, he shook his head frantically. He couldn't run away. There was still a possibility of making up for his mistakes. If he really ran away, he would be completely finished. The boss would not let him go. The old cow drooped his head, and the whole beef was visibly wilted. Fan Sheng gave the old cow an idea. If the boss really doesn't plan to keep you, go and hug Brother Su's thigh. The boss should listen to his advice. The desperate cow's eyes burst into a gleam of light. That's right. When the boss wanted to go crazy, he had never succeeded in controlling it. Except this time. Since the younger brother could appease the boss, he should be able to convince the boss not to kill the cow. The old cow couldn't wait, and had to go back to the base immediately. No. He had to prepare some gifts before going back to the base. He remembered that his younger brother said that beef was delicious. Well, as long as he didn't eat it and its brothers, it didn't matter if he ate other cows. The old cow mooed twice, took 2 deformed buffaloes, left the herd, and ran away. Jisoo and Qin Yinan left together. Cheng Yimou and Qiying had no choice but to drive the car to the wrong base. This time, the deformed buffaloes should not attack them again. Qin Yinan did take Jisoo back to the base and landed on the rooftop where he often stayed. It was the first time that Jisoo was carried so high. His nervous heart was about to fly out of his chest. He didn't dare to think what he would look like when he fell down. He might just be a human meat pie. Qin Yinan put Jisoo on the rooftop and immediately put away his bat wings. He didn't dare to let Jisoo take another look, worried that Jisoo would think he was ugly and a monster. Jisoo never thought that one day he would see the bat wings of the fallen beast so closely and be carried to the sky by the bat wings. He watched the bat wings disappear with a little regret. He touched the black scales, which were hard and cold. He didn't know how the bat wings felt. Qin Yinan took 2 steps back and tried to calm himself down. The scales and bat wings had disappeared. Only the pupils had not returned to normal. He closed his eyes, waited for his eyes to completely return to a light gray-blue color, and immediately opened his eyes to look for the figure. Jisoo was still there. He had not disappeared. Qin Yinan closed his eyes again, opened them again. Jisoo was still there. There was disbelief in his eyes. You? How come you are here? Jisoo, Looking at Qin Yinan's expression, it seemed that he had just recognized him. Could it be that the fallen beast also had the characteristic of amnesia? Jisoo said helplessly, I'm here to find you and take you home. Qin Yinan lowered his eyes to hide the pain in his eyes. Going home? Where would he have a home? He had no home for a long time. Seeing him silent, Jisoo felt a little nervous. Are you still willing to go back to Baiwan town? Qin Yinan raised his eyes and looked at Jisoo's eyes. Still as gentle and tolerant as before. I'm not suitable to go there again. He wanted to go, but he couldn't go back. Every time he went crazy and woke up, there would be no complete monsters in that area. Crazy corpses, deformed bodies, deformed monsters, and advanced crazy corpses would all be torn to pieces by him. If he didn't stay away from the survivors when he went crazy, he would be torn to pieces along with the survivors. He didn't dare and couldn't go back with Jisoo. He didn't want to become a monster that everyone feared. He would rather wander alone than let Jisoo see him like that. Jisoo stood in front of him. If you have any concerns, you can tell me, and I will solve them with you. Qin Yinan avoided Jisoo's gaze. It can't be solved. And you shouldn't come here. He even restrained himself from looking in the direction of Baiwan town. Jisoo shouldn't give him extravagant hopes, which would make him fly back to Baiwan town regardless of anything when he went crazy. He dreamed more than once that he couldn't control his longing for Jisoo. Secretly went to Baiwan town to visit Jisoo, and then went crazy and tore everyone, including Jisoo, to pieces. The despair in the dream was so real. The more it happened, the more he dared not think about Jisoo and Baiwan town. He was afraid that it would leave traces in his subconscious, and he would go there when he went crazy. Jisoo stared at the roof for a long time before he spoke slowly. Before I decided to come to you, I had thought through all the possible problems. Deformation is irreversible. There is a possibility that a full deformity can become a perfect deformity. But degeneration is completely unsolvable. None of the degenerate creatures I have seen can degenerate slowly like you. Your degeneration process is very similar to the deformation process. I want to bet on your uniqueness, and that you will be a degenerate beast with self-awareness. If you can't do it, I can help you. If it doesn't work once, then twice, 3 times, countless times, I can go back in time for you again and again. Qin Yinen's eyes finally fell on Jisu's face, and he asked blankly, "Go back? Time?" "Yes, I have the ability to go back in time, and we have more than one chance. I will accompany you. I will not let anything you don't want to happen. You just need to concentrate on keeping your self-awareness and leave everything else to me. Is that okay?" Qin Yinen frowned, instinctively sensing something was wrong. Where does time go back? Isn't your deformed ability construction? Every deformed person has only one deformed ability. How could Jisu suddenly have the ability to go back? Jisu looked at him in silence, as if wondering whether to tell him the truth. Qin Yinen was very anxious. "Tell me, what's wrong with you?" If he wanted to reassure Qin Yinen, he must tell him about the ability to go back. As for the 3 years he had experienced, there was no need to mention it deliberately, because even he himself didn't know whether it was rebirth or going back. Jisu said, "If you are invaded by pure dark matter, you will either perish, or keep your self-consciousness and become a deformed person, or lose your self-consciousness and be fused with your memory by the energy of pure dark matter and become a bloodthirsty person. Under normal circumstances, it is the limit for everyone's brain to withstand one invasion." Qin Yinen held his breath, waiting for the second half of Jisu's words. "Jisu, I am an exception. I have been invaded twice." Qin Yinen grabbed Jisu's wrist, nervous and afraid, causing his black scales to reappear uncontrollably. Jisu held his hand, stared into Qin Yinen's eyes and said, "So, you are an outlier among the fallen beasts. And I am also an outlier among the deformed people. Your degeneration is unsolvable, and my deformation is unknown. Maybe we both have no future, at least when you can still be yourself. Don't separate. Don't wait until you want to be yourself, but have no chance to regret it." Qin Yinen stared at Jisu's eyes tightly. There was no fear, no terror, only calmness and deep heartache. Jisu felt sorry for him. Qin Yinen held Jisu's hand tighter and tighter. Jisu said nothing, letting him hold it. "You may completely become a fallen beast in a place I can't see, and I will also lose my self-awareness in a place you can't see, and become a bloodthirsty person with my appearance. Do you really want to see such a result?" Qin Yinen shook his head firmly. No, he didn't want to. He would never let Jisu become a bloodthirsty person. Jisu noticed the looseness in Qin Yinen's eyes, and continued, "If staying in the base makes you unable to relax, we will go outside to build a castle to live in. You haven't seen the castle I built yet, right? It's very strong. Even your fallen form can't be easily destroyed. In the castle with only the 2 of us, you can completely relax. Even if you lose control, it doesn't matter. I'm not afraid." Jisu crashed into the broad embrace. Qin Yinen hugged him tightly, and said in a hoarse voice, "Okay, let's go home." Chapter 57. Qin Yinen agreed to go back with Jisu, but he couldn't leave immediately, as there were still some things to be solved in Yuhai City. Seeing Jisu, Qin Yinen's violent emotions were well soothed. Since leaving Baiwan town, his emotions have become more and more difficult to control, and he has been in madness and violence for most of the month. This is also the main reason why he has been away from Rong's base for a long time. It is rare to come back twice a month, and he will leave after staying for less than 2 days each time. All his attention is on guarding his self-awareness and missing someone. All the things in Rong's base are managed by Fan Sheng. Qin Yinen told Jisu that Rong's base has been researching new material-modified cars and has achieved great results. It won't be long before the first new material-modified car after the end of the world can be manufactured. If he can make it in time, he can bring a batch of modified cars back when he goes back. Jisu has seen new material-modified cars 2 years later. He is not sure whether those cars are from Yuhai City, let alone Rong's base. He wants to see the modified cars of Rong's base with his own eyes. Qin Yinen took Jisu away from the rooftop. 2 burnt RVs and medium trucks were parked outside the base. "Shumyamo, Qi Ying and Mo Linshu also arrived at the Rong's base. Qin Yanan knew that Jisu's medium trucks were all new cars. Seeing such a car body, his emotions were uncontrollable. When the gold spread in his eyes, Jisu grabbed his wrist in time. The car is fine, but the body is blackened. It can be washed. No! The gold was still surging, and the pupils became oval. Jisu continued to comfort. It's really not possible. I will collect the debts from each family and ask them to compensate. Qin Yanan was satisfied. Fan Sheng immediately arranged for someone to wash the car, and he must wash the two cars clean. Even Fan Sheng was afraid when the boss went crazy. Not to mention other people in the base. Cheng Mo was like a defeated dog, standing by the car and not daring to get close. His eyes fixed on Jisu's hand holding Qin Yanan. Since the end of the world, Jisu couldn't even get too close to anyone, let alone touch anyone. Cheng Mo thought he was Jisu's best brother, and wanted to live in the master bedroom of the RV with Jisu, but was rejected by Jisu. If he wanted to live in the master bedroom, he had to sleep on the floor, not on his big bed. Cheng Mo was not stupid. There were so many beds in the RV. Why should he sleep on the floor? So he quickly went to sleep on the push-pull bed. Look! When the RV flipped over, these two people not only stepped on his head and hugged him, but also completely forgot that there was poor him in the car. Now Jisu took the initiative to hold Qin Yanan's wrist and got so close. Ji Tingting was double standard. He was not allowed to do anything, but he was unconditionally indulgent to Qin Gu. Chung Guzi was angry. Just as he was about to go to the manufacturing room with Qin Yanan, Jisu noticed a dog. You follow me to wash the car. If he hadn't suddenly gone wild, the RV wouldn't have turned over by itself. Whenever he thought of the reason for the rollover, Jisu couldn't look directly at Chung Mo's face. His mind was full of the image of Chung Guzi chasing his tail and biting him, but falling on his belly. He had a headache and eyes hurt. Chung Mo felt even more wronged. He had no idea that the RV would suddenly turn over. He just wanted to chase the group of idiots from the Fan family. He really didn't mean to turn the car over. Jisu and Qin Yanan went to the manufacturing room side by side. Fan Sheng and his assistants accompanied them. If there were any questions that needed to be answered, they could answer for the boss. After all, the boss never interfered in the affairs of the base, and he must not know many things. The factory building of the Rong's base is a restricted area. Outsiders are not allowed to approach. The gate is usually closed. Outside the factory building, there are not only deformed people guarding, but also deformed buffalo guarding. It is considered the most important place in the base. Jisu was brought here by the boss of Rong Corporation, so naturally no one dared to stop him. As soon as the factory door was opened, Jisu was forced to stop by the strong smell of blood inside. The people in the base were secretly observing who this boy who could let the boss accompany him was. And they were also wondering whether such a fair-skinned child really dared to enter the factory. Not to mention this child. Even they who were guarding outside the factory every day did not dare to easily step through the factory door. The shadow was too big, so they did not dare. Fan Sheng was also observing the boss's younger brother. He and Qin Yanan had known each other for so many years, and he had never heard that he had any younger brother. It was impossible to have a biological brother, but it was possible to have a love brother. Back then, in order to compete for that position abroad, all kinds of dirty tricks could be used, and sending some beautiful boys and girls was a basic operation. In order to take Qin Yanan, those people used all their tricks and forced Qin Yanan to become asexual. As Qin Yanan's confidant, Fan Sheng certainly knew the boss's true sexual orientation. He and Jisu had met 3 times. The first time was on the street. He only saw the backs of 2 cars leaving, but didn't see who was in the cars. The second time was also on the street. The RV was parked across the street, and there was a glass window between them. Fansu didn't see what he looked like. The third time was outside the base in Donko district. Jisu still stayed in the RV. Even when Qin Yanan carried him out, Fan Sheng didn't see his face. Until now, he saw Jisu's true appearance and remembered who he was. Under Qin Yanan's secret arrangement, he returned to China early and founded a company in Yuhai City under the name of Rong Family. The company involved in the same fields as Xia family and Fan family. Rong family began to stir up trouble in Yuhai City, openly competing with Xia family and Fan family. Xia family was a new upstart in Yuhai City, while Fan family was an old family. At first, none of them took Rong family seriously, until their business was frequently robbed. And even if they couldn't rob it, they would ruin it. Roan family had overseas funds to support them, and they had the confidence to fight them hard. In just 2 years, Roan family had established a firm foothold in Yuhai City. Fan Sheng came back to develop, and he also had a secret mission: to take care of Grandma Qin secretly. When Fan Sheng's people first appeared outside the community of Grandma Qin's home, they found something unusual, and there were other people secretly monitoring Grandma Qin. Fan Sheng immediately recalled people and did not dare to act rashly, so as not to disrupt all of Qin Yinen's arrangements abroad. After so many years of hard work, he could not fail in the end. Jisoo, who often accompanied Grandma Qin to the supermarket, was naturally noticed by Fan Sheng. After a secret investigation, Jisoo's identity was normal, so he kept the status quo and did not disturb her rashly. The period when Grandma Qin passed away was the busiest time of the company. When he had time to send people to Qijiang City, he learned that Grandma Qin had passed away. He immediately sent news abroad, but he did not contact Qin Yinen. Fan Sheng did not know what happened abroad, and he did not contact Qin Yinen for several months. After the end of the world, he thought Qin Yinen was trapped abroad, but he did not expect that he returned to China before the end of the world. Knowing Jisoo's identity, he also knew how important he was to Qin Yinen. After all, during the 8 years that Qin Yinen was abroad, Jisoo was with Grandma Qin, and he was also the one who took care of Grandma Qin in her old age. To put it bluntly, this is another grandson of Grandma Qin, regardless of whether he is a brother or a brother-in-love. Jisoo means something special to Qin Yinen. It is no wonder that Jisoo can appease Qin Yinen's madness and violence. Although Jisoo is not very old, his style of doing things is not at all timid. He can send them and the deformed buffaloes to the sky without saying a word, and dare to leave the Dongko district base knowing that he is surrounded and confront the major forces waiting outside. Even if there is no relationship with Qin Yinen, Fan Sheng will admire such a person very much. He has strength and courage, which is much more pleasing to the eye than those self-righteous fools. Fan Sheng is indifferent to the frequent glances of his assistant. He does not think that people who dare to come to Yuhai City from Xinjiang City with 3 people to find someone will be afraid of a mere deformed factory. Sure enough, Jisoo quickly walked in and saw the situation in the factory. He did not even frown. There was only surprise that could not be concealed, and there was no fear at all. Jisoo couldn't help being surprised. He had never thought that a car modified with new materials would be manufactured in such a factory. In the absence of instruments and equipment, Jisoo could only think of the ability to distort. If it was personal ability, the production capacity was limited, and the high price of the modified car was reasonable. Who could have thought that it would be a distorted factory? The whole factory seemed to be covered in blood. The ground and walls were all covered with a layer of something like a fetal membrane. And under the fetal membrane were dense red blood vessels. There were rows of huge monsters standing in the factory. They were instruments and equipment in the past. Now the equipment has been integrated with human flesh and blood. The equipment not only has consciousness, but also pink flesh. There are at least a dozen human heads on each distorted equipment. Each equipment is controlled by these preserved distorted human heads. Jisoo walked to an employee. He was holding a blueprint for a distorted human head to see. He carefully explained the shape and size of the parts to be manufactured to the distorted human head. As the employee was talking, the distorted equipment was squirming, as if adjusting the internal parts. The heads of the freaks were not rotten, and the whites of their eyes occupied most of the space, with only small black pupils. They could hear and see, just like a biological computer with more than a dozen hosts merged together, obtaining information from the outside, controlling the freak equipment, and manufacturing the required modified car parts. The entrance of the freak equipment was opened, and other employees put pieces of materials with metallic luster into the entrance. The freak equipment made a humming sound, and the machine started running. Jisoo stood by and waited for a while, and soon a batch of parts were manufactured, falling into the parts basket below the exit with a clang. When the parts were full, an employee immediately changed a new basket to continue loading. Jisoo took a part in his hand and observed it. It looked like a metal part, but it was not pure metal. Those neatly cut materials should be the new materials unique to the Roan family base. Jisoo walked around the factory. Every freak equipment was running. There was no electricity. What was the energy source of these equipment? Jisoo looked at the window covered by the fetal membrane, and then he realized that the factory was abnormally bright. He looked up and saw rows of 1-meter-long light tubes hanging above the factory. and the light was emitted from there. Jisoo asked the man who had been following him. Are those lights made by the factory itself? Qin Yinen's lips were straightened, and he looked at Fan Sheng. Fan Sheng was in charge of the factory's affairs. And he never asked. In front of the boss. Fan Sheng was still serious. Yes. Some small items needed for lighting. Jisoo's attention was on the lighting on the ceiling of the factory. What energy is used? Qin Yinen would answer this question. Energy crystal. Jisoo looked at Qin Yinen suddenly, and almost twisted his neck. Qin Yinen reached out, pressed the back of Jisoo's neck, and rubbed it for him. Jisoo certainly knew that energy crystals could be converted into multiple energy sources. The energy crystal he got in Xinjiang City is still in Fan Lin's hands. It is not a simple matter to replace car fuel with energy crystals. Fan Lin did not come up with any results. But he did not expect that the Rong family base had already used energy crystal energy. Jisoo was even more surprised than seeing the distorted factory. You have developed an energy conversion device? Fan Wei replied. It has only been a few days since we developed it. We used steam power generation before. But later, under the insistence of the boss, we were allowed to use energy crystals. After countless experiments, we finally developed an energy conversion device. When they first heard that the energy in the energy crystals could be used, the researchers at the base looked at each other in bewilderment. They had no idea where to start with the energy crystals. But the boss insisted that there was energy in them. So they could only treat it as if there was energy in them, and study it. They did not expect that they could really produce results. The energy of each energy crystal is considerable. And one energy crystal is enough to supply the energy of a new material modified car. According to research, the energy supply of an energy crystal is about equal to 3 tanks of oil in the same car. And the amount of energy in different energy crystals is also different. The function of energy crystals was told by Jisoo to Qin Yinen. So he insisted that energy crystals could be used. Every time Qin Yinen went crazy, he liked to hunt advanced crazy corpses and collect all the energy crystals, not letting anyone touch them. This was also the main reason why Jisoo and his party had not encountered advanced crazy corpses in Yunhai City for 3 days. Considering the population of Yunhai City, it would be abnormal if there were no advanced crazy corpses. Jisoo asked Qin Yinen, can we take some energy conversion devices back? Qin Yinen nodded. Sure. We can take back whatever is in the factory. Fan Sheng's eyelids twitched fiercely. Does the prodigal boss know how rare these things are? How much supplies can be exchanged for them? Just give them away like this? Jisoo looked at Fan Sheng, who looked painful, and deliberately did not mention the reward. This person was really hateful. He suspected that he was attacked by the deformed buffalo as soon as he arrived in Yunhai City. Otherwise, who was ordering the deformed buffalo when Qin Yinen was not in Yunhai City? Please prepare more energy conversion devices for me, Mr. Fan. If there are finished modified cars, keep them for me. There are also these lights. The shape should be more beautiful. If there are other things, everything, prepare them for me. Fan Sheng changed his painful expression and smiled. No problem. I can get people to prepare all the things you mentioned, except for the modified cars that have not yet been completed. But our base is still short of a fence. I wonder if you can help. Jisoo saw him smiling and felt that he was digging a hole. Then I have to ask in advance about the charging standard of the fence built for the base by that person in Yunhai City. The fence I build can't be lower than his price. Fan Sheng laughed out loud. Boss, your brother is really interesting. He is so vigilant at such a young age. That's good. Qin Yinen glanced at him lightly. Fan Sheng, who was serious for only 3 minutes, was not afraid at all. As long as the boss didn't go crazy, he was not afraid. Fan Sheng bargained shamelessly. Boss, the entire Rong's base is yours. And Mr. G is your brother. We should keep the wealth within the family. It's hurtful to divide it so clearly. Don't you think? Qin Yinen nodded. You are right. Since we are all family, my things are just for you. You can take whatever you want. Jisoo looked at the man, met his focused gaze, and looked away a little uncomfortably. This was the first time Qin Yinen called him by his nickname. Except for Chung Imo, who often called him by his nickname. No one had called him by this name for a long time. Fan Sheng, mistake. The boss now is not the boss before. This is a boss with a younger brother. Where the younger brother is, the elbow is there. Jisoo coughed lightly and stopped joking. If we want long-term cooperation, we can't get it for free. I will first order a batch of modified cars. If the price of building the base wall is not enough, we still have food and delicious vegetables and fruits in our base, which can be traded. Speaking of vegetables and fruits, everyone, including Fan Sheng, couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They hadn't eaten fresh vegetables and fruits for too long, even if they found them in the wild. The taste was hard to describe. Fan Sheng smiled and said, "There is no better currency than food in the end times. Delicious vegetables and fruits are now luxury goods. Don't worry. We are all family, and the price will definitely be the lowest." Qin Yinan looked at him coldly. Fan Sheng raised one eyebrow and pretended not to be able to feel the boss's coldness. Jisoo didn't think there was anything wrong, so he agreed and asked Qin Yinan if he didn't eat well. Why did he lose so much weight? Qin Yinan retracted his gaze, and the coldness instantly dissipated. He defended himself. "I ate well." Jisoo didn't believe it at all. He could remember to eat well when he was crazy. No one would believe it. "The food outside is not delicious. I brought the grapes you like to eat, as well as dragon fruit and freshly picked apples. The braised meat is also the flavor you like. Have dinner with us tonight." Qin Yinan, "Okay." The subordinates following behind, They couldn't take it anymore. They were about to be drowned by saliva. They also wanted to eat fruits and braised meat. Vegetables and fruits are hard to come by, but you can make braised meat yourself. But you can't make it taste like before the end of the world. The seasonings that have been corroded taste very strange, and even the salt has become bland and bitter. You can no longer taste the delicious taste of the past. When Jisoo and Qin Yinan walked out of the base, they saw a big yellow cow lying at the door of the base. It was no smaller than the deformed buffalo, but it suffered from the lack of horns. There were blood holes on its belly and neck, and the ground was dyed red with cow blood. Jisoo stared at the deformed yellow cow's neck, then looked at the deformed buffalo herd looking at this side from afar, and whispered to Qin Yinan, "Do these deformed buffaloes still eat their own kind? Eating meat is fine, but they even eat their own kind. Are they so cruel?" Qin Yinan stared at the deformed buffalo herd for a few seconds, and the deformed buffalo fled in panic, fearing that his beef would be remembered by the boss. It would be safer to appear less in front of the boss. Qin Yinan said, "They don't eat their own kind. This is a gift for you. Shall we have beef tonight?" Jisoo hadn't eaten beef for a long time, and his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. "Shall we have spicy beef hot pot?" In the 3 years he had experienced, he had never eaten beef or hot pot. He was so greedy that when he prepared the supplies, he prepared a lot of hot pot base, with all kinds of flavors. He originally planned to eat hot pot every day in winter to prevent it from expiring. Now that he has a warehouse with a slow flow of time, he can store it for a longer time without worrying about the hot pot base expiring. Qin Yinan was infected by Jisoo's emotions, and the corners of his mouth curved into a beautiful arc. "Okay, let's eat hot pot." Jisoo's steps towards Zhongka became lighter. "I brought a lot of vegetables, just right for hot pot. And then steam a big pot of rice. And there is also wine. Do you want a drink? We have both red and white beer." Qin Yinan followed Jisoo slowly. "You can drink a little." Fan Sheng, who was left in place, looked thoughtful and sent his subordinates to work. He went to talk to the boss about something. The subordinates swallowed their saliva frantically. Are you going to let people live? There is actually hot pot to eat. And it is spicy beef hot pot. There are dishes, wine and rice. What a heavenly life. I really want to eat for free. But they dare not. What Fan Sheng said about finding the boss for something was to eat for free. Wherever the boss went, he followed. Qin Yinan was annoyed and sent him to deal with the beef. Fan Sheng went there quickly. He had a share of the work. If he helped to deal with it, he would definitely have something to eat. When Jisoo cooked the fragrant rice and brought down the bags of washed vegetables, he looked up and saw a circle of people dealing with the big yellow cattle. Jisoo, He looked at the folding table that had just been set up, and then looked at the circle of people. He quietly put away the folding table and put it back on the car. He built a round stove on the spot, the kind that burns firewood. As long as he put a big pot on it, he could eat in a circle. Jisoo took out the largest pot he brought out and put it on the stove. He asked Fan Sheng for a few pieces of solid oil. The deteriorated gasoline and diesel no longer had the original taste, and it was better to use than coal. Light the solid oil. Heat the pan and fry the beef oil. Add the hot pot base and stir fry until fragrant. Add the onion, ginger and garlic. Put the chopped beef bones into the pot. add water and stew, and eat a real beef bone hot pot. The overbearing aroma of the hot pot wafted out, and everyone in the base stretched their necks to look. Qin Yinan brought the processed beef in buckets. The beef had been cleaned, and Jisoo put the beef in a sealed box in the warehouse to prevent blood from flowing out. Except for the remaining beef, tripe and tripe. Other edible parts were cleaned and neatly placed in the warehouse. When the work here was done, the beef bones were also stewed, and the fragrance spread far away. Jisoo did not skimp on the food and invited the people who helped to eat hot pot together. These people were all the management of Rong's base and Qin Yinan's capable subordinates. Thanks to the existence of Rong's base for more than 2 months, Qin Yinan had a place to stay after leaving Baiwan town. Jisoo treated them tonight, and they could eat as much as they wanted. Even the researchers at the base were not left out. The stove could not accommodate so many people. So Jisoo specially cooked a pot of beef and vegetables, and sent it over with a pot of rice for them to eat in the laboratory. A group of old men almost shed tears while eating. It was so delicious. They hadn't eaten such delicious food since the end of the world. This was the taste in their memory. The food was delicious. The seasoning was fragrant, and the wine was the original taste. There were also normal green vegetables. They hadn't eaten such normal vegetables for more than 3 months. After a meal, Jisoo's status in the Rong's base was close to their powerful and difficult to provoke boss. Chapter 58. Each of them drank a few cups. Not much. Just to satisfy their cravings. Getting drunk in the doomsday, which is full of dangers, will cause big trouble. Mo Linqiu drank a few more cups, and Jisoo did not stop him. He understood the pain of losing a loved one. That night, Mo Linqiu did not go back to the RV to rest, but slept on the couch in the middle card. Qiying was worried about him, and also spent the night in the middle card. Qin Yinan did not go back to the base to rest, but slept in the RV. Jisoo also brought his change of clothes. He took a hot bath in the RV and slept comfortably on the sofa bed for a night. This was the most peaceful night Qin Yinan had slept since he left Baiwan town. Those nightmares, uneasiness and confusion did not appear, and he slept until dawn. Mo Linqiu proposed that he wanted to go home to see and ask about the specific situation of his neighbor parents. No matter what the result was, he had to see it with his own eyes and hear it with his own ears. He could not continue to be so depressed. Qiying decided to accompany Mo Linqiu back, and the two of them could always take care of each other. Jisoo asked them to drive a medium truck over, but they both felt that it was inappropriate. The two vehicles were already famous in Yunhai City. Both vehicles would be targeted, and it would be even more unsafe to travel alone. They wanted to borrow a steam truck from Rong's base. Thinking of the slow speed of the steam truck and the characteristics of manual towing, Jisoo felt a headache. Driving a steam truck was not as good as walking. At least, it was flexible and changeable. In addition to transporting goods, Jisoo could not see any advantages of the steam truck. Qin Yinan said, "Ride the bull. I will let 2 deformed buffaloes take you over. In this way, speed and safety are guaranteed." Chung Yamo suddenly became energetic when he heard that he could ride a deformed buffalo out. "I will go too. 3 people are safer." So the 3 of them rode 3 deformed buffaloes out, and each of them carried a sharp limb. Qiying's loan of Bai Jijia's deformed ability has expired, and he is now just like an ordinary person. When he left, he wanted to borrow Qin Yinan's powerful ability. Qin Yinan generously let him borrow it, but it turned out to be a waste of time. He couldn't copy Qin Yinan's ability. Chung Yamo took the initiative to ask Qiying to borrow his deformed ability, and then Qiying was shocked to find that he couldn't even copy Chung Mo's deformed ability. He suspected that there was something wrong with his deformed ability. Qiying wanted to try to borrow Jisoo's ability, but was rejected by Jisoo. Qiying, Not long after the end of the world, he and Qin Yinan were taken to the base by Jisoo. They went on several missions together and experienced life and death. He thought they were teammates who were trusted, but Jisoo always kept them out, as if he was still on guard against them. Before, even Qin Yinan was on Jisoo's guard. Qiying saw how much Qin Yinan valued him. Now Qin Yinan has crossed the isolation zone and can get close to Jisoo, while others are still isolated. Jisoo was not sure whether Qiying could copy his ability. He did not want to try or take risks. The second invasion was a secret. No one except him and Qin Yinan would know about it. Jisoo said, "Your deformed ability belongs to mental deformity. You should only be able to copy abilities of the same mental deformity." It must be said that Qiying is very good at picking people. Qin Yinan is a fallen beast, and he is not at the same level as a deformed person. It is understandable that he cannot copy. Chung Mo is a deformed form. It is a bit difficult for Qi Ying to copy across frequencies. Mo Lingqiu extended his hand to him. Try mine. The result was just as Jisoo said. Qi Ying successfully copied Mo Lingqiu's ability, proving that his copying ability was not invalid. Looking at the 3 people and 3 cows leaving, Jisoo was thoughtful. When he rejected Qi Ying, he noticed the change in his eyes. Jisoo did not want to guess what Qi Ying was feeling now. His defensive heart would not change because of other people's moods. Jisoo and Qin Yinan went to the base. Today they will discuss the construction of the base wall with the senior management of Rong's base. This area is very open and has a nice view. Whether to include it in the base depends on the opinion of Rong's base. During the whole meeting, Jisoo did not join their discussion. As the builder of the base wall, he only needed to know one result: whether the area was large or small, and whether the wall was high or low, as long as he gave the corresponding reward. While others were in the meeting, Jisoo and Qin Yinan were whispering to one side. Qin Yinan said that he had prepared a gift for Jisoo and would take him to see it after the meeting. Van Sheng wanted to knock on the table and make someone face up to his identity. Who is the real boss? How could he leave such a big thing as building a base aside and whisper to the builder? Is this what a boss should do? Van Sheng cleared his throat to attract the attention of the 2. Boss, make a decision. Qin Yinan looked at Jisoo. How do you think it should be built? Jisoo raised his eyebrows. Can I make the decision? Qin Yinan nodded. You can treat this as your own base and build it however you like. Van Sheng, Several senior executives, For a moment, the conference room was full of coughs. Trying to remind the boss to wake up. Building a base wall is such a big thing. How can it be done casually? We must think carefully before making a decision. Jisoo nodded. Then I will build it casually. Qin Yinan, okay. Then you and senior executives, It can't be done casually. This is the base they rely on for survival. How can it be done casually? Before they could speak, the conference room suddenly shook, and everyone's face changed drastically, and they jumped up and ran outside. They knew very well how fragile the buildings were after the end of the world. Every day when they lived in the room, they had to worry about whether the building would collapse while they were asleep, and they would be buried in the building, and they would definitely be cold. When they stumbled out of the conference room, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. A tall phantom appeared in front of them. The phantom was gradually solidifying, and in front of everyone, it formed a 10-story high thick wall. Everyone was stunned. Is this how the base wall appeared? Didn't they use the distortion ability to build a wall piece by piece, and then piece these walls together to form a tall base wall? They saw Jiang Hanging build a wall with their own eyes, and the steps were completely different. Otherwise, it would not take a month to build a base wall. It really takes time to piece it together. But the base wall in front of them completely overturned their impression of the builder. It just appeared out of thin air. Is building a wall so simple? Everyone looked stiffly at Mr. G, who was standing with their boss. They were all speechless and shocked. I have fenced off the distorted factories separately. See if you are satisfied, Jisoo said, and took Qin Yin to the distorted factory. The senior executives who reacted hurriedly followed. They also wanted to see. Jisoo was indeed chatting with Qin Yin in a low voice. But he was not doing nothing. His spiritual energy was always measuring outside, and the proportion of the model in the consciousness world was constantly modified, and it could be put out at any time. The distorted factory has been completely covered by a brand new building. The original factory building only had the distorted factory on the first floor. All the buildings above the second floor collapsed. The people at the base cleaned up for a long time before pulling out the distorted factory. For such a large distorted factory, one floor of space is far from enough. Some processes have to be moved to other places. It is scattered, chaotic, and very unsafe. Jisoo's new building has a total of 5 floors, and the actual height is equivalent to 10 floors. Each floor has a gentle slope spiraling upwards. It can be used as a car warehouse, a car assembly room, a material manufacturing room, etc. The floors are high and the space is large. The gentle slope can drive trucks. You can do whatever you want. The most important thing is solidity. From building the model to putting it into reality, Jisoo spent a lot of mental energy. This is a safe fortress. If an unstoppable disaster occurs, it can also be used as a shelter. As long as they hide here and close the door, They can save their lives even if the fallen beast attacks. The group walked up the gentle slope, looking down layer by layer. The top management of the base were all in a trance. It turned out that the constructor could not only build the base wall, but also build a building at will. Jisoo carefully explained the characteristics of this building to Qin Yinan. This is the last retreat for the survivors of the base. As long as this building is defended, even if Qin Yinan is not in the base, the Rome's base will not be wiped out by monsters. When the two were talking, a row of ears stood up behind them, listening carefully. After visiting the building, Jisoo took Qin Yinan out again, passing through the 10-story base wall, and there was a 5-story outer wall in the distance. The outer wall enclosed a large area of land, enclosing a piece of greenery and lawn. The deformed buffalo that was grazing outside the base was also enclosed in the outer base, in confusion. The distance was too far, and Jisoo didn't want to walk to the gate of the outer base. He tilted his head to look at Qin Yinan. How is it? Are you satisfied? Qin Yinan nodded. He had nothing to be dissatisfied with. It would be better to leave it to professionals to build it instead of laymen pointing fingers. Qin Yinan looked at Fan Sheng and others with blank faces. Are you satisfied? Several people were shocked to numbness. In addition to nodding desperately, they just wanted to wipe their sweat secretly. Fortunately, they did not stop the boss's decision. This was much higher than they expected. Whether it was the height, thickness, or area of the wall, it was far beyond their expectations. They originally thought that they would be satisfied with a 10-meter high wall, but they didn't expect that Mr. Ji Shao gave them a 30-meter high wall instead of a 10-story wall. They only planned to build a circle of base walls, but Mr. Ji Shao built 2 circles inside and outside for them. The deformed factory building in the center was a surprise among surprises. If they were allowed to plan it themselves, they would never have dreamed that they could build such a tall and sophisticated building out of thin air. They have a more intuitive understanding of Mr. Ji Shao's strength, and now they are worried that they may not be able to pay the corresponding compensation. The tofu dregs wall that Jiang Hanging spent a month to build was not as high and thick as the outer wall of their base, but they still wanted such a high reward. They had 2 tall inner and outer walls and a building. How should the reward be calculated? The senior management frequently winked at Mr. Fan, asking him to find a way. The things the base promised to give were not enough to pay for the inner and outer base walls and the building, unless they gave new materials to modify the car. But they didn't have a finished modified car at all. Fan Sheng was also thinking about this problem. He knew that the boss would definitely not let Jisoo suffer a loss. The base could only try to give the best reward. Fan Sheng said, "Can I ask what energy your car uses?" Jisoo, why? They all knew that there was no gasoline and diesel available at the gas station now. Fan Yu said confidently, "I guess it's not the energy crystal, right? Does your car need to be modified with an energy supply device?" Jisoo's heart moved slightly. Of course, it would be great if they could modify it. But if they were asked to modify it, the energy supply problem would be exposed. And then why he had problems with gasoline and diesel. Jisoo looked at Qin Yinan. The problems he could think of, Qin Yinan could also think of them. Whether it could be modified depended on Qin Yinan's opinion. Qin Yinan understood Jisoo's concerns. He didn't want to explain things, and others didn't dare to ask. It can be modified. The original energy supply should not be changed. We need a dual energy supply. Fan Sheng, Jisoo added. Just modify the RV. It's better to modify the appearance and interior of the RV. I want a larger space and a more comfortable RV. The wheels should be as high as a person, and the roof can be used to watch the stars and barbecue. The kind that crazy corpses can't climb up. Modify it according to the scale of the mobile fortress of the end of the world. It can be easily twisted over, which means that the body is too light. If it is to be modified, it should be modified into the most powerful RV of the end of the world, which is both a mobile fortress and a comfortable residence. This is the effect he wants. Fan Sheng, Fan Sheng felt that this was shooting himself in the foot. If he really modified it according to Jisoo's requirements, what would be the difference between it and building a new car? But the words have been spoken, and he has to do it anyway, so he can only bite the bullet. Jisoo threw the RV key to Fan Sheng and asked him to drive the RV for modification, while he followed Qin Yinan to see the gifts. Fan Sheng and several senior executives looked up at the sky. How did things develop to this point? Didn't they say that only the energy supply would be modified? Why did the whole car suddenly get modified? Jisoo didn't know the embarrassment of Fan Sheng and others. and followed Qin Yin into the warehouse in a good mood. The door of the warehouse was opened, and crystals rolled out all over the floor. Jisoo looked up and saw crystals of various colors piled up in the warehouse. Jisoo. Qin Yin observed Jisoo's expression. Do you like it? Jisoo was deeply shocked. He took a breath. Where did you get so many crystals? Qin Yin stared at him. Golden light surged in his light eyes, and there was a surging fanatical restlessness. Trapped in the cage by the shackles called reason, not allowing the fiery emotions to leak out at all. When Jisoo looked over, Qin Yin avoided his gaze, fearing that the monsters in the cage would be hooked out. I picked up some while wandering around. It wasn't just by chance. When he was out of control and mad, in addition to killing, his favorite thing was to pick up crystals and energy crystals. He knew that Jisoo liked these. Even when he was mad, he would subconsciously collect crystals. These were his harvests in more than 2 months. He would always carry bags of crystals back and pour them into the warehouse through the window. He was obsessed with filling the warehouse. It seemed that as long as he had enough crystals, he could see the person he wanted to see. No one dared to approach this warehouse base. This was the boss's secret warehouse. Every time the boss came back, he would stay here for a while. No one knew what was in the warehouse, and no one dared to ask. Jisoo looked at him. His heart was inexplicably noisy, and every beat was clearly audible. In the more than 2 months since Qin Yin left, Jisoo asked the deformed cat about him. The crystals Qin Yin gave him were not picked up by the deformed cat for him, but by Qin Yin himself. The crystals brought into the base by the deformed cats were also distributed to them by Qin Yin. Even the deformed poultry brought by the deformed cats were caught by Qin Yin himself and handed over to him by the deformed cats. And they were also given as a greeting gift. The more Jisoo learned from the deformed cats, the more uncomfortable he felt. During that time, he was always at risk of suffocation. His chest was too stuffy, too blocked and too painful. Only by sitting on the top of the short and stout cylinder and using crystals one by one could he calm down briefly. He consumed crystals in Baiwan town, and Qin Yin was outside collecting crystals, waiting to give them to him as gifts. Jisoo lowered his eyes and smiled, blinking away the mist in his eyes quickly. I like it very much, but there are too many. How can we transport it back? Qin Yin didn't hear anything unusual. We can wait and drive a few modified cars back, or I can transport it back in batches. Jisoo laughed. Don't you know how tiring it is to transport it back in batches? Let's wait for the modified car. While waiting for the modified car, Qin Yin took Jisoo to collect debts from house to house. All the forces, big and small, that attacked Jisoo had to give compensation. Otherwise, they would have to get compensation from other places. Chapter 59. Since Jisoo arrived, Qin Yin's mood has become particularly peaceful. In the past, when vertical pupils and bat wings appeared, it would be difficult to control his violent emotions. Now Qin Yin released the bat wings and took Jisoo to fly around. And he did not lose control. Qin Yin did not know whether he had grown up in the madness of more than 2 months, or because of Jisoo's closeness. He was now only full of joy, and he had forgotten where his crazy desire for destruction had been. Jisoo did not know what Qin Yin was like when he was a normal person for a few days a month. The Qin Yin he saw was a normal person as long as he did not anger him. The whole base was shocked that Qin Yin could stay in the base for so many days. What shocked them even more was that the boss brought a lot of compensation back with his brother. No matter how big the power was, as long as they attacked Jisoo, they had to give compensation. No! The collapsed section of the wall of the Pei family base was an example. Now it was only a section that collapsed. If they dared to refuse to admit their mistakes by relying on the big base and big power, they would demolish all the walls and expose the Haitian district base completely. The boss of Rome's base is no longer the powerful boss, who came and went without a trace, and didn't care about anything. He is now keen on collecting debts. As long as Jisoo wants it, he will get it for him. The bosses of small and medium-sized forces cried, and complained that the boss of Rome's base had no martial ethics. Such a big base was arguing with small gathering places like them. They did sneak attack the 2 cars, but the car stoppers were killed on the spot. The 2 cars passed intact. Their people didn't even touch the car hair, so they also had to pay compensation. The second wave of people throwing fire bombs did set the 2 cars on fire, but it was just a fire. There was no damage to the people in the car. Only the car was damaged. This way, the compensation was more. They had to borrow foreign debts to fill the hole after losing everything. A group of small and medium-sized forces that were overwhelmed by the bounty were really crying. They thought they were just ambushing a few outsiders. If they succeeded, they would not only get 2 cars, but also a free base wall. It was too cost-effective. Who could have thought that a few outsiders would actually be related to the Roan's base? Or they directly offended the mysterious boss of the Roan's base? Who could be worse off than them? The families that claim to be worse off have been very nervous recently, and even went out to do tasks with caution. They have heard about the experience of small and medium-sized forces. The wall of the Haitian district base has also been knocked down for a section. So far, they have only lost supplies and walls, and no lives have been involved. For example, the Fan family and Yuanhang construction base, which have the biggest conflicts, have been on guard against the boss of the Roan's base coming to their door. But after several days, no one has come. They don't think that the overbearing Roan's base will forget them, and they must be holding back a big move. Although the Fan family base and the Roan family base have been in constant friction, they are not ready for a direct war. The Roan family base is not like the Chi family base. They can swallow their anger when they are stepped on. If they dare to provoke the Roan family base, they will be skinned alive. Fan Ke only left Yunhai City for a while. Who would have thought that when he came back, there would be such a surprise waiting for him? It took a long time for Fan Jing to recover from his injury. Until now, his shoulder cannot move greatly. The pain has been engraved into his bones and blood. Whenever he thinks of the people who hurt him, he hates them so much that he can't sleep. Fan Jing was so angry that his expression was ferocious. Brother, what are you still hesitating about? Are you waiting for the Roan's base to attack Jiming district before preparing to counterattack? We must take the initiative to attack. I don't believe that the boss of the Roan's base is really strong enough to be invincible. Fan Ke's expression was particularly gloomy. He had just returned to the base when he received a report from his confidant that the Roan's base had built a tall wall some time ago. The wall was not built bit by bit, but appeared out of thin air. It was a complete base wall, which was completely different from Jiang Hanging's work. Even if there were rumors that Jiang Hanging was hiding his strength, it was impossible for him to hide so much. Rather than saying that Jiang Hanging was hiding his strength, Fan Ke believed that a new builder had appeared, and his strength was far superior to Jiang Hanging. It is almost needless to think that this powerful builder is among those outsiders. Otherwise Jiang Hanging would not have secretly offered a bounty. However, the idiots of the Fan family not only did not know how to win over and show goodwill, but also directly offended people to death. Until now, they are still clamoring to go to war with the Roan family base. Fan Ke really doubts whether they are born without brains. Otherwise how can they be so stupid? Fan Jing's elder brother Fan Sun also stood up and said, Jining district suffered a lot of losses at the hands of the 4 outsiders and the Roan family base. In addition to casualties, there are also steam cars and fire bombs. If we don't fight back, we will definitely become a joke in the entire Yunhai city. Who will be willing to join our base in the future? Fan Ke was so angry that he almost laughed. Fan Jing openly provoked without knowing the other party's details. In front of the Chi family base, he was beaten by several outsiders and fled. Isn't this a joke? Fan Ke looked at Fan Sun. Fan Jing was injured, but you took people to the Chi family base for the second time without caring about it. The steam car and fire bombs you brought were all destroyed, except for the survivors who lost their lives. The remaining survivors would rather escape elsewhere than return to the Fan family base. Isn't this a joke? Fan Jing said viciously. I have sent people to check for the survivors who escaped. When they are caught, I will definitely. Before Fan Jing could finish speaking, an ashtray came at him without warning. Fan Jing turned his head to avoid it, but was still hit on the corner of his forehead, and blood flowed out. Fan Sun was shocked. Big brother, what's wrong with what Xiao Jing said? Fan Ke's black eyes turned green, without a trace of human emotion in his eyes. If you dare to do anything unnecessary again, I will tie you all up and send you to Fan Wei. Fan Jing seemed to be greatly stimulated. He pushed away his big brother, who was covering his wound, and roared, You really want to make friends with the Roan family base? There were so many opportunities to take action, but you kept that little bastard? Don't forget the rules set by grandfather. The Fan family does not allow illegitimate children to enter the house. It's useless for you to please that little bastard. Fan Ke looked at the 2 legitimate children of his third uncle's lineage and felt ridiculous. He did laugh. Go back and ask Aunt San. Strictly speaking, Who is the illegitimate child? If it weren't for Aunt San, the real young master of the Fan family would be Fan Sheng. Not you two idiots. If it weren't for Lu Huili, who relied on the power of the Lu and Fan families to kill the young Fan Sheng and his mother, the Fan family wouldn't be in the predicament it is now. It would be fine if they could cut the grass and root it out. But the key is that they kill the older one, but let the younger one run away. Since the Rong family appeared in Yunhai City, the Fan family has not had a smooth day. Fan Sheng did not hide his true identity at all. He just wanted to tell the Fan family that he was back alive. As long as he didn't die, the Fan family would not have peace. Fan Sheng did it. Before and after the end of the world, he made the Fan family very annoyed. They couldn't win him over or solve him. They just kept stalemate and consumed each other. Originally, the strength of the Fan family base and the Rong family base was comparable, and neither could do anything to the other. Since the real boss of the Rong family came back, the balance was broken. Although he had never really attacked the Fan family, rumors of this mysterious boss spread throughout Yunhai City. It was not fake that he tore a monster apart with his bare hands. There were real survivors who saw it. The reputation of the Rong's base was also rising in Yunhai City. It was becoming increasingly difficult for the Fan family to deal with the Rong's base. Until now, they were being beaten and had lost all their face. But the Fan family rushed to get beaten. Even if one side of their face was swollen, they would get beaten on the other side. Fan Sun was worried that the Fan family would become a joke in Yunhai City. But he didn't know that the Fan family was already a joke in the whole city. And they didn't know it yet. Fan Ke stared at Fan Jing, who was full of indignation, with a cold look on his face. If you dare to provoke those outsiders and the Rong's base without my order, I will fulfill my promise and send you to see Fan Yu. Get out. Fan Jing stood still with his neck stiff, and was finally dragged out by Fan Sun. As soon as the two left, Fan Ke's confidant walked in. Boss. Fan Ke's expression was uncertain. Go check who Fan Jing and Fan Sun have been close to recently. They were just stupid before, but now they are courting death. Who gave them the courage? The confidant did not leave, and reported the results. The night you left Yunhai City, the second young master rescued a girl outside. Now she is the second young master's girlfriend, and the third wife also likes her very much. A few days later, Sun Xiao went out to collect supplies and encountered a difficult deformed body. He was rescued by a beautiful boy. Sun Xiao took a lot of effort to get the person to the base, and has been following the boy recently. Fan Ke was so angry that he smashed the desk. Whose power is behind this? The confidant stood straight, not scared at all. Xia family. The Xia family was completely invisible in this melee. They also went to the Dongkou district base that day, just watching and did nothing. Just like the Luo family, they were not found by the Rong family base. But the Fan family was in trouble. Although the Fan family is at odds with the Rong family base, they will not let the Xia family take advantage of them for nothing. The Xia family wants the Fan family and the Rong family base to lose both, and they will benefit from it, which is completely a dream. The losses of the Fan family at the Rong family base and those outsiders will be recovered from the Xia family one by one. Jisoo and Qin Yanan were just about to pick an auspicious day to go to the Fan family to collect the debt, and the Fan family took the initiative to come to the door. Fan Ke personally brought people here, not to further make enemies, but to take the initiative to make compensation, rather than passively waiting for the Rong family boss to come to the door. Fan Ke prefers to take the initiative. Fan Ke and his party were stopped outside the base, and explained to the gatekeeper that his younger brother was ignorant and was instigated to offend the guests from outside. And this time, he came to apologize and make amends. The people at the Rong's base looked at each other in bewilderment. Aren't the Fan family always stubborn? Why would they take the initiative to come and apologize? It must be a trick. Qin Yanan picked up Jisoo, spread his bat wings, and arrived at the outer base in the blink of an eye. He stood on the high wall and looked down at the Fan family below. As an apology, only a few steam cars came over, and only one car had something on it, which was covered by a large piece of red cloth. No one knew what was inside. Fan Ke took the initiative to speak. Mr. Rong, my younger brother is ignorant, so I came here to apologize to Mr. Rong and Mr. Ji. Qin Yanan asked the person in his arms in a low voice. Do you want to go down and take a look? Jisoo nodded. Let's see what the Fan family can use to apologize. In fact, the Fan family did not gain any advantage in the two attempts to make trouble. But the Fan family suffered heavy losses. Qin Yanan fell from the wall holding Jisoo, put away the bat wings, and said expressionlessly, "My surname is Qin." Rong was his mother's surname. In order to conceal his identity, he used his mother's surname. Fan Chung immediately changed his words. "Mr. Qin, I found an interesting thing when I went out this time, and I just gave it to Mr. Qin and Mr. Ji as an apology. I hope you two will not bother with your brother at home anymore." Jisoo looked indifferent. "What is it that is worth us not bothering with your brother?" Fan K looked at Mr. Ji calmly. He must be no simple person to be valued so much by the boss of Rong's family. He turned and walked to the side of the car. "Come and take a look, and you will know whether it is worth it." Fan K lifted the red cloth, and the people guarding the steam car all retreated, with fear in their expressions. Jisoo and Qin Yanan walked over slowly. The first thing they saw was 3 deformed human heads, followed by pink tender flesh and square body. This was actually a deformed device. Fan K secretly observed Mr. G's reaction, and saw that he was not panicked or afraid. He was much better than those idiots in the Fan family. It turned out that the excellent ones were all children from other families. Jisoo was surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. "Bring a deformed object as an apology?" Fan K smiled and said, "This is not an ordinary deformed object. This is a deformed medicine machine I found in a pharmaceutical company. It can remove harmful substances and make pills of various shapes. Since it can make pills, it is definitely a money-making artifact in the end times. It is impossible for the Fan family to take it out as an apology instead of keeping it." Jisoo walked around the steam car and found the problem. This deformed medicine machine was only a part. The tender meat under the machine had traces of being cut. It seemed that this part could only make pills. Fan K knew that Jisoo had found the problem. "How is it?" Jisoo didn't react much. "Not very good. Do I want such an ugly thing to be kept at home to scare people?" Fan K laughed. "This thing is ugly, but it is very useful. If Mr. G is willing, it can be turned into a set." Jisoo understood that the Fan family was fishing. They gave him a part as an apology, and if they wanted the other part, they would have other requirements. Jisoo was very interested in the distorted pharmaceutical machine. Even though he knew that the Fan family was fishing, he had to take the bait voluntarily. "What do you want?" Fan K restrained his smile. "Build a base wall for the Fan family, and the size and scale should be based on the standards of the Rong family base. How about it?" Fan Su hurriedly arrived with the senior management and heard Fan K's request. They all looked at Jisoo in unison. They wanted to shout, "No matter what. Want their boss's brother to build a base for the Fan family. Don't dream." But they also knew that no one could control Jisoo, not even their boss. Fan K only said that he would build a base wall for the Fan family. But he didn't say who it was. He was not sure at first. But now, he was sure that the builder, who was stronger than Jiang Hengying, was the young man in front of him. Fan Su stared at Jisoo, fearing that he would agree to Fan K's request. Jisoo played with a string of Super 7 crystals in his hand, knocking on his palm one by one. The scene was silent, with only the crisp sound of crystal beads hitting each other. "I'm afraid that won't work. I'm a person who bears grudges. The Fan family has attacked me twice. You not only want me to forgive your brother, but also want me to build a base for the Fan family. Who should I blame for this?" Fan K sold out the Xia family without hesitation. "It was the Xia family who planted people around my 2 stupid brothers and instigated them to do stupid things. I brought the people here. If you still can't vent your anger, I go to the Xia family to settle the accounts after things here are over." A boy and a girl were brought over and forced to kneel in front of Jisoo to let him vent his anger. The boy hung his head and remained silent. The girl struggled and cried, looking at Jisoo with tears on her face. "I didn't mean to cause trouble. My family is in the Xia family base. If I don't listen to the Xia family's arrangements, my family will not survive. I really have no choice. Please let me go. I really don't dare." The girl cried pitifully, and Jisoo just watched quietly, indifferent, and the regular knocking sound continued. The girl kept trying to get closer to Jisoo, and her struggle became more and more violent. Qin Yanan frowned and stepped forward, trying to pull Jisoo back. The girl suddenly broke free and pounced on Jisoo, but was kicked away by the man. The boy, who was kneeling quietly, turned his wrist, broke free from the person who was suppressing him, and rushed towards Jisoo again. His finger bones quickly stretched out like a sharp spike, piercing Jisoo's heart. The boy felt his throat tighten. and his breathing was cut off in an instant. He clearly heard a crisp sound of bones, and his limbs fell limply. He was thrown out by a strong force. The last thing he saw was a pair of golden vertical pupils that were icy cold. The light in the boy's eyes completely dimmed. The girl lay on the ground. Her body twisted, and a lot of blood gushed out of her mouth. Her eyes were fixed on Jisoo. It's the Fan family, who want to kill you. After saying that, she was completely out of breath. Fan K's face was terribly gloomy. This is slander. Even when they are about to die, they are still trying to sow discord between the Fan family and the Rong family. The Xia family has done so much, just wanting us to fight to the death, so that they can benefit from it. How can we let them do what they want? Jisoo looked at the two corpses on the ground and said lightly, "It is indeed impossible to do so. There is no need to fight to the death to deal with the Fan family." Fan K, Fan Rong sneered unceremoniously, and Fan K's eyes were cold. Jisoo grabbed the bracelet and swung it around like a bored child. "If you bring out the full set of equipment when we meet, let me see your sincerity. Forgiveness or building a base is fine. You've gone through so much trouble with me, and played so many tricks. I'm no longer in the mood to watch your performance. If you don't want to give it to me, I get it myself." Fan Su laughed heartily. "Fan K, did you expect our young Master Ji to have this kind of personality?" Fan K's eyes were green. "Are you sure you want to be led by the Xia family?" Fan Su crossed his arms and gestured to Fan K to look at the body on the ground. She said that the Fan family wanted to kill Mr. Ji. Fan K's eyes were cold. "She is provoking. Can't you see that?" Fan Su sneered. "Then your people are really useless. Two can't hold one." Fan K looked at the subordinates, who didn't catch the people. Their wrists and palms were already bleeding. And I don't know what method the two used to break free, causing the people who caught them to be injured. Things have become like this now. Fan K can only helplessly explain. "I don't have a full set of equipment. Only this one. But I know where it is. I am sincerely here to apologize. And I also sincerely want to ask Mr. G to help us build a wall. The location of these distorted equipment is the best reward I can offer. I hope Mr. G will consider it." Fan Su's face sank, and Jisoo was hesitating. He knew that it was Jisoo's own business whether to agree or not, but he was still unwilling. If the Fan family also had a wall built by Jisoo, how would he slowly wear down all the people in the Fan family? Jisoo was thinking about a question. Are these distorted pharmaceutical machines related to the Medicine City? In the 3 years he experienced, the Medicine City appeared, and almost all the available drugs after the end of the world came from the Medicine City. If the establishment of the Medicine City is related to this batch of distorted equipment, will he lose the Medicine City butterfly if he intervenes now? Jisoo actually knew very well that even if there were distorted pharmaceutical machines, it would not be easy to make drugs. They had no knowledge of pharmacology, and knew nothing about the composition of drugs. Such equipment would only waste their true value if they were pressed in their hands. Besides, Jisoo had no intention to get involved in the pharmaceutical industry from the beginning. His goal has always been the pure flower. He wants to become the largest food supplier in the end times. And Baiwan town is also very suitable to become a grain production base. If he finds the pure flower, and then gets hold of equipment such as the deformed pharmaceutical machine, then he will definitely become the target of public criticism. He does not get involved in the pharmaceutical industry, but it does not mean that he cannot bring back a few deformed pharmaceutical machines. Whether he invests in the pharmaceutical city or sells them to the pharmaceutical city, it will be a big profit and a big favor. After considering it, Jisoo made a decision. There are two choices. One is to keep this deformed pharmaceutical machine and tell me the location of other pharmaceutical machines, and then hand over your stubborn brother to me for disposal. This matter will be written off, and I will build a tall and solid base wall for the Fan family. The second is to keep the deformed pharmaceutical machine and pretend that you have never been here. I will personally go to the Fan family to get back the anger I have suffered. Fan K's sinking heart was directly kicked up by Jisoo's two choices. No matter what Fan K chooses, he will lose this deformed pharmaceutical machine today. Seeing him suffer a setback, it couldn't be more satisfying. Fan K was silent for a long time before he said, "How about giving you Lu Huili to deal with?" Fan Sheng's pupil shrank. Lu Hui Li. She really is not dead. Jisoo was confused. Who is Lu Huili? Scapegoat? Fan K looked at Fan Sheng. He knew how much Fan Sheng hated Lu Huili. Now that his uncle was gone, for the sake of the Fan family and the base. He didn't need to continue to protect Lu Huili. After all, the current result was caused by her own hands. Fan Shun said, Mr. G. The two people who led people to surround and kill you are called Fan Sun and Fan Jing. Lu Huili is their biological mother. Mr. G. Please bring all three people here. I owe you this favor. Jisoo didn't know much about the grievances between the two sides. He looked up at Qin Yinan, and the man nodded at him. Jisoo said, Then for these three people, I will change the wall of the Fan family base from 1 layer to 2 layers inside and outside. How about it? Fan K could not give an answer immediately. He left the distorted pharmaceutical machine and said he would seriously consider it. The Fan family still had elders alive, and the old man was still alive. If he just handed over Lu Huili, he could do it with some tricks. If Fan Sun and Fan Jing were added, this matter would be a big deal, and he could not make the decision. Fan Shun was distracted, and Jisoo asked him, What do you want to do with those three people? Fan Shun's dark eyes flashed with deep hatred. Don't worry. I won't kill them. I just want them to taste the pain that my mother and I have suffered. Jisoo did not ask more questions. He was too lazy to intervene in matters that had nothing to do with him. Jisoo and Qin Yinan followed the steam car back to the base on foot. The two moved the distorted pharmaceutical machine into a warehouse full of crystals. These were their treasures, and were to be taken back to Baiwan Town. Chapter 60. Jisoo waited for several days, but did not receive any news from the Fan family. Instead, he received a sudden drop in temperature. He had been in Yunhai City for more than a month. The things prepared for him by the Rong family base were still being worked overtime. His Doomsday Mobile Fortress RV was also still being renovated. It should be completed before the first heavy snowfall. Jisoo had to return to Baiwan Town before the heavy snow blocked the road. The severe winter in the end of the world was like the hot summer, which was very unbearable. The glass greenhouse was reinforced with spiritual energy and had a certain warming effect. But it was not enough. Heating was required for the normal growth of vegetables and fruits. The cold winter would last from December to April and May of the following year, with temperatures as low as -40 to 50 degrees Celsius. The transition period was very short, and those who reacted slowly might be frozen to death. Jisoo had to prepare in advance. 3 days later, in the morning, Jisoo received an unexpected news that the Jinming district base was destroyed. This news spread quickly throughout Yunhai City. The Fan family in Jinming district was one of the 6 major bases in Yunhai City, and its strength could challenge the Rong family base in Minhuang district. However, it was destroyed just like that. All parties were asking about the reason for the destruction. Jisoo soon got the specific news. It turned out that Fan K was heard by Fan Sun when he was talking privately with Old Man Fan. Fan K could hand over Lu Huili without hesitation, but he hesitated when facing his 2 cousins. He could only leave this decision to Old Man Fan. After hesitating for a few days, Old Man Fan decided to give up his 3rd daughter-in-law and 2 grandsons and save the other people and base of the Fan family. This was heard by Fan Sun, who came over suddenly. He wanted to leave quietly, but was discovered by the guards outside. With a loud shout, Fan Sun was so frightened that he started to flee regardless of anything. He shouted while running, and everyone knew that Fan K and Old Man Fan were plotting to kill the 3 of them. Just as the scene was in chaos and Fan Jing and Lu Huili rushed over, a man suddenly jumped out of the crowd, killed Fan Sun with a knife, and then quickly disappeared in the crowd. Fan Sun died in front of Fan Jing and Lu Huili. When Fan Jing learned that his grandfather and eldest cousin were going to send them to the Rong family base, he was already very angry. When he saw his eldest brother die in front of him, his emotions went out of control on the spot, and the speed of distortion rose sharply. In just a few breaths, he entered the full distortion state and turned into a huge monster covered with great tentacles. He was controlled by anger and hatred, and he killed people without regard for anything in the Jinming district base. The first to be killed were Fan K and Grandpa Fan. Grandpa Fan, as an ordinary person, was killed first. Fan K was also a distorted person. Under the protection of his confidants, he escaped with serious injuries. In the chaos, a large group of crazy zombies broke through the base defenses. Several advanced crazy zombies appeared at the same time and used the Jinming district base as a hunting ground. There were heavy casualties. All the Fan family members disappeared. It was unknown whether they escaped or were eaten. The survivors who survived by chance fled in all directions. The news of the destruction of the Jinming district base was spread. Jisoo listened to the truth of the destruction with many loopholes. How did Fan Sun happen to hear the conversation? The guards were not there. And the guards happened to appear when Fan Sun escaped. And who killed Fan Sun? And in front of Fan Jing and Lu Huili's mother and son. The timing was too good. Jisoo's eyes fell on the silent Fan Yu. Fan Su wiped his face and made his stiff expression become natural. Don't look at me. I really want the Fan family to die. But not in this way. I want to see the Fan family sacrifice Lu Huili and her son for the sake of profit. So that they can taste the pain of being abandoned by their loved ones. I want them to perish in deep despair. Not in like this. Their death is too cheap. Jisoo looked at Qin Yinan. He knew how sensitive the fallen beasts were to human fear. Such a big thing happened in the Jinming district base. And the fear must have exploded. As a half-fallen Qin Yinan, he should not be unaware of it. In fact, Qin Yinan really didn't notice it. Since the RV was sent for modification. They all lived in the house in the base. Jisoo was worried that the building would collapse. So the building he lived in was reinforced. With the doors and windows closed. Qin Yinan didn't notice the disaster in the Jinming district base at all. And slept until dawn. Jisoo and Qin Yinan looked at each other. Qin Yinan pondered for a moment. Next time I sleep, I open the window? Jisoo, no need. Qin Yinan is not their bodyguard. There is no need to sacrifice his sleep time to protect others. The destruction of the base is certainly due to the crazy corpses. But more of it is the internal problems of the Fan family base. Whether it was calculated by someone with ulterior motives or the deformed monsters took advantage of the loopholes. The destruction is a fact. Jisoo asked, do you want to go and see? Qin Yinan was thinking about this. And the two of them got up immediately. Fan Yu also wanted to go and see. He knew that the boss could not take him to fly over. So he could only ride a cow over. The temperature dropped a lot. They all changed into long sleeves. And the thick clothes that Jisoo brought came in handy. Qin Yinan took Jisoo to fly over. The wind was very strong. And he wrapped Jisoo in another coat. The two landed on a building closest to the Jinming district base. Watching the huge base become what it is now. With blood all over the ground. Incomplete corpses everywhere. And a base wall that was only half built and stocked. With a few standing walls. This side is particularly lively. With many forces rushing over. They shuttled through the base full of crazy corpses and deformed monsters. Risking their lives to grab supplies and food. And piled whatever they grabbed on their steam cars or tricycles. Yinxiao reminded all the survivors that winter was coming soon. They didn't know how long winter would last. But they only knew to store more food. As long as they had something to eat. They wouldn't starve to death, and could always survive the cold winter. In addition to small and medium-sized forces. Even people from large bases came. They had more manpower and domineeringly surrounded the building where the Fan family lived. Trying to find what they needed from it. Looking at all this, Jisoo felt sad. He had seen such scenes many times. The destruction of a large base could feed many small and medium-sized forces. Soon, a new large base would be established. As long as humans are not extinct, bases will continue to appear. But they are too bold. Knowing that several advanced crazy corpses have been here, they still dare to fight for supplies here. Do they really think that the advanced crazy corpses will not kill back? Just as Jisoo was thinking this, the surrounded Fan family building suddenly collapsed. And the people guarding outside the building were all knocked down by the flying rubble. Thick tentacles spread out from the ruins. Entangled the survivors outside. Strangled them without hesitation. Threw them away. And continued to attack other survivors. The survivors who were busy grabbing supplies were frightened by the sudden appearance of the giant monster. They did not foolishly wait for the monster to rush in front of them, but quickly threw away the supplies they had grabbed and fled out at the fastest speed. They have been able to survive until now, and they have long developed a super acceptance ability. In the end times, it is not surprising to encounter any kind of monster. The survivors who had just clashed over supplies now united their spirits and besieged the suddenly appearing deformed monster. The big monster's tentacles swept across, and a group of people fell down immediately. The deformed people used various deformed means to delay time and let the survivors on the periphery leave first. Just as the fight started here, several black shadows flew over from a distance. They stepped on the building body at an angle to gain leverage. Every time they jumped up, a big pit would be left on the building body. The slightly weaker buildings would collapse directly. Jisoo and Qin Yinan both knew these things. Not only did they know them, but they also dealt with him personally. 1, 2, 3. There were 6 black shadows. Even if Qin Yanin took action himself, it would be difficult to deal with 6 advanced crazy corpses at the same time. Unless Qin Yanin fell into that violent state again. Jisoo didn't want Qin Yanin to speed up his transformation. So when Qin Yanin asked him to protect himself, and he went to fight, he was grabbed by Jisoo. He knew what Qin Yanin meant when he asked him to protect himself. It was not a problem to build a small safe fortress for himself to hide. But the point was that Jisoo did not want him to consume himself like this. Take me over. You can be my wings. Just protect me. Jisoo took the initiative to put his arms around the man's neck. The man did not hesitate. Picked up Jisoo and swooped down. Jisoo shouted at the survivors, who were still besieging the deformed monsters. The advanced crazy corpse is coming. Run! The deformed people who were originally besieging the tentacle monsters did not dare to stay at all when they heard it, and turned around and fled at the fastest speed in their lives. The tentacle monsters could not let them escape. The thick tentacles were crawling all over the ground, chasing the survivors. After all the nearby survivors fled, Jisoo threw a Super 7 crystal to the tentacle monster. Find a shelter. After Jisoo shouted this, he activated the Super 7 crystal he threw down. The white light was dazzling, and the crystal energy formed countless golden cones, shooting out in all directions. Qin Yanin used the fastest speed to hide behind a building in the base. Jisoo stretched out his hand and pressed the wall in front of him. Countless golden lights flew over. His palm trembled, and the reinforced wall fell down. Qin Yanin followed and fell until he stood on a ruin. Except for the wall that Jisoo had reinforced, all other buildings collapsed. Jisoo only had time to take a look at the tentacle monster before being quickly taken away by Qin Yanin, because the advanced crazy corpse had already killed him. Qin Yanin held Jisoo and flew to an open area. There were no buildings or big trees around, so the advanced crazy corpses could not use their power. This height exceeded their jumping distance, so they were temporarily safe. Those black-skinned advanced crazy corpses could not reach the 2 people in the air, but the white-skinned advanced crazy corpses that jumped high had no problem at all. Jisoo's pupils suddenly shrank. Secondary advanced crazy corpse. Retreat! Just as Jisoo shouted this, the white-skinned advanced crazy corpse that jumped up was already in front of him. Its skin was white and flawless, a little whiter than that of ordinary humans. If you don't look at its pure white eyes without pupils and its sharp claws, it is almost the same as a human. Jisoo knew very well how difficult it was to deal with the second-level crazy corpses. Their appearance had evolved to be more perfect, and their speed, strength, and defense were far superior to the first-level crazy corpses. If he was scratched or kicked, Jisoo felt that he would die on the spot. So when the second-level crazy corpse grabbed him, Qin Yanin turned around and wanted to block the attack. Jisoo and Qin Yanin moved at the same time. Qin Yanin turned around, and Jisoo had already thrown out an ordinary crystal, which was instantly activated. The powerful crystal energy rushed to both sides and fell rapidly in 2 directions, which was considered to be a successful distance. Qin Yanin had bat wings as a buffer, holding Jisoo and landing steadily, sliding forward a long distance, and then barely stopped the momentum. The second-level crazy corpse fell straight from the air, as if it was hit by a giant hammer, and smashed into a rotten building with a bang, smashing a big hole in the building. Jisoo was frightened, and kept groping Qin Yanin's back. Are you injured anywhere? Originally, Jisoo should have faced the crystal energy impact, but Qin Yanin suddenly turned around, protected Jisoo, and used his back to withstand the crystal energy impact. Although Jisoo did not use the Super 7 crystal this time, the diameter of the ordinary crystal he threw was larger than the crystal he usually used, and the power was naturally stronger. Even if he was not hit by the flying debris, the pure crystal energy impact was not small. If an ordinary person was hit at such a close distance, it would be easy to shatter his internal organs. Jisoo felt the hardness under Qin Yanin's clothes, and the black scales on his back had appeared. This was a self-protection state. When encountering a crisis that the flesh could not resist, the black scales would appear automatically to resist the danger. Qin Yanin still held Jisoo, whispering to comfort him. I'm fine. The scales blocked the energy impact. Jisoo's face was solemn. After more than 4 months of the apocalypse, the second-level advanced mad corpses should indeed appear. Even the first-level advanced mad corpses were so difficult to deal with. Not to mention the second-level advanced mad corpses. The danger level has increased several times. Jisoo's mind was full of random thoughts. But his mental energy was quickly building a small fortress model in the conscious world. When he saw the black shadow rushing out of the building, Jisoo didn't think about it and immediately launched a cylindrical small fortress with a height of 3 meters and a diameter of only 5 meters. Jisoo jumped from the man's arms and ran quickly around the remaining ventilation windows. He threw a Super 7 crystal outside each ventilation window, just waiting for the second-level advanced Mad Corpse to approach. Jisoo was running around in this small fortress, very busy, turning around to observe the rapidly approaching second-level advanced Mad Corpse. Jisoo was chasing the second-level advanced Mad Corpse, and suddenly there was a sound from behind, and the small fortress was kicked hard by something. It's an advanced Mad Corpse. Shin Yenin observed the back for him. Here it comes! When the black-skinned advanced Mad Corpse kicked again, Jisoo instantly activated the Super 7 crystal thrown outside, and Shin Yenin quickly avoided to a position without ventilation windows. He observed from the side how an advanced Mad Corpse was shot into a pile of mincemeat by countless energy spikes. The scene was bloody and terrifying. The small fortress kept trembling under the impact of the crystal energy. Fortunately, it was not a problem to block these attacks. With a loud bang, Jisoo and Shin Yenin squatted down immediately. The second-level advanced Mad Corpse did not come from the side, but fell directly on the top of the cylindrical small fortress. The Super 7 crystal thrown outside the ventilation window would be blocked by the small fortress, and could not hurt the second-level advanced Mad Corpse on the top of the cylinder. Jisoo felt that he had miscalculated. The time was too short, and he had no time to think. He should have designed the top of the cylinder into a pointed cone. Even if the second-level Mad Corpse stood diagonally on the top of the cone, the Super 7 crystals might still hit it. Who made the small fortress small enough? But now, he had no choice but to wait for the second-level Mad Corpse to come down from the top of the cylinder. Jisoo and Shin Yenin waited in the small fortress. The second-level Mad Corpse had been attacking the top of the cylinder crazily, causing the entire small fortress to tremble constantly. Jisoo believed in the defense of the small fortress, but it was not a solution to continue to stalemate like this. If the second-level Mad Corpse escaped, the danger level of Yuhai City would directly increase by 1 level. If possible, it would be better to leave this Mad Corpse. I do it! Shin Yenin suddenly spoke up. Jisoo was about to tell him not to mess around when he saw him stretch his hand out of the ventilation window. Don't! Jisoo wanted to stop it, but the attack from the top of the cylinder suddenly stopped. Then Shin Yenin suddenly pulled his hand back, as if he had grabbed something, and pulled it towards the ventilation window. Needless to say, Jisoo subconsciously activated the Super 7 crystal outside the ventilation window, in order to take down the crazy corpse in one fell swoop. Jisoo even activated the Super 7 crystals on both sides. Jisoo heard an angry roar, which sounded like a human or an animal, and he had never heard it before. Shin Yenin hit the wall, and the thin white claws in the black claws had disappeared. He actually lost to a second-level advanced crazy corpse in terms of strength. The two searched around the ventilation window, but did not find the body of the second-level advanced crazy corpse. They only saw bloodstains and a killed black-skinned advanced crazy corpse. The second-level advanced crazy corpse escaped. Chapter 61. The two of them were not in a hurry to go out. After confirming that the second-level advanced Mad Corpse had really left, Jisoo weathered the small cylindrical fortress. Jisoo knew that Shin Yenin had hunted many advanced Mad Corpses in Yuhai City, and the energy crystals were all in bags, waiting for a chance to give them to him. Jisoo had seen those energy crystals, and there was not a single second-level advanced energy crystal. This second-level advanced Mad Corpse should have just appeared not long ago. Jisoo took the crystals in the brain of the killed advanced Mad Corpse, picked up the Super 7 crystals that could not be activated, and returned to the base with Shin Yenin. If it weren't for the difficulty of moving the distorted factory, Jisoo hoped that the Rome's base could be moved to Baiwan Town, but it was a pity that it couldn't be done. Shin Yenin was going to leave with him, and the Rome's base was equivalent to losing its strongest combat power. The only thing Jisoo could do for the Rome's base was to build a few more closed fortresses, let them store supplies in advance, and try to get the survivors to hide in them so that they could survive longer. No one can guarantee that they can defeat all the deformed monsters. There are too many powerful deformed creatures and degenerate creatures. In addition to these two types, there are also bloodthirsty people who are eyeing them, and advanced crazy corpses with strong combat power. The longer the apocalypse lasts, the more dangerous it will be, since the danger cannot be eliminated. We can only try our best to survive. After discussing with Qin Yinan, Jisoo built closed fortresses in various directions of the inner base, so that when danger comes, the people in the base can hide in the fortresses nearby for refuge. After the survivors of the Rome's base learned that the closed fortress was the strongest refuge, they were full of gratitude to Jisoo and the boss, and stayed in the Rome's base more wholeheartedly. They will do their best to protect the base on which they depend for survival. Since the destruction of the Fan family base, the survivors who escaped have flocked to various forces, and many survivors have also appeared outside the Rome's base. It is well known in Yuhai City that the Rome's base is not easy to enter. But once you enter, you will be protected by the Rome's base. So there are many survivors who escaped to the Rome's base. Then you followed the boss's orders and strictly controlled the situation, resolutely not letting bloodthirsty people and people with ulterior motives take advantage of the situation. So no matter how the survivors who escaped cried and begged outside the base, they would not accept them. Jisoo and Qin Yinan injured the second-level advanced Mad Corpse, and originally thought that it would come to seek revenge. So there was peace for several days. After Jisoo changed the cylindrical top of the small fortress into a conical top, the two deliberately flew around Yunhai City for several times to attract the second-level advanced Mad Corpse. But unfortunately they did not succeed. I don't know if the Mad Corpse left Yunhai City or hid to recover from the injury, so it could not be let out. Jisoo and Qin Yinan went to the far sailing construction base, and were hunted down by someone for no reason. If Jisoo hadn't said anything, Jiang Hanging would really think he was weak and could be bullied. In view of the increasing danger in Yunhai City, Jisoo did not destroy the wall of Yuanhang construction base. Jisoo only went to Jiang Hanging to settle accounts. If he knew the situation, Jisoo could spare his life. After all, his construction ability was still very useful. Although the efficiency was not good and the safety was not high, it was better to have a wall than not. If he died like this, it would be a big loss for Yunhai City. Jiang Hanging knew the situation very well. When small and medium-sized forces successively gave compensation and the Fan family base that offended Jisoo the most was directly destroyed, Jiang Hanging was ready to be found. He counted the materials in the base and waited for Jisoo and the people from Rome's base to come. Although Jiang Hanging's character was not good, he was not really brainless. When he was the only builder in Yunhai City, he could do whatever he wanted. When a stronger builder appeared, he failed to offer a bounty and was caught. There was no other way except to kneel down and admit his cowardice. Jiang Hanging admitted his defeat completely, even saying that he would be Jisoo's younger brother from now on. If Jisoo asked him to go east, he dared not go west, just to survive. Jisoo refused to accept such a younger brother and emptied his private warehouse as compensation. The compensation that Jisoo and Qin Yinan brought back was very considerable. They could not bring all of it back to Baiwan town, so they could only leave it to Rome's base. The base then converted these materials into new material products unique to Rome's base and let him take them back to Baiwan town. The weather was getting colder and colder. Jisoo and Qin Yinan could not delay any longer. The fortress RV had just been modified, and Jisoo was ready to return to Baiwan town. Only 3 new material modified vehicles were built, 2 of which were given to Jisoo, and 1 was kept by the base. The new material modified vehicle built by Rome's base looked like an enlarged armored vehicle. It was all black, except for the small window. The body was covered with black metal. It had a mighty appearance and solid materials. It was exactly the dream car in the mind of a tough guy. When Jisoo saw the finished new material modified car, there were only 2 words in his mind to describe it: domineering. This is different from the new material modified cars he had seen before. The new material modified cars at that time were more off-road shaped. He had never seen the armored car shaped like this one. But he had to say that the designer was really amazing. Even the new material modified car can be made so beautiful and majestic. So the RV modification that Jisoo specially instructed is naturally more shocking. I thought the new material modified car was already tall and handsome. But when the Mobile Fortress RV came out, everyone's eyes were wide open. This car perfectly combines all of Jisoo's requirements. It has a larger space and is more comfortable to live in. The wheels are taller than a person, so you can barbecue and watch the stars on the roof. The RV is high enough that the crazy corpses cannot climb onto the roof from the ground. Anyone who sees it will know that this is the real Mobile Fortress RV in the end of the world. Chung Yimo was so excited that he almost fainted. He grabbed Fan Sheng tightly and said, "This? How much is this RV? I want one too." Van Sheng silently broke free. Don't think about it. You can't afford it. Chung Mo was dissatisfied. Do I really have no hope of owning one in my life? Van Sheng shook his head cruelly. No. The research team almost died suddenly for this car. If Mr. G hadn't given too much, they would not dare to provoke the boss who doted on his brother. They would have given up long ago. There is only this one. And they will never make a second one in this life. Not to mention the waste of materials. It also consumes a lot of energy. The fuel tank of a normal RV is not enough for this car. It will be stomped away in a few steps. The designer has no choice but to increase the fuel tank capacity. Even if they make such a car, no one can afford it. Except for local tyrants like Mr. G and the boss. No one else can afford it. Chung Mo carefully calculated the amount of oil stored in his house. And it was indeed not much. If he used energy crystals, forget it. He might not even be able to beat the advanced Crazy Corpse. Where can he get energy crystals? Chung Mo was exhausted. Even if he could afford a car, he couldn't afford the energy. Chung Mo struggled and said, Then, what about the new material modified car? Van Sheng gave him a sympathetic look. Look at how much Mr. G paid for our base to get these two cars. Chung Mo was completely depressed. And he had no hope at all. Not to mention that Jisoo built double walls, buildings and closed fortresses for the Rome base. The material compensation that Jisoo brought back alone was not something that ordinary people could get. Those materials were almost equivalent to all the inventory of a large base. And the key was the relationship with the boss's brother. Who could afford this? Forget it. He should go home and drive a truck. There are too many things to take away. So there is no way. The carriage is on the scene again. The compartments of the new material modified vehicles are mainly for people. If you want to load goods, you can only use the attached compartments. The two new material modified vehicles chose medium-sized attached compartments. And the medium trucks used large attached compartments. So that all the things to be taken away can be loaded. During this period, Shi Baining sent Jisoo a few more bags of crystals, which were collected one by him and his men. He was very ashamed. He originally wanted to move the crystals from his uncle's store to Jisoo. But the crystals in the store were somehow gone. And he could only find so many. If Jisoo still wants crystals, he can go to Hyben City to have a look. There are transit warehouses of his uncles and uncles there. And there are many crystals in them. To show his sincerity, Shi Baining even found a map of Hyben City, circled the location of the transit warehouse, and gave the warehouse keys to Jisoo. Jisoo felt complicated at the time. The crystals that Shi Baining couldn't find might have been moved back to the base by someone and hidden. Jisoo accepted the map and the warehouse key. For the sincerity of the Chi family and the disappeared crystals, Jisoo also built a closed fortress for the Chi family base and told them the purpose of the fortress. The Chi family was so excited that they almost asked Shi Baining to take Jisoo to Hyben City to get the crystals. Fortunately, Jisoo was calm enough. Even if he wanted to go, he couldn't go there at this time. Being buried in the snow on the road would be fatal. Before leaving, Jisoo reinforced the Fortress RV and the three new material modified cars with spiritual energy several times. They left, so as to leave a modified car with super strong defense for the Rome family base. Qin Yinan did not hide his whereabouts from Fan Sheng. He told him the location of Baiwan town. If there was a problem that could not be solved, he could go to Baiwan town to find him. Qin Yinan would come back often to see him. He could fly and could come back anytime he wanted, which was much faster than driving. The temperature dropped a few degrees on the morning of the departure. In just a few days, they went from the hot summer to wearing cotton clothes to prepare for winter. 5 people and 4 cars. Jisoo and Qin Yinan drove a Fortress RV. Chung Mo, Qi Ying and Mo Linqiu each drove one. Chung Mo and Qi Ying wanted to try the new material modified car, so Mo Linqiu had to drive the medium truck back. Mo Linqiu had recovered from the pain of losing his relatives. He went home to see them in person and met the neighbors who survived, proving that the news collected by the Qi family was true and his parents really turned into monsters. There were so many people who turned into monsters. Even if they didn't turn into monsters during the global invasion, there was a risk of turning into monsters every day. Even Mo Linqiu himself couldn't guarantee how long he could live. So how could he expect his parents to live well? In the end times, many people have lost their relatives. Mo Linqiu at least has a cousin. He originally had an aunt alive, but she died in the malicious calculations of the survivors. With the wrong road and repeated turns on the way here, the way back was much smoother. If nothing unexpected happens, we will be able to return to Baiwan town in the afternoon if we set off in the morning. What they didn't expect was that the temperature dropped sharply halfway through the journey, making it difficult for the few people who were only wearing thick clothes to bear it. They had to turn on the car air conditioner. A layer of ice flowers soon formed on the car windows, and the sky began to snow. The few people did not dare to delay and rushed back. When the ground turned white, they had to slow down again. Even if they arrived at the base later, they had to ensure safety. When the convoy arrived at Baiwan town in the snow, it was already dark. The gate of the Baiwan town base was closed, and the medium truck honked. After a long time, figures appeared on the wall. It was Bai Tingyan and Liang Chu who came together. They confirmed the identities of Jisoo and his group again and again before they dared to open the buffer gate and let them in. The group of people who rushed over were all wrapped up like balls, with hats, scarves, masks and gloves. If they hadn't seen the familiar medium truck, they would not dare to let anyone in. Who would have thought that 2 cars went out and came back as 4? And only 1 car was familiar. The 3 cars were all black, which had never been seen before, with domineering and unique shapes, and were models that had never been seen before. After the 4 cars entered the buffer zone, Bai Tingyan and Liang Lu personally led people to check the people in the cars, not daring to be careless. Jisoo and his group had been gone for more than a month. Yuhai City is not far from Chijiang City. It should be there in a few days. After not coming back for so long, the news of their death has begun to spread in the base. Fortunately, Bai Tingyan and Liang Lu are both reliable managers, since Jisoo led people away from the planting base. Except for going out to collect supplies, they have hardly dealt with people outside the planting base, and never accepted survivors from outside, living like a closed-door country. The snow was still falling. After confirming the identities of the 5 people, it was not a good time to talk. The main gate of the base was opened, and the group was allowed in. Jisoo and his group returned to the base through the Chishan Road gate. Originally, they thought that the main gate of the planting base was unattended. With such heavy snow and cold weather, there should be no one guarding the sentry post. But there was light in the sentry post, and it was obvious that there were people. The fortress RV honked, and a person quickly emerged from the sentry post, with a strong flashlight shining down. He saw that it was a strange convoy. Zhong Ji, who was guarding the sentry post, was obviously stunned for a moment, and leaned on the guardrail of the sentry post to shout down, "Who is in the car?" Jisoo pressed the car window, and was immediately hit by the wind and snow. He shuddered. "It's me, Jisoo." Zhong Ji was a little suspicious. "What's wrong with your car?" Jisoo was shivering in the cold that poured in through the window. Qin Yan unbuckled his seat belt, pulled out a thick down jacket from the cabinet and wrapped Jisoo up, and finally stopped shivering when he spoke. "I modified the RV in Yunhai City, and I bought the other 2 new cars." Zhong Ji continued to ask, "Have you found the people?" Qin Yan pressed the car window and responded, "I'm back." Chung Mo poked his head out and shouted tremblingly, "Brother Zhong, let us in quickly. We are really one of us." Qiying also spoke to prove his existence. Zhong Ji's strong flashlight illuminated the last medium truck. Jisoo and Qin Yan were in the same car. There should be at least 5 people in 4 cars. Who is in the car behind? Jisoo took Chung Mo and Qiying away from the base, but turned back halfway and did not return to the planting base. So Zhong Ji did not know that there was one more person in their convoy. Mo Linqiu greeted him. "Hello. My name is Mo Linqiu," Jisoo said. "New friend. Open the door." Zhong Ji asked several questions about the inside of the base in succession, and Jisoo answered them one by one. Zhong Ji then opened the gate of the base and let them in. The monsters nowadays are particularly arrogant and can use any unexpected means. You have to be on guard. While waiting for Zhong Ji to lock the gate of the base again, Jisoo said, "Get in the car. No one will come here at night. Go back to sleep." Zhong Ji was here to wait for Jisoo to return. Now that he is back, he will definitely not stay here and freeze. "Zhong Ji, wait for me. I take the stove away." Zhong Ji ran back to the sentry post, wrapped a large stove with old clothes, and carefully carried it into the car. There was still firewood burning inside. There was a metal mesh on the stove, which could be used to boil water and roast some food. Zhong Ji observed the interior of the RV. It was spacious and luxurious, with all the facilities. more comfortable than living at home. Jisoo came over and looked at the simple stove. Who made this? Zhongji, old Chong. He picked up some iron sheets from abandoned vehicles, sealed them with mud and dried them, and made a stove. Although the stove is rough and ugly, it is practical. Burning firewood in it can not only keep warm, but also cook and boil water. It is very useful. Jisoo nodded. The original house model of the Xinjiang Fortress base has a built-in Kong. It is too cold in winter. Just throw 2 pieces of solid oil into the stove, and it will be warm all night. Nowadays, the houses in the planning base are all ready-made. Jisoo only reinforced the houses, and did not change the structure. The houses reinforced with spiritual energy have good cold-proof and heat-insulating effects. Putting a few stoves at home will make it warmer. The gate of the base on Jinglin Road was also guarded. Jianxi learned that Jisoo had returned and no longer had to guard the sentry post. He put out the fire in the stove and followed the RV home to live. As soon as he climbed into the car, he was shocked by the luxury of the RV. He had never seen such a tall and luxurious RV. Not even on TV. But now it appeared in front of him. He had ridden in this car. Jisoo picked up people along the way and brought Jianxi back, and took Lao Rao back with him. The temperature tonight will be very low. The sentry post and the gatehouse are not suitable for living. Even with a stove, it will feel cold. It is better to go home and sleep well. Don't freeze. The 4 cars made a lot of noise. Everyone in the base knew that Jisoo was back. Whether they were asleep or not, they all rushed over. The snow was too heavy, and the temperature outside was too low. Jisoo was not in a hurry to unload the cars. He drove all 4 cars into the large warehouse, and closed the door tightly. He couldn't let the low temperature freeze the cars. Jisoo asked them to go back to bed and talk about it tomorrow, because it was too cold. Aunt Chio finally waited for Jisoo and his party to come back. She took them home and prepared a hot dinner for them. They ate and went back to bed, so they wouldn't be too cold. Chung Mo had a home to go back to, so he ran back home after dinner. Chiying had a place to stay, but his place didn't even have a bed or a thick quilt. Jisoo let them stay at his home for one night. There were many rooms in the house, and a lot of thick quilts were prepared. The 4 of them were very tired, and they went to bed after a simple wash. Each room had a stove and covered with a thick quilt. The temperature was just right. Not too cold. Chapter 62. The snow had been falling all night, and there was still no sign of stopping. The sky was dark and oppressive. Jisoo looked out the dim window. He wanted to stay in bed. It was too cold outside, and he didn't want to get up. His consciousness sank into the pure black world. He was using his spiritual energy to build the stove he wanted. In order to better dissipate heat, he had to make the outer wall of the stove very thin. The result of being too thin was that it was directly transparent. Jisoo thought about it. If it was a fully transparent stove, it might be dazzling to burn all night. So he started to thicken it again, until it was frosted and not very transparent. The small sliding door in front remained transparent, so that the flame in the stove could be seen directly. The stove designed by Jisoo was half a person tall and cylindrical. The chimney extended from the back, and could penetrate the wall, and lead directly to the outside to prevent the severe cold from entering the room. The stove made by Chong Zishio is more like an open fire basin. When burning firewood, you have to pay attention to ventilation. Although it is warm, the cold wind will also come in through the window gap. The overall warming effect is not as good as installing an external chimney. Jisoo did not mean to steal Chang's business. He built the stove just to make himself comfortable, and would not sell it to others. He put the stove into reality to see the effect. The overall shape is good. It is the style he likes. Even the color has been adjusted to black by him. It can be moved and placed in a fixed position. It looks good. The stove placed last night was about to go out. The firewood had long been burned out. Only a piece of solid oil was still burning strongly. The temperature in the room was very low. Jisoo took a breath, and did not give himself the opportunity to stay in bed. He quickly got up and put on his clothes, wrapped himself tightly, and then began to study the stove. Such a small object does not consume much spiritual energy. He released 2 and 3 identical stoves in the room. One in his room, one in Qin Yanan's room, and one for Yang Ji. He has to take care of 2 children, so the room must be well kept warm. Maybe a fireplace is needed. The cold winter will last for a long time, and the children must have a place to play. Building a fireplace in the living room should be warmer. Jisoo placed the stove marked the position of the chimney on the wall, and wiped out the spiritual energy of that piece separately. He went downstairs to find something to smash the wall. When he passed by the next room, he found that Qin Yinan had already gotten up. Jisoo came to the first floor and met Qin Yinan, who was coming back from outside. His clothes and trouser legs were covered with snow, and his hair was also dyed white. Jisoo walked over with a towel and brushed the snow off him. "Where have you been? Why don't you wear a hat when you go out? You should also wear a scarf and gloves. Be careful of frostbite." When looking for a thick quilt last night, Jisoo brought up all the winter supplies prepared in the basement in advance. Everything was ready and placed on the shelf on the first floor for easy access. Qin Yinan bent over to make it easier for Jisoo to brush the snow off his hair. "I went to the greenhouse to check. The temperature inside is a bit high. I turned off the heating equipment. After returning last night, Jisoo was worried that the vegetables and fruits in the greenhouse would be frozen to death. So he turned on the heating equipment of the glass greenhouse, using the electricity stored in the photovoltaic power station. The reinforced glass greenhouse has a good thermal insulation effect. After heating overnight, the temperature inside will indeed be higher, so it must be turned off during the day. If there is sufficient sunshine during the day, it is okay not to turn on the heating at night. The main reason is that it has been cloudy these few days, and there is no light, so the heating needs to be turned on at night." Chi Ying and Mo Linshi went downstairs and saw two people standing at the door. Jisoo was holding a towel around Qin Yinan to brush off the snow. This scene was very familiar. They had seen it many times in movies and TV dramas. But they were a couple. So why did these two people give people the feeling of an old couple? Illusion? It must be an illusion. Chi Ying shook his head to make himself clearer. They were brothers, and it was normal to take care of each other. Qin Yinan didn't look at them and said to Jisoo, "I prepared breakfast. Eat something before you get busy." Chi Ying walked down and joked, "Old Qin, you are too virtuous. What delicious food did you make?" Qin Yinan walked into the kitchen and glanced at him. "Hurry up and leave after dinner. Go back to your own home." Chi Ying was possessed by the spirit of drama, covering his chest and leaning on Mo Linshi. "Su, look. Others forget their loyalty when they see beauty, and he forgets his loyalty when he is a brother." Mo Linshi's eyes wandered between the two, with a smile on his face. But he didn't agree out loud. Breakfast was simple rice porridge and vegetarian buns, as well as a large plate of egg rolls. When Qin Yinan brought breakfast to the table like a magician, the three of them were all surprised. Jisoo knew that Qin Yinan could cook and had great skills. He was just surprised where the eggs came from. Chi Ying and Mo Linshi were surprised that Qin Yinan could really cook. Looking at the white and plump buns and golden egg rolls, they knew at a glance that he had great skills. Chi Ying had mixed feelings. He knew that Qin Yinan must have encountered a lot of things abroad. His personality was very different from before. He never mentioned his experiences abroad. This cooking skill was probably also trained abroad. Qin Yinan said, "These are eggs from deformed poultry, and Chio sent them here early in the morning, and also sent a jar of pickled radish. Let you try it. If you don't like it, send it to the canteen. There are many pickle products there." Jisoo didn't expect that deformed poultry could actually lay eggs. He didn't know whether these eggs could hatch small poultry. He thought he could give it a try. The four of them sat down, and Qin Yinan also scooped out a spoonful of the pickled radish sent by Aunt Chio. The rice porridge with pickled radish was more refreshing, except for Mo Linshi. The other three knew Aunt Chio's cooking skills. They had a good idea of Aunt Chio's pickled side dishes. But when they really ate the pickled radish, they inevitably paused. The radish tasted crisp and was pickled very well. It was sour, sweet, and slightly spicy, and very delicious. The only drawback was that it was a little bitter. This was not a problem of cooking skills, but a problem of eroded edible salt and seasonings. Among the supplies Jisoo bought for Aunt Chio, he also bought a lot of salt and seasonings. These are consumables. If only Aunt Chio and her husband eat them, it is not a problem to eat them for 1 or 2 years. If they are used to pickle pickles, it is too wasteful. Aunt Chio should have used salt and seasonings from outside to pickle pickles, which is why they have a bitter taste. It was just a little flawed, which did not affect the consumption. The four of them finished all the breakfast, and even the pickled radish that was scooped out was not left. Qin Yinan and Chi Ying followed Jisoo and ate too much normal food. Suddenly, they ate bitter salt, which was a little bit uncomfortable. They were not picky eaters, and they were satisfied as long as they could fill their stomachs. On the contrary, Mo Lin-Chiu thought it was normal to eat tasteless or bitter food. And it was abnormal to eat delicious food. He was not picky about food. Before he became a deformed person, he was more hungry. The hungrier he was, the weaker he was. He would be at a disadvantage in fighting against the crazy corpses. It was very difficult to find food. Now he could have enough food, which was a good life that he dared not dream of. Mo Lin-Chiu lived with Qi Ying temporarily, and did not apply for another house. They left after breakfast, and went to the logistics department to ask about the quilt and stove. They had to clean up the house as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would not be able to sleep at night. It was still early, and Jisoo and Qin Yinan were not in a hurry to go out. They chiseled holes in the wall, and installed chimneys in the rooms. After installing chimneys in both rooms, they sent the remaining stoves to Yangji. Qin Yinan left a small bun and egg rolls. And Jisoo went to the warehouse on the medium truck to move a piece of deformed beef and sent it over together with the stove. The two braved the snow to Yangji's house. The two children were gathered around the open stove, staring at the roasted sweet potatoes on the metal net. Seeing the two people coming in, Yangwon jumped up first and said happily, "Dad, Brother Su and Uncle Qin are back." Qin Yinan, why is Jisoo called brother? But he is uncle? Lil Yu sat on a small stool, dressed up. When he looked up and saw Jisoo and Qin Yinan, tears immediately filled his big eyes like black grapes. And the tears fell down. Jisoo and Qin Yinan put the big stove in place, and turned around to see Lil Yu crying silently. Jisoo walked over, squatted beside Lil Yu, wiped his tears. "Why are you crying? It's not good to cry in winter. It's easy to get chapped faces." "Dad." The little kid threw himself into Jisoo's arms, and his little arms tightly hugged Jisoo's neck. Jisoo was stunned on the spot, and was almost knocked to the ground by the little kid. Fortunately, Qin Yinan behind him helped him. Yangji was cooking noodles for the two children in the kitchen. When he heard his daughter's voice, he heard a babyish voice saying, "Dad." "Hey, did Yo-Yo speak?" Yangji came over in surprise. Jisoo was stunned for a moment, but he smiled and stood up holding little Yo-Yo. "Yes," she spoke. "But you can't call me Dad." The little guy hugged Jisoo's neck tightly, and buried his little face in Jisoo's scarf covered with snow. "Dad." The little guy stubbornly called again. Jisoo looked at the man beside him, and felt inexplicably lacking in confidence. Little Yo-Yo was rescued by Qin Yinan, who applied medicine and bandaged him every day, bathed him, and put him to sleep. Compared with Jisoo, Qin Yinan deserved this father more. Jisoo patted the little guy. "You call me Daddy. What about Uncle Qin? He takes care of you so carefully. He should be the daddy. Right?" The little kid raised his face. His eyelashes were all stuck together by crying. He looked at the man seriously for a while, then looked at Jisoo, and then looked at the tall man again, and then called out seriously, "Big Daddy." Poo cough cough. Jisoo suddenly choked on his saliva. His original intention was to let Yu call Qin Yinan Daddy, because the big and the small are really alike. They both like to have a serious face, and don't like to talk. Lil Yu has already taken his taciturnity to the extreme, and this is the first time he has spoken since he was brought back. Qin Yinan smiled and said, "I'm the Big Daddy." "So what is he?" Lil Yu answered without hesitation. "Dad." Jisoo, no. The relationship is a bit confusing. Calling Qin Yinan Daddy. "Shouldn't we call him Uncle?" Yangji smiled and said, "Very good. Yu is obviously your child at first glance. He looks a lot like Mr. Qin." Jisoo looked at the man. It seems that he is not the only one who feels this way. Others can see it too. It can only be said that little Yu and they are destined to be together. Qin Yinan reached out and took the little guy from Jisoo's arms. "In that case, would Yu be willing to be our child?" Little Yu has recovered a little. Not as thin as before. The little guy pinched his little fingers. Suddenly a little shy. Reservedly nodded his little head. And two dimples appeared at the corners of his mouth. It was the first time for the few people present to see the little guy's dimples. And they all felt novel. The little guy had been keeping a tight face for so long. But this time he happily showed his dimples. The little guy didn't hear Jisoo's voice. He timidly lifted his thick eyelashes and took a look. He saw Jisoo's expressionless face, then quickly lowered his eyes, and the dimples at the corners of his mouth disappeared. Jisoo had never thought of adopting a child in his two lives. There are too many displaced and homeless people now, And there are many children. He had to struggle to survive at the beginning. So how could he adopt and take care of others? Now the situation is completely different. Much better than before. And the state of mind is also different. In this world, he is no longer a carefree person. He has a brother who can entrust life and death. It seems that having another child is not impossible. This will make them, who were originally carefree, more attached to this world. When necessary, they can also strengthen their self-awareness. If they have ties in their hearts, they will not be confused. No matter what state they are in, they will remember that their relatives as humans are waiting for them. Jisoo said, "Let him take your surname, and I will give him a name." Okay. Shin Yenin couldn't see what Jisoo was thinking, but only saw his slightly serious eyebrows. Jisoo gave Yongji the buns and egg rolls he brought. They could be used as breakfast after heating. He also gave Yongji the deformed beef. It was winter now, and the beef could be eaten slowly without worrying about it going bad. When Xiao Yuyu was eating breakfast, he kept looking upstairs. Every strand of hair was telling of grievances. The little guy finished his breakfast quietly and sat obediently, not even in the mood to move. Yongwon was happier than Xiao Yuyu, and her little mouth kept chattering. Yuyu has 2 dads. But I only have 1 dad. I also want to have another dad, so that I can have 2 dads to spoil me. Yongji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was impossible to have 2 dads. Not in this life. Jisoo and Shin Yenin helped Yongji install the big stove, came down from upstairs, and asked Xiao Yuyu, "Are you full?" The little guy nodded dejectedly. "Jisoo, then let's go home." The little guy immediately raised his head and looked at him, with surprise and uneasiness in his eyes. Jisoo raised his eyebrows and teased him deliberately. "Why? Didn't you want to be our child just now? Are you going to regret it now?" Little Yuyu immediately shook his head, pouted his little mouth, and his eyes were full of tears again. Jisoo stopped him in time. "Don't cry. Go out and get your face chapped later." The little guy wiped his tears by himself, blinking his big wet eyes, indicating that he didn't cry. Jisoo was wrong. Shin Yenin picked up the little guy, wrapped him in a coat, and carried him away from Yongji's house. Jisoo was going to the management committee. He would be away for more than a month, so there should be a lot of things to deal with. Shin Yenin took little Yuyu home first. Chapter 63. After more than a month away, the management committee has handled all matters of the base in an orderly manner. The wheat seeds left by Jisoo were planted when the temperature began to drop. The timing was just right. It rained for 2 consecutive days just after planting. On the 3rd day, the ground was full of tender green. Zhong Fengmin led the people in the base to inspect the acres one by one. The wheat seedlings grew fast and well, which made Zhong Fengmin, who has been dealing with crops for many years, worried. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be a good harvest next year. But the growth rate of these wheats seems to be a bit too fast. I don't know whether this is good or bad, judging from the color of the wheat seedlings alone. It is a normal tender green. Unlike the previous dark green or pure black, it is a normal color of wheat seedlings. Zhong Fengmin knows that after these wheats mature, they will be medium invasive grains, which taste better and have less harm than high invasive and high risk grains. He attaches great importance to these wheats and goes to the ridges every day. Jisoo dug through the thick snow and saw the color of the wheat seedlings. It was indeed normal. The wheat seedlings were still small now. When they grew a little taller, they would be able to see the difference. Black silk would appear on the wheat stalks and leaves, and black silk or black spots would also appear on the mature wheat grains. But the overall color was normal. This was already a very high-end food for humans after the end of the world. Jisoo bought a lot of seed grains, but only a small part of it was planted this time. He needed to leave more pure seeds. After purifying the dark matter in the soil, he could grow pure crops. Jisoo was still worried that the seeds could not be stored for too long and would be suffocated. Now that there was a warehouse with a slow flow of time, Jisoo didn't have to worry so much. He could put all the seeds in the warehouse to keep them as active as possible. After Jisoo left, the senior management of the Baiwan town base organized people to go out together to find and transport solid oil. These solid oils appeared in the fuel tanks and oil pipes of abandoned vehicles. They needed to be pried open one by one. People from the planting base, the southern base, the central base, and the comprehensive area went out together. Everyone worked together to transport a lot of solid oil. They did not dare to go deep into Xinjiang city, but only picked up solid oil on the periphery and on the roadside. After being attacked once, they did not dare to approach Xinjiang City again, and only dared to look for abandoned vehicles nearby one town. While collecting solid oil, they did not forget to harvest grain in the unowned fields. One light truck in the South District base and the Central base was not enough, so they had to continue to rent trucks from the planting base. The management committee took the lead and rented a medium truck to each of the two bases. The comprehensive district also rented a light truck and a medium truck under the guarantee of by Tingyan and Lyon, Quebec. In this way, the rental trucks of the planting base only had one light truck and one medium truck. Every time the Baiwan town base went out, 8 trucks were used together, and grain, solid oil, cotton clothes and quilts, and all the necessary materials for life were transported to the base one by one. They were busy until the heavy snow came. In more than a month, they brought back a lot of materials. The sweet potatoes used in the planting base were brought back from outside. The base originally had no sweet potatoes, but they brought back a lot of them and stored them in the cellar. If they are well preserved, they may be able to plant a few acres of sweet potatoes in the base next year. They also brought back a lot of crops that the base did not have from outside. Now the base is extremely rich in supplies, and they can exchange anything they want. The Baiwan town base was established, and the tall walls could not cover it. Every day, survivors who heard the news rushed over. After strictly checking their identities, they all stayed in the comprehensive area. The survivors in the South base and the Central base were all locals of Baiwan town. Most of them knew each other well and trusted each other. These two bases did not accept survivors from outside. There are locals and outsiders in the comprehensive area, but they are not mixed. The comprehensive area is subdivided into 7 areas. Survivors from outside can only stay in Area 7 during the observation period. This area has the strictest management and the most guards. Only after safely passing the observation period will they be transferred to the other 6 districts according to their personal abilities. As the name implies, District Number 1 has the best conditions and welfare, and there are the most local survivors. The only hospital in Baiwan town is also in District Number 1. When the comprehensive district was established, it was decided to manage it in this way. Each district was separated by a wall. In this way, if there is a problem in any district, it will be solved in that district, and it will not affect other areas. Nowadays, the population of the comprehensive district is increasing, but the planting base with the largest area has the least population. The planting base in Baiwan town is undoubtedly the most special existence. People in the comprehensive district can inquire about the news of the South District base and the Central base from various channels, but they know nothing about the planting base. On the one hand, there are few people, and on the other hand, the people in the planting base have basically no connection with other people in Baiwan town. The only person who is involved with the outside world is Tao Qingwu. His mother, He Ling, still lives in the comprehensive district. She has tried to go to the planting base to find Tao Qingwu countless times, but she can't even enter other districts of the comprehensive district at will. So how can she reach the planting base? After the meeting, Jisoo built 2 cellars for the canteen to store sweet potatoes, cabbage, radishes and the like. The cellar used in the canteen now was dug out by them with a shovel. Every time they climbed in to get something, they would get covered in dirt. While the snow was still falling and the ground was not frozen, they could move the stored things to the spacious and clean cellar. Jisoo still had to meet by Tingyan and Liang Lu. When he drove back, he saw Qin Yanan and Xiao Yu busy in the glass greenhouse. Whatever Qin Yanan did, Xiao Yu followed him. Both the big and the small looked very busy. Jisoo stood outside and watched for a while. His heart was filled with warmth. If he could live like this forever, it seemed not bad. Jisoo drove the new material-modified car and went to the mushroom house first to see how the deformed cat was doing and whether it felt cold. Then he saw the mushroom house with the doors and windows closed. In the transparent windows, he could see the depressed faces of the cats. Jisoo got off the car and stood under the mushroom house and shouted, "Dahe, Liwa, are you all right?" A glass window was pushed open, and the big black cat poked his head out. "Are you going to send us a stove?" When the temperature began to drop, the people in the base began to exchange stoves. The deformed cat knew, but there was no way to exchange. The mushroom house is constructed of pure spiritual energy, and it has a good effect of keeping warm and cold. The deformed cat should be fine staying in the mushroom house. Jisoo has never raised a pet, and this is the first time he has raised a deformed cat. He is not sure whether the deformed cat is afraid of the cold. Now the big black cat even wants a stove, which obviously means he is afraid of the cold. Jisoo dare not let a group of deformed cats play with fire, as they will burn themselves into hairless cats in minutes. And the mushroom house is not suitable for a stove. Jisoo wants the deformed cats to live in his home. Thinking about the living room and rooms at home, it can accommodate a few people. But if more than 30 deformed cats live there at once, there is not enough space. Do we really need to build a castle? The castle that Qin Yinan promised to build should be arranged. Castles are easy to build, but it is difficult to find a suitable location. Jisoo observed the area near the mushroom house. It is close to the foot of the mountain and is a wasteland. The placement of buildings will not crush the wheat seedlings. It was too cold outside. Jisoo returned to the car and built a small mushroom castle in the conscious world. There is only one building, 3 stories high. The focus is on the interior of the small castle, except for a large fireplace in the middle. There are no floors inside, only various cat climbing frames and cat climbing walls extending from the walls. Even if it is snowy outside, cats can parkour in their own small castles. When they are tired, they sleep around the fireplace. The ground will be covered with thick blankets, and the cats will not feel cold lying on the ground. The ground is piled with thick white snow, in order to allow the place buildings to directly contact the ground. The snow needs to be cleared first. Jisoo drove back again, bringing people and tools to clear the snow. When the ground was exposed, Jisoo put out the freshly baked mushroom castle next to the mushroom house, and the cats could choose their own residence according to their preferences. The appearance of the mushroom castle immediately attracted all the attention of the deformed cats. They were originally fierce because humans broke into their territory, but now they all stared at the small castle opposite with wide eyes. There were many humans outside, so the cats did not rush out of the mushroom house immediately, waiting for the humans to leave. Zhongji drove a small truck and brought thick carpets from the base warehouse. There were no ready-made hanging nets and swings for the cat climbing frame, so Zhong Fengmin made one for the cat generals on the spot. These days, thanks to the protection of the cat generals, they have contributed a lot to the base and are also part of the base. The weather is so cold, they should build a warm cat bed for the cat generals. Without Jisoo's leadership, they dared not approach this place. The cat generals were very fierce and did not like humans to enter their territory, even if they were worried that the cat generals would be cold. They did not dare to come over for fear of angering the cat generals. People in the base went in and out, cleaning up the small castle for the cat generals, preparing all the necessary things, and even lighting the big fireplace. A pile of firewood and solid oil were prepared. If it was too cold, the cat generals could add it themselves, and if it was too hot, they could put out the fire themselves. In this regard, Jisoo specifically told the big black cat and the tabby cat about the precautions. In case of a fire, burning the small castle would be a small matter, but the cats' lives would be in trouble. Jisoo repeatedly emphasized the same issue, and the big black cat and the tabby cat were about to show their claws. They were deformed cats, intelligent, able to think, and knew what they could and could not do. After the mushroom castle was cleaned up and all the people in the base left, the cats in the mushroom house rushed out and ran into the mushroom castle. They were immediately enveloped by the warmth inside. The cats, who had been cold all night and had not slept well, felt sleepy at the same time. They walked to the fireplace and laid down with a snap. They rolled into a big cat pancake and began to snore. Jisoo followed him in and was very satisfied with the spaciousness and warmth inside. As soon as his high-top boots stepped on the carpet, he immediately received several pairs of cat eyes staring at him. Jisoo, silently retracting his raised feet. He stood at the door for a while, turned around and left, closing the double doors and letting them have a good sleep. Buzai has been living at Aunt Chio's house recently. If he knew how warm and fun it was in the mushroom castle, he would probably stay here again and not go home. It's better not to tell it. The baby is still young. It's so cold, and it's easy to catch a cold. It can't be left with these adult deformed cats. Jisoo drove from the side door of the base to the South District base. The person guarding this door was Lao Chong. Lao Chong was guarding the door while doing business at the South District base. There were several handmade stoves in the guardhouse. If anyone in the South District base needed them, they could come to him to buy them. This side door is still one way open and can only be opened from the planting base. Now a guardhouse has been built here, and people have been arranged to guard it. There will be no more situations where no one answers the door when you knock on it. Except at night. Of course. When there is no one guarding the door at the planting base. Seeing Jisoo lower the car window, Lao Chong came over quickly. Chiang brought his friends here, and went to the comprehensive area. Jisoo nodded, indicating that he understood. Mo Linqiu should have gone to the comprehensive area to find his cousin. The new material-modified car has a majestic and domineering appearance, attracting countless eyes along the way. Jisoo first went to pick up Bai Tingyan, and then found Liang Lu. The three talked in the office of the comprehensive area until late. When Jisoo came back, he brought Bai Tingyan and Liang Lu back together, and went straight to the warehouse to let them see the energy conversion device, and the small things brought back from Yuhai City. They had to install the alarm device of the Baiwan town base first. Once a major crisis occurs, the alarm can be sounded to let all survivors take emergency shelter. Speaking of emergency shelter, a closed fortress is needed. Jisoo's consciousness world has a ready-made fortress model, which is a closed fortress model previously built for the Rome family base, which can be directly projected into reality. When they heard the car, Qin Yanan was cleaning the house with Xiao Yuyu. They laid thick carpets in the living room on the first floor, and hung thick curtains on the living room door to block the cold outside. The living room lit the old Chong brand stove distributed by the base, which was quite warm. Qin Yanan waited for a while, but Jisoo didn't come back. Yuyu, can you stay at home alone? I go out to see your father. Xiao Yuyu nodded obediently, indicating that she could. Qin Yanan dressed neatly and walked into the heavy snow, seeing the new material-modified car parked at the door of the warehouse. He walked over. The three were discussing in the warehouse. The alarm device on the outer wall of the base was particularly important and needed energy crystals to supply energy. They all knew the value of energy crystals. When they were collecting solid oil in the suburbs of Xinjiang City, they encountered a special crazy corpse attack. Zhongji told them that it was an advanced crazy corpse with strong strength. It was the first time they encountered an advanced mad corpse, and they were almost wiped out. It was only after all the deformed people joined forces and killed the advanced mad corpse at the cost of several lives and more than a dozen serious injuries. Zhongji pried open the head of the advanced mad corpse and got an energy crystal from it. They only had this one, and they decided to use it to supply energy to the alarm device. Seeing Qin Yanan coming, Jisoo immediately waved and pulled the man into the discussion of base construction. After deciding on various matters, they had to arrange people to do it, even if it was snowing heavily outside. They had no time to spare and had to run around. Jisoo handed other things to Bai and Liang, and he was going to build a closed fortress as a safe shelter for the Baiwan town base. It was already afternoon, and Qin Yanan thought Jisoo would come back for lunch. But he didn't expect that he had been busy until now, and didn't even go home, and was leaving again. Qin Yanan held him. Have you eaten? Jisoo hadn't eaten. I'm not hungry now. Let's eat together in the evening. Qin Yanan looked at him for a moment. Wait a minute. I go with you. Qin Yanan returned home, and Xiao Yuyu, who was playing with toys by the stove, immediately turned around and saw only the big daddy, not the father. Qin Yanan changed into cotton slippers and walked in, sitting down next to Xiao Yuyu. Yuyu, daddy is too busy at work. From morning till now, he doesn't even have time to eat. And the big daddy wants to help him. Can you go to Uncle Yangji's house to play with your sister? When daddy and big daddy are done, I pick you up at Uncle Yangji's house. Okay? Xiao Yuyu nodded sensibly. As long as they didn't want him, he could accept going to someone else's house to play temporarily. After finishing the work for Xiao Yuyu, Qin Yanan went to the kitchen to heat up the lunch left for Jisoo. The original rice and stir-fried vegetables were combined by Qin Yanan into a green pepper beef rice bowl, which was packed into the lunch box. He also poured a cup of hot water, took Yuyu with him, locked the door, and got into the modified car waiting outside. Qin Yanan held Xiao Yuyu in his arms, and sat in the driver's seat, closed the door, and handed Xiao Yuyu to Jisoo in the car. After Xiao Yuyu sat down, he handed him the lunch box. Eat it while it's hot. Don't let it cool down, or you feel uncomfortable if you eat it, Qin Yanan told him. Jisoo was hungry, and he could smell the fragrance before he opened it. He fed Xiao Yuyu a piece of beef and started eating rice in a whirlwind manner. Jisoo's home was very close to Yangji's home. Xiao Yuyu had just swallowed a piece of beef When the car stopped, the little guy stood in front of Jisoo, his face very serious. Yes. Eat. Jisoo nodded. It was rare for the little guy to take the initiative to speak. This face must be given. Jisoo looked up and met the man's smiling eyes. Jisoo narrowed his eyes. He suspected that someone had complained to Xiao Yuyu. Otherwise, how could Xiao Yuyu remember to let him eat? The little guy didn't hear Jisoo's answer, and patted his knee with his little hand and repeated, Yes. Eat. Jisoo immediately agreed. Okay. Yuyu should eat well too. The little guy frowned and nodded seriously. Yongji had come out when he heard the sound of the car, holding a thick coat in his hand. Jisoo opened the car door. Brother Yang, I have to trouble you again. We just took him back in the morning, and now he is sent here again. They want to adopt Yo-Yo, but they don't have time to accompany him. It's no trouble. Yo-Yo can come and play with Wan-Wan. You can go and do your work. You can rest assured that Yo-Yo is with me. Yongji wrapped little Yo-Yo in a thick coat and ran home. Jisoo closed the car door and finished his meal in a few bites. Qin Yinan handed him the water cup. Jisoo took it, drank a sip of hot water, and then sighed. We don't seem to be suitable for adopting children. Qin Yinan started the car. Yo-Yo is different from other children. He is very dependent on us. Adopting him is not to tie us to each other. He knows that he has a father and a home, and he feels safe, even if he can't be with him all the time. He is very happy. Jisoo was convinced and stopped worrying about whether he could accompany the child. He began to turn his attention to the closed fortress. After several days of busy work, the heavy snow had stopped, but the temperature was lower than when it snowed. Jisoo just wanted to lie down and didn't want to go out and get cold. After finishing the work, Jisoo felt that he could stay at home and raise the cubs for the winter. Buzi was still as domineering as ever, occupying Jisoo and not willing to share with anyone. So Xiao Yuyu had to continue sleeping with Qin Yinan. In the cold night, all the survivors in Baiwan town were awakened by the sudden and piercing alarm. Chapter 64. Buzai, who was sleeping soundly, heard this piercing and rapid sound for the first time, and jumped up from the bed in shock. Jisoo grabbed him and prevented him from falling off the bed. Jisoo quickly got out of bed, put on his clothes as quickly as possible, and put on a cotton coat for Buzai. Qin Yinan had already come to knock on the door. Jisoo ran over to open the door. Is Yo-Yo awake? Dad. Yo-Yo's voice came from the next room, and he was already dressed. Jisoo buckled his waist bag full of crystals, picked up Buzai and Yo-Yo and went downstairs quickly, and asked Qin Yinan to take the backpack in the entrance, which was full of crystals and should be used. The floodlights in the inner base had been turned on, illuminating the outside. Everyone ran out in full dress. Ordinary people rushed to the closed fortress as quickly as possible to take refuge, and the deformed people had to go out to fight. Aunt Chiu, Uncle Zhang, and the Zhong family were waiting outside. Jisoo handed Buzai and Yu to Aunt Chiu and Uncle Zhang, and asked them to take the cubs to the closed fortress for shelter. They knew that time was urgent, so they didn't have time to say more and ran to the closed fortress with the cubs in their arms. The planting base had a small population, so Jisoo only built 2 closed fortresses. One was just outside the north gate of the inner base, close to the clinic, canteen and management committee. The survivors in this area could go to the fortress for shelter as quickly as possible. The other was built outside the community at the foot of the mountain, so the survivors living there could hide in the fortress for shelter as quickly as possible. All living supplies have been prepared in the fortress. As long as there is enough food and water, the survivors can live in the fortress for a long time. Jisoo said to the deformed cats waiting outside, Dahe, Lihua, the safety of the base is left to you. Zhongji, drive the modified car. Take all the deformed people, and go to the outer wall. Jisoo was about to get in the car, but Qin Yinan came down with a backpack and handed the modified car to Zhongji. Jisoo, Qin Yinan, I take you there. Driving requires a detour, which takes time. Jianqi climbed into the car first, and Yangji also came over. Yangwan was sent to the fortress by him for refuge. There were so many grandparents, uncles, and aunts taking care of her. Yo-Yo, Buzai and Jianhuan were all there. Yangwan was very happy, and didn't understand how nervous the adults were at the moment. The weather was too cold, and ordinary vehicles needed to be preheated in advance. New material modified vehicles had no such concerns at all. Each modified vehicle could accommodate more than 9 people, and had a spacious space. Zhongji immediately drove the modified car to the community to pick up people. Qiying, Mo Linqiu, Lao Rao, Zhou Yubing, and Chuing were all there. Mo Linqiu's cousin Wen Xiao and her bestie Chuing had been in the comprehensive area for more than a month. Jisoo had already seen their observation data, which was good in all aspects. So when Mo Linqiu asked him if he could take his cousin into the base, Jisoo agreed. They all live in the community now. Chuing was distorted at the beginning of the apocalypse. She was a ruthless girl who didn't talk much. She could endure anything and do anything for her best friend. When she was with Wen Xiao, Chuing was the backbone, and Wen Xiao relied on her very much. Watching the modified car drive away, the huge bat wings pierced the down jacket, and the down flew. The man hugged Jisoo, and the bat wings vibrated, and he had already soared into the sky and headed towards the outer wall. The outer wall was brightly lit, and the base guards were running on the wall, throwing Molotov cocktails and fire bombs under the wall. And there were explosions one after another. "Prepare the flamethrower!" A guard captain screamed loudly. The flame-breathing guards rushed to the wall, and several black shadows jumped high from outside the wall, about to cross the wall and enter the base. A wall of fire immediately rose, forcing several black shadows to fall outside the wall again. But one of them jumped the highest, and the fire wall was limited in distance, allowing it to successfully cross the defense line. The captain of the guards was shocked, carrying the newly issued long sword on his back, and was about to chase. But he saw a black shadow rushing from behind, kicking the advanced crazy corpse that crossed the defense line out with one foot, and falling outside the wall again. The black shadow fell and stood steadily on the wall, and the huge bat wings were folded, revealing the two people who were blocked. When the captain of the guard saw that these two had arrived, he could finally put down his heart. He ran over quickly. "Mr. G, Mr. Qin, 7 advanced crazy corpses have been found so far, and they have tried to cross the wall to enter the base several times. The 7 are just the ones we have seen, and there are still advanced crazy corpses that we have not seen, and the number is unknown." All the floodlights on the wall were turned on, and everything outside the wall was clearly visible. Outside the wall, countless crazy corpses gathered densely. They were still wearing thin and ragged clothes, all pushing and rushing forward, clinging to the smooth wall, trying to climb up. Jisoo's face was solemn. He knew that crazy corpses were not afraid of cold, but extremely low temperatures would make their rotten flesh hard and difficult to move. Under normal circumstances, there would not be a large group of crazy corpses in the cold winter, unless they were no longer ordinary crazy corpses, but were infinitely close to advanced crazy corpses. The actions of advanced crazy corpses were not restricted by the cold. In the crowded group of crazy corpses, a strange-looking big guy suddenly stepped on the head of a crazy corpse, jumped high, and rushed towards the wall. The thing was naked, and looked like a human and a beast, with a human head and a beast's body, many legs and a long tail. Where there should be legs, there were arms, and the feet were not feet, but human hands with claws. Hybrid. Jisoo watched the monster flying over, threw a crystal over, and the hybrid still in the air was knocked away. There are 2 main directions for the advancement of crazy corpses. One is to eat only humans, obtain human genes, and advance to a perfect form. The advanced crazy corpse also retains the human form. The other is a hybrid that eats everything: humans, animals or deformed creatures, and even crazy corpses. The genes they obtain are complex, and the hybrid form they advance to is also very complex. A hybrid was knocked away, and several hybrids jumped out of the group of crazy corpses again. Jisoo shouted. Everyone squat down. The guards, who were still busy throwing Molotov cocktails and fire bombs outside the wall, all squatted down with their heads in their hands. Jisoo took a Super 7 crystal the size of a ping-pong ball and threw it out, activating his spiritual energy. Jisoo pulled Qin Yin to squat down together, letting the wall resist the damage for them. All the guards on the wall didn't understand what was happening. They only felt that the wall under their feet was shaking violently, as if it would collapse at any time, and everyone was scared pale. If the base wall collapsed at this time, with so many crazy corpses outside rushing in, the Baiwan town base would be finished, and destruction would only take a blink of an eye. When the shaking stopped, before they could look up to see what was happening, the second wave of shaking followed, and then the third wave, the fourth wave. When the shaking finally stopped, the guards dared to quietly stick their heads out to see what was happening outside the wall. The battle-hardened people were almost overwhelmed and almost vomited on the spot. Outside the wall, there was a sea of blood and corpses. The captain of the guards was also very pale. He looked up to find Mr. G and Mr. Chin, but found that they had left at some point. The familiar vibration came again. From a farther distance, from another direction, the guards immediately understood what had happened. The two gentlemen were obviously cleaning up the group of crazy corpses. The wall was shaking all the time. But the alarm suddenly sounded in the comprehensive area. An advanced crazy corpse broke through the defense and jumped into the wall. When Qin Yinan and Jisoo arrived, they saw 4 trucks lying across the road. The windshield of the leading truck was shattered, and the driver's head was gone. Jisoo recognized that this was a car from the South District base. The driver was Bai Tingyan, and the person in the passenger seat was Bai Jiaju. Her chest was deeply sunken, and it was obvious that her sternum and internal organs were crushed by a foot. There was no one alive in the car. Blood flowed out from the open car door, staining the icy road red. The 2 trucks behind were from the central base. The vehicles in front were attacked, so they should have wanted to fight back. But unfortunately they were wiped out. The bodies were lying in all directions on the snow. Half of Liang Kei's body had disappeared, and the blood dyed the white snow red, which was dazzling. They were obviously going to the outer wall for support, but they were killed halfway before they arrived. Jisoo stared at their bodies. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. They were definitely not ordinary advanced crazy corpses. Listen. Qin Yinan was worried that Jisoo would be stimulated, so he called him in a low voice. The alarm sounded again, this time in another direction. Qin Yinan hugged Jisoo and was about to rush over, but was stopped by Jisoo. His consciousness sank into the pure white world, and his spiritual energy entangled the minute hand, pulling it back with force. The slight clock click sounded like a heavy hammer hammering into Jisoo's head. He felt dizzy, and the spiritual energy of the pure white world was quickly exhausted. When he opened his eyes again, he was squatting on the wall again. Jisoo threw several Super 7 crystals out of the wall again, activated them at the same time, and pulled Qin Yinan and said, "Let's go." Qin Yinan didn't ask anything and flew to the comprehensive area according to Jisoo's instructions. After landing, the 2 quickly hid beside the building. The sound of the truck came from far away and came towards this side. Jisoo's nerves were tense, staring at the location where the truck was attacked. He thought the retracing clock was too simple. If he wanted to retrace infinitely, he had to have enough spiritual energy to support it. His current pure white world spiritual energy was only enough to maintain 1 retracing before it was exhausted. If he wanted to retrace again, he could only borrow spiritual energy from the pure black world. Jisoo kept staring at the sky, and when he saw a vague black shadow falling, he immediately said, "Here it comes." Qin Yinan flapped his bat wings and soared into the sky. 2 black shadows collided in the air. It was this delay that 4 trucks rumbled past, and they had no idea what kind of disaster they had avoided. Jisoo ran out quickly and placed a small cylindrical fortress with only a door and no vents in the open space. He placed a Super 7 crystal the size of a ping-pong ball inside. He grabbed the door and shouted at the man, "Brother, throw it in." Qin Yinan grabbed the troublesome white-skinned advanced mad corpse tightly, not letting it escape, and fell rapidly, throwing it towards the open fortress gate. The white-skinned advanced mad corpse fell into the small fortress, and Jisoo closed the door as quickly as possible, while activating the Super 7 crystal inside. The familiar roar came again, and with a loud bang, the fortress gate and Jisoo were kicked away, and the crystal energy in the small fortress formed a golden light cone and shot out. Qin Yinan flew close to the ground, immediately retracted his bat wings, hugged Jisoo from behind, and the 2 fell into the snow against the fallen door panel. The 2nd-level advanced mad corpse was still alive, and rushed out covered in blood. Most of its flesh and blood disappeared, and its face was gone, but its all-white eyes and fatal head were protected by it. The 2nd-level advanced mad corpse opened its bloody mouth and let out a roar that was not like a human voice, and several black shadows approached quickly. Jisoo took advantage of the time when the 2nd-level crazy corpse summoned his subordinates to launch a small fortress with a cone top, covering himself and Qin Yinan in it. As soon as several advanced crazy corpses landed, they received a set of Super 7 crystals and fell down instantly. The injured 2nd-level crazy corpse did not approach the small fortress with a cone top. He stared at the small fortress for a moment, turned around and jumped away quickly. How could Jisoo let it escape? It could follow all the way from Yuhai City to here, and launch so many crazy corpses to besiege by one town. If it escapes again, who knows what kind of revenge it will have in the future. Jisoo immediately weathered the small fortress, and Qin Yinan had already chased after it, leaving Jisoo alone standing on the street. Jisoo heard the sound of the modified car. It was Zhongqi and the others coming. He lifted the door panel with great effort, threw down an ordinary crystal, and then he could pick up the energy crystal. He wiped it casually on the snow, put a few energy crystals into his backpack, weathered the cylindrical fortress and the fallen door, and stood on the side of the road waiting for the modified car to come. The door hinge is too fragile. Sliding doors are better. All the survivors in the town hid in the closed fortress. Zhongji was driving very fast, but he saw Jisoo standing on the roadside waiting from a distance. He braked hurriedly. The modified car slid a long way on the icy road before it stopped. Jisoo got in the car and followed them to the outer wall. There were broken bodies and blood all over the ground. No need to ask. You know that there has been a fight. You can tell who the person who did it is with your toes. No one else can cause such destructive power except Jisoo and Qin Yinan. When they rushed to the outer wall and climbed up the wall, they saw the silent by Ting Yin and Leon Quebec. The deformed people in the planning base looked outside the wall, and their stomachs churned instantly. Fortunately, dinner had been digested. Everyone looked at Jisoo with a backpack at the same time, and there was nothing but awe in their eyes. Jisoo said, "Ordinary crazy zombies are not to be feared, but advanced crazy zombies are troublesome. They cannot destroy the wall, but can jump into the base from outside the wall. Drive to find them now. If you find them, you can sound the horn to warn them. Don't force them if you can't defeat them. Protect yourself." The deformed man who just arrived immediately drove to find the advanced crazy zombies, and the wall was left to Jisoo and the guards. Jisoo patrolled along the wall and continued to eliminate ordinary crazy zombies outside the wall. He could kill one less. When encountering advanced crazy zombies and advanced hybrids, he must eliminate the troubles and never let any of them go. Jisoo walked alone on the wall and was soon blown through by the cold wind. He shivered with cold. Jisoo threw crystals while walking, but he was thinking whether to build a wide and deep ditch outside the wall to prevent crazy zombies and deformed monsters from approaching the wall easily. If there were another group of crazy zombies coming, they would have to fill the deep ditch first to get close to the wall. Otherwise, they would not be able to get through. This is a big project. It will take time to complete. The model must be built in the conscious world in advance. It is not dangerous enough to need a ditch for defense. It is just a concept. The mad zombies mainly gathered near the gate of the base. Jisoo saw that the mad zombies disappeared, so he had to go back. His mental energy consumption tonight was huge, and his headache was gradually getting worse. He stopped throwing crystals outside the wall. He needed to rest and restore his mental energy. Jisoo suddenly heard the guards shouting, and the hurried footsteps also ran towards this side. Here! Here! Be careful! It's coming up! Jisoo lay on the outer wall and stretched his head to see. He saw a 2-meter-long hairless monster, like a human and a dog, running naked under the wall, obviously looking for an opportunity to climb up the wall. Unfortunately, the wall was smooth enough. The hybrid rushed up the wall several times and slid down the wall. Even the advanced crazy zombies could not climb up with bare hands. They also needed to use the force to jump in from the outside. If the outer wall was higher, even the advanced crazy zombies would not be able to jump in. Relatively speaking, it would be very inconvenient for them to fight on the wall. Just as the advanced hybrid jumped again, a black shadow rushed out from the darkness, stepped on the wall and jumped high, kicking the advanced hybrid who jumped up and then fell to the wall. The hybrid stretched its body and grabbed the edge of the wall with its forelimbs. Quick! 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 Don't let it climb up. The guards have chased after him. Back off! Jisoo shouted. He threw a crystal without hesitation and activated it. The advanced hybrid had just climbed up halfway, but was thrown down again. Jisoo was also pushed back by the impact. He finally held the wall to stabilize his body. He heard the guards roar. Be careful! Jisoo had a premonition of something, and before he turned around, a crystal was thrown behind him, activated instantly, and Jisoo was rushed forward by the impact. The winter clothes were thicker, and he was on the wall constructed of pure spiritual energy, so there was no damage from the fragments. Jisoo was just dizzy from the fall, and immediately looked back. only to see the advanced mad corpse forced back by the crystal energy jumped high again and smashed down at him. Jisoo wanted to throw the crystal again, but it was too late. The only thing he could do was to step on the wall and slide forward with all his strength. The advanced mad corpse hit nothing and stomped his feet on the wall walkway, and the wall trembled. Chapter 65. The distance was too close. If Jisoo did not use the crystal, he would most likely be killed directly by the advanced mad corpse. If he used the crystal, he would be very likely to be injured. Jisoo made a decision without hesitation. He would rather be injured than be killed by the advanced mad corpse. He threw out another ordinary crystal, trying to minimize the damage. The crystal energy exploded between the man and the corpse. Jisoo bent over and hugged his head, face, and chest with his arms. The man and the corpse were all rushed out. Even though he was prepared, Jisoo was still seriously injured. He tasted the blood in his throat, and his arms were numb with pain. The guards rushed up and surrounded Jisoo. The captain of the guards had already pounced on the advanced mad corpse hanging on the wall. He chopped off the head of the advanced mad corpse without hesitation, and the body and the head fell off the wall together. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the crisis was over. But the advanced hybrid that fell down climbed up again under the push of the crazy zombies. And this time it was faster, not giving people a chance to push it down, and jumped into the wall walkway. Its two front limbs were torn, which were injuries caused by the impact of crystal energy. If it were not exposed and too close, Jisoo could have sent it away with a Super 7 crystal. But unfortunately, he missed the chance to kill it. The captain of the guard held a long knife and confronted the advanced hybrid. The advanced hybrid roared angrily and rushed towards the captain. The captain swung the long knife and slashed it hard. The new material long knife brought back from Yuhai City deeply cut into the hybrid's neck, and the hybrid's claw-like forelimbs also pierced the captain's abdomen. The guards were fearless and slashed at the advanced hybrid with their long swords. Their families were all in the base, and they must not let the monster cross the wall. The advanced hybrid shook off the guard captain and waved his claws. Some of the guards who rushed over had their necks torn off, and some fell off the high wall with the guard captain. Needless to say, they were definitely dead. All this happened quickly and suddenly. After clearing the guards on the wall, the advanced hybrid rushed towards Jisoo. Jisoo did not hesitate to dial the replay clock again. This time it was not 5 minutes. Jisoo learned to be frugal. He borrowed spiritual energy from the pure black world and went back 1 minute. Time went back to the moment when the advanced hybrid just jumped onto the wall walkway. The guard captain stood in the middle of the walkway, holding a long sword and confronting the advanced hybrid. Jisoo was worried that he would rush forward again, so he reluctantly pulled off the backpack behind him and held it in his arms. Come back. The backpack was full of crystals, which could slightly resist the impact of the crystal energy. This was the main reason why he didn't hurt his internal organs when he threw the crystals at his back. He was just facing the advanced crazy corpse, and he didn't give him the chance to take off his backpack. So he suffered that blow. Hearing Jisoo's voice, the guards who were confronting each other quickly retreated, and the advanced hybrid rushed over. Lie down, Jisoo shouted, and all the guards fell down together. A group of people were like dead leaves in the wind, and were hit off the ground, hitting the walls on both sides of the aisle, and then fell heavily on the aisle. Fortunately, they didn't fall directly off the wall, which was a blessing in disguise. The advanced hybrid was hit at close range and hung on the edge of the wall again. This time it was not the outer wall, but the inner wall. As long as it loosened its claws, it would fall into the base. The captain of the guards ignored the pain and climbed up to kill the monster. But the advanced hybrid loosened his claws and fell down. It's bad. The captain of the guards was lying on the wall, and was about to order people to throw Molotov cocktails and fire bombs down to prevent the monster from rushing into the base alive. A huge black shadow flew over, picked up the falling advanced hybrid and flew up, and slammed it hard on the wall. The guards clearly heard the sound of bones breaking. The advanced hybrid broke his spine and fell on the aisle. The black shadow fell and kicked him in the head. Guards, The guards were all silent when they saw the man's golden vertical pupils. They were all captured by fear and froze in place. They couldn't even hide or escape. Their bodies were no longer under their control. The man folded his bat wings, holding a bloody head in his black claws. He bent down and picked up the energy crystal in the head of the advanced hybrid. It was a gray and black mixed crystal, not the pure black in the head of the advanced mad corpse in human form. The man seemed to dislike the crystal being too dirty. He grabbed a handful of snow on the wall, wiped the mixed crystal clean, held it in his claws, and walked towards Jisoo. The man squatted down and put his unrecognizable head on the ground for Jisoo to see. His golden vertical pupils were full of expectations, like a puppy waiting for the owner's praise. Look! He brought back the prey that the owner wanted. And he needed praise and care. Jisoo had discovered that whenever the half-fallen form appeared, the man would change his usual maturity and stability. Before, he was manic and violent, and needed to kill to calm himself down. Now, the man is obediently holding the trophy to come to him to ask for credit. Jisoo's heart softened, and he was amused by him. Very powerful. Are you injured? The golden vertical pupils became particularly bright, and the bloodthirsty coldness in them was replaced by excitement. No. Listen to it. Do you like it? I like it. Jisoo smiled, and stretched out his hand to wipe the blood off his face. The sharp pain from his arm made him hiss and frown tightly. The man looked at Jisoo's arm and leaned closer. He smelled the bloody smell in Jisoo's breath. This was the smell of Jisoo's blood. He would never forget it after smelling it once. The golden vertical pupils gradually turned bloody, and the peaceful breath around him became manic and violent. The black scales on the side of his neck quickly spread upwards, covering the side of the man's face, and were still climbing towards his cheeks. Jisoo gritted his teeth and endured the pain, and changed his left arm to wrap around the rapidly degenerating man. Chapter 66. Jisoo always felt that he was an asexual. He had never been interested in such things, and had no feelings for boys or girls. In high school, a boy from the next class confessed his love to him and pursued him. He was confused at the time. He secretly read the forum and found that homosexuals would attract each other. One can tell whether the other person is the same type in a crowd at a glance. Jisoo seriously reflected on whether he was also a homosexual, which gave off an aura that attracted homosexuals, regardless of whether he was homosexual or not. He had no feelings for that boy. It was precisely because of the boy's crazy pursuit that Jisoo's thoughts went astray. During that time, he looked up a lot of information about homosexuality. The more he looked up, the more confused he became. He didn't know whether he was homosexual or not, because he had no impulse towards boys or girls. Jisoo silently gave himself a verdict that he was an asexual, until one day, a male protagonist of a comic he liked appeared in his dream. The dream was beautiful, and Jisoo began to believe that he might really be a homosexual. But the person he liked was not a living person. 3 years later, Jisoo put all his energy into survival and the base, and had no time for insignificant love. But someone wanted to use this to capture him, approaching him deliberately, pursuing him, and controlling him to take over the entire fortress base. That person's ambition is far more than just a fortress base. He needs a deformed person like Jisoo to accompany him. So he tried his best to get Jisoo and let Jisoo be willing to serve him. Seeing that Jisoo was out of control, that person didn't want Jisoo to get into trouble. Nor did he want Jisoo to escape. And he didn't want Jisoo to be destroyed in anger and destroy the existing fortress base. He could only let Suchin trap Jisoo in the dreamland. As long as Jisoo didn't wake up, he wouldn't cause trouble, and he could wake him up when he was needed. But that person would not have thought how much Suchin hated Jisoo. He had been dating before the end of the world, but because of Jisoo's power, he had to sacrifice their relationship. How could Suchin not hate Suchin for following the arrangement and plotting against Jisoo? He was not trapped in the dreamland, but in a recurring nightmare. Jisoo was alive, but could not wake up. He could only repeat his greatest fear in the nightmare again and again. Originally, in the dream, there was a handsome comic hero. Since then, Jisoo has never dreamed of the same sex again. Not even a paper man. He was disgusted by those two people. All the same sex who appeared in his dream must die. And no one can use dreams to control him. Maybe the rejection and resistance were too strong. Or he would not dream if he didn't want to. After that, he either didn't dream, or his dreams were all crazy corpses, deformed monsters and degenerates. The dreams were all bloody and killing. He wanted to use killing to prevent being controlled. Qin Yanan was like a strong and domineering invader. He defeated his handsome paper man, succeeded in becoming the male protagonist of his dream, and was far superior to the handsome paper man. The paper man didn't talk, but Qin Yanan could talk while being lewd. Jisoo, stop thinking. What a mess. He was just affected by the atmosphere at that time, and thought too much about Qin Yanan. So he would think about it during the day and dream about it at night. Jisoo washed his face with cold water and shivered. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. But the person who annoyed him was still hiding outside. He couldn't vent. Jisoo could only keep his low pressure and hold his breath in his heart. He was waiting to see when Qin Yanan could come back from hiding. The Baiwan town base has been quiet these days. The survivors are still hiding in the closed fortress. The deformed people and the base guards are searching the entire base for advanced crazy corpses. Before the crazy corpses inside and outside the base are cleaned up, the survivors cannot return to normal life. Jisoo's right arm was broken and his left arm was fractured. He stayed at home to recuperate. The deformed cat brought him 3 meals a day. The food was easy to eat and took good care of him as a wounded soldier. As for where the food came from, you don't need to ask who made it. Jisoo cleaned up and was completely sleepless. The unbalanced heartbeat in the dream was still beating in his chest. He stood by the window for a while, started to put on his clothes, and planned to go out for a walk. His left arm had almost recovered and could move. He had never been so restless before. Even if he dreamed of a handsome paper man, he would forget it when he woke up, and it could not affect him. But the beauty and desire, breathing and whispers in his dream last night appeared repeatedly in his mind, pulling his heartbeat. Jisoo put on his bag and walked out of the inner base. He happened to meet a modified car coming back to get food and reached out to stop the car. The driver was Chung Yamo. When he saw Jisoo getting in the car, Chung Yamo looked alert and said, "Why are you here? If you are injured, take good care of yourself and don't run around. Get off quickly." Jisoo glanced at him and said, "What's the situation?" Chung Yamo saw him start to fasten his seat belt and obviously didn't plan to get out of the car. He said with a bitter face, "It can be cleaned up in the next 2 days. Don't go. Rest at home." Jisoo couldn't rest anymore. Resting made his brain confused. He needed to be busy. Jisoo, drive. Chung Yamo felt bitter. He had already anticipated how he would be condemned. They all hoped that Jisoo would rest at home. But he took the wounded to the front line. He was asking for trouble. But Jisoo didn't get out of the car, so he had no choice but to take him to the outer wall. The base had long since changed from passive defense to active attack. The second-level advanced mad corpses had been dealt with by Qin Yanan. But the mad corpses outside the wall had not left because there were still advanced mad corpses leading them. If these mad corpses were not eliminated, the base would not be at peace. The deformed people and guards of the base took turns to go out and kill the mad corpses. Outside the wall, corpses were everywhere. The appearance of Jisoo on the wall surprised all the guards. They had heard that Mr. G was injured and was recovering at home. That night, Mr. G almost killed all the mad corpses by himself. They all saw it with their own eyes and admired him very much. I thought Mr. G would not come again. But he came with his right arm hanging. The guards on the wall followed Jisoo silently. And the meaning of protection was obvious. It was still dark, but fighting had already begun outside the base. Jisoo stood on the wall and watched, looking for the figure who had been silent for several days. Jisoo looked around and finally found the figure in the farthest distance. He was strong enough, rushing into the group of crazy corpses like a melon cutter. Behind him followed a figure with neat short hair. Her vines spread everywhere, encircling the bundles of crazy corpses. The man with a long knife in his hand killed one bundle at a time. The two cooperated very well. Jisoo raised his eyebrows and went to look for other deformed people in the planting base. Zhong Ji, Shi Ying, Mo Linxiu, Lao Rao and Chuing advanced side by side, far away from Qin Yanan and Zhou Yubing. Yang Ji was not there. He should still be helping with logistics. His fungus treatment was more important than combat effectiveness. Chung Yamo was in the modified car, waiting for them to distribute food after resting. Neat and tidy. Not one was missing. The crystal bracelet on his left wrist slid into his palm, and Jisoo slowly stroked each bead, his eyes falling on the two people rushing in front. The guard suddenly exclaimed, "It's an advanced hybrid." Another advanced hybrid? Jisoo's fingers stroking the crystal paused, and the strange-looking advanced hybrid suddenly jumped out of the pile of corpses and rushed straight to Qin Yanan, who was in the front. The man seemed to have been prepared, and he swung his long knife horizontally, aiming at the head of the advanced hybrid. However, at the same time Qin Yanan swung his knife, a bundle of crazy corpses also smashed over. knocking the head of the advanced hybrid off. And Qin Yinen's knife also missed. Jisoo, where is the tacit cooperation before? The guard on the plastic fence slapped his thigh. Just a little bit. Mr. Qin's knife was enough to chop off the head of the advanced hybrid. What a pity. Mr. Qin's knife is very fast. I have seen him kill an advanced crazy corpse with one knife. Don't worry. Don't worry. There is still a chance. Mr. Qin will not let the advanced hybrid survive the second knife. Qin Yinen really will not let the advanced hybrid survive the second knife. But it is not so easy to come up with the second knife. The advanced hybrid avoids Qin Yinen, jumps up, and pounces on Zhou Yubing behind. Qin Yinen can only pick up the knife to chase, and cut off the claws, grabbing Zhou Yubing's neck with one knife. Zhou Yubing fell to the ground, and the vines in his hand had already wrapped around the advanced hybrid. Qin Yinen chopped off the head of the advanced hybrid with a knife. Zhou Yubing's vines were still wrapped around the advanced hybrid, and the huge body that fell down was thrown into the group of crazy corpses. Jisoo, how did Zhou Yubing think of teaming up with Qin Yinen? Qin Yinen's fighting power is such that anyone around him will be a drag. When Qin Yinen and Jisoo act together, it is Qin Yinen who cooperates with Jisoo. When Qin Yinen really solves the problem alone, he always leaves the monster to kill it nearby. And Jisoo will never follow him to get in the way. Qin Yinen is obviously not used to this chaotic situation. He frowned fiercely, spread his bat wings, flew over, grabbed Zhou Yubing's down jacket, and took him away from the crazy zombies. Qin Yinen's eyes were heavy, and his face was colder than hard ice and snow. He was in a very bad mood, and his anger was about to overflow. No one dared to approach him. Only Zhou Yubing always followed him. Go to the back. Don't follow me. Zhou Yubing barely stood firm, his face cold and indifferent. I can assist you. Qin Yinen split the head of the advanced hybrid with a knife, picked out the gray and black mixed energy crystal, and wiped it on the snow with his feet. The man uttered 3 cold words. No need. No one can assist him, except Tingting. And only Tingting can make him willing to assist and accommodate him. No one else can. Qin Yinen grabbed a handful of clean snow again, wiped the mixed energy crystal clean, and put it in his pocket. Zhou Yubing watched his movements, his expression still cold. I know you are strong, but no matter how strong you are, there will be times when you are careless. If there is someone standing behind you, you will be safer. This time Qin Yinen didn't speak again, shook off the blood stains on the long sword, turned around and walked back. Zhou Yubing frowned and followed. I have to go back to cook again. Qin Yinen suddenly stopped. Zhou Yubing almost bumped into him, and then looked up at the wall. Qin Yinen, Qin Yinen stood still, his pale pupils trembling slightly. He hadn't figured out how to face Tingting. He could certainly blame the loss of control that night on the fact that Banduo was unable to control himself. But he didn't want to go against his heart. But if he was asked to directly admit his love for Jisoo, he was worried that he would not be able to accept it. And in the end, they would not even be brothers. Jisoo met the man's eyes. His face was gloomy, and he turned around and went down the wall. Qin Yinen, Qin Yinen didn't think about anything at this moment. He just wanted to catch up with Tingting. People were coming and going under the wall. Jisoo was walking through the crowd with one arm hanging, and Qin Yinen followed behind. Jisoo didn't wait for him or look at him. Qin Yinen watched him avoid people again and again. His heart was lifted high, for fear that someone would bump into him. When Jisoo finally relaxed, a black shadow passed by, scaring the people nearby. They found that it was the familiar Batwing, and knew that it was Mr. Qin. The frightened people were relieved. Qin Yinen held his waist with one hand and his legs with the other, lifted him off the ground and flew towards the base. Jisoo suddenly flew into the air, startled, and his anger rose. Just as he was about to speak, he was hit by a cold wind, which instantly cooled his heart and his feverish brain. Qin Yinen carried the person and walked quickly into the yard, kicked open the cotton door curtain with his feet, entered the entrance, took off his shoes, carried Jisoo to the sofa, and carefully put him on the sofa to sit down. Qin Yinen turned around and took 2 pieces of solid oil and put them in the open stove. He lit the solid oil, and the cold living room finally became warm. Qin Yinen said nothing, took off the tattered down jacket stained with blood, threw it at the entrance, rolled up his sleeves, and walked to the kitchen to make breakfast for Jisoo. In order to avoid Jisoo, he used to cook for Jisoo in the cafeteria and then have the deformed cat bring it to him. Now that he is back, he cooks for him at home. The ingredients at home are better and more comprehensive than those in the cafeteria. Qin Yanan took out a beef bone from the refrigerator to thaw. He had long wanted to stew beef bone soup for Jisoo, but it was obviously too late to stew it now. Qin Yanan stewed chicken porridge for Jisoo and made beef buns. He was very busy and couldn't talk to Jisoo. Since he didn't come, Jisoo had to go over and talk to him at the kitchen door. Are you calm? Chapter 67. Qin Yanan's hand trembled, and he almost dropped the kitchen knife on his feet. Qin Yanan's finger bones turned white, and he didn't look back. You go sit by the stove for a while, and I come over after I steam the buns. Jisoo looked at his tall and straight back. There were 2 long cuts on his shoulder blades. That was the place where the bat wings appeared. The broken parts were rough, and the pulled threads were hanging outside in a mess. He wore such clothes away from home for several days. Jisoo felt funny, and his heart softened. That warm and swollen feeling appeared again. His heart seemed to be gently held by a warm big hand. The lonely heart that was floating around like duckweed had a solid sense of security at this moment. Jisoo turned back to the living room and waited for Qin Yanan to come over. After a while, Qin Yanan washed his hands and came over and sat down by the stove. He didn't want to make excuses or reasons, and he didn't want to go against his heart. That would be unfair to both himself and Jisoo. The loss of control that night was already very rude to Jisoo, and he couldn't find an excuse to cover it up. He looked at Jisoo, no longer trying to pretend. He laid out his emotions completely in front of Jisoo. In fact, I knew you 3 years ago. At that time, I found an opportunity and called Grandma. Grandma talked about you all the time, praising how well behaved you were, how beautiful you were, and how much you took care of her. Grandma knew my sexual orientation and said she would wait for me to come back and introduce us to each other. After that, whenever I thought of Grandma, I would think of you and imagine your personality and your appearance. After 2 years, I had the opportunity to call Grandma again. Grandma still talked about you. She told me happily that you don't like girl. I will introduce us to each other when I come back. I look forward to coming back and meeting you. But things don't go as planned. Grandma is gone, and we meet as strangers. There are many things about you in the diary left by Grandma. Grandma is worried about me and you. She hopes that we can support each other and live well. Even if we don't like each other and can't be lovers, we should be brothers. Jisoo, He heard his heavy and powerful heartbeat. He thought that Grandma Qin just said it casually. Who would have thought that Grandma Qin was so serious and even told Qin Yanan about the introduction? Now this scene. Why does it feel like a blind date arranged by the elders? Qin Yanan looked at him with heavy eyes. But we can't be brothers. You perfectly meet all my imaginations of a lover. The beautiful boy that Grandma described to me should be like you. Jisoo's face did not show any emotion, but his fingertips subconsciously pinched the crystal bracelet that slipped into his palm, and his breathing became light. Qin Yanan's eyes were fixed on Jisoo, not letting go of any of his emotional changes. If Jisoo felt scared or terrified, he would immediately shut up and stop talking. But no, the emotions he was worried about did not appear in Jisoo. He said, although Grandma is gone, she has introduced us to each other. Can I ask what you think of me? Jisoo, is this the beginning of the blind date process? Qin Yanan thought for a while and said, I am not bad. I can protect you. Jisoo, Qin Yanan, I have a Roang's base and a group of deformed animals under my name. There is no money abroad. I still have some mines and several gem mines. Jisoo, Qin Yanan, I have a car, but I don't have a house. Jisoo covered his face directly, signaling the man to stop talking. How could this person, who has been abroad for a long time, be so familiar with the blind date process in China? He wouldn't have checked the relevant process specifically. Right? Qin Yanan didn't understand. What's wrong? The blind date process he knew was like this. When both parties met, they would see the first impression first, and then express their own conditions. If they felt good, they could try to get along or pursue each other, and then they could be together. Jisoo, don't talk first. Let me take it easy. Qin Yanan, Qin Yanan waited quietly for a moment. Have you calmed down? Can we continue? Jisoo, Jisoo tried to be serious. Qin Yanan was talking about this matter seriously, and he had to respect him. Jisoo said, what else do you want to continue? Qin Yanan asked persistently. You haven't said what you think of me yet. Jisoo raised the corner of his mouth and quickly suppressed it. You are very good, handsome, powerful, and rich in assets. You are a rare high-quality blind date candidate. Every time Jisoo praised, Qin Yinen's mood rose a little, and the light gray blue became as dark as ink. Then can I pursue you? Jisoo did not answer immediately, but spent some time thinking, seeing the dark pupil color spreading to gold. The man was obviously waiting anxiously. Jisoo asked him, what will happen after the pursuit? To be honest, this is his first blind date since he grew up, and he has no experience. The man curled his lips, and his cold and hard facial lines became gentle. When you like me, we will be together. Jisoo asked again, what if I can't like you? The thin lips were pressed into a straight line, and the clean and neat jaw line stretched out a firm arc. The man seemed to be trapped in the whirlpool of broken love. The dark eyes were stained with gold. The round pupils became vertical pupils, and even the black scales emerged uncontrollably. The man lowered his eyelashes to cover the madness and bloodthirsty killing intent in his eyes. If Ting couldn't like him, then he was not allowed to like others. Whoever Ting liked, he would kill. Ting could only belong to him, and he would always protect Ting. Jisoo raised his hand to cover the scales on the side of his neck. The touch was cold, and he stopped teasing him. Okay, I promise you. The man was silent like a statue. If the fallen beast had ears, it would probably have drooped down by now. The whole body was shrouded in a depressed low pressure. Jisoo's light comfort was ineffective. Jisoo put one arm around the man and leaned over to hug him. I promise you, I will try to like you. Don't be unhappy. The man then took action and put his arms around the man, not daring to use too much force. Jisoo's broken arm was still hanging on his chest. The gold in his eyes quickly faded, and the black scales also disappeared quickly. The man smiled in his eyes, but his voice was still muffled. Remember what you said? Jisoo responded. Yes, I will remember. A rich fragrance wafted out from the kitchen, and the breakfast Qin Yinen prepared for Jisoo was ready. Jisoo smelled the fragrance, and his stomach began to protest. I'm so hungry. Can I eat now? The man wanted to hug him for a while longer, but Jisoo's stomach was already growling with hunger, so he had to get up to check on the breakfast. Jisoo quietly breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the jumping fire in a trance. He didn't know if he had reached the point of liking Qin Yinen. It was certain that he had a good impression of him. Fortunately, it was just a pursuit, giving him enough time to sort out his thoughts. Qin Yinen brought the porridge and buns to the table. After several days, the two of them could finally sit at the same table to eat again. After dinner, Qin Yinen prepared to stew beef bones. Jisoo went to find clothes for him. He had to change from inside to outside. It was better not to fly in winter. Even if the bat wings were not afraid of the cold, they could not stand the clothes. After returning, Qin Yinen did not go to the outer wall again. Jisoo was a wounded soldier and needed someone to take care of him. Qin Yinen enjoyed the days of being around Jisoo. He took care of all the housework, and Jisoo only had to take care of the wound. Jisoo collapsed on the sofa, eating fruit while warming himself by the fire. His spiritual energy was drawing in the world of consciousness, and he asked Qin Yinen an opinion from time to time. He was building a castle. When winter was over, they could find a place to put it out. The crisis of the Baiwan town base was over. The subsequent cleanup work and the distribution of energy crystals required Jisoo to be present. In addition to the real advanced crazy corpses and advanced hybrids, those crazy corpses that are very close to advanced also have energy crystals in their heads. But they are regular crystals of different sizes, gray, and the energy inside is far less than the real advanced energy crystals. But it does not hinder their use. And there are quite a lot of them. More than half of the semi-finished crystals are the credit of Jisoo. Jisoo consumed a lot of crystals to eliminate these crazy corpses. Jisoo should be allocated the most semi-finished crystals. Even if these semi-finished products cannot be used in modified cars, they can be used for household consumption, lighting, cooking, and some conversion instruments. This time, Jisoo openly used crystals on the wall to eliminate crazy corpses without deliberately avoiding people. The guards on the wall saw it. There should be many people in the base who know the use of crystals, and they will consciously collect and store them. The weather is too cold, and Jisoo is injured. Qin Yinen doesn't want Jisoo to work with injuries, so he can only deal with these things for him. The crisis of the base has been resolved. and all the survivors hiding in the closed fortress can go home and live as usual. Yo-Yo and Buzai also came back. During the days of being confined in the fortress, the two little ones developed a good relationship. They would not get angry when they met again. The overbearing Buzai began to stick to Yo-Yo. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Jisoo observed carefully, and found that Yo-Yo would feed Buzai from time to time. His little pocket was a treasure box. His grandparents gave him a lot of snacks, including sweet potato chips, chicken strips, beef jerky, and dried fruits. He would only take out one piece each time, and tear it to feed Buzai. Aunt Chio and Uncle Zhang drew Yo-Yo closer to them by feeding Yo-Yo. Yo-Yo learned from her experience and fed Buzai with the snacks given by her grandparents, which won Buzai's recognition. The two little ones became very close because of the snacks. Even Buzai generously gave Yo-Yo a small piece of Jisoo's bed. After Yo-Yo's unremitting efforts, he finally succeeded in sleeping with his father. The big father, who was ruthlessly abandoned by Yo-Yo, was very envious of the big and two children on the bed. He didn't know when he could sleep in this room. After the base was dealt with, the family of four stayed in the warm living room all day. In addition to studying food, they taught the two children to read. Even if it was the end of the world, they could not be illiterate. After Jisoo's arm recovered, Shin Yenin had to go back to Yuhai City. It was a quick flight, but he didn't plan to take Jisoo with him this time. It was too cold outside. If he really carried him there, he would freeze into an ice sculpture halfway. Shin Yenin went there this time. In addition to checking the situation of Rong's base, he also wanted the deformation factory to make a piece of armor for Jisoo. He didn't want the crystal energy to hurt him for the third time. Jisoo really needed a piece of armor. He knew that some deformed abilities could make these, because he had never encountered such deformed people. The production of armor was delayed. The deformation factory might not be able to make it, but Jisoo was willing to try. He took a few pieces of the hard shells of arthropod monsters and asked Shin Yenin to take them with him as materials for making them. Maybe there would be unexpected surprises. Shin Yenin chose a sunny day to go there. Jisoo was worried that he would be cold, so he wrapped him in a down jacket and a thick coat. This time, he wore it upside down, with his bat wings exposed. He also had to wear an earmuff hat and a thick scarf. He also had to wear a mask and goggles, gloves and cotton boots. He also carried a few pieces of arthropod monster shells on his back. Shin Yenin left in this image. Shin Yenin had a good cold resistance. Although he felt that it was not necessary, he did not refuse. He let Jisoo fiddle with him. He didn't care about his image at all, as long as Jisoo was relieved. Shin Yenin originally planned to come back in a few days after leaving, but he didn't expect to delay for more than half a month before returning to the Baiwan town base. However, this period of time was not in vain. Under the strong pressure of the boss, the Rome base really made protective gear. Shin Yenin left in the same image as he left, and he came back in the same image. Everything he took out was brought back intact. Jisoo brought him into the warm living room, helped him take down the things one by one, and took Shin Yenin to check carefully. His hands, face and ears were not frostbitten, but they were very cold. Jisoo pulled him to the stove to warm him up. Shin Yenin's eyes were always glued to Jisoo. Jisoo said with a smile, "What are you looking at?" Shin Yenin opened his arms. "I want to hug you." He missed Ting very much after not seeing him for so long. Jisoo walked over and hugged him. The man didn't want to let go after hugging him. What Jisoo didn't say was that he was also worried about Shin Yenin. If he didn't come back after the time, he would always worry if something happened. If Shin Yenin suddenly degenerates outside, and he was not with him, what should he do? He thought too much, and was worried in his heart. He was easy to dream at night. In just over half a month, Jisoo dreamed twice that Shin Yenin was completely degenerate outside, and became a real degenerate beast without self-awareness. He turned into the person in the nightmare, slaughtering all living things. When Jisoo arrived, it was too late. His rewind clock could not go back that long, and he could only watch Shin Yenin, who had turned into a fallen beast, fly to the next city. Jisoo tightly grasped the man's clothes, and said in a dull voice, "Next time you go out, I will go with you. Don't leave alone." "Okay." The man smiled. He could feel Jisoo's worry about him. A gentle kiss fell on Jisoo's soft hair, and the man said in a soothing voice, "See if you like the protective gear I brought you." Chapter 68. Shin Yenin took off the protective gear hanging on his back, and it turned out to be a rectangular box. Jisoo opened the box, and inside was a long-handled black umbrella, which was slightly heavy in the hand. From the outside, it looked like a high-end umbrella, with a button on the handle that could open and close automatically. Jisoo pressed it, and the umbrella cover popped open immediately. Very quickly. The ribs inside the black umbrella were very dense. In order to completely block the impact of the crystal energy, the strength and toughness of the ribs must be strong. Otherwise Jisoo might be injured again. Jisoo saw that there was another button on the handle, and pressed it. The originally smooth and round umbrella tip suddenly popped out. It was a sharp cone that could be used for assassination, which could easily penetrate the head of the crazy corpse. The umbrella handle also had a secret. As long as the umbrella handle was rotated half a circle, a thin sword could be pulled out from the middle stick, which was very sharp. Jisoo couldn't see through the material of the umbrella surface, and it felt a bit slippery, as if it was covered with a layer of grease. I don't know what it is. Shin Yanin saw him rubbing it repeatedly and explained for him. This is an umbrella made of the skin of a deformed monster mixed with other materials. When I killed the monster, its skin had the strongest resistance, and its toughness and defense were good, so I brought it back as an umbrella. Jisoo knew that Shin Yanin must have spent a lot of time on this protective gear. The missing materials inside were probably found by him personally. He must have been traumatized by his repeated behavior of hurting himself. Jisoo said, "Try the defense." The two immediately went outside the yard to see how well the black umbrella could defend without the reinforcement of spiritual energy. Shin Yanin reached out and took the black umbrella. "I do it. You go hide in the yard." Jisoo didn't dare to let him take such a risk, so he immediately put down a low wall with a hole in the wall, so that the umbrella handle could be extended in to support it. Even if the black umbrella failed to defend, it would not hurt anyone. Jisoo threw a common crystal that he usually used very close to the umbrella. After activation, the umbrella handle sent a huge thrust. If there was no low wall blocking it, Jisoo would be pushed out by the impact. Jisoo ran out and looked at the umbrella and the ribs. There was no damage, and it blocked the small common crystal. What Jisoo wanted to try most was the Super 7 crystal, in order to prevent Shin Yanin's hard work from being destroyed. Jisoo was reluctant to try it directly. He superimposed spiritual energy on the black umbrella and reinforced it 10 times. Every time he flushed it, the spiritual energy was overflowing. If it still couldn't block the Super 7 crystal, then he had no choice. Jisoo picked and chose in his waist bag, took out a Super 7 crystal, felt it was a bit big, and changed it to a small one. Shin Yanin picked a ping-pong ball-sized Super 7 crystal for him. "Use this one. We still have the materials. If it breaks, take it to the Rome base to repair it. Your safety is the most important." Shin Yanin saw him use this crystal. At that time, the wall was shaking, as if it could collapse at any time, and the group of crazy corpses turned into mincemeat all over the ground, which was enough to show its power. Such a large Super 7 crystal cannot be used openly in the inner base. Jisoo deployed a closed fortress with only a small window. He wanted to control the energy of the Super 7 crystal in the closed fortress, and could not damage the facilities in the inner base. The two stood outside, hiding by the wall, holding the umbrella handle together to prevent the umbrella ribs from hitting the wall and breaking. When everything was ready, Jisoo activated the Super 7 crystal. Even though Jisoo had prepared himself mentally, his arms were still numb from the sudden huge force. Fortunately, Shin Yanin supported it with both hands, and the umbrella ribs were not damaged. The closed fortress trembled violently, with an alarming momentum and a continuous trembling sound. The two watched the umbrella cover dented greatly, and countless spikes rose and fell, each of which wanted to penetrate the umbrella and fly out. The deepest and longest spike had already pushed the umbrella surface in half. If the person hiding under the umbrella was too close to the umbrella ribs, he might be stabbed by the energy spikes through the umbrella surface. The scene was extremely thrilling, and the two couldn't help sweating when they saw it, until the vibration stopped. The spikes disappeared, and the umbrella surface returned to its original state. Jisoo weathered the fortress and took the black umbrella to check inside and outside. There was no sign of damage at all, but the degree of the dent just now was thrilling enough. Shin Yanin stared and thought, the toughness is enough, but the strength is not enough. The material needs to be adjusted. Jisoo was already very satisfied. When the real battle comes, I can't throw such a large Super 7 crystal at such a close position. I will use spiritual energy to reinforce it a few more layers, and there will be no problem at all. Jisoo knew the limit of the black umbrella, and he could use it more easily. The two returned to the living room. Jisoo continued to reinforce the black umbrella, and Shin Yanin went to wash and eat something, finally putting his mind at ease. The gate of Jisoo's house was not closed. Hearing someone calling Jisoo at the door, Jisoo responded, put down the black umbrella, and got up to go out, and saw Zhong Fengmin standing at the door. Jisoo invited Zhong Fengmin to come in. Zhong Fengmin waved his hand to refuse. Let me ask, is there any place to plant fruit trees in your greenhouse? This winter was too cold. Every time it snowed, it would last for several days in a row. Even the sun could not be seen. In order to keep warm, the Zhong family covered the outside of the greenhouse with quilts. They could use these quilts to survive the winter in the past. But this year it was not possible. The temperature in the greenhouse could not rise, and the fruit trees could not grow due to the cold. It was also a waste to occupy the land. The Zhong family had too many greenhouses, and they did not have the conditions, like Jisoo, to use equipment to heat the greenhouses. They could not afford it, and they did not want to plant so many fruit trees. No matter how good the pure fruits were, they could not eat them. They wanted to free up the clean greenhouses to grow food. With 30 acres of greenhouses, they could free up 25 acres to grow food. The whole family could not eat it all. They could only leave one greenhouse to grow some vegetables and fruits, and they could afford to heat only one greenhouse. Such good fruit trees could not be found outside, and it would be a pity to cut them down. The Zhong family discussed asking Jisoo if he wanted to move them to Jisoo for planting. The Zhong family did not say it, but they all understood in their hearts why all the land was eroded. But his land was preserved. Since Jisoo didn't mention it, they didn't mention it either. It's fine as long as everyone knows it. Zhong Fengmin didn't mention it. Jisoo also wanted to transplant the fruit trees, but he wanted to transplant them after the spring. Judging from Zhong Fengmin's intention, he wanted to transplant the fruit trees in winter. If he took some time, he could also plant a season of wheat, and he could harvest a season of pure wheat next year. The Zhong family has 3 fruit greenhouses, each of which is 5 acres, which together is 15 acres. Jisoo's family has only 2 glass greenhouses, each of which is 5 acres. Even if one greenhouse is vacated, it is not enough for planting. In addition to the 2 glass greenhouses, Jisoo also has more than 10 acres of farmland at the door, which are all pure land. Now the land has been planted with wheat, and it would be a pity to destroy it. Jisoo said, the more than 10 acres of wheat fields in front of my house are all pure land, and the wheat grown will also be pure wheat. It's a pity to destroy them now to transplant fruit trees. I will transplant the fruit trees when they mature this season. I can exchange 10 acres of wheat fields for you, and you can keep 2 greenhouses for fruit trees for 1 season. I will provide the heating equipment and energy consumption inside. I can now transplant the extra greenhouse to the glass greenhouse and interplant it in the vegetable field. Do you think this will work? Jisoo is not short of food. On the contrary, he has too much food. The entire planting base is his food. On the contrary, he is short of pure fruits, so he must keep these fruit trees of the Zhong family no matter what. This is actually the best way, and it also saves the Zhong family from rushing to replant wheat. I don't know what the germination rate is and whether it can grow normally. After all, it's so late. There are still risks. Zhong Fengmin hesitated a little and saw Qin Yinan coming out of the house and greeted him. Zhong Fengmin said, there is nothing wrong with this. We have taken advantage of the grain and fertilizer. However, if we wait until the wheat is harvested before transplanting the fruit trees, it may not be easy for them to survive, because the fruit trees will bear fruit at that time. If the Zhong family waits until the fruits are ripe before transplanting, they will miss the next season of farming. It is best to transplant them during this winter, so as not to affect the survival and fruiting of the fruit trees. Jisoo can build a new greenhouse in other places to transplant the fruit trees, but it is easy to build a greenhouse. But there is no pure land. If the pure fruit trees are transplanted there, they will soon become medium-infected fruits. It is a pity and a waste. Qin Yinan has heard their conversation in the house. Transplant 1 greenhouse first, and leave the remaining 2 greenhouses untouched for the time being. We will talk about it next year. If there is no better solution, we will exchange the land in front of the door to the Zhong family. Jisoo nodded. This is the only way. Jisoo thought of the pure flower again. He didn't know if it appeared. He looked at Qin Yinan. Now there was nothing to hide from him. He could ask him if there was any way to find the pure flower. After Zhong Fengmin went back to notify people to help dig up the fruit tree, Jisoo asked about the whereabouts of the fused degenerate creature that appeared in the hospital. Qin Yinan felt a little guilty when he heard him mention the black root-like monster. That was the first time he appeared in a semi-degenerate state. His violent emotions were completely out of control. He was too hungry, so he ate the monster. Of course, he didn't eat it all, and left some for it to escape. If Tingting knew that he had eaten such a disgusting thing, would he be afraid? Would he dislike him? Qin Yinan was calm on the surface and said calmly, "Why are you looking for that monster?" Jisoo took out the small flower pot he brought back from the hospital. The small petals as big as beans have grown a lot. It is a pot of succulents, and it is growing very well. Jisoo said, "The property of the black tide is purification, which can purify the dark matter in the soil. I have pure seeds. As long as we get the black tide again, our base will have a steady supply of pure food in the future. The black tide is very important. I have been looking for it, but there is no clue so far. Do you have any way to find it?" Qin Yinan, Qin Yinan. Qin Yinan Adam's apple slid, and he carefully tested. What if the monster disappears or dies? Jisoo, impossible. In the 3 years he experienced, a farm city appeared because of this fusion of degenerate creatures. Qin Yinan, I mean, what if? Jisoo frowned. If this black tide really disappears, then it will be a big problem. My pure seeds will run out sooner or later. And then, there will only be eroded seeds and land. If there is no second black tide with the same properties, no one can eat low invasion or pure food. The dark matter in the soil will only continue to increase the erosion. Vicious cycle. Without pure seeds to reduce dark matter, humans can only eat high invasion and high-risk crops. And human lifespan will be greatly reduced. Without monsters occupying human living space, humans themselves will go extinct because of the eroded food. Qin Yinan. I want to think of a way. Chapter 69. All the idle people in the base came to the inner base to help dig fruit trees. Apple trees are more cold resistant and can be left in the Zhong family greenhouse. Grape trees and dragon fruit trees are not cold resistant, so it is best to transplant them to the glass greenhouse. Due to the large size of dragon fruit trees, transplanting them will occupy the growth space of the original crops in the glass greenhouse. Jisoo wanted to move the grape trees first, as long as the grape racks are built at a high place and interplanted in the greenhouse. It will not affect the growth of other crops. When he really saw the current situation of the dragon fruit, Jisoo knew that the plan would not work. If the dragon fruit trees were not moved this winter, they might all freeze to death. Now many branches have turned yellow. Zhong Fengmin led people to carefully dig out the old grape piles, trying not to hurt the roots as much as possible. As long as the nutrients are sufficient, there will be no problem with the fruit that year. Jisoo also built a grape rack under the guidance of Zhong Fengmin, which would not affect the planting on the ground. After several days of hard work, all 5 acres of grapes were transplanted to the glass greenhouse. The situation of dragon fruit is even worse. Jisoo could only build a planting trough above another glass greenhouse. Fill it with pure soil. Transplant healthy dragon fruit trees. And save as many pure plants as possible, in order not to affect the sunlight needs of crops on the ground. The aerial troughs cannot be too dense, so that all dragon fruit trees cannot be transplanted. Zhong greenhouse still has half of the dragon fruit trees, some of which are frozen to death. Branches are withered and yellow, and some have rotten roots. If anyone in the base wants to grow dragon fruit, they can dig up healthy dragon fruit trees and take care of them. Find the flower pots by yourself, and dig pure soil at the door of Jisoo's house. If you think the plant is too big and difficult to take care of, you can also take the cut healthy old branches back for cuttings. As long as you take good care of it, you will not worry about not having pure dragon fruit to eat in the future. It is not possible for one family to take care of 5 acres of dragon fruit trees, but each family can always take care of a few trees. Now every family in the base uses a stove. As long as the temperature, water and nutrition are sufficient, the dragon fruit can survive. Fruits are luxury goods these days. If you leave the planting base, you probably won't be able to eat pure fruits anywhere. If you take good care of these dragon fruits, you can not only eat them yourself, but also exchange them for things. Everyone wants to plant a few. Fortunately, the population of the base is not large. Otherwise Jisoo's land would have been dug out. Zhong Fengmin explained to them how to take care of dragon fruits. Everyone listened very carefully. Even Jisoo and Qin Yinan were no exception. They had the most fruit trees, so they must be taken care of. The remaining dragon fruit trees, the healthy ones, were still dug out. The roots were kept in the soil, and they were wrapped in snakeskin bags and placed in Jisoo's warehouse, where time flows slowly. For those plants with rotten roots and yellowing, Zhong Fengmin cut off the healthy old branches, wrapped them in bundles, and stacked them all in the warehouse. This can prevent them from being frozen to death. When the weather warms up, it is not a problem to plant or cut them. The only problem is that such planting may not bear fruit in the same year, and can only wait until the second year. When Jisoo saw these old dragon fruit branches, the first thing he thought of was to sell them. Each old branch would grow into a dragon fruit tree. This was a pure dragon fruit tree, and its value was inestimable. Jisoo did not waste anything. He collected all the branches that Zhong Fengmin said could be grown. He also sent several bundles of old branches to the south base, the central base, and the comprehensive area, leaving them for Bai Tingyan and Liang Lu to reward the meritorious deformed people and guards. With a large number of people, Jisoo would not waste his own fields. They could go outside to dig soil and plant them at will. But the dragon fruit they planted would be a medium invasive fruit, which was much better than having nothing to eat. Everyone was looking forward to getting a piece of old branches. In this way, of the 3 fruit greenhouses of the Zhong family, only one apple tree greenhouse was left. Jisoo did not plan to move the apple greenhouse again. If it was moved, it would most likely not bear fruit next year. Jisoo gave 5 acres of pure land in front of his house to the Zhong family. He spent some time to rebuild the apple greenhouse, and replaced it with a pure glass greenhouse built by spiritual energy. The lighting and insulation effect are better than the plastic greenhouse. The apple trees are cold resistant. With the new greenhouse, they will not freeze to death even without heating equipment. The Zhong family replanted wheat in the 2 vacated plastic greenhouses. The pure wheat seeds naturally came from Jisoo, with the warmth of the plastic greenhouse and quilts. The germination rate of wheat is good, but the germination time is longer than that of wheat planted in the open air. During the time of transplanting fruit trees, Qin Yinan has been thinking about how to find the escaped black tide. He can sense the fear emotion, but he can't find the escaped black tide. He learned from Jisoo that the black tide is a fusion and degenerate object caused by the fear emotion to materialize the dark matter. The probability of its appearance is very low, and the chance is very high. It is very unlikely that a black tide with the same attribute will appear again. After much thought without any result, Qin Yinan could only ask Jisoo indirectly. Can the degenerates be killed easily? If the black tide is severely damaged and only a small part escapes, can it still survive? Will the attributes be affected? If the black tide is eaten by another degenerate, will the attributes be transferred? Jisoo answered them one by one for him. Degenerates can be killed, but it is difficult. As long as the black tide is not completely destroyed, they can grow and develop again by relying on fear emotions. As long as the black tide body does not change, the attributes will not change. As for the attribute transfer, Jisoo does not know and has never heard of it. Qin Yinan is very clear about the situation when the black tide escaped. With him in Baiwan town, the black tide should not dare to stay here. If he wants to get more fear emotions to grow and develop again, he must go to a crowded place. The most populous place in the entire Xinjiang city is the urban area, which means that the black tide is likely to have escaped to the urban area of Xinjiang. Qin Yinan said, "Do you want to go to Xinjiang city?" Jisoo was surprised. "Do you know that the black tide is in Xinjiang city?" When he asked Qin Yinan that day, Jisoo just wanted to know if the fallen beast had any special means of finding it. Could it be that there really was one? Qin Yinan didn't have any. He just guessed that the black tide should be in Xinjiang city. Jisoo, I also think that the black tide should be in Xinjiang city. Until the pure flower is found, Jisoo can't rest assured. He is always worried that the mature pure flower will be dug up by others and then taken away from Xinjiang city. He really doesn't know where to go to find it back. After discussing, the two decided to go to Xinjiang city. With a modified RV, they can live in the snow without any problem. Besides, with Jisoo, anywhere can become a closed fortress. If they are lucky, they can find the pure flower before the climate warms up, and they can grow pure crops next season. The two entrusted Yo-Yo and Buzai to Aunt Chio and Uncle Zhang. The two little ones were already very familiar with them, and it was no problem for them to follow them. It was cold in winter, and there was nothing to deal with. They were just bored. So taking the children to cook delicious food was just the right time to kill time. The modified RV was very eye-catching. And the news of the two leaving soon spread throughout the Baiwan town base. The news that Jisoo and Qin Yinan went to Xinjiang City was not hidden from Bai Tingyan and Liang Lu. Only by knowing their movements could the two guard the Baiwan town base with more peace of mind. This time, only Jisoo and Qin Yinan went out. And no one was brought. They might stay in Xinjiang City for a while. And they would not come back in a short time if they did not find the pure flower. Chung Imo was idle at home. And when he learned that Jisoo and Qin Yinan were going to the city, he also wanted to go. It was too boring to stay at home in winter. And there was no entertainment to kill time. He could only sleep and be in a daze. It would be better to let him go out and have some fun. Unfortunately, the two did not take him. And they had already left. Chung Imo got up and ate 2 bowls of rice in anger. Then went to the community to play with Chi Ying. Knocked on Chi Ying's door. The heating was blowing in the face. Not only Chi Ying and Mo Linqiu were at home, but Mo Linqiu's cousin Wen Xiao and her best friend Chu Ying were also there. The 4 of them were a little surprised to see Chung Imo coming. Chung Imo looked at Wen Xiao twice more. She was too thin. Thinner than when he met her in Xinjiang City. And her dark circles were also very serious. She and Chu Ying had been in the Baiwan town base for more than 2 months. Chu Ying had recovered to the state before the end of the world. But Wen Xiao was still very thin. And her mental state was a little bit wrong. Because Wen Xiao was an ordinary person. She had basically not walked outside since entering the planning base. No matter how scary Wen Xiao looked, she must still be a human. Otherwise Brother Ji and Brother Qin would not let her stay in the base. Chung Imo absolutely trusted the 2 brothers. So there was nothing to be afraid of. Chung Imo rushed into the living room and saw the poker cards thrown on the carpet. He said happily, "Are you playing cards? Take me with you." Mo Linqiu looked at Chi Ying. They were just discussing whether to ask Chung Imo for help. But Chung Imo came by himself. Chung Imo sat on the carpet, waiting to play cards, but saw that the 4 people had no intention of sitting down and were all looking at him. Chung Imo looked at Chi Ying. "What do you mean? Aren't you playing cards?" Chi Ying and Chung Imo are the only ones who are familiar with each other among the 4. He sat next to Chung Imo. "Look, don't you have a light truck in your hand? It's freezing cold now. Without fuel and antifreeze, it's difficult to use the car normally. Have you ever thought about replacing the energy conversion device for your car? In this way, you can directly use energy crystals as energy. And you don't have to worry about the weather being too cold and the car can't start." The cars rented from the South Base, the Central Base, and the comprehensive area are all treated like ancestors. Several stoves are placed in the garage to ensure the room temperature. When you need to use the car, you can drive it away at any time. After driving out, the car will not stall. It's okay to just go around the base. But it's absolutely not possible if you want to go on a long trip. In the end, you must modify the energy supply. Chung Imo certainly thought about replacing the energy conversion device. But he felt that using energy crystals was more luxurious than using oil. Advanced crazy corpses are not easy to deal with. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. Not to mention obtaining energy crystals. Mo Linqiu said, "There is an energy conversion device in the base warehouse. The father and son of the Fan family outside the community can help install it. If you agree, we will provide the materials for exchanging and installing the energy conversion device. You just need to lend us the car for a while." Chung Imo looked puzzled. The energy conversion device is easy to replace. But where does the energy crystal come from? Mo Linqiu stood up and took out a crystal the size of an adult's fist. It was pitch black and was a real advanced energy crystal. Chung Mo's eyes widened. "Where did you get the energy crystal?" The number of advanced crazy corpses besieging the Baiwan town base was limited. And the number of advanced crazy corpses killed by Jisoo and Qin Yinan was the largest. The base stipulated that whoever killed the advanced crazy corpse would own the energy crystal. And each energy crystal had an owner. That night, the deformed people in the planting base acted together. They were indeed attacked. But because they were in the modified car, they were not injured. Similarly, they were unable to kill the advanced crazy corpses. After that, they went out to kill crazy corpses, which were basically ordinary crazy corpses. And it was impossible for them to have such energy crystals. Chung Imo suspected that he had picked up Ji Tingting's energy crystal and didn't hand it in. His eyes changed when he looked at him. Chung Mo's expression was too straightforward, which made Mo Linqiu embarrassed. Qiying stretched out her hand to cover his face. What are you thinking about? I borrowed this energy crystal from Lao Qin. Cheng Yamo pulled his hand away, looking unconvinced. When did you borrow it? How come I don't know? When I was cleaning up the crazy corpses outside the base. Hey, why do you care when I borrowed it? Now we have energy crystals. I want to borrow your light truck. Do you want to borrow it? Qiying was gnashing her teeth at his anti-theft look. Cheng Yamo looked alert. Where are you going to borrow my light truck? Mo Lingqiu looked at Qiying. Take Xiao Xiao back to rest first. Qiying hugged Wen Xiao and took her away. Wen Xiao didn't want to leave. She stared at Cheng Yamo and was half dragged and half carried out of the door by Qiying. Cheng Yamo had a lot of questions in his head. What does that mean? After Wen Xiao left, Mo Lingqiu said, You've seen it too. We have to go to Qijiang City. Xixie's body can't hold on any longer. And hatred has become her heart disease. She will lose weight if it's not resolved. We can't wait any longer. Cheng Yamo understood that they were going to Qijiang City to seek revenge. Cheng Yamo frowned. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had told you earlier, I could go to Qijiang City with Brother Ji and Brother Qin. And I could have taken a ride out to play. Now that they've left, are you sure we can succeed in seeking revenge? Mo Lingqiu, Qiying, They didn't plan to take Cheng Yamo with them at all. But he just said we. And didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. Mo Lingqiu coughed lightly. This is our own hatred. We will solve it ourselves. And it's a good time for us to go out while the crazy zombies are moving slowly in winter. Cheng Yamo was feeling bored in winter. And he would definitely not miss the opportunity to go out. So he agreed to borrow the car immediately. Jisoo and Qin Yinan didn't know that someone was heading to Qijiang City right after they left. The road to Qijiang City was covered in snow. They could only use the trees and abandoned vehicles on the roadside as a reference and move forward slowly so as not to drive the car into a ditch in the white snow. Fortunately, they were familiar with the road to Qijiang City and had no problems along the way. The heater in the car was turned on very high. It was freezing and snowy outside, but warm inside. Just wear a thin sweater, and you won't feel cold at all. The RV roared to their own community. Jisoo also stockpiled a lot of supplies at home. This time, he could move them to the car. When he found the pure flower, he probably wouldn't come back. Now there are new materials to modify the RV. Even if he returns to Qijiang City, there is no need to live at home. I didn't see many crazy corpses along the way. It was difficult to move in the snow. The crazy corpses should have hidden, or frozen and buried in the snow. They shouldn't come out of the snow until the spring thaws. I haven't been to Qijiang City for just 2 or 3 months. The buildings in the city are even more dilapidated. The whole Qijiang City is like an empty city. The building at home is still there and has not collapsed. The modified RV is parked in front of the unit door. The two of them put on their clothes and got out of the car to move things upstairs. Walking upstairs, they didn't even encounter a crazy corpse. The building was full of wind. The doors of each floor were wide open. The glass was broken, and the house was filled with wind and snow. Such a building will collapse soon, unless Jisoo reinforces the entire building. However, this is meaningless except for wasting mental energy. The anti-theft doors of Jisoo's house and Grandma Qin's house are still intact. The corridors that used to smell foul are now clean. The dirty blood and rotten meat left by the three-faced man have all disappeared. Jisoo opened the door and went home. The house was still the same as when he left. Looking at the home where he had lived for many years, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. The two began to pack up, moving the things that could be taken away into the RV one by one, piling them in first. And it would not be too late to pack up after moving them. Qin Yanan went back to his own home and moved all the clothes and quilts that could be used at home into the car. After moving all the things, the two locked the security door again. Both houses have been reinforced. Even if the building collapses, the two houses should not be shattered, but will only be buried in the ruins. This is also a kind of comfort. At least the former home is still here. The two went downstairs with large and small bags. They first put the things they brought down on the snow. Jisoo climbed up the stairs and opened the car door. Qin Yanan stood under the car to hand over the things. Jisoo stood at the door and threw the things into the car. The originally spacious car was now filled to the brim, and things were still piling in. Jisoo's hand holding the things suddenly stopped. He heard a rustling sound, and Qin Yanan obviously heard the sound too. Jisoo stood tall and looked around. Then he saw a familiar big guy on the building in front. His head was full of tumors, and there were more human legs wrapped around his waist. It was now staying in a house with a missing wall. Its size was obviously much larger than when the world just ended. At that time, it could climb onto the roof of a jewelry store and chase Jisoo's truck. Now, with its size, it would be difficult for it to run. Jisoo was slapped in the face soon. The deformed body with tumors all over its head was indeed huge. But now it not only had a circle of human legs around its waist, but also a long tail formed by human legs. It ran like a monster centipede with human legs, and its crawling speed was very fast. Go in. Qin Yinan picked up the things on the ground and stuffed them into the car. Jisoo quickly closed the door and locked it. Qin Yinan stepped into the cab in 2 steps, slammed the door, started the RV, and quickly pressed a few keys on the dashboard. Sharp sawtooth spikes extended from the front of the car, having been stepped on the face by deformed monsters so many times. It is impossible for the carefully designed new material modified RV not to prepare some means of attack. Chapter 70. Qin Yinan buckled his seat belt and turned to Jisoo in the car, saying, "Sit tight." Jisoo sat in a nearby seat and tied himself up with the seat belt. The RV rushed out. After a violent jolt, the RV turned a corner and drove back to the gate of the community. The deformed body that had been shoveled into 2 pieces was still twisting and rolling in the snow. Jisoo unbuckled his seat belt, took off his outdoor boots and down jacket, and walked into the cab. "Are you hot? Have you taken off your down jacket?" Qin Yinan was wearing a long black down jacket with 2 zippers on the back of the shoulder blades. The same was true for the clothes inside. There was space for bat wings on the shoulder blades. Jisoo couldn't make it himself, so he asked an old tailor from the South District base to help sew it, so that when Qin Yinan wanted to fly, at least he wouldn't ruin his clothes every time. Qin Yinan drove with one hand, unzipped the zipper, and Jisoo helped him take off the down jacket and hung it on the hook behind the seat. Qin Yinan said, "If the black tide wants to grow quickly, it will definitely go to crowded places. It came because of human fear, and will follow human fear. It can make such a big noise in Baiwan Town Hospital, so it is impossible for it to be silent in Qijiang City. Where has the disaster of terrifying monsters appeared? Just ask the survivors in Qijiang City, and you will know. Such a large RV is very eye-catching. The narrow road cannot pass through. There is thick snow covering the ground. There is no big pit. It is troublesome if you really fall into the pit." Qin Yinan did not plan to drive around the city. He found a relatively open place with no tall buildings nearby. Even if there is an advanced Crazy Corpse sneak attack, it can only run on the ground and cannot jump over. The two decided to leave the RV here, walk out to find clues and inquire about information, and come back to rest in the car at night. The two dressed neatly and got out of the car with shovels to shovel snow. They would not be stupid enough to expose the RV here. Jisoo wanted to build a closed fortress and seal the RV inside. It would be safe both day and night. This time, the closed fortress has a door for their convenience in and out. When they leave, they just need to lock the door, and there is no need to weather and rebuild it repeatedly. After the closed fortress was built, the two returned to the car to sort out their things. They first put the lockers tightly. The lockers were full, so they could only put them in the reception area and the entertainment and leisure area on the 2nd floor. After sorting everything out, they were both hungry. The RV was modified with new materials. In addition to the 2 large refrigerators on the 1st floor, all the space in the bottom warehouse of the RV was converted by Jisoo into a warehouse with slow time flow. There were many things stored in the warehouse. Qin Yinan opened the refrigerator to look for ingredients. "What do you want to eat for lunch?" Jisoo was on the 2nd floor, sorting his backpack. "Can you make steak? It's been too long since I've eaten it." Qin Yinan's voice came from the 1st floor. "Okay, let's have steak for lunch." Jisoo put all the things he needed to take out into his backpack. Qin Yinan had bat wings on his back, so he couldn't carry a backpack, so he had to carry it alone. There were a lot of things that needed to be prepared, and crystals and food for going out had to be prepared, so as not to go hungry if he couldn't come back in time. Jisoo smelled the aroma of fried steak and was so hungry that he didn't want to move. He walked from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor and stood by to watch the man prepare lunch. Qin Yinan fried steak, potatoes and broccoli, and there was a pot of noodles in the pot next to him. The man was skilled. Seeing Jisoo looking at him, he smiled and said, "It will be ready soon." Jisoo's heart seemed to be soaked in warm water. and the warmth spread all over his body. You are very good at cooking. Have you learned it? The man paused while twisting the black pepper, and then said, My mother is not used to foreign food, so I often make her what she wants to eat. After a few years, the skills are naturally practiced. Jisoo heard from Grandma Chin that Chin Yinen's father died in a car accident when he was in high school, and his mother had cancer and went abroad with Chin Yinen for treatment. Chin Yinen returned to China alone, and he has never mentioned his mother since he came back. In addition, Qing said that he is Chin Yinen's only relative in the world, so I think his mother should be gone. Jisoo hesitated whether he should say something to comfort the man, and then a plate appeared in front of him. On the plate was a juicy fried steak, which tasted particularly delicious. Jisoo took the plate, and the man quickly handed him a second plate. Jisoo turned and went to the restaurant. Chin Yinen brought a knife and fork, and brought the noodle pot over. The two sat opposite each other and enjoyed a delicious lunch. Jisoo quickly showed off half a steak and slowed down. Auntie, she's back too. Chin Yinen acted very calmly, lowering his eyes and cutting the steak carefully. Her wish has come true. I will take her back to China and put her ashes with my father. There is no regret. Jisoo carefully chose his words. My condolences. Chin Yinen paused, looked up at him. It's fine now. I'm satisfied. Compared with Chin Yinen, the person who makes people feel more distressed should be Jisoo. He lost his parents at the same time on the same day. Such a blow is undoubtedly the most painful blow to a child who has just finished the high school entrance examination. Jisoo was able to come out of it at such a young age. So what was there for him to get stuck in? Even though his mother was sick, she stayed with him until he grew up. So Chin Yinen had nothing to be dissatisfied with. After dinner, after cleaning up the pots and bowls, the two prepared to leave. Jisoo stood behind the man. Let the bat wings out. I help you get them out. Because the seam was on the shoulder blade. Chin Yinen needed someone to help him get the bat wings out of the clothes when he let them out, so that when he put the bat wings out again, he wouldn't hurt the clothes. Jisoo put his hands through the seam of the clothes, touched the man's shoulder blades, and pressed them as if urging him. Chin Yinen, He turned around quickly as if he had been electrocuted, and grabbed Jisoo's wrist. His fingers had turned into black claws, but he controlled the force and didn't scratch the other person. Jisoo raised his hands, with a big question mark on his head. The man stared at the boy's beautiful eyebrows and slender neck. His Adam's apple rolled slowly, and even his breathing became lighter. He forced himself to look away and turned to leave. I can do it myself. Jisoo reached out and pulled the man back. Why are you here? Don't tear your clothes again. The man saw Jisoo was still reaching out and took a step back. I'm still chasing you. Jisoo was happy. I give you the bat wings. What does this have to do with whether you chase me or not? The man stared at him, his light eyes suppressing the frenzy. It does matter. I'm afraid I can't help but kiss you. Jisoo, The man stared into his eyes. My bat wings can't be touched casually. The root of the wing is the most vulnerable place. Very sensitive. If you want to help me, we may have to become lovers first. This way, kissing, hugging or doing something intimate will not be embarrassing. Jisoo, Jisoo, shock. Jisoo realized belatedly why Chin Yinen suddenly lost control that night. And the reason was actually at the root of the wing. Jisoo turned around and left, hiding in his bedroom. His face was already burning, and the whole person was steaming. Damn it! It turned out that I was the first to make a move. He was actually angry at someone for taking the place of the handsome paper man. Wasn't it him who flirted first? Now that someone is pursuing him, he still wants to touch her bat wings. Jisoo blushed to the point of exploding. How could he know that the fallen beast had such a sensitive area? Thinking of himself that night, Jisoo wanted to put on his clothes and punch himself twice. Knocking him out? This is too embarrassing. Jisoo didn't dare to think whether touching the root of the wing was the same as touching the other one. Just thinking about it made his scalp numb, and he couldn't look directly at the man. Jisoo hid in the bedroom, annoyed and wanted to bang his head against the wall. Chin Yinen, who was left there, completely misunderstood his meaning, and his burning eyes were gradually replaced by coldness. Tingting rejected him. Long eyelashes drooped, covering the golden eyes. Violent emotions were clamoring wildly, instigating him to chase him, hug him, forcefully kiss him, and possess him. This person can only be his, and he can only agree, not refuse. The black claws were clenched and creaked. And the man turned around and went to the second floor. It doesn't matter. He will come back in a few days to ask until he hears a promise. Jisoo calmed down and took out a black cloak from the closet. This was also customized according to Qin Yinen's height by the old tailor. The little bat wings exposed outside might be cold, and it would be much warmer to put on a thick cloak. Jisoo wanted to use the cloak to ease the embarrassment between the two. He walked out of the bedroom, but didn't see Qin Yinen. He heard movement on the second floor, and knew that Qin Yinen was changing clothes up there. The heat that had finally subsided began to rise again. There were footsteps coming from the stairs. Jisoo looked up and saw the man coming down. The black bat wings slightly open behind him looked like toy wings on his back. With the expressionless handsome face of the man, he looked so cool and cute. Jisoo's eyes widened, and his chest was beating like a gong and drum. He wanted to touch the bat wings. They were so cute. Jisoo walked over quickly, shook out his cloak, and put it on the man. His fingers seemed to touch the bat wings inadvertently, causing the wings to tremble slightly. Jisoo tried hard to suppress the smile on his lips, stared at the bat wings again, and then saw that the man was only wearing a black sweater and forgot to wear a down jacket. Jisoo, immediately took off the cloak, hung it at his arms, and went to get the man's long down jacket, holding it up and handing it to the man. I hold the down jacket for you. You put it on yourself. I promise not to touch your little bat wings. Qin Yinen, The line of his lips was straight. He didn't mean to not let him touch the bat wings. The man turned sideways and looked at the position of the zipper. The little bat wings tentatively stretched over and passed through the gap left. Then the other side. Put on the down jacket. And the little bat wings flapped up and down twice, which made Jisoo's eyes light up. How is it? Will the wings get stuck? Jisoo stared at the little bat wings again and again. The man's jawline was even tight. He felt that Ting Ting only liked his bat wings, not him. The man said stiffly, "It's not stuck. It's good that it's not stuck." Jisoo helped the man zip up his down jacket, his eyes still peeking at the little bat wings from time to time. Pick up the cloak again. Put it on the man, and help him button up the cloak one by one. The cloak is designed to be long in front and back and short on both sides. The bat wings can fly when they are spread out, and the cloak will not affect the flight. After landing, the bat wings can be shrunk and can be completely covered in the cloak. Jisoo tidied the cloak for him. Now the little bat wings are not afraid of the cold. Qin Yinen didn't say anything. Jisoo raised his eyes and realized that the man seemed a little unhappy. What's wrong? Qin Yinen, I don't mean to stop you from touching the bat wings. You can touch it. Just touch it, and you will become a boyfriend. Okay. I know. After Jisoo finished speaking, he also went to put on clothes and shoes. Ready to leave. Qin Yinen, Jisoo carried a bag and a black umbrella on his back, wrapped himself tightly, and walked out of the RV. The man followed him out of the car, locked the door, and put the key away. The two left the closed fortress. Jisoo locked the door, and stepped into the thick snow. The man grabbed one of Jisoo's hands, and held the two gloved hands together. There are no survivors around here. I will take you to where there are survivors. The man lifted his cloak, covered Jisoo, and held him in his arms. The huge bat wings spread out, and the two took off from the ground, and soon fell again. The bat wings became smaller, and hidden under the cloak. Jisoo got out from under the cloak and looked around. Are there survivors here? Qin Yinen stretched out his hand. Jisoo handed it over, and the man led him forward and went straight to a ruin in front. There should have been a building there, but now it has collapsed and turned into a ruin. Qin Yinen is going to that ruin. He stopped in front of a security door leaning in the ruins, raised his hand, and patted the security door. There was silence all around, and there seemed to be no living people. Jisoo looked around. The snow was smooth. There were no other traces except their footprints. If there were people inside, they probably hadn't come out for a while. Except for the fallen beasts that could keenly detect fear. It was really difficult for other people or deformed monsters to find this place. I know you are inside. Open the door. I have something to ask you. Qin Yinen told the people inside with a firm tone that he knew they were hiding inside. Qin Yinen deliberately didn't go to the big base. If the black tide really went to the big base, then the big base would be empty now, and there would be no living people. The survivors scattered outside were more likely to have encountered the black tide. This is the urban area, which is very dangerous. Logically, There should be no survivors here. But there is a small group of survivors hiding here, who seem to have fled here. It was still quiet behind the door. Qin Yinan lost his patience. Since you won't open the door, I can only break it in. The men, women, old and young hiding under the ruins huddled together in fear. They covered their mouths and noses tightly, and dared not even breathe loudly, for fear of being heard by people outside. They thought that as long as they hid well, the people outside would leave. When they heard that the door was to be broken, everyone inside was terrified. They could survive safely mainly because of the natural ruins. The anti-theft door could be opened. It was the entrance and exit of their underground shelter. Once it was destroyed, their door would be gone and the underground shelter would be exposed. Just when everyone was extremely terrified and dared not breathe, a shriek came from the darkness. A black shadow ran towards the boy in the corner and tried hard to get into his arms. Its round body shook like a sieve. The boy wanted to cover the black shadow's mouth to prevent it from making a sound. But covering his mouth was useless. The shriek continued and was not controlled by humans at all. The boy was in tears and was about to cry out of fear. A young man stood up in the darkness and walked towards the security door. Don't break it. What do you want to ask? Chapter 71. The young man wanted to reply through the security door, but he heard the person outside the door speak again in a cold voice. Open the door. Without seeing the state of the person inside, how can they tell whether what the other person said is true or false? There was silence inside the security door, and the screams continued. Jisoo knew that Qin Yinan did not really want to break the door. Even if he really destroyed the security door, he would make a new door for them after confirming that the survivors inside were safe and harmless. Jisoo said, "We are tracking a very dangerous degenerate creature. We passed by here and wanted to ask if you know any clues. Don't worry. We will not hurt innocent people." The people hiding in the underground shelter knew very well that since the people outside the door dared to walk in the city, they must be strong, regardless of whether they opened the door or not. As long as the people outside the door wanted to come in, they could not stop them. Rather than offending them completely, it is better to leave room for them, hoping that they will leave quickly after asking, and not have any other thoughts. The security door was opened with a click, and it was dark inside, and the dampness was blowing in the face. It is not a good place to live underground, especially in winter. There is plenty of water. If waterproofing and moisture-proofing are not done well, the underground will only become more damp and cold. Qin Yinan led Jisoo and bent down to pass through the security door. There was a downward slope under his feet. The passage was only one person high, depressing and narrow. Jisoo was led by the man. He put the black umbrella on his back and took out a strong flashlight from the side pocket of his backpack. The beam of light appeared, and everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. Only the screams became more piercing. The flashlight was first shown at the source of the sound. A teenager was sitting by the wall with a pale face, holding an animal of unknown species in his arms. The thing was snow white, a circle larger than a normal adult cat, and round, as thick as a gas tank. The thing was shaking like a sieve, obviously very scared. The flashlight quickly moved away from the boy and the animal, and shone around. It was more like an excavated cave than an underground shelter. The collapsed building just created a small space here. The gaps that were ventilated were covered with black mud, barely forming a cave. In addition to the main cave, there are 2 bedrooms connected to the cave. Those were rooms that were not completely broken and were dug through. They were drier and warmer than the cave outside. Women and children lived in one side of the 2 rooms, and men lived in the other side. As the light swept over, Jisoo saw faces that were alert and full of fear. These people were obviously very afraid of the strange survivors. Jisoo's flashlight suddenly stopped at a place. It was a small basement. In addition to a small bed, there was only room for a rocking chair. The chair was covered with a thick quilt, and an old man was sitting on it. The old woman had a head full of silver hair, which was tied meticulously. She was half leaning on the chair, covered with a thick blanket, holding a pair of scissors in her hand, and cutting paper in the dark. This scene was a bit weird. When Jisoo's flashlight shone over, the old man just looked up at Jisoo. His eyes were clear, and there was no fear in them. His eyes were gradually covered with white as he stared at Jisoo. Jisoo was dazed for a while. He saw a private car driving on the mountain road and heard his parents talking. After passing this mountain, we will stay in the town ahead tonight and have a good rest before setting off. The piercing sound of the whistle pierced Jisoo's head like a spike. The world turned upside down, and his body rolled down the mountain uncontrollably with the private car. In the chaos, his mother hugged his head tightly, ignoring the collision of her body again, and held him tightly in her arms. The rolling stopped, and Jisoo was in so much pain that he was unconscious, and his breathing was short and rapid. He never knew that a person could still survive in such pain. He tried his best to open his eyes, and wanted to ask his parents if they were okay. What appeared in front of him was his mother's twisted arms and broken neck. Dad was hanging in the driver's seat with a blurred face, blood flowing down from his head, leaving a long dark red bloodline. Jisoo's body trembled violently, and the flashlight fell to the ground with a click. Jin Yanin hugged him. Ting-ting. The familiar fear came over like a tidal wave, and the man's eyes instantly turned into vertical pupils. He saw that Ting-ting, who he carefully cherished, had his eyes scattered, as if he was trapped in some kind of fear and couldn't extricate himself. Anger and tyranny swept through the cave, and the screams of fear resounded through the cave. All the survivors in the cave were shocked by the overwhelming fear, and the erosion speed was like pressing the fast-forward button. And the deformed people's deformed speed was also rising steadily. The golden vertical pupil suddenly looked at the old man sitting in the rocking chair. It was her who plotted against Ting-ting. The silent young man dodged in front of the old man. Don't get me wrong. We didn't. The moment the bloodthirsty killing was about to begin, it was pinched out by a hand. Jisoo came back to his senses and hugged the man's neck. I'm fine. Don't be angry. The man hugged her tightly, his pupils full of madness, wishing to kill everyone present. Jisoo buried her face in the man's arms and relaxed, pulled up the mask, straightened up, bent down to pick up the flashlight that fell on the ground, and looked at the old man in the rocking chair again. Jisoo lowered his eyes and wiped the dirt off the flashlight. The old man's ability to deform is special. I said, we have no ill intentions. Aren't you afraid of getting killed by testing like this? An old voice came. You said you won't hurt innocent people. What is innocent? Are there any truly innocent people now? Who can live to this day without blood on their hands? Not to mention whether they are innocent or not. It's up to the other party to decide. How can she not be on guard? Fortunately, the old man was just testing, letting Jisoo see the most unforgettable terrible scene engraved in the depths of his consciousness. And he didn't want to kill. Otherwise Jin Yanin didn't need to take action. Jisoo could have solved everyone here. Jisoo said, you test me this time, so that everyone here will have a higher degree of erosion, and the deformed people will have a faster rate of deformation. Do you think this is worthwhile? The old woman was silent. How could she have thought that these two people could actually increase the degree of erosion and deformation of others? If she knew, she would still do it, instead of letting the wolf into the house and everyone dying. It is better to try this time. Maybe there is still a chance to survive. In today's world, the trust between people is too weak. Without enough reasons to convince themselves, they will not believe anyone. It's a pity that she only tested one person. He has a wound in his heart, but he is not a dark and evil person. Otherwise, her little paper man would not have no reaction. It is estimated that it would have been all over the young man's body. The old woman wanted to test the man in the cloak the most. He gave people a more dangerous feeling. Everything before also proved this point. Unfortunately, her deformation ability was useless to this person, and he almost killed her. The old man's eyes wandered between the two people. The young man with the backpack was like a lock that could lock the terrifying man beside him. As long as the young man was intact, the man would be safe. As long as the young man was not, the man would immediately turn into a bloodthirsty demon. At that moment just now, the old man really thought he was going to kill everyone here. But the young man easily calmed the man's violent emotions. The young man said, Grandma Wang did this for the safety of all of us. Otherwise we would not be alive until now. The world is difficult. Please forgive me. Jisoo did not say whether he forgave or not, but only asked, what did you find out? The young man looked at Jisoo. You are not a bad person. As for the other one, it is hard to say. Jisoo became interested. How do you distinguish between good and evil? The young man explained to Jisoo. Grandma Wang's distortion ability can magnify the fear in people's hearts. The more you fear something, the more you will see it. If it is a bad person who has killed someone, Grandma Wang little paper man will entangle that person. What we see is the little paper man, but the bad person sees the evil ghost asking for his life. No wonder he saw his parents in the car accident. Jisoo knew very well where the source of his fear was. Very special distortion ability. The young man continued, this is Grandma Wang home. Grandma lived in the basement before the end of the world. And she did not leave after the end of the world. Grandma Wang is kind, and has taken us in one after another. If it weren't for Grandma Wang ability, the underground shelter would have ceased to exist long ago. When they escaped, some people had companions around them. You can know a person's face, but not his heart. Grandma Wang is the mind reader. Her hands are stained with the blood of innocent people. People with malicious intentions are all mad under the entanglement of the little paper man. There is no need to interrogate them. They will expose their inner thoughts. It is impossible to let such people stay in the shelter. And they don't need to do it themselves. They will turn into monsters out of fear. They just need to clear the monsters, and the underground shelter will still be safe. Jisoo shifted his attention from Granny Wang ability. You mean? The survivors here are all escaped from everywhere? The young man nodded. Yes. This is much easier. Saving them from looking everywhere. And they can learn a lot from just this one place. Jisoo described the appearance of the black tide to them, and asked them if anyone had seen it. There was silence in the shelter, and a few eyes subconsciously looked at the boy by the wall, and then quickly moved away, and didn't look at the boy. Jisoo looked at the boy hiding by the wall again. The animal that was finally appeased began to scream again, and tried hard to get into the boy's arms. The boy's eyes were filled with tears. Jisoo, Qin Yanan's face was gloomy, and he was annoyed by the noise. Shut up. The scream stopped abruptly, and everyone's ears were finally quiet. The furry little animal seemed to be cast under a spell, and it froze in place, motionless, like a statue. The boy said in fear, the piglet is timid. It didn't mean to scream. It just couldn't help it. Jisoo used a flashlight to shine on the furry butt of the little animal, and said helplessly, what is this? The screaming chicken failed to be reincarnated, so it can scream so loudly. Boy, guinea pig. Jisoo, this guinea pig is obviously deformed. Otherwise it wouldn't be so big. It's really a pig. When the boy saw the outsider's eyes staring at the pig, he immediately hugged the pet tighter. Pig meat is not delicious. It is very useful. It can dig holes, can avoid danger. It is our companion. Can't be eaten. Moo moo. No one wants to eat pig. The young man interrupted the boy. Didn't you say before that when the pig took you away, you saw black smoke appearing in the gathering place? The boy Chiao Mumu nodded vigorously. As long as he didn't eat the pig, he would answer any questions truthfully. I did see it. That day, the piglet was very restless and kept trying to run out. I was worried that it would be caught and eaten if it ran out, so I never let it go out alone. But that day, it gnawed my door, bit my shoelaces and dragged me out, asking me to follow it. I didn't know what happened, so I followed it out. The piglet ran forward desperately, and I chased after it. The guards of the gathering place thought we were going to escape, so they chased us and detained human slaves. Black smoke floated out of the warehouse of ordinary people, swallowing up all the people in the gathering place. I escaped from the hole that the piglet dug. Otherwise, I would definitely be swallowed by the black fog. Jisoo's eyelids jumped fiercely. He hadn't heard the term human slave for a long time. The only force that would treat ordinary people as human slaves was Fan Bao's gang of thugs. At the beginning of the apocalypse, he met Fan Bao and Dao Qing's group at Mengzhong gas station and let them escape. He had come to Qijiang City so many times, but he had never met Fan Bao again. He did not expect that he would treat the survivors as human slaves and living meat to attract monsters. Just like in his previous life. In his previous life, Fan Bao's power had developed and became the notorious hunting base. When he was finally besieged by several bases, he used human slaves to attack the encirclement and suppression team. The fear was too strong, which attracted the fallen beasts and brought a catastrophe to Xinjiang City. Could it be that this time, Fan Bao's power had not yet developed, but he was targeted by the Black Tide? If so, why was he not targeted by the Black Tide in his previous life? Jisoo said, is the boss of your gathering place called Fan Bao? When Xiao Mumu heard Fan Bao's name, his body trembled, and his eyes widened with fear. Yes, it's Fan Bao. Is he dead? If he is not dead, he can go over to finish him off and completely kill that group of people in the process of development. Xiao Mumu said fearfully, maybe he's dead. I haven't been back, so I'm not sure. Jisoo's expression was complicated. If the black fog was really a black tide, Fan Bao and his group would most likely not survive. It would be too easy for them to be swallowed by the black tide. Jisoo stared at the boy again and again. Why did you get involved with that group of people? He was still able to live with his pet until now. I think this seemingly harmless boy is not as harmless as he appears. Xiaomumu hugged the pig tightly. And the sculpture pig still maintained its posture. Very dedicated. I was captured by them. They needed my comforting ability. So they left me. The boy was white and clean. And it was obvious that he was a deformed person at a glance. Jisoo thought that this could only be the reason. Otherwise the group of people would not have such kindness to let the boy and a deformed guinea pig live until now. Jisoo, calming ability? Xiaomumu hesitated for a moment before saying, I can calm other people's negative emotions. Jisoo had heard of this kind of deformed ability, which is a kind of mental deformity. It has almost no attack power, but it is very useful when a person's emotions are out of control and dark matter is rapidly eroding. Having such a deformed person by his side can completely save his life. It is a rare and special auxiliary deformed ability. No wonder even the inhumane Fan Bao wants to keep him. Jisoo asked him, when did you see the smoke? Xiaomumu, when the weather just started to get cold. It has been a long time since now. Even if the black tide has appeared, it is estimated that no one knows where it has escaped to now. Jisoo will not give up easily. Take us to see. Chapter 72. Xiaomumu was terrified. It was so dangerous outside. He would definitely die if he went out. Let the guinea pig play a role. Find out where there is any trace of the black fog. Jisoo said, turning his head to the man beside him and said, give me an apple. The man's face was cold. He unzipped his backpack and took out a fresh apple from it. The deformed guinea pig stopped pretending to be a sculpture when he heard the word apple. His big head turned around, and a pair of black and round eyes stared at the apple in Jisoo's hand. Jisoo squatted down and lured the guinea pig with the apple. Want to eat it? Lead us to the way. This apple is yours. The degree of deformity of this guinea pig is not high. At least it can't speak like a deformed buffalo. And it can't walk upright. It just gets bigger, and its brain is smarter than ordinary guinea pigs. The guinea pig was very tempted and came out of Xiaomumu's arms, supporting the ground with its short legs. It wanted to go over, but was too scared to get close. It could only lean forward and smell the aroma of the apple as much as possible. Gulp. A clear sound of swallowing saliva. The guinea pig seemed to be frightened, and suddenly jumped up and pounced on the apple, fearing that the apple would be snatched away by others if it was too late. Since the end of the world, the guinea pig has never smelled the taste of fresh vegetables and fruits. It is too hungry, and can only eat everything. Now such a big fresh apple. How can a deformed pet bear it? Not only the guinea pig is greedy for apples, but also the people in the underground shelter are greedy. Adults can still hold back, but children can't help it at all. The sound of swallowing saliva comes one after another. The guinea pig holds the apple, and the dog sneaks to the wall, with its back to everyone, and starts to chew the apple. The delicious fur is shaking. Xiaomumu wanted to speak several times, but he still couldn't bear it. The pig has not eaten vegetables and fruits for too long. It is impossible for a guinea pig to hold back the desire to eat. Forget it. He had already eaten. Even if it was dangerous outside, he had no choice but to take people with him. Half of the apple was eaten quickly. The guinea pig held the remaining half in one paw and moved to Xiaomumu. It stood up its round body and handed the remaining apple to Xiaomumu, making a gurgling sound in its mouth, asking Xiaomumu to eat. Jisoo originally thought that the guinea pig would finish it alone, but he didn't expect it to know to leave half for its little master. Looking at the others, even though they were all greedy, no one asked for it, let alone scramble for it. Adults and children were the same. They were all guarding their bottom line. In apocalypse like this, the first to be abandoned are often the elderly and children. But in this shelter, there are both elderly and children, and there are more women than men. Most of them are vulnerable groups. They really have no way to survive. So they accidentally escaped here, and were accepted by Granny Wang so that they can have a place to stay. Although Granny Wang's temptation of Jisoo made Jisoo unhappy, he could understand that without this caution, they really wouldn't be alive now. Jisoo looked at Granny Wang, who was still cutting paper, and then at the boy, who was moved to tears. The deformed abilities of these two people are very special. One stimulates, and the other comforts. Both are very useful abilities. Jisoo looked at the dirty children in the bedroom. There were 3 in total. The youngest looked younger than Yo-Yo, and the other two were only a few years old. They were protected in the arms of several skinny women, looking at Jisoo with a worried look. Jisoo was observing the children, and Granny Wang was also observing Jisoo calmly. The children were picked up. Their parents and relatives are gone. The people who fled together abandoned them, and were picked up by us. My ability is limited, and the shelter I can provide is also limited. We are all struggling to survive. We can live one day at a time. We dare not think about the future. There is a future only if there are children. If all human children are gone, the human race will not be far from extinction. Jisoo looked at Granny Wang. The old woman was still cutting paper with her eyes down, as if she was talking to herself. She didn't seem to make a request, but she said everything she wanted to say. Adults can struggle to survive, but children have no ability to protect themselves. Granny Wang hopes that they can take the children away and give them a way out. Jisoo still has the task of finding the pure flower to complete. He will not go back now, and it is impossible for him to take 3 children on the road. Jisoo did not express his opinion. He looked at the half apple that the guinea pig gave to each person. The boy only took a bite. With just this one bite, he almost cried because it was so delicious. This is the taste. He missed the taste of apple countless times, but he didn't expect to have a chance to taste it in his life. The boy said nothing, but coaxed the guinea pig to eat all the remaining apples. The boy stood up, went to his small bed, and packed his things. The young man introduced himself. His name is Chio Junwon. Moo is still young. He may cause trouble for you if he goes out alone. Can you take me with you? I am also a deformed person. I can take care of Moo for you. Jisoo refused. No. You and Moo don't have to go. I invited Juju. Just find me a leash. Xiaomu, who was ready to die, Chio Junwon, who was worried about Xiaomu and decided to take the risk to follow, Jisoo, by the way, tell me the detailed address. We can take Juju there. If Qin Yanin takes others, he can't fly and needs to walk there. If he encounters danger, he has to protect them. It's better to take a pet there, which is more worry-free. The size of the guinea pig has indeed become larger, but not ridiculously large. When encountering danger, Jisoo holds it, which is equivalent to holding a large cat. And it does not affect movement at all. When Xiaomu heard that they were going to take Juju away, he really wanted to cry. For him, Juju is the closest family. After the end of the world, only Juju is with him. He can live until now, thanks to Juju. He can't let Juju take risks while he hides here. I take you there. The piglet is timid and will be scared. It can't go without me. I have to follow. Jisoo looked at the guinea pig that was as quiet as a chicken after eating the apple. Piggy, if you behave well, you can get fresh vegetables. Do you want to go? The guinea pig, pretending to be a statue, immediately moved. Its short legs moved horizontally along the ground, and it ran towards the door first. How dare it not go? The breath of the dangerous beast has already made its legs weak. How dare it disobey the order? Besides, there are fresh vegetables to eat. This trip is worth it. Xiaomu, Jisoo raised his eyebrows. Piggy said it can be a pig. Give me a leash. Xiaomu, Xiaomu cried out. His piglet, the piglet he raised, was deceived by an apple, and was actually leaving him behind to follow others. The piglet turned his head to look at the crying little master. How could he know that the piglet was in pain, and didn't dare to disobey the order at all? Jisoo said, Don't worry. When I don't need it anymore, I will send Juju back and make sure it's alive. Xiaomu didn't know whether to cry or be happy when he heard this promise. Chio Junwon brought a dog leash and handed it to Jisoo. Juju's fur was too white, and Jisoo couldn't find it in the snow, so it was better to tie it up. Juju was very obedient and let Jisoo play with it without any resistance. Xiaomu cried, Juju is not a dog. You can't tie it up like this. Jisoo held the leash. Juju dog. Let's go. Juju ran to the door with his short legs, waited for the security door to open, and ran out without looking back. Xiaomu, Xiaomu was so sad. Juju had changed, and was no longer his caring Juju. The moment the security door was closed again, the damp and dim underground shelter began to change. The low and narrow passage became tall and spacious. The dark and damp ground became hard and flat, and the oppressive and stuffy underground shelter suddenly became spacious and dry. The space was larger, and breathing became smoother. Everyone felt the changes around them. And Granny Wang's old voice came. Moo, come and light a fire. Xiao Moo wiped her tears, groped to Granny Wang's basement, moved out the brazier, and lit the solid gasoline inside. The dark underground shelter immediately became bright. The changes in the shelter were also clearly presented in front of them. The ground and walls were smooth. The space was larger. And the ventilation windows were small and hidden. It was much better than the underground shelter that Zhu had taken out before. This place was like a real underground shelter. Not a cave with wind everywhere. Everyone came out of the bedroom and looked at the tall and spacious shelter. Everyone's face was shocked. Granny Wang's wrinkles on her face were softened a lot. They were really strong. If they could wait until the two came back, they might have a different future. The pig and the dog ran down from the ruins and were immediately submerged in the snow, swimming forward in the thick white snow. Jisoo had to pick up the chubby pig and carry it forward. Qin Yinan took Jisoo to the location mentioned by Xiao Moo. The flight speed was very fast. The two and the mouse landed. As soon as the pig arrived here, it began to squeak and look around alertly. There was no need for the pig to remind him. Just looking at the abandoned vehicles piled up here, it was clear that Fan Bao was not running away. His deformation ability could absorb abandoned vehicles. And the gathering place, here, was completely built by abandoned vehicles. At this time, the gathering place was almost completely covered with white snow. And it was as silent as a lonely grave. The pig kept squeaking and twisting in Jisoo's arms. I don't know what he wanted to do. So Jisoo could only put him down. The pig squeaked and swam quickly in the snow, heading in one direction. Jisoo and Qin Yinan followed behind. The pig swam to a house and poked its butt to dig a hole, obviously trying to pass through the hole. Jisoo quickly dragged the pig and dog back and said, "Go through the main entrance. Don't dig a hole." Even if a hole was dug, he and Qin Yinan couldn't follow in because they were too big to get through. The piglet seemed to understand and stopped digging holes. It ran into the abandoned house, stopped at a position, and began to gnaw the floor, still wanting to go underground. Qin Yinan walked over, pushed the furry guinea pig aside, and a black claw appeared. With one strike, a big hole appeared in the floor. The piglet stood at the entrance of the hole, squeaking at them. There was obviously something underneath. Qin Yinan did not sense any living creatures. Jisoo shone a strong flashlight and found that there was a warehouse below. There were many supplies piled inside. Bags of rice and flour were piled high. This was obviously where Fan Bao and his group hid supplies. The piglet stood up, his eyes full of praise and praise. Jisoo was helpless. They came here to find the pure flour, not to hunt for treasures or supplies. However, since they came across it, there was no reason not to want it. If they couldn't take it away now, they had to seal it up and wait to move it when they left. Jisoo didn't dare give it any more apples. He was afraid that it would get sick if it ate so many fruits in such a short time. He only picked a grape from his backpack as a reward. The little guy accepted everything and gurgled happily. Jisoo held the piglet and patrolled the building. Everyone seemed to have disappeared without leaving any blood. They went to the warehouse, where the slaves were imprisoned as Xiao Moo said. The door fell to the ground. The warehouse was in a mess. There were bloodstains on the cement floor. It was enough to imagine how panicked and desperate the people imprisoned here were when the black tide appeared. Qin Yinan walked around the warehouse and stopped at a wall. "What did you find?" Jisoo came over with the piglet. Qin Yinan pointed to the crack in the corner of the wall and showed it to Jisoo. "Xiao Miao." Jisoo also saw the green in the crack. It was indeed Xiao Miao. This warehouse should have been used to store wheat. The seedlings growing out of the cracks are wheat seedlings. The black tide should have passed through this place and purified the dark matter in the soil. Otherwise the seedlings would not be green, but black. Qin Yinan suddenly raised his head and looked outside the warehouse. Jisoo noticed his abnormality. "Why?" Qin Yinan motioned him not to make a sound and said in a breath, "Someone is coming." Chapter 73. Jisoo subconsciously covered Juju's furry mouth and whispered to Juju not to make a sound. Juju not only did not dare to make a sound, but also did not dare to move, allowing Jisoo to hold him like a plush toy. Jisoo whispered, "How many people? Where are we now?" Qin Yinan grabbed Jisoo's hand and took him to the back of the warehouse. "There are 6 people in total. 4 of them are in a violent state of fear, and the other 2 are relatively calm. The 4 stay where they are. 2 people are coming this way. Let's avoid them. As for the reason for avoiding, Qin Yanan felt it was strange. Judging from the position of the fear, the 6 people were obviously moving at the same time. To be able to do this, they may have a means of transportation. Since the base in Yuhai City can manufacture steam cars, it is not ruled out that other places can also manufacture them. The fuel is ready-made, and solid oil is more convenient than coal. The distance is a bit far, so no sound was heard. Qin Yanan told Jisoo about his discovery. The first reaction of both of them was that it was an outsider. After all, Xinjiang City did not have its own modified cars, except for the vehicles in the Baiwan town base. If there were any more, they must have come from outside. Jisoo knew that there would be outsiders entering Xinjiang City. The pure flower of Xinjiang City was taken away by outsiders. He did not know the specific time when the outsiders entered Xinjiang City, but at least it should be after the weather warmed up. According to the time when the agricultural city appeared, it should have been about a year after the end of the world to get the pure flower. In the 3rd year of the end of the world, the reputation of the agricultural city had spread. Low invasion and medium invasion grains had been circulated. Planting and harvesting took time, and the earliest could only be this time, as the weather was cold and the ground was frozen. The number of ordinary crazy corpses and deformed monsters active outside was indeed reduced, but the unknown dangers were no less. The outsiders chose this time to come, and Jisoo felt strange no matter how he thought about it. The two hid in a small compartment behind the warehouse, which was full of the smell of wood and decay, mixed with damp and moldy smells, which was really unpleasant. Jisoo and Qin Yanan both wore masks, which provided a layer of protection. Zhu's sensitive sense of smell was hit hard, and he sneezed several times in succession and almost screamed. Jisoo hugged his head in time. The floor of the small compartment turned dark black, and the unpleasant smell came from the ground. It was obvious how many times such a ground had been washed by blood. The small compartment was empty, with nothing in it. According to the characteristics of the black tide, even the dirty blood and rotten meat on the truck were not spared, and the corpse would not be abandoned. If the blood had not penetrated the ground, it would probably have been taken away together. Qin Yanan poked 2 holes in the wall of the small compartment to facilitate observation of the situation outside. Soon, the 2 people mentioned by Qin Yanan appeared at the door of the warehouse. The appearance of the 2 people was completely different from the survivors in Xinjiang City. Seeing them, Jisoo had a feeling that others have been in the end of the world for 10 years, but they are still in the early stage of the end of the world. The outfits of the 2 people were completely out of peacetime. They were wearing leather armor, and their heads were covered in a combination of metal and leather. They looked like they were wearing gas masks. It was very steampunk. Jisoo, Qin Yanan, The 2 couldn't help but look at their down jackets and cloaks. They were out of date. The 2 people at the door of the warehouse, in addition to their strange outfits, one of them was holding a freak in his hand. The freak was dressed in tattered clothes, squatting on all fours, with only a mouth left on his head. There was a flat pointer disc at the position of the forehead, eyes and nose, and the pointer was shaking violently in the disc. The freak wanted to crawl into the warehouse, but was pulled by the chain around his neck. The 2 outsiders stood at the door of the warehouse, very cautious, probably because they saw the footprints left on the snow. The warehouse was clear at a glance, and the only place where people could hide was the small compartment. The 2 looked at each other, quietly drew out the long knife on their backs, led the deformed body, and walked lightly towards the small compartment. The half-open shabby wooden door was gently pushed open, and the small compartment was empty, with nothing inside. The 2 did not relax obviously, and looked around the warehouse again. It was empty, and there was really no place to hide people. But the footprints outside only went in, not out. Where did the people who came in go? A dull voice came from under the gas mask. Look for clues and leave as soon as possible. One person held a long knife and stood guard in the warehouse, while the other led the deformed body to move around the warehouse. The deformed body finally stopped in front of the seedling in the crack of the corner. The man leading the deformed body squatted down, and seeing such a tender green color, he could not hide his excitement. Old glutton, look at what this is. We are going to make a fortune this time. The alert man walked over. The long knife fell, and dug up the seedling. Go! The 2 quickly left the warehouse. Jisoo and Qin Yanan were still hiding in the small compartment, but they were separated by a wall. The exposed wall was deliberately made to look old. If you didn't pay attention, you wouldn't notice at first glance that the thickness of the compartment was wrong. After the others left, Jisoo immediately fell to the wall. But he didn't rush to chase them out, fearing that he would be discovered. He looked at Qin Yinan. "Can you lock the location?" Qin Yinan nodded. "Yes." "Jisoo, follow them. Maybe we can find the location of the pure flower. That strange deformed body is likely to be the key to finding the pure flower." After the two walked a distance, Qin Yinan led Jisoo out of the warehouse and followed quietly behind. They didn't get too close to avoid being discovered by the deformed body. With Qin Yinan's lock on the fear emotion, they would not lose it easily. The two people and the mouse followed them for a long distance before they saw a machine that matched their clothes in the ruins. It was a strangely shaped means of transportation, like a composite of abandoned vehicles, large in size, and running fast, with a long chimney dragging out long white smoke. No wonder they didn't hear the sound. It turned out that the distance was so far, and the steam car in front of them was obviously better than the open-top steam car in Yunhai City. It was no problem to run wildly on the snow. Jisoo had never seen such a strange steam car before. The modified cars he saw were very normal. They were not steam cars, but real modified cars made of new materials. There were a lot of news that came into Xinjiang City at that time, and it was difficult to distinguish the true from the false. In the third year of the apocalypse, his power in the base was very weak. In addition to the deaths of people he trusted, his deformity also reached the stage of complete deformity. He had to leave the base and find a safe place to let himself pass this stage. If he couldn't get through it, he would no longer belong to the human race, and he would be powerless to the base. He could only hand over the base to people he could trust before leaving. When he left for a few months and came back, most of the power of the base was in the hands of Jiyu, Zhou Suixing, and Su Chen. Zhou Suixing wanted to completely control the base and Jisoo, which led to Su Chen's plot. He was in a daze and stayed in the nightmare for a long time. He escaped from the nightmare land and encountered a second invasion. Returning to 3 years ago, he didn't know what changes had taken place in the outside world at that time. He missed too many things. If he hadn't really encountered the black tide with purification properties, he wouldn't believe the news about the pure flower. As for other rumors, he only believed 3 out of 10. So he didn't have much confidence in finding the pure flower. What he didn't expect was that the rumors might be 5 out of 10 true, and the pure flower might have been taken away from Xinjiang City by outsiders. Judging from the strange freak, it might have some kind of positioning ability. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to Xinjiang City in such weather. Judging from the reactions of the two people, they probably didn't know what the freak wanted to locate. It was the green seedling that gave them the answer. This might be an opportunity. As long as they follow them, they might really find the pure flower. Qin Yinan held Jisoo and flew at a low altitude, following the steam car from a distance. Not long after, the steam train encountered a small team collecting supplies and stopped on its own initiative. The group was shocked to see such an ugly car. There had never been such a car in Xinjiang City. The rusty door was opened, and a fair-skinned boy walked out of the car. The boy was wearing a thick red down jacket and looked very festive. He smiled before speaking, squatting on the steam train board and talking to the group of people. The atmosphere seemed very harmonious. Jisoo and Qin Yinan, who were parked in a low building not far away, could only see them talking happily, but could not hear what they were saying. The red-clothed boy waved at them, and 3 people walked over. The boy leaned over, as if he wanted to say something to them. At this moment, something unexpected happened. A red tentacle suddenly ejected from the boy's mouth and pierced deeply into the neck of the survivor. Before the survivors could flee in panic, another freak body jumped out of the open car, and its skinny fingers pierced through a person's chest. The freak body dragged the fallen body and ran to eat. The only person left turned around to flee, but the sharp blade slashed past, and his head flew high, with blood splattering all over the ground. The survivors standing a few steps away were furious, and they all picked up their weapons to fight back. But the man in strange clothes and wearing a gas mask had already killed them in front of them. His long knife was very fast, and in just 2 breaths, there was no one standing at the scene. All of them were killed with 1 blow, and several heads rolled on the snow. The red-clothed boy jumped off the cardboard, and the red tentacles pierced into the broken necks, sucking blood, and then sucking one body and switching to another. Jisoo gritted his teeth fiercely. No wonder no one in Xinjiang City knew that such a car had appeared. If everyone who had seen the car was dead, Then no one would know that they had been here. They couldn't be killed, and they had to rely on them to find the pure flower. They couldn't touch them now. Jisoo stared at the madly eating monster, thinking about the possibility of killing all the others and taking this monster. It shouldn't be possible. So far, no one has seen anyone who can control the monster. Since they can control it, they must have the ability to control the monster. Jisoo took a breath, and the coldness that surged into his heart and lungs barely suppressed his murderous intent. After eating, they dealt with the scene, buried all the bodies and bloodstains, loaded the supplies into the car, and continued to set off. The steam car had already left, and Qin Yinan was still standing on the low building without moving. Jisoo was also thinking. There are all kinds of abnormal abilities, some good and some bad, such as the ability to suck human blood, which may not be absent. But as long as it is a normal person, sucking human blood while awake will always feel uncomfortable. But the boy didn't. He enjoyed the process of eating, which made Jisoo frown deeply. This behavior was completely unlike a human. Qin Yinan's cold voice came. That boy in red is not a human. Qin Yinan only sent 6 fear emotions. 2 people wearing leather armor and gas masks came out. And there were 4 more fear emotions in the car. And the extra boy in red had no emotional fluctuations at all. Qin Yinan was very sure that it was not a human. Jisoo exhaled slowly. It was right that it was not a human. It was normal that it was not a human. If humans were to enjoy cannibalism, that would be the most terrifying. Jisoo would rather it was not a human. However, when he thought of another possibility, Jisoo felt his scalp tingling. Since the red-clothed boy was not a human, but had a human appearance, he was undoubtedly a bloodthirsty man. A bloodthirsty man and a human deformed man were mixed together. Did the 2 deformed men know the identity of the bloodthirsty man? If the pure flower was really taken away by them, then who built the agricultural city? Chapter 74. Thinking about it carefully, Jisoo didn't dare to think about what kind of existence the farm city was in the past. Is it the hope of mankind? Or a means for bloodthirsty people to raise humans? Crazy corpses, deformed monsters and degenerates are dangerous, but they rely on strength. Hunters or prey. It all depends on strength. Bloodthirsty people are different. They have strength and wisdom. They prefer to use wisdom to play with humans rather than using strength. If bloodthirsty people really control the lifeline of pure food, what hope do humans have? If you want to live, you can only rely on the charity of bloodthirsty people. Just like humans raise livestock, humans will also be raised by bloodthirsty people. Jisoo closed his eyes. No matter what, bloodthirsty people can't take away the pure flower. Qin Yinan picked up Jisoo, flew low, and moved with the steam car. They must not let them get away. They followed for several days. Their plan to search during the day and go back to the RV to sleep at night was all invalid. They could only move with the steam car, and sometimes they even searched at night. While the steam train stopped to rest, Qin Yinan asked Jisoo to hide. He went back to the RV and brought food and sleeping bags. It only took a few minutes to go back and forth with a sleeping bag. When the steam train rested at night, Jisoo also built a small house for himself. The bed was also made of spiritual energy. The 2 took turns to rest and stare at the steam train. In the past few days, the steam train encountered several teams of survivors. Some survivors saw such a strange car from a distance, did not approach, and left immediately, saving the lives of the whole team. There was also a team of survivors who were confused by the appearance of the teenager and wanted to get close to the steam train, but were frightened by the guinea pigs that suddenly came out. The deformed guinea pig screamed and ran away frantically. When the deformed body rushed out, the guinea pigs had already dug a hole and disappeared. The survivor team fled quickly. When the 2 deformed people wearing leather armor appeared, the survivor team had already run away. The suddenly appearing deformed guinea pigs made the people on the steam train very concerned. They did not stop for 2 days. If they found the survivor team, they would actively avoid it. They did not want to continue to waste time on the survivors. On this day, the steam car drove into the artificial park in the city center. As soon as the car stopped, the deformed body with a needle plate on top rushed out, using all 4 limbs to run wildly on the snow, and went to the flowers covered with snow. It stopped at the edge of the flowers, and the deformed body circled around the flowers without getting closer. Jisoo and the other person, who followed from a distance, saw the scene and were moved. The piglet, who had been held in Jisoo's arms, was shaking like a sieve. It was ordered not to make a sound, so it could only tremble in fear. Its little paws tightly grasped Jisoo's clothes, fearing that it would be thrown out again. If it was thrown over, it would be gone. And the piglet was very scared. The reaction of the deformed guinea pig also explained Jisoo's guess. The boy jumped off the car first and followed the deformed body. Behind him followed 2 deformed people wearing leather armor. The 2 deformed people each held 2 chains in their hands. The 4 people were dragged off the car and fell on the snow. The 4 were skinny, wearing dirty cotton clothes, with chains around their necks, and staggering forward. This scene perfectly verified Qin Yinen's perception. The 4 people with the most fearful emotions should be them, and the 2 relatively calm emotions should come from the 2 deformed people. The bloodthirsty people and the deformed bodies are monsters. They have no emotional fluctuations. The young man pointed to the flowers. Go in and see what's inside. The 4 did not dare to move forward, and the fear began to rise. The long knife stabbed over and pierced one person's shoulder. The fear was interrupted, and the man only wailed in pain. The deformed man in leather armor swung the long knife, leaving a glaring blood line on the snow. Go in. The 4 did not dare to hesitate, and stumbled into the flowers. They thought something terrible would happen, but nothing happened. The 4 stood there trembling, not daring to move. The young man smiled harmlessly. Look for something special inside. Be careful. You can't afford to pay for it if you damage your flesh and blood. The 4 people shivered more violently, carefully brushing away the snow on the flowers. Under the white snow were withered branches. Nothing special. The 4 people searched separately, and quickly cleared the snow on the outer branches. Still, they didn't find anything special. They could only look inside tremblingly. After an unknown amount of time, the 4 people finally cleared the center of the flowers. After sweeping away so much snow, nothing happened except the cold. The 4 people were no longer as scared as they were at the beginning. They brushed away the last bunch of snow. It was like opening the door of death. For a while, there was a continuous whooshing sound. Small black balls flew around like bullets, hitting the 4 people, exploding into a black mist. They didn't even have the chance to scream or struggle, and were swallowed up by the black mist in an instant. The 3 people standing outside the flowers quickly retreated and fell to avoid this wave of attacks from the black mist. When everything stopped, the 3 looked up again. Not only did the 4 slaves disappear, but even the special deformed body that they had obtained with great difficulty also disappeared. Jisoo, who was hiding in the distance, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Was this the rumored delicate flower turned into a nightmare? It was indeed very scary. Juju was so scared that he whistled, but Qin Yinen silenced it in time. The deformed man who lost the treasure-hunting deformed body looked very ugly. The boy was very happy. He jumped up from the ground and looked at the special flower in the center of the flower bush. The flowers were black, but the leaves and rhizomes were pure green. His mouth was stretched to the maximum, and his excited expression began to get out of control. The boy walked forward a few steps, stood at the edge of the flower bush, and carefully observed the black flower. The flower bush became silent again, and seemed to have no reaction to the boy's approach. The 2 deformed people stood up, but did not approach the flower bush. Without even turning his head, the young man ordered, "Go and capture some humans. I want to test the properties of this flower." The 2 looked at each other. This flower was so strange that the young man could not take it all by himself. If there were no survivors to test the waters, they would probably be the ones who lost their lives in the end. Thinking of this, the 2 turned around and went to capture survivors nearby. Jisoo's eyes flickered. It was a good opportunity. As long as he got rid of the bloodthirsty man before the 2 deformed men came back and took away the pure flower, he could put the blame on the bloodthirsty man for the disappearance of the pure flower without anyone noticing. Jisoo looked at the man beside him. "You go and deal with the bloodthirsty man, and I go and seal the pure flower." Qin Yinen was worried that Jisoo would approach the pure flower alone. If he was entangled by the black fog, Jisoo might not even have the opportunity to use his ability to trace back. It was too risky. Since the pure flower could be taken away from Xinjiang City, it could definitely be sealed. The bloodthirsty man might have to think of a way, but Jisoo didn't have to think at all. His deformed ability was the best sealing space. Jisoo took off the black umbrella on his back, purifying the black tide to only devour targets with flesh and blood. Look at those small black balls hitting the dead branches and trees nearby. In addition to more serious erosion, there is no sign of devouring. So Jisoo's black umbrella also has a certain protective effect. There is no time to hesitate. We must fight quickly before the two people come back with the survivors. Jisoo put down his backpack, put Juju on the sleeping bag, and told Juju to hide here. Keep an eye on the food in the backpack, and not run around. Jisoo only brought a black umbrella and went alone. Qin Yinan knew the importance of the flower of purity very well. Even if it was dangerous, it had to be done. Qin Yinan untied the cloak and threw it on the backpack. Juju was buried by the cloak. There was a terrible smell everywhere. Juju was scared like a statue again, fixed on the sleeping bag, and dared not move. The boy picked up a branch, stood on the edge of the flower bush and gently fiddled with a dead branch, making a faint sound, wanting to know whether the black flower bush would react to the sound. The sudden sense of crisis made the boy turn around abruptly. A huge black shadow pounced down and faced the pair of golden vertical pupils. The terrible level of oppression enveloped him. Without thinking, the boy threw the branch in his hand, aiming at the black flower in the center of the bush. The sound of breaking through the air at high speed appeared again, and the sound of swooshing continued, and countless small black balls flew everywhere. The boy fell directly and rolled under the withered flowers. The black shadow that pounced down was the first to be hit. Countless small black balls hit the black shadow and were instantly swallowed by the black fog. The black shadow did not disappear directly, but became bigger and bigger. The bat wings extended rapidly, and the body shape was also changing rapidly. A huge black shadow with a long tail appeared in the black fog, and a soul-shaking roar came from the black fog. That was Jisoo's nightmare. Jisoo looked at the familiar black shadow. His pupils trembled. His body was shocked on the spot, unable to move. Only his mental energy desperately dialed the retracing clock. All the shock and fear disappeared in an instant, and the two returned to their hiding place. Qin Yinan was throwing his cloak on the backpack. The rapid heartbeat was so fast that Jisoo felt suffocated, and the disappearing fear followed closely. His head was in great pain as if it had exploded. His face was pale, and cold sweat condensed into frost at his temples. Jisoo bent down and pressed his chest. His body was shaking. Qin Yinan was surprised, not understanding how a person who was fine just a moment ago could suddenly become so weak. He grabbed the man and held him in his arms. "What's wrong?" Jisoo tightly grasped the man's down jacket and shook his head. "No. You can't get close. Humans and mutants will be swallowed by the black fog. Qin Yinan will be rapidly degenerated if he is entangled by the black fog. He will become a real degenerated beast." Qin Yinan reacted. "You regressed? And it was a bad result. There is no other explanation except this." Jisoo nodded. "The pure flower cannot be touched. If you touch it, it will attack indiscriminately." Qin Yinan held the man in his arms and patted him gently. "It's okay. I have fought with the black tide. It can't kill me." Jisoo recovered from the palpitations. The headache continued, and his breathing was much smoother. "It may not kill you, but it can make you completely degenerate in a short time." Qin Yinan was silent. Complete degeneration was something they dared not think about or mention. Qin Yinan looked at the bloodthirsty man, who was fiddling with the dead branches with a branch, making a rustling sound. Qin Yinan observed the nearby terrain. "If it happens again, I won't let it touch the pure flower again." Jisoo was still in shock, and checked the energy of the pure white world. He had only traced back less than a minute before, and he still had 4 minutes to trace back, and his mental energy could support it. Jisoo agreed. This time Qin Yinan would not pass behind him, nor would he fly into the air. Everything was based on speed. He went around to the right, where there was a shabby bulletin board that could provide some cover, and then he would attack from there. And he would definitely not give the bloodthirsty man a chance to throw the branch over. Everything went smoothly. Qin Yinan made a big circle, flew close to the ground behind the bulletin board, and then attacked at high speed. The bloodthirsty man realized the danger and wanted to throw the branch, but he was knocked away by the black shadow that pounced on him and fell heavily in the snow. Qin Yinan didn't give the bloodthirsty man a chance to escape. His claws had already torn towards his neck, but they were deflected by the red tentacles that suddenly popped out. The man and the monster started fighting in the snow. Seeing that it was a success, Jisoo quickly ran out of his hiding place and rushed towards the flowers. The bloodthirsty man completely lost control of his expression. His facial features and face twisted together, and he let out an angry roar. The black claws swung down fiercely, taking away a piece of flesh and blood. What was exposed was not bones, but red flesh and blood that was rapidly wriggling under the human skin and flesh. The human body split open. Blood splattered, and a bloody monster crawled out of the body. As the human body shrank, blood was squirming wildly on the monster's surface, and the monster's body expanded. The red tentacles grew on its head, swinging wildly in the air, stabbing the half-fallen beast again and again. If it was a real fallen beast, the bloodthirsty monster would not dare to fight it head-on, and would only wait to die if it met it. Unfortunately, he was not completely fallen, and human consciousness dominated, so it still had a chance. If it can eat the flesh and blood of this level, it is equivalent to obtaining the original energy, and its level can be further improved, depending on the amount of invading energy. The deformed people are divided into strong and weak, and the bloodthirsty people who have lost their self-awareness are naturally divided into strong and weak. The bloodthirsty person in front of him is much stronger than the bloodthirsty person in Baiwan town. Jisoo only took a look and stopped paying attention to that side. He believed that Qin Yinan could definitely hold back the bloodthirsty monster. Even if he couldn't kill it for a while, he would not let the bloodthirsty monster run to his side. Jisoo put out the constructed clothes model and sealed it together with the roots and soil underground without touching the pure flower, and moved it away directly, so that there would be no need to worry about the attack of the pure flower. The fact is indeed as Jisoo thought. The pure flower was successfully sealed, without even a little resistance. Jisoo ran over the flowers and dead branches, and picked up the fully enclosed rectangular box. It was very heavy, because it was sealed together with the soil, plus the weight of the closed rectangle itself. The weight was really not light. Jisoo could move, but couldn't carry it away. He didn't dare to tilt it, fearing that it would shake the pure flower, which began to struggle in the closed space again. Jisoo held the rectangular box and moved out of the flowers with difficulty. He was tripped by a dead branch, and the rectangular box tilted and almost fell down. Jisoo supported it in time, but unfortunately the pure flower inside was still shaken. Jisoo felt the vibration of the rectangular box, as if countless bullets hit the wall, which made his arms numb. He didn't dare to hold it anymore, so he could only throw it in place and retreat quickly. The rectangular box successfully fell into the snow under the impact of the small black ball again and again. Jisoo's eyelids jumped fiercely. What bloodthirsty monster should be killed? The most correct thing to do is to take the pure flower away quickly. Brother, take the sealed box and go. Jisoo shouted this, and had already taken off the black umbrella on his back. Qin Yinan knew what Jisoo wanted to do as soon as he saw his actions. This was the rhythm of using the Super 7 crystals. The black claws tore every inch of the bloodthirsty monster's flesh and blood under its roar. And finally the hideous head was crushed by the black high-top boots. After the violent release, he immediately turned back and flew low, rubbing his claws on the snow. Obviously, he was disgusted by the bloodthirsty monster and wanted to wipe his hands clean. Qin Yinan flew behind Jisoo, picked up the closed box that fell to the ground with one hand, and hugged Jisoo with the other hand and flew up. Jisoo saw that the bloodthirsty monster's flesh and blood was still squirming. Obviously not dead yet. Send me over. Qin Yinan flew over. Jisoo threw a Super 7 crystal in the broken flesh and blood, and was taken away quickly. The Super 7 crystal was activated, and the flesh and blood splashed, leaving glaring marks on the snow. Regardless of whether the bloodthirsty person can be successfully blamed, the scene must be dealt with. Jisoo buried all the flesh and blood and human skin and flesh underground. The man's huge bat wings rolled up the snow from elsewhere and scattered it over to cover the ground. He also asked the pigs to swim in the snow to cover their footprints. The steam car did not move and remained where it was. After finishing all this, the two men and the rat quickly left the scene. Chapter 75. There was a lot of noise in the artificial park. Whether it was the roar of the bloodthirsty monster or the noise made by the Super 7 crystals, it indicated that someone would come here soon. They didn't have time to deal with the scene in detail, nor did they have time to confirm whether the bloodthirsty monster's source of power was really destroyed. It was directly sealed underground with the human skin and all flesh and blood. Even if it didn't die, it would be difficult to break the seal. Qin Yinan took one person and one mouse to fly out of the park, but turned halfway. He sensed the emotional fluctuations approaching rapidly and had to change direction so as not to collide with them head-on. A black shadow jumped quickly in the vast white snow, and it was very fast, chasing them. It's an advanced crazy corpse. Among the two deformed people wearing leather armor, there is a deformed person who can control the deformed body. It is not impossible to accumulate power to control an advanced crazy corpse. They can be discovered. And the news that the pure flower is in their hands must not be confirmed. Bury the box. Don't carry it with you. Jisoo cast a rectangular model deep into the ground. The moment the transparent wall appeared, Qin Yinan dived and threw the closed box in his arms into it. As if he threw it into a deep well. The transparent wall became solid and disappeared on the ground. Qin Yinan slid, and heavy snow flew, covering the disappearing white snow. Jisoo threw Juju down. Hide. Don't come out. Juju fell on the snow and immediately dug a hole in the snow to hide himself. Qin Yinan flew forward again at a low altitude before putting Jisoo on the ground. The advanced mad corpse behind him had already caught up. Qin Yinan turned around and kicked the advanced mad corpse that fell down. Another black shadow chased from behind. And there was a person lying on the back of the black shadow. It was one of the two leather armor deformed people. Bei Dao. The black shadow landed, put down the deformed man on his back. And it was another advanced crazy corpse. Bei Dao's eyes swept over Jisoo, and then looked at the man fighting with the advanced crazy corpse. As if he was looking for something. He noticed the movement in the park, and immediately controlled an advanced crazy corpse, carrying him to the location of the flowers. And at the same time let another advanced crazy corpse chase the living people in the park. Originally, he didn't have to follow Lao Tao out to catch people. But his deformed body died, and he had no protection around him. He urgently needed a new deformed creature. So he followed him out and successfully attracted advanced crazy corpses. But unfortunately, it was not one, but two. His current strength can only control one advanced crazy corpse. And it would be very difficult to control two. When he controlled an advanced crazy corpse to kill the other one that was entangled. He heard a roar from the park. He made a prompt decision and controlled the two advanced crazy corpses together. Even if it was difficult. He had to improve his own combat power. Without the protection of the deformed monster, he had no ability to protect himself. When he saw that there was only a pit left at the location where the black flower grew, he knew that the black flower had been robbed. The scene was in chaos. Many dead branches and trees fell. Shiha was missing. And there were obvious signs of fighting at the scene. He knew Shiha's strength very well. So his first reaction was that someone wanted to rob the black flower. And Shiha took action. Now the black flower and Shiha disappeared together. And there was no body left at the scene. Even if it was sucked dry by Shiha, there would be a body left. But there was nothing at the scene. And the steam car was still there. Bei Dao was a little confused. They had all seen how powerful the black flower was. Except for a monster like Shiha. Bei Dao couldn't think of any human who had the ability to take it away. Bei Dao said in a deep voice, "Did you see a boy in red?" Jisoo was carrying a backpack with a sleeping bag tied on top of the backpack, and holding a black umbrella in his hand. He looked very much like a climber. Jisoo lied with his eyes open. "I didn't see it," Bei Dao shouted. "You lied?" Jisoo changed his words. "What did you see?" Bei Dao pointed his finger. "Kill them!" The advanced mad corpse standing next to Bei Dao jumped high and pounced on Jisoo. The sudden powerful energy broke the advanced mad corpse. Jisoo's black umbrella had already opened and was pushed back by the energy. Bei Dao was shocked. He knew the strength of the advanced mad corpse very well. But he was repelled by a ball of energy. He saw the other party throwing something over. It was very small. He didn't see it clearly. And it was blown away by the powerful energy. Jisoo closed the umbrella and leaned on the ground. "Don't rush to do it. Why don't you tell me where you are from?" Bei Dao felt a dull pain in his chest. Obviously injured by the shock. He climbed up from the snow and looked at the traces at the scene. It was similar to the flowers. It was such a large-scale attack. He sneered. "I didn't expect that the backward Xinjiang city still has such a backup plan. Jisoo, half a year has passed since the end of the world. Xinjiang city has indeed changed less than other places, and has retained more habits from the peacetime era. Is this backward?" Bei Dao said firmly. "You are the ones who fought with Shiha. Right? Since you are here intact. Then where is Shiha? And where is that bunch of black flowers?" A headless corpse fell in front of Bei Dao. A tall and fierce man walked slowly, with bat wings folded behind his back. His handsome eyebrows and eyes were as sharp as knives, and he held a fist-sized black crystal in his hand. Qin Yinan put the newly acquired energy crystal into Jisoo's backpack. It's useless to delay time. You can't wait for your companions to rescue you. The bloodthirsty monster you asked has turned into meat paste. Beidao's pupils shrank. He had realized the terrible strength of the two people in front of him. Shihe's destruction was the possibility he dared not think of the most. If even Shihe was not their opponent, then he and Lao Tao might not have a chance of winning. The man raised his eyes, and his golden vertical pupils locked on the other party. Where are you from? Why are you mixed with bloodthirsty people? The suppressed fear, the uncontrolled madness leaked out, as if there was an invisible big hand, holding open the emotional gate and guiding the release. Beidao's body was stiff and trembling violently. He could clearly sense the changes in the world of consciousness, and his distortion speed was accelerating. He knew what this meant. He wanted to struggle, but he was powerless to resist. He could only mobilize all his mental energy to control the advanced mad corpse and pounce on the two regardless of anything. He was determined to kill the two even if his body collapsed. As expected, the only remaining advanced mad corpse was killed by the terrifying man again. Beidao suddenly stopped suppressing himself. He opened his arms and completely released his fear, which caused Qin Yinan to become manic, and his desire to eat was unprecedentedly high. The leather armor began to bleed. The arms were the first to shrivel and collapse. A shrill and resentful voice came from under the hood. Why? Of course it's for a better life. Shihe can't be killed easily. Just wait for the crazy revenge of a bloodthirsty man. The leather armor with the hood was piled limply on the ground, and a living person disappeared out of thin air. Qin Yinan raised his eyes and looked into the air. He sensed that strands of energy filaments were spreading in all directions, and he couldn't help but frown, looking at the leather armor that was constantly oozing blood. Jisoo slowly read out 3 words. Full deformity. Full deformities with deformed forms must have physical bodies, but full deformities with mental deformities do not have this restriction. They can do whatever they want, and they can appear in all kinds of strange ways, tangible or intangible. Energy bodies are the most uncontrollable and difficult to capture intuitively. However, no matter how bizarre and unpredictable the full deformity of mental deformity is, it is determined by the deformed ability. The disintegration of the leather armor deformed man's body does not mean that he disappears, but exists in his deformed form. Not only Qin Yinan sensed those scattered energy filaments, but Jisoo also sensed them. That was the deformed form of the leather armor deformed man, controlling the filaments. As long as he can successfully survive the full deformity, he will regain his body. Once the energy filaments lose their self-awareness as a human, he can only exist in this form and become a very tricky deformed monster, with the momentum of the controlled filaments dispersing. Jisoo always felt that it was not good. During the period of full abnormality, human consciousness was weak and they acted completely on instinct and obsession. So what would these controlled filaments do? Control more abnormal monsters and surround and kill them. Jisoo's guess was soon verified. The advanced crazy corpses and abnormal bodies near the park arrived first, and there was also a group of people rushing over, led by the leather-armored abnormal man named Lao Tao. The survivors who came with Lao Tao, each of them had a transparent bubble on their heads, which looked very strange. Seeing so many advanced crazy corpses and abnormal bodies at once, everyone's face showed fear. Some people turned around and wanted to run. The transparent bubble suddenly turned black, and the survivors who escaped fell to the ground and twitched. And soon there was no sound. The other survivors were full of despair. Escape meant death, and staying here also meant death. They had no other way except to output fear emotions crazily, and they were all as hopeless as death. Qin Yinan fought with all his strength, knocking away all the advanced crazy corpses and deformed bodies that rushed over. Jisoo's Kontop's small fortress had been deployed. Qin Yinan, Jisoo called him. In the past, Qin Yinan would have followed and hid in the small fortress. This time, he did not do so, but rushed to the leather-armored deformed man hiding behind the survivors. He was ordering the survivors to rush forward, and together with the advanced crazy corpses and deformed bodies, they surrounded and killed Jisoo and Qin Yinan. The survivors retreated in fear and dared not move forward. The result of disobeying orders was that they fell down one by one and died on the spot. Jisoo hated this glutton so much that he wanted to kill him himself. As a human being, he was more terrible than the deformed monster. He killed the survivors along the way, just like cutting melons and vegetables. He had no humanity at all. If such a deformed person didn't die, he would be a disaster in the future. The reason why Qin Yinan had to kill him was also very simple. He was one of the 3 people who knew the existence of Heihua, and he had to die. The old Tao held a long knife in his hand and fought against the deformed man who was flying towards him. He swung with the long knife, but was caught by the hard claws. The old Tao lifted his gas mask and spit out a string of bubbles from his mouth, all floating towards the man's head. The bat wings vibrated. All the bubbles were broken. The claws swept. Blood sprayed, and the head had left the neck. Qin Yinen's movements were clean and neat, not giving him time to enter the full state of distortion. The survivors, full of despair, were waiting to die. The transparent bubbles covering their heads broke one by one. The survivors were stunned for a moment, and then they were ecstatic. They survived. More and more advanced crazy corpses and deformed bodies attacked the small fortress on the top of the cone crazily. Jisoo had thrown out a circle of Super 7 crystals, but he didn't dare to activate them because Qin Yinen and the survivors were nearby. Seeing that Qin Yinen had solved the leather armor deformed man, he immediately shouted, "Get away!" Qin Yinen spread his bat wings and flew far away. Survivors, The survivors who reacted all rolled and crawled away. The small cone fortress could hardly withstand such a dense attack. From the gap, I saw Qin Yinen and the survivors all away. Jisoo then activated the Super 7 crystals one by one, and countless energy cones shot out, one layer after another, flying around the small conical fortress. For a moment, blood rained down, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and rot. The small fortress and the nearby snow all turned dark red, covered with broken limbs and pieces of meat. The advanced crazy corpses and deformed bodies that almost crushed the small fortress were all destroyed in an instant, and there was no upright monster left. The survivors who hid in the distance and saw this scene, ugh. This is not killing monsters. This is a meat grinder, with the small fortress as the center. This area has completely become a meat grinder. The strong smell of blood and rot made everyone nauseous. Qin Yinen very wisely hovered at the upwind vent. He swooped down, circled around the meat grinder, and picked up fist-sized energy crystals. Thank you to the leather-armored deformed men. They saved themselves from searching one by one. They gathered all these advanced crazy corpses and solved them all at once. This not only reduced the danger in Xinjiang City, but also brought a great harvest of crystals. It was great. I don't know if the control filaments were used up, or there were no more advanced crazy corpses and deformed bodies nearby. After this wave, there was no follow-up after waiting for a long time. The survivors who survived by chance felt weak in the legs after vomiting. They claimed to have seen big winds and waves, but had never seen such a large-scale attack by advanced crazy corpses and deformed bodies. In the past, they might have been wiped out if they encountered any one of them. Now it was like a dream. The small house was already full of advanced crazy corpses and deformed bodies. So many deformed monsters were actually cleared out in an instant. It was too unreal. I wouldn't even dare to do this in my dreams. After confirming that there were really no advanced crazy corpses coming, Jisoo weathered the thick layer of small cone fortresses, opened the black umbrella, and all the falling balls of dirty blood and rotten meat were blocked. Qin Yinen flew over and took the man away from the meat grinder and put him on the clean snow. Jisoo glanced at the black umbrella and shook it away in disdain. The man reached out to take it, opened it, and grabbed the snowball to scrub it carefully. The energy crystals he picked up had been scrubbed clean by him and neatly piled in the snow. Jisoo walked towards the survivors lying in the snow and asked about their origins, how they were caught, and whether they had heard anything. Jisoo expected that Lao Tao would not tell them about Heihua. Such an important thing was too late to hide. So how could he take the initiative to tell them? Sure enough, these people knew nothing. They were just collecting supplies nearby. But they were ambushed. A transparent bubble covered their heads, tightly stuck on their necks, unable to be removed or broken. Once the bubble turned black, it would be filled with poisonous gas. Some people resisted on the road, and several of them had died. They followed honestly, wanting to see what this person wanted to do and looking for an opportunity to get rid of the bubble on their heads. They first went to the strange car, then ran all the way and chased here. They didn't know what happened at all. They came here in a daze, and most of them died. A captain took the initiative to say, "Thanks to you two for saving our lives this time. We are the survivors of the East City base. It's freezing cold. I wonder if you two can do us a favor and go to the East City base together." Jisoo raised his eyebrows and looked at him. "Why?" The captain didn't beat around the bush. We are the direct team of the base leader Liao Wu. We encountered such a big thing this time. If it weren't for you two, we would have been wiped out. Please go back. On the one hand, to thank you. And on the other hand, for the strange-shaped car. It's ugly, but it shouldn't affect driving. We in Xinjiang City really need a means of transportation. I want to negotiate with you two and see if you can give it to our base for research reference. The outsiders were killed by these two, and the spoils of war naturally belonged to the other party. They had no other thoughts. Just wanted to invite them back to be guests in the name of the base. Whether it can be studied and referenced, and what kind of compensation is required. These need to be discussed between the leader and them personally. Since they have met them, they want to invite these two back. Chapter 76. In Jisu's opinion, steam cars are the lowest means of transportation. Instead of studying steam cars, it is better to focus on modifying the corroded vehicles. Xinjiang City is gasoline and diesel. As long as the engine can be used normally, they will not worry about not having a car to drive. It will also be convenient to modify the power source in the future. Energy crystals will be the main energy source in the future. Of course, if the engine cannot be repaired, it is not impossible to make steam cars in transition. Xinjiang City is in urgent need of means of transportation. But they have other things to do, and cannot go to the East City base with the survivors. Jisu asked them to go back first, and he would visit the East City base tomorrow. The captain hesitated. That car. Jisu has a lot of cars in his hands, and the Rome family base is constantly manufacturing them. He really doesn't care about such a unique steam car. That's a steam car. You can drive it back first, and I will go to Liao Wu to discuss it in detail tomorrow. The captain was relieved. He was really afraid that Jisu would drive the car away directly, and never come back. After the end of the world, everyone was trapped in Xinjiang City due to their means of transportation. They didn't know what the outside world had become. As long as they had a car, they could go out of Xinjiang City and see the outside world. The two followed the survivors back and called out Pig on the way. The deformed guinea pig hiding in the cave immediately jumped out, excitedly grabbed Jisu's clothes and climbed up, rubbing against Jisu with a snoring sound, which surprised the survivors. They naturally knew that there were deformed animals. Their leader had a deformed pig that could talk, especially loved to mutter, and was very fierce. When they went out together, they could crash into the crazy zombies. The group got on the steam car and visited the internal structure. In the end of the world without vehicle model standards, you can make the vehicle in any way you want, as long as it does not affect the use. The space inside the steam car is not small, and the light is dim. The largest space is occupied by the homemade steam boiler, and the fuel used is indeed solid oil. Among the survivors, there were not only people from the East City base. They stood under the car, stretched their necks and looked around, and wanted to fight for it. But the East City base was so powerful that their small gathering places and shelters had no confidence to challenge the East City base. The people from the East City base started the steam car and returned to the base first to inform the news here. The other survivors also left one by one. Whether it could be done or not, the news had to be conveyed to their leaders, asking them to find a way. It would be great if their gathering place could also have a car. After the people left, Jisu and Qin Yinan went to the place where the bloodthirsty man's flesh and blood were sealed. They were very concerned about what the leather-clad deformed man said when he entered the full deformity. If they could kill him once, they would never give the bloodthirsty man a chance to counterattack. The snow was too thick, and the blood and flesh fragments were sealed together with the snow, water, and soil and buried underground. Now they had to check the situation inside and dig out the completely closed rectangle. This was a big project, and they had no tools. Juju raised his big furry head and sniffed the air. He jumped down from Jisu's arms and sniffed the snow. He began to dig the snow with his little paws and soon dug a snow hole. The whole mouse went in and then came out from the other side. Juju twisted his body and stared at Jisu with his big black round eyes. He squeaked and called Jisu over. Jisu was discussing with Qin Yinan whether he should go back first and come back with a shovel. When he heard Juju's cry, he turned around and saw the guinea pig with only its head exposed. Jisu walked over. What did you find? Juju used all four paws to quickly push away the snow that was in the way and make way. A blood hole as thick as a finger appeared in front of him. Realizing what it was, Jisu's expression changed. Qin Yinan also frowned and walked around nearby. His face also became very ugly. They all knew what the blood hole was. From the thickness, it looked like the telescope mentioned by the bloodthirsty man. At that time, under the impact of the Super 7 crystals, the ground was full of blood and flesh. They didn't have time to check carefully whether every piece of flesh was sealed up. This blood hole was far away from the center. It was either collapsed or the telescope drilled from under the snow. The latter was more likely, as the pig's two little paws kept tumbling. They chased the blood hole forward until the blood hole went up and disappeared. There were human footprints nearby, and more than one person. There was no need to dig out the blood and flesh sealed underground. They had already determined that the bloodthirsty man who could suck blood was indeed not dead. The blood-sucking telescope should be the part that was best deformed by pure dark matter, which was the source of the bloodthirsty man's power. As long as the source of the bloodthirsty man's power was still there, it could not be considered truly dead, and could completely borrow the human body to come back to life. So many people passed by here. It was difficult to determine who was the host. The only thing we can do now is to be more cautious. Bloodthirsty people are the most vindictive, and they will show up sooner or later. Jisoo took Juju back, took the box of the sealed pure flour, returned to the RV, put the sealed box in the warehouse at the bottom of the RV, and sealed it carefully, which was considered to be a relief. They had been away for these days, and both of them were very tired. They didn't feel anything after staying in the cold for a long time. When they returned to the warm RV, Jisoo's hands and feet were painful and itchy, and they had been frostbitten. After taking a comfortable hot bath, Jisoo took out the frostbite cream and applied it to himself. There was a knock on the bedroom door. "Come in." Jisoo was sitting on the bed applying medicine to his red and swollen toes. Jin Yenin also took a hot bath and walked in wearing loose home clothes. He wanted to ask Jisoo what he wanted to eat, but when he saw the frostbite on Jisoo's feet, his face immediately sank. "Why didn't you tell me you were frostbitten?" Jisoo had ointment on his hands, and he bent his feet to apply the ointment to the wound. His posture was twisted. "I didn't feel it outside, and I felt itchy when I returned to a warm place. It's not a big deal." He only had frostbitten hands and feet. Thinking about those survivors who died of frostbite due to lack of food and clothing. "What's his?" Jin Yenin had a gloomy face, blaming himself for not taking good care of him and being too careless. Sitting on the bed, he took the ointment, grabbed Jisoo's ankle and pulled him over. Jisoo fell on the bed, turned over, and watched the man apply the ointment to him. The big bed was soft and warm, and Jisoo's eyelids became heavier and heavier. They didn't rest well during these days of running around outside. Sometimes they had to stay up all night, following the steam train, and sometimes they could rest. The two of them watched the first and second half of the night respectively. Even if they were wrapped in sleeping bags, the cold still penetrated everywhere. There were several times when Jisoo woke up, and the man held him in his arms, along with the sleeping bag, to keep each other warm. When Jin Yenin applied medicine to both feet, he turned around and found that Jisoo had fallen asleep. He wiped his hands, pulled the quilt over, covered him, and let him have a good rest. The man leaned over and kissed the forehead of the sleeping man. In just a few days, his fair face had become thinner. He was really too tired to eat and sleep well. The man sat on the carpet and stared at him for a long time. The temperature of the boy's ankles remained on his fingertips. The skin was smooth and delicate, and the ankles were slender. One hand could easily hold it. The man leaned over and kissed the sleeping man again, then left and returned to his bedroom. Jisoo slept until the next day, and was still awakened by hunger. He sat on the bed for a while, and then remembered that the pure flour had been found, and they had returned to the RV. No wonder he slept so comfortably and steadily. Jisoo opened the bedroom door, and the aroma filled his nose. Jin Yenin was already preparing breakfast. Jisoo said hello and went to wash up. When he came out again, breakfast was already on the table. Juju also had a breakfast, which was a fresh lettuce, which made Juju very excited. It had not eaten fresh vegetables for a long time. After breakfast, the two people and the mouse were a little lazy. They nestled in the entertainment and leisure area on the second floor of the RV and didn't want to move. It was such a warm and comfortable time, and no one wanted to run out. Juju was so happy that he danced on the soft and thick carpet and rolled around at Jisoo's feet, with his belly facing up, completely forgetting his real owner. Jisoo lay on the carpet and flipped through a comic book. He hadn't read it for a long time. In the past, He opened his eyes every day and did all kinds of trivial things. He worked hard every day to survive and had no energy to think about anything else. Today, he wanted to read comics. Fortunately, he had hidden a lot of books at home and put some in the RV when he left. Xin Yanin glanced at the comic book, feeling complicated. If it weren't for the end of the world, Jisoo should be a sophomore. Still a simple and pure age. But now his hands are stained with blood. He is always on guard. And he is so calm that people always forget his real age. Today they have to go to the East City base. And the two of them dawdled until lunch before leaving. Before going to the East City base, they have to go to the underground shelter first to send Juju back. When leaving, Juju was trembling and dared not refuse. But when going back, he was reluctant to leave, and was very nostalgic, vegetables and fruits. In the past few days, Juju has not come back. And Xiaomumu thought that Juju would not come back, and secretly wiped tears by himself. Now Juju is back. But he is a little distracted. The whole mouse stares at the closed security door, waiting for the two to come and pick it up again. Xiaomumu. His worry was wrong after all. Jisoo and Xin Yanin still travel simply. Xin Yanin took Jisoo to the vicinity of the East City base. And after landing, he shrunk his bat wings and hid in a heavy black cloak. Jisoo carried a bag on his back, held a black umbrella, and walked with the man to the East City base. The East City base was still in its original location, and the walls were still the original walls. Liao Wu took in many survivors. They moved bricks from the nearby construction area and built a base wall, although it was not high enough and not strong enough. In the end of the world, having such a place to live was what many survivors dreamed of. There were teams of survivors coming in and out of the base gate, and there were many guards. There were also people patrolling on the wall, and the entry and exit of the base was very strict. Seeing the two people walking in, Captain Yu, who was guarding the door, smiled and took the initiative to greet them. The leader is waiting for you too. Please follow me. Led by Captain Yu, they entered the base without being checked, attracting the curious eyes of many survivors. Yesterday, Captain Yu drove back in an ugly car, and the whole base was boiling. No matter whether the car is ugly or not, as long as it can be driven, it is a good car. The survivors of the base followed the car and went to the building where the leader was, and then left. They had heard that there were vehicles that could run normally in Xinjiang City. Some people had heard the sound of the car when Zhao Dagong's people were chasing several traders. They saw it with their own eyes. There were several large trucks, which were particularly impressive. Those people rescued the traders of the Dongcheng base. Zhao Dagong had led people to search frantically for a long time, but there was no clue at all. The men who escaped back said with certainty that they saw it. The senior officials of the East City base were also looking for those big trucks, but they also failed to find them. Although the cars they brought back this time were not big trucks, they could carry people and goods, and they were already very satisfied. Outsiders did not know the specific ownership of the steam car, and they just thought that it belonged to the base after it was brought back, and no one specifically explained it to them. Chapter 77. When a base has more people, there will be more internal disputes, and there is no shortage of factions. On the way to meet the leader, Captain Yu led the two men and met a group of people, led by a gloomy middle-aged man. The group of people passed by quickly. Jisoo tilted his head and looked at one of the people in the crowd. The man was thin and tall, a very ordinary young man. The moment they looked at each other, the man quickly looked away, as fast as dodging, and quickly caught up with the team. Jisoo stopped and looked at the group of people who left, running quickly towards the gate of the base. As if in a hurry, Captain Yu saw Jisoo stop and look behind him. Mr. G? Who are those people? What attracted Jisoo's attention was not the group of people, but the shields in their hands. Jisoo had seen this kind of small shield. The group of people who chased Mo Linshu and the other two used this kind of small shield. It could block Mo Linshu's deformed ability. The small flying insects flying at high speed would be shattered when they hit the shield. When they passed by, Captain Yu recognized who was leading the team. It's Zhao Dagong's team. He is a deformed person under the deputy leader of the base, Li Changquang. Mr. G knows him? Jisoo shook his head. I don't know him, but I think the small shield in their hands is a bit interesting. Xin Yanin then took a closer look at the shield. The texture was rough, small and thick, and it was not as useful as the defense umbrella. If Jisoo really liked it, he could ask the Roan family base to make a lighter and more exquisite shield and send it to him. Captain Yu saw that Jisoo was interested in the small shield, and his eyes flashed slightly. If Mr. G likes it, our leader will definitely not be stingy. Let's go over quickly. The leader is waiting. Jisoo followed Captain Yu forward, still thinking about the evasive look in his heart. Zhao Dagong led a team of people and ran quickly in one direction after leaving the base. They ran several streets in one breath and were very tired, so they had to stop to rest. Zhao Dagong panted. How far is it? The young subordinate was also panting. It's just in front. Zhao Dagong's eyes were fierce. Are you sure there is only one truck? The subordinate nodded affirmatively. I saw it with my own eyes. There is only one. It has been parked there for a while. Judging from the footprints, the people in the car should have gone to the nearby area to find supplies. Zhao Dagong spat fiercely. Very good. We must not let them escape this time. I want the car. And try to catch the people alive. I want them to live and not die. The subordinate clenched his fists. Then let's hurry up. If they come back, we will definitely not be able to catch up with the car. Zhao Dagong did not delay. Let's go! Yesterday, Yu Dongyan drove back an ugly steam car, which attracted the attention of the entire base, and the shield held by the deputy leader was overshadowed. Last night, the deputy leader personally came to him and asked his people about the truck they saw. He asked him to get a truck no matter what. He wanted to recruit more deformed people, so he had to have something to show for it. Whatever he thought of came true. Zhao Dagong was just worrying about where to find a truck when one of his men hurriedly reported that he had found a truck. But only one. This was a rare opportunity. So Zhao Dagong said he would get the truck no matter what. So he couldn't wait to take his men there. After running through 2 more streets, he really saw a truck parked in the snow. Someone in the team immediately said, Captain, this is the car. They were the ones who rescued the 3 traitors. Zhao Dagong made a pause gesture, hid behind the building and observed for a while. He didn't find anything unusual. It seemed that there was really no one in the car. Then he made a gesture and asked his men to go over and take a look. The people in the team couldn't wait any longer. They held up their small shields and crouched down to approach the truck. Zhao Dagong was very cautious. He stood still and let his men go first. He turned his head and saw that the young men were still standing still. You go too. See if you can open the car door. The young men suddenly stepped forward and covered Zhao Dagong's mouth and nose. The sharp dagger had already pierced his back. Zhao Dagong's pupil shrank suddenly, and his back was in great pain. His arm suddenly turned into giant pliers and swung backwards to repel the men who attacked him. He turned around and swung the large and heavy pliers towards the men's heads. The men quickly fell and kicked Zhao Dagong's calf. Zhao Dagong staggered back and was about to call his men when a man suddenly jumped out of the second-floor window, strangled his neck tightly, and dragged him into the alley behind the building without letting him make a sound. Zhao Dagong glared at his trusted subordinates. His face gradually twisted, and finally turned into a woman, one of the 3 traitors. Chuing helped Wen Xiao out of the abandoned building, handed her the bloody dagger, and asked her to take revenge with her own hands. Zhao Dagong struggled very violently, and his degree of deformity was rising rapidly. Mo Linqiu urged, Xiao Xiao, hurry up. If Zhao Dagong entered a full deformity, let alone killing him, it was unknown whether they could survive. When Zhao's hands were shaking as she held the knife, she was very weak and had been supported by hatred until now. She held the knife with both hands and stabbed several times in a row. Zhao Dagong struggled like crazy, and his huge pincers almost hit Wen Xiao. But Chuing rushed over in time. Mo Linqiu and Zhao Dagong both fell to the snow. Mo Linqiu let go, and Zhao Dagong's body shape began to change, entering a state of complete abnormality. Mo Linqiu pulled out the long knife behind him and chopped off his head with one knife, and all the abnormalities disappeared. Chung Mo and Chiing, who were watching the wind, whistled to remind them that Zhao Dagong's men were coming. Mo Linqiu quickly got up, and together with Chuing, he helped Wen Xiao run to the other end of the alley. Zhao Dagong's men ran over, and saw the captain's head and body separated, and saw the 3 people who escaped. They immediately shouted and chased after him. The men who were still trying to open the car door were all attracted. Chung Mo and Chiing, who were hiding on the other side, quickly jumped into the car and drove to the other end of the alley to meet them. Mo Linqiu and the other 2 ran out of the alley, opened the door of the carriage, climbed up, and left Zhao Dagong's men far behind. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It finally worked. They had planned this route in advance. They had stayed in Xinjiang City for 3 days, and had not found an opportunity. In the morning, they found that Zhao Dagong's men had left the base. And they seized the opportunity. That's when Zhu used his mimicry ability, turned into his men, sneaked into the East City base to lie about the news, and led Zhao Dagong out. Since they couldn't find Ji, they would kill Zhao Dagong first. They learned from the captured men that Ji had left the East City base with his mother, and the men didn't know where they went. They only heard that his friend had established a base and invited him to go there. So they left. There are so many bases, gathering places and shelters in Xinjiang City, big and small. They don't know where to find Ji, and they are unwilling to give up. So they can only kill one by one. Ji is hateful, and Zhao Dagong is not a good guy either. When Zhao's mother was beaten to death by Zhao Dagong's men, and they must avenge this. The meeting place with Liao Wu is not the base conference room, but Liao Wu's study. This is not formal, but very private. Brother Jia was lying on the carpet, complaining about the worse and worse food recently. Who is with whom in the base? Who is tit for tat? Who is fighting with whom? Liao Wu has been accustomed to being nagging, but unexpectedly, Brother Jia, who was lying down, suddenly got stimulated by something, and suddenly jumped up from the carpet, slipped and fell, and ran around the study. Quick! Quick! Find me a place to hide. Don't say you have a deformed pig. I am not your deformed pig. You can pretend I don't exist. Please. The study has limited space, and Brother Jia is large, so there is nowhere to hide. He wanted to get under the desk, but the desk got stuck on the pig's head and was carried away directly. Liao Wu, Liao Wu. Has this pig finally gone crazy? There was a knock on the door. Liao Wu watched Brother Jia running around like a headless fly. He threw the desk off his head and rushed to the door. He inhaled and tightened his abdomen, stuck behind the door, and didn't move. Liao Wu, Liao Wu sat on a chair, and the desk in front of him had fallen on the carpet. Liao Wu got up to move the desk. Come in. The door of the study was pushed open, but it got stuck halfway. Captain, you pushed it again, but it still didn't open. He walked in and took a look. He saw such a big bunch of people squeezed behind the door, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Jia, what are you doing? Brother Jia, Brother Jia wanted to kill this talkative human with his eyes. Captain, you led the two in. Excuse me. The leader's deformed pig is playing hide-and-seek. Brother Jia, Jisoo knew that Liao Wu had a deformed pig, so he came in through the half-open door and tilted his head to look at Brother Jia, whose but was facing outward. Qin Yanning glanced at him indifferently, and Brother Jia's pig hair stood up. When Captain Yu wanted to close the door, he immediately backed out from behind the door, pushed Captain Yu away with his butt, opened the study door, and rushed out with 4 hooves slipping, and soon disappeared. Liao Wu, Captain Yu, Jisoo glanced at the man next to him, and his lips curled slightly. He could see that these deformed animals were like mice seeing cats when they saw Qin Yanning, and none of them were not afraid. Both sides ignored the deformed pigs that were fleeing for their lives, got to know each other, and sat down on the sofa. Liao Wu is tall and strong, resolute and upright. Jisoo had dealt with him before. At that time, the wall of the East City base was built by Jisoo. This decision was strongly opposed by Ji Yu and Zhou Suisheng. In their opinion, building a base wall for others is to make enemies for yourself. They have never heard of building a base for the enemy. Jisoo did not think so. He did not mean to regard other bases as enemies. As long as the price could be negotiated, it would be nothing to build a base wall. The world is so difficult. Humans don't help humans anymore. So why wait for bloodthirsty people and deformed monsters to help humans? Liao Wu didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, asking the price of the steam car. He wanted to buy it. Captain Yu's eyes twitched when he heard this. He wanted the leader to be more tactful and not be so direct, so as not to be misunderstood as robbery. These two are very powerful. We can't afford to offend them. Jisoo didn't like to be hypocritical with others. 5 energy crystals for advanced crazy corpses, and the steam car will be sold to you. Whether to use it for transportation or dismantle it for research is up to the East City base. Captain Yu, Liao Wu thought for a moment. Deal? Captain Yu, Captain Yu. No. He had waited for so long, and he had prepared so many arguments. But he hadn't used any of them yet. How could the matter end? Liao Wu said, "Thank you for your help yesterday. Otherwise my team would not be able to come back. You can ask for anything. As long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. It's not easy to owe favors. If I can repay this favor, Liao Wu hopes to repay it as soon as possible." Jisoo, Captain Liao is too polite. Outsiders enter Xinjiang City and kill wantonly. No one will stand idly by when they encounter it. Qin Yinan's main purpose is to kill Lao Tao. And saving them is just a matter of convenience. They will not ask for rewards for this little thing. There is no need. And they don't need that little reward. Liao Wu looked at Jisoo for a few seconds. The boy's attitude was casual. And it didn't seem like he was trying to keep the favor for a greater reward. He really didn't care. And there was a smile on his rough face. Captain Yu had already told him about the strength of these two people. The man could fly, and was very strong. The boy's ability was unpredictable. He didn't know what method he used to kill dozens of advanced crazy corpses, and deformed bodies with one blow. The scene was terrifying. With such strength, how could he hold on to this favor? Liao Wu stood up, and took out a few energy crystals from the drawer of the broken-legged desk, and gave them to Jisoo. Jisoo took a look and saw that there were not 5, but 6. Advanced crazy corpses were not easy to deal with. 5 energy crystals were already a lot. And Liao Wu gave 1 more. They could ignore this favor. But Liao Wu couldn't really ignore it. He had to show his gratitude. Jisoo didn't refuse and accepted it all. Jisoo's personality was very much to Liao Wu's liking. And his attitude was much more casual when he spoke next. Liao Wu asked, "I heard from Dongyan that Mr. Qin can fly. I wonder if he has ever left Xinjiang City. What is the situation outside now? Is there any official rescue? If there is no rescue, is there an official base? The management system of the official base must be very perfect. And the talents and conditions are not comparable to those of private bases. It is good to have an official base without official rescue. As time goes by, it will only become more and more dangerous. Now the weather is too cold. And many crazy corpses and deformed monsters are buried in the snow, which gives them time to breathe. When the weather warms up, no one knows what Xinjiang City will become." Qin Yinan only wandered around Xinjiang City and Yuhai City, and had not been to any farther places. He didn't know if there were official bases elsewhere. At least he hadn't seen any in the area where he was active. Qin Yinan told the truth, which caused Liao Wu to sigh for a long time. And Captain Yu also followed with a sad face. During the 3 years that Jisoo had been through, he had heard of many unique bases and cities, such as the Farm City, Medicine City, and Beast City, which would later become famous. He had never heard of an official base. It might not exist, or it might exist, but it was very far away from them, so far that the news could not be transmitted. Captain Yu said worriedly, "We didn't expect that the crazy corpses could be further deformed. When we first discovered them, there were only 1 or 2. Now, how many there are in the entire Xinjiang City? I dare not imagine. Each one is very difficult to deal with. If these further deformed crazy corpses continue to deform, it is really despairing to think about it." Jisoo gave him a positive answer. They will be further deformed. Now the most common ones are the first stage advanced crazy corpses. And then, there will be second stage advanced crazy corpses. We have already encountered them. They are very powerful, and can launch a wave of crazy corpses. Liao Wu, Captain Yu, The faces of the two people instantly became extremely ugly. Just 1 stage advanced crazy corpses caused them to lose a lot of manpower. If there is a second stage, will there be 3 or 4 times later? It really leaves no way for humans to survive. Liao Wu said, "Excuse me. You two should have your own base. Right?" Liao Wu felt that the recruitment proposed by Captain Yu was unreliable. Such powerful deformed people dared to hang around outside. How could they have no place to go? When he saw their clothes today, he knew that they must have a base. They do have bases. And 2 of them. Jisoo and Qin Yinan both have their own bases. Liao Wu added, "Your bases should not be in Xinjiang City. The 3 largest bases in Xinjiang City are Dongcheng Base, Shelter Number 17, and Tomorrow Base. The leader of Shelter Number 17 is Xiao Shiqi, and the leader of Tomorrow Base is Zhou Suixing. I have never heard of your names, so I think your bases should not be in Xinjiang City." Jisoo didn't expect to hear a familiar name in this situation. Zhou Suixing. Zhou Suixing actually built his own base. and it was one of the 3 largest bases in Xinjiang City. The 3 largest bases in Xinjiang City were Xinjiang Fortress Base, Dongcheng Base, and Shelter Number 17. Now that he has left Xinjiang City, Xinjiang Fortress Base has become Tomorrow Base, and Zhou Suixing is still in power. Sure enough, with Zhou Suixing's ability, he will not be unknown wherever he goes. Qin Yinan keenly caught Jisu's emotional fluctuations and looked at him with light eyes. Jisu didn't notice the man's gaze. His mind was on Tomorrow Base. Who is the deputy leader of Tomorrow Base? Jisu actually guessed who it was, but he just wanted to confirm it again until Liao Wu said those 2 words. Suqin. This person gave Jisu a good impression at first. He was gentle and had a good temper. He was very good at winning the favor of others. The better he showed, the more vicious he was in his heart. Jisu lowered his eyes, hiding the emotion surging in his eyes. What's the matter with this Tomorrow Base? I didn't hear about this base last time I came to the city. Is it newly built? Liao Wu and Jisu were not familiar with each other, and did not notice his abnormality. Not newly built. The predecessor of Tomorrow Base was Honghe Base, which is located in the westernmost part of Xinjiang City, far away from us, separated by an entire Xinjiang City. According to the information I received, the Honghe Base is quite powerful, and they have their own vehicles, which are said to be preserved before the end of the world, and have no reference value for vehicles after the end of the world. Afterwards, there was an attack, and many people died in the base. After Zhou Suixing came to power, he gathered the survivors from the west of the city, and the Tomorrow Base grew rapidly. In a short time, the number of people in the Tomorrow Base was comparable to ours, and it became one of the 3 major bases. Jisu's heart was pounding. Among the cars that were preserved before the end of the world, there was only one car that could be confirmed, and it was the one in the hands of Uncle Mengzhong that he had been looking for. Jisu immediately said, "Who was the original leader of the Red River Base?" Liao Wu shook his head. "I only heard that it was a base established by a family of 4. The specific situation is not clear. After all, the base only existed for 2 or 3 months, which is too short. There are too many bases in Xinjiang City, big and small, that have been built and destroyed." Jisu frowned and stood up and said, "Leader Liao, I will visit you another day. I have something to do today, so I will leave first." Liao Wu and Captain Yu also stood up. They haven't finished talking about their business yet. "Why are they leaving suddenly?" Liao Wu said, "I actually want to ask about your small conical house. I wonder if it is some kind of construction ability." Jisu did not hide it. It is indeed a construction ability. I don't have time to talk more today. I can only. Let's talk about it another day. It's so hard to get someone here. How can we let them go so easily? Liao Wu wanted to keep them. You're in a hurry to leave suddenly. Is there something wrong? Is there anything that Dongcheng Base can help with? Jisu thought about it and told the truth. To be honest, the Red River Base is likely to be established by an elder I know. I looked for him in Xinjiang City at the beginning of the end of the world, but unfortunately I didn't find him. Now I have a clue. I have to go and take a look. Captain Yu hesitated and said, "It's been so long since the attack on the Red River Base. Even if it was really an elder Jisu knew, the person is probably gone." Jisu knew that this possibility was very high, but he couldn't rest assured if he didn't go. Liao Wu saw that he couldn't keep people, so he had to say, "I let Dongyan drive the steam car to take you there, just to lead the way for you." Jisu thanked Liao Wu for his kindness, and the steam car was not needed. It was too slow. Chapter 78. Liao Wu couldn't keep the people, so he could only send them away first. The 4 people just went downstairs and met a group of people walking quickly. The man in the lead was probably in his 40s, wearing a coat over a down jacket, neatly dressed, and his face was livid. When he saw Liao Wu, he said, "I want to borrow the steam car. I have to go out for an emergency. We will replenish the fuel consumed by ourselves. Since the base has a car, it shouldn't be displayed for show. Right?" The man said that the steam car belonged to the base. Since it belonged to the base, anyone who wanted to borrow it could do so as long as they provided fuel and rental fees. It didn't belong to the leader alone. Jisu knew him. Li Chongquang, the deputy leader of the East City base. After the end of the world, he and Liao Wu led the survivors to survive and established the East City base. His reputation was not low. In addition, he was used to winning people's hearts. and many people followed him. So even if Liao Wu was the leader of the establishment of the base, and relied on his strength to build the current East City base, he had to give him the position of deputy leader. Li Chongquan has great ambitions. His goal is to control the Dongcheng base, not just to be the deputy leader. He has been trying to win over the deformed people and develop his own power. When the base was attacked, he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill Liao Wu and become the leader himself. But he was killed by Liao Wu. Since then, the Dongcheng base has been controlled by Liao Wu. This is a typical representative of ambition but no strength. If he is not strong, no matter how many deformed people he recruits, accidents may happen at any time. The discord between the leader and the deputy leader is almost exposed. The deformed teams in the hands of both sides have constant disputes, but they have not really torn their faces. Both sides are still maintaining superficial peace. Liao Wu's face darkened. "What's your urgent matter?" Li Chongquan said gloomily. "Good question. My deformed captain Zhao Dagong was killed by the 3 people who had defected from the base. They killed my captain and ran away. The team members couldn't catch up at all because they were driving a truck. The Tomorrow base has a car, and other bases also have cars. Our base has only an outdated steam car so far." Li Chongquan's voice was loud, and he almost pointed at Liao Wu's nose and scolded him for being incompetent. Other bases have cars, but they don't. It's not until now that they got a steam car, and it's still a pieced-together broken car. These are all the results of the base leader's incompetence. The people who came with Li Chongquan all thought that what the deputy leader said made sense. If there is no car, then it is fair for everyone to have no car. Now other bases have cars, but they don't. The leader didn't try to get a car, and has been letting it go until now. It's hard to get a car, but it's still an old and outdated steam car. It's true that the leader is too incompetent. Otherwise they would have had a car long ago. Yu Dongyan was so angry that his chest rose and fell violently. The other base had cars, which were either preserved from before the end of the world or disappeared without a trace. They couldn't find them at all. Could they go to the Tomorrow base to steal cars? It was also a big base. If they dared to steal cars, they would dare to start a base war. No one would end up well. A sneer came, and a clear and pleasant voice said, "Since Deputy Chief Li despises this steam car so much, then I will drive the car away." "Chief Liao, what do you think?" Everyone, The steam car is not good. But it is also a car. If there is no steam car, then they have to rely on their legs to get in and out?" Liao Wu's face was very ugly. "I bought the steam car privately. It has nothing to do with the base. If you think it's a broken car, don't lend it to me." Li Chongquan, Li Chongquan then moved his eyes to the 2 people beside Liao Wu. The 2 people were covered tightly, with hats, scarves, masks, and even goggles. You can't even see whether the 2 people are round or flat. Yesterday, Yu Dongyan's people drove the steam car back. Everyone assumed that it was the car of the base. Yu Dongyan did not reveal too much. Li Chongquan knew very well how much the people in the base wanted the car. So he took advantage of the issue to belittle the steam car and suppress Liao Wu's faction. Who would have thought that the steam car was not obtained by Yu Dongyan and his people, but someone else's car, and the owner was on the spot. He devalued the car in front of others. These 2 are. Li Chongquan did not know the details of the 2 people, and it was not easy to offend them directly. He wanted to save the relationship, but Jisoo did not give him a chance, and there was no time to waste with him here. Jisoo had already determined that the person who looked at him before should be Chu Ying, who used the ability of camouflage distortion. The defection from the base and the truck all showed their identities. They were really brave. They dared to come to the East City base openly to lure out a deformed captain and successfully took revenge. Jisoo said to Liao Wu, "If the steam car doesn't work, I have other cars, such as trucks. As long as Chief Liao can afford the price, we can discuss the sale of trucks next time." Jisoo dropped a bombshell and was about to leave. Suddenly he remembered something and said, "By the way, the 3 defectors they mentioned are now my people. Xiao Dagong's stupid son abused the girl, and his men also beat the girl's mother to death. It is a crime that they deserve to be sought after. If you feel dissatisfied, feel free to seek revenge." The huge bat wings spread out, and everyone felt the darkness. When the eyes were bright again, the 2 had already left the ground and flew high into the sky. Jisoo added, "Chief Liao, I only accept energy crystals." Watching the 2 fly away, Everyone was still in shock. The truck they were looking for was actually theirs, and they could sell it to their base. The 3 defectors they were chasing were actually theirs, and they also clearly explained the reason why Xiao Dagong was killed. Everyone was not a fool. Xiao Dagong persecuted others first and killed his own mother. There was no reason not to avenge him. If he had the ability, he would kill back. If he didn't have the ability, he was killed, and he deserved it. Yu Dongyan was just so angry at Li Chongquan that his liver hurt. But now, he was only ecstatic. Looking at Mr. G's attitude, it was obvious that he was on their side. Chief, Yu Dongyan wanted to take people to hunt advanced crazy corpses and accumulate energy crystals immediately. You should restrain your men. Liao Wu said this indifferently and turned away. The truck in Jisu's hand is certainly important. But the most important thing is his ability to deform and build. That is an important ability to protect the peace of a base. Li Chongquan's head was buzzing and his ears were tinnitus. He felt that he was unlucky today. He had carefully planned until now, and thought that success was within reach. Who could have thought? Who could have thought that the plan would be completely disrupted by 2 people who suddenly appeared? He couldn't get the truck he wanted through regular channels. He planned to rob it. Yes, he could also send someone to plan to rob it. As long as Liao Wu was gone, he would have the final say in the entire Dongcheng base. It would be easy to rob a few trucks in such a large base. As long as Liao Wu died, no one could stop him. Deputy leader, what should we do now? The subordinates asked tremblingly. They also felt that the situation was developing in the opposite direction. Li Chongquan has made up his mind to get rid of Liao Wu and take charge of the East City base alone. Go back first. On the other side, Yu Dongyan also said, Leader, Li Chongquan can't stay any longer. He has been acting more and more rampant recently. Sooner or later, he will bring disaster to the base. Those 2 people must not be provoked. If they are angered, they will come to their base to kill people. They are probably easier to kill than those advanced crazy corpses and deformed bodies. Liao Wu knew what was going on. He was not completely unprepared for Li Chongquan. A brand new red light truck was still driving. In the soft and warm car, Chuing wrapped Wen Xiao tightly with a quilt, and then said, I met Mr. G and Mr. Qin at the East City base. Although the 2 were wrapped very tightly, Chuing still recognized them at a glance. Mo Lingqiu looked up suddenly. Did they recognize you? They didn't want Jisu and Qin Yinan to know that they came out to take revenge privately. They just wanted to solve it themselves. Chuing hesitated. I don't know. We looked at each other, and I looked away. Mo Lingqiu was silent. They wanted to solve the dispute with the East City base by themselves. They didn't want to implicate others, let alone the base. If he didn't need Qiying to help borrow a car, he wouldn't even let Qiying know. And he wouldn't let him take risks. What he didn't expect was that there was not only one more Qiying, but also another one. Mo Lingqiu didn't plan to take Cheng Mo with him at all, in case the revenge failed and implicated others. Mo Lingqiu decided to take Qiying with him. And he also wanted to have someone to drive. If they died unfortunately, Qiying could drive the car back. The value of a car in the end times was too high. As a result, no one could persuade him. If you want to borrow a car, you have to take him with you. That's why there were 5 people in the team. Among them was Wen Xiao, an ordinary person, who was not in good health and needed people to take care of her everywhere. Her situation was very worrying. This was also the main reason why Mo Lingqiu prepared to not go back in advance. The revenge couldn't be delayed. Wen Xiao's health was getting worse and worse. Her heart disease was too serious. She was too stimulated, and the base clinic couldn't cure her. Mo Lingqiu and Chuing couldn't watch Wen Xiao die of her heart disease. So they had to try to untie this knot anyway. Even if it was dangerous, they were willing to take risks. Unfortunately, they only killed Xiao Dagong, but didn't find Jiyu, whom Wen Xiao hated the most. They couldn't find anyone in the entire Xinjiang city. The only thing they could do was to stay near the East City base and wait to arrest people for questioning. The new material-modified car appeared in advance, and it won't take long for the news to spread. Jisoo wanted to harvest a wave of energy crystals before the news spread. Once the modified car was available, these energy crystals would become very popular and rarely appear in transactions. As long as Liao Wu could afford the price, Jisoo didn't mind selling him 1 or 2 cars. He still had a lot of cars in his hands, all parked in the underground garage. He bought so many cars at the beginning just to save the materials for buying new material-modified cars. How could Jisoo have thought that he and Qin Yinan would come to this point? I would never have thought that the Rong's base, which manufactures modified cars made of new materials, is Qin Yinan's base. Rong's base can make any shape of car, and he doesn't need to store so many fuel cars. As long as the energy crystals are enough, he will consider selling a few. Qin Yinan's voice suddenly came. I found the base's light truck. Do you want to go over? The red light truck was driving in the pure white world, which was particularly conspicuous. Qin Yinan looked down in the air and found it. Jisoo was wrapped in Qin Yinan's cloak and couldn't see anything. Go over. Qin Yinan held a person and landed quickly, standing steadily in the middle of the road. Ying, who was driving, suddenly saw Lao Qin and Jisoo appearing in front of him. He was so scared that he braked hurriedly. The light truck slid a distance on the snow before stopping. Ying was scared and broke into a cold sweat. Chung Yamo was very excited when he saw Jisoo appear. He immediately pressed the window. Jidingting. I finally found you. The sudden brakes made the three people in the car lie down instantly. Before they understood what was going on, they heard Chung Mo shout. The three people's hearts sank, and they realized that Jisoo and Qin Yinan had found them. The sky was dark, and the stars in the sky were scattered, and snow was falling. Jisoo's feet creaked, and he walked to the window. Why don't you stay in the base and look for me? Chung Yamo blinked innocently. Did you forget that you said that when I become stronger, you will take me with you when you go out? Jisoo, I didn't say that. Chung Yamo, you said that. Don't deny it. Jisoo stared at him through the goggles, and Chung Yamo felt a little guilty when he looked at him. Jisoo's tone turned cold. Do you think you are strong because you are deformed? I still don't think I am strong. Every time I go out, I will be extra cautious and take all the self-defense items I can bring carefully. Where do you get the confidence to say that you have become stronger? Do you believe that any advanced crazy corpse can kill you in seconds? Chung Yamo, Chung Yamo was scolded and felt flustered. He was not really stupid. Even if he was a little crazy, he had not lost his mind. He leaned on the window and lowered his voice. When Xiao has a problem with her body, Mo Linchi wants to bring her to Xinjiang City for revenge and borrowed my car. If they come here like this, there is a high probability that they will not be able to return alive. More people and more strength. I followed her shamelessly and looked for you by the way. Jisoo only saw Wen Xiao once when she entered the base, and he hadn't seen her since then. Wen Xiao was thin, and there was no other problem. If there was a problem with her body, she would go to the doctor. Can it be solved by running out and taking risks? Jisoo walked over and knocked on the car door. The door of the carriage opened, and the three people were in the carriage. Seeing Wen Xiao's appearance, Jisoo couldn't help but frown. After not seeing her for a while, Wen Xiao had become so thin that it was not an exaggeration to describe her as skin and bones. Even if a deformed person wandered outside, he might die, let alone an ordinary person as weak as Wen Xiao. Jisoo said, Xiao Dagong is dead. Why don't you go back? Why are you staying here? It started snowing again. It's hard to tell when the snow will stop. Do you want to freeze yourself to death by staying in such a carriage? In addition to the quilt, there were several stoves and several boxes of solid oil in the carriage. Food and water were also brought. This was sufficient preparation, but it was also very dangerous for a truck to be exposed outside. Jisoo didn't dare to do this. They were really ignorant and fearless. They were lucky to be alive until now. Mo Linchu jumped out of the carriage, closed the door again, and walked to the side with Jisoo. We are looking for Jiyu. One of the captured men said that Jiyu is no longer in the East City base. He said that his friend built a base, and he was invited there. We don't know where the base is, and we want to ask someone from the East City base. After a pause, Mo Linchu tried to keep his voice steady. Jiyu is Xiao Zhao's concern. If we don't deal with him, we can't go back. Xiao Zhao's body may not be able to hold on to Baiwan town. When he said the last part, his voice was hoarse. They all had no other relatives. Mo Linchu couldn't watch Wen Xiao die and do nothing. As long as there was a little hope, he would do it without hesitation, even if it was risky. Jisoo was silent for a moment before saying, We are going to the tomorrow base. He may be there. Chapter 79. Qin Yanan did not fly in the snow again. He was the driver. Jisoo was the co-pilot. Chung Yamo and Qiying were driven to the carriage, and the group continued to rush to the west of the city. Along the way, no advanced crazy corpses were seen. Only crazy corpses hiding in some buildings were seen. They ran out after hearing the sound and soon fell in the wind and snow with stiff limbs. Under the thick snow in Xinjiang City, there are countless crazy corpses buried. When the light truck passes by, it often bumps. Who are Zhou Suisheng and Su Chen? Qin Yanan has been thinking about this. Jisu's reaction when he heard these two names made Qin Yanan very concerned. There are not many people who can make Jisu have such a big emotional fluctuation. And this time there are two of them. Jisu looked at the snow outside the window and said indifferently, "Insignificant people." Qin Yanan saw through many things about Jisu but didn't say anything. But this time he insisted on asking, "Insignificant? Why do I feel that it is not so insignificant?" Jisu heard that the man's tone was wrong, and tilted his head to look at him. He looked tense and obviously unhappy. The man's personality will change drastically except when he is half fallen, becoming clingy and domineering, with a strong possessiveness, and likes Jisu to hug, touch and coax him. Under normal circumstances, he is still the calm, self-sustaining, steady and reliable strongman. It is almost impossible for him to pursue one thing like this, which makes Jisu feel novel. Why do you think so? The man's well-defined jaw tightened, showing his unhappiness clearly. You were not in the right mood at the time. Jisu sighed and leaned back in his chair. Your ability is too useful, Qin Yanan added. You are still trying to hide it. Jisu laughed. I'm not hiding it on purpose. I just don't know how to say it. According to the current timeline, he and Zhou Suisheng and Su Chen are still strangers. Strangers who have never even met each other. But in the 3 years of the apocalypse he experienced, these two people really hurt him. And the people close to him were also killed by them one by one. He can't forget this hatred. And he can't forget it. Qin Yanan, you can say whatever you want. I want to know. Seeing that he was so persistent, Jisu thought about it. Except for going back to 3 years ago. He didn't hide anything from the man. In such a strange and unpredictable apocalypse, it wouldn't be strange if something incomprehensible happened. Besides, Jisu has always suspected that his ability to go back 3 years ago is probably related to his ability to trace back. Since Qin Yanan already knew his secondary invasion ability, he should be able to understand such a bizarre thing as returning to 3 years ago. Jisu organized his words and spoke unexpectedly. This is my second experience of the apocalypse. The light truck shook violently and ran over the crazy corpse under the snow again. The man almost lost his direction. When the light truck was stable again, he spoke. What do you mean? Jisu said, I have experienced such an apocalypse. At that time, I experienced the invasion of dark matter as an ordinary person. I was invaded and gained the deformed ability, which is the current construction ability. Like everyone else, I welcomed the apocalypse without any preparation for food and water. I had to leave home and go out to find supplies. Jisu briefly recounted the 3 years of the apocalypse he had experienced. He could no longer remember some things. It was only 3 years. But he seemed to have spent 30 years. He felt that he had been trapped in the nightmare land for too long. But in fact, only more than a month had passed in the outside world. Qiying copied Su Chen's Dreamweaver ability and created a dream within a dream, saving me from the nightmare cycle. When we were escaping, I was invaded again as soon as I left the fortress that could isolate emotions, and returned to 3 years ago. I thought this was rebirth, until the second invasion ability appeared. I knew that this might not be rebirth. The back of his hand holding the steering wheel was bulging with blue veins. The man had already turned into a vertical pupil that he could not control himself. He stared at the road ahead and did not look at the people around him. The voice was suppressed like a storm. So, Yang Ji is not your friend at all, but a teammate you met in those 3 years? The supplies and vehicles you prepared were not for opening a company, but just to deal with the end of the world, and those gas stations, crystals, energy crystals, and the understanding of bloodthirsty people, crazy corpses, deformed monsters and degenerates. All came from those 3 years? Jisu, yes. Qin Yanan had wondered where Jisu knew these things from. No matter how he thought about it, he could not have thought that he was a person who came back from 3 years later. All of Jisu's preparations were explained at this moment. Qin Yanan did not ask where he had been during those 3 years. There was no need to ask. He could almost guess his own outcome. After learning that his grandmother had passed away, he would definitely go to Yuhai City. He would not stop until the entire Xia family was wiped out. In the end, he would inevitably become a real fallen beast. For a person who has nothing to worry about and is full of hatred, losing himself and killing is his true destiny. starting over again. Jisoo changed himself and saved him. But whenever he thought of the betrayal and hurt that Ting, whom he tried to protect, had experienced in the 3 years that he didn't know about, he couldn't calm down. The light truck stopped, and the man tried his best to restrain himself. His anger and heartache turned into violent killing intent. He didn't want to lose control. But the scales still emerged one by one, from his neck to his face in an instant. Most of the handsome face of the man was covered with black scales. If he continued like this, he would soon enter a complete transformation. Such a transformation cannot be stopped. Every deformed person and degenerate will slide into the abyss. What they can do is to delay the steps of falling into the abyss as much as possible. Jisoo felt the man's restraint and pain, and hurriedly unbuckled his seat belt, leaned over and hugged him. How are you? Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I'm fine. Am I not fine now? Sharp claws carefully hugged the man in his arms, buried his face deeply in the other's neck, and absorbed his smell and temperature. The manic and bloodthirsty mood was temporarily soothed by the familiar smell, and a low and suppressed voice came. Listen. What do you think? I don't have much time. I want to be your boyfriend. Jisoo hugged the back of the man's neck and felt the cold scales on his hands. His heart trembled fiercely. As soon as the panic came out, he was suppressed by him. Don't talk nonsense. You won't become an unconscious fallen beast. I will accompany you. The man did not tell Jisoo the truth. The way he showed was just what Jisoo could accept. The fall was going on all the time. During the time he left by one town, he completely indulged and gave up on himself. And the degree of fall was growing wildly every day. He didn't dare tell Jisoo. He was afraid that Jisoo would be scared. He had to use all his strength to maintain the current appearance. The man stubbornly repeated, I want to be your boyfriend. When he thought of what Zhou Suisheng and Suchen had done to Tingting, he wanted to arouse all their fear, make every inch of their flesh and blood full of fear, and then eat them bite by bite. No. He is a human. He is not a monster. He can't eat people. The man's body trembled, and his arms hugged the person in his arms tightly. So tight that Jisoo felt that his bones were about to be strangled. Jisoo patted the man's back and comforted him. Okay. You are my boyfriend. You have caught me. The tyrannical emotions that grew wildly seemed to be frozen, and the man looked up blankly, a little unable to recover. Jisoo's warm palm covered the tiny scales on the man's face. I think we are very suitable. We can try to date. Jisoo wanted to say this sentence a long time ago. It was the man who wanted to go through the process of pursuit, so he would accompany him to go through the process. The man smiled, and his golden vertical pupils turned into ovals because of the change in his mood. The sharp claws gently covered Jisoo's neck. The two leaned very close, their noses touching, and their breaths intertwined. Can I kiss you? Their bodies pressed tightly together. They could feel each other's violent heartbeats. Jisoo was angry and amused. Do you still need to ask such a thing? Jisoo took the initiative to kiss the other's lips. The man tightened his arms and wanted to deepen the kiss, but his expression changed, and he suddenly turned his face away, and the sharp claws covered his mouth and nose. Jisoo's breathing was unstable, and he leaned forward to look. What's wrong? The man leaned to the side to prevent Jisoo from looking, and loosened his claws. It's okay. Sit back. Don't look at me. Jisoo, Jisoo felt that something was wrong. You don't let me look after we just became boyfriends? Shin Yenin, no. Jisoo pulled his shoulders and turned him around. Let me see what's wrong. The claws still covered his mouth and nose, and the voice came muffled. Don't look. You will be scared. I have even seen real fallen beasts. Would I be afraid of you? Jisoo took away the claws, and there was nothing abnormal about the man's mouth and nose, since it was not on his face. It could only be. Are you scared? The man opened his mouth, revealing the dense and sharp teeth in his mouth, which could easily tear flesh and bite bones. The sharp fangs are unique to fallen beasts. Jisoo shook his head and stared at the man's mouth in a daze. Jisoo realized that he had overlooked a serious problem. He didn't know how far Shin Yenin had really degenerated. The scales all over his body, the claws, and the bat wings were all the parts that he wanted him to see. What about the parts that he didn't want him to see? The warmth and beauty in the cab disappeared instantly, and all the fiery enthusiasm turned into bone-chilling cold. Jisoo had no more thoughts. He sat back in the co-pilot seat and said in a deep voice, From now on, You are not allowed to use the degeneration ability anymore. Qin Yinan, is he scared? Qin Yinan was silent for a moment before saying, it's not that you won't degenerate if you don't use your ability. Degeneration is happening all the time. Jisoo felt cold all over at this moment. He took a deep breath, turned sideways, and hugged the man tightly. Qin Yinan, complete transformation is inevitable. If you really can't control it, you have to promise me that you will keep your self-awareness no matter what. I have no experience of transformation, but I know about total abnormality. I have experienced it. Don't give up on yourself under any circumstances. You have to remember that you are a person. No matter what you become, you can eventually return to human beings. Don't forget that I am waiting for you. I will always wait for you. Promise me. The man kissed his cheek and said in a low voice, I promise you. I will definitely not forget you. The two had no time to be affectionate. After Qin Yinan's transformation disappeared, the light truck was on the road again. They are now in the west of the city, but they haven't found the location of tomorrow's base. The light snow outside the car is getting bigger. There is not even a survivor outside, and there is no way to ask anyone. Qin Yinan lowered the window, followed the fear, and went all the way to tomorrow's base. In comparison, the fence of tomorrow base is the best among the several bases Jisoo has encountered. The thickness and height of the fence are very good, but the material of pure mud does not seem to be very strong. The light truck went around the earthen fence to the gate of the base. There was someone guarding the gate. When he saw a car coming, he was surprised at first. And then someone came to ask about the situation. The gate guard knocked on the window of the cab first, but Qin Yinan ignored it. Jisoo took the initiative to lower the window of the co-pilot and called the guard over for questioning. The guards at tomorrow's base were wrapped up tightly, with only two eyes showing. They stood in the snow and stamped their feet. Where are you from? What are you doing at tomorrow's base? It was really cold outside. Jisoo put on his down jacket and said, I'm looking for someone. Is Meng Dong here? The guard paused and his eyes became alert. Who are you? What are you looking for Meng Dong for? Jisoo took in the guard's reaction. I'm his nephew. I heard that he was here, so I came to seek refuge. The guard's eyes wandered, and the warmth from the window made him move closer. Is this car yours? Jisoo nodded. It's my car. My uncle also has a car, but it's not a truck. It's a commercial vehicle. The guard's eyes flickered, and he glanced at the gate of the base. The other guards were already looking here. Jisoo saw the guard's hesitation and reached into his backpack to take out a small bottle of strong liquor. Cigarettes and alcohol are luxury goods in the end times, and uncorrupted cigarettes and alcohol are even more difficult to find. Jisoo handed a small bottle of white wine out of the window. It's cold. Keep it to keep away the cold. The guard's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly reached out to take it and stuffed it into his sleeve. The car was warmer, and the bottle was warm. The guard looked around and lowered his voice. Since you are the nephew of Chief Meng, just listen to my advice and don't come here. Chief Meng is not here either. His whole family is gone. Jisoo seemed surprised. How could it be? The news I got was that my uncle built a base here, so I came to him. The guard began to look at the door again. You are late. The Red River base has changed hands, and now this is the Tomorrow base. The leader has also changed. You should leave quickly, otherwise you may not be able to leave. Jisoo took out a pack of biscuits from his backpack and quietly stuffed it to him. I only have this uncle. What happened? Where did my uncle and his family go? Are they still alive? The guard stuffed the biscuits into his sleeves. I don't know what happened exactly. I am also an old man left in the Red River base. The base was in chaos at the time. It was said that a monster had sneaked in. I didn't see any monsters, but only saw two groups of people fighting. Leader Meng's family was protected and escaped from the base. I don't know if they are still alive now. Jisoo, which two groups are fighting? Other guards came over, and the guard who came first urged, Leader Meng and the current leader Zhou's people, hurry up and leave. Chapter 80. The base is located here, and there is no way to escape. The most important thing now is to find Meng Zhong family. Jisoo said, leave first. The light truck did not turn off the engine, and Qin Yinan directly reversed and turned to leave. The guard who came over saw the light truck leaving, chased forward a few steps, watched the light truck go away, and turned back to ask the guard who came first. Who is in the car? What are you doing here? We don't have such trucks in Qijiang City. Right? The guard who came first did not dare to hide it. He knew very well that the current leader was a ruthless character. If he dared to lie, he would not want to live. The guard who came first said truthfully, "It is said that it is Chief Ming Zhong's nephew, who came here to look for his relatives." He also knew that Ming Zhong had a commercial vehicle, so it should be true. The guard looked unkind. Since he came to look for his relatives, why did he suddenly leave? "Did you say something you shouldn't say?" The guard who came first said hurriedly. "He asked me if Ming Zhong was in the base. I said no. They had left. And then the truck left. I really didn't say anything extra." The guard didn't know if there was any letter, so he just said, "You go and explain to the chief that you let the truck go. It is not easy to find someone in such a heavy snow." Ming Zhong's car didn't drive away when he left. They should not have gone far, and may still be in the west of the city. If you want to find someone, you can only rely on Qin Yinen's perception of fear and search everywhere in the west of the city. The wind and snow outside are getting stronger and stronger, and the sky is gradually getting darker. Jisoo doesn't want Qin Yinen to release the bat wings, so he doesn't plan to go back to the RV. So he will spend the night in the truck. The light truck compartment, which was reinforced by spiritual energy, had a good effect of keeping warm and cold. In addition, they brought several thick quilts with them before going out, and lit several stoves to burn all night. So it was not too difficult, and they could sleep well. Jisoo opened a small window on the compartment of this light truck for ventilation, so there was no need to worry about sleeping in the compartment being too stuffy. There were 2 large mattresses stacked in the compartment, which were spread out at night. Each person wrapped in a large quilt did not feel cold at all, and slept very comfortably. The only bad thing was that there was no private space. Several people all lay on the 2 large mattresses. Wen Xiao and Chuing slept closest to the stove, which was warmer. Mo Linxiu, Qi Ying and Cheng Mo slept near the rear of the car. It was just right for 5 people to lie on 2 large mattresses. If Jisoo and Qin Yin were added, there would not be enough space. Qin Yin took Jisoo back to the RV to sleep as soon as he saw how they slept. It was dark and snowy outside, so Jisoo couldn't let Qin Yin take him back. He asked for 2 thick quilts and a stove, and built a bed embedded in the wall on the spot. In order to keep warm, the bed was far away from the ground, and 3 of the 4 directions were closed, leaving only one end to climb onto the bed. The stove was also placed at the end of the bed to pass the warmth in. 2 thick quilts, one for laying and one for covering, were much more comfortable than curling up in the cab all night. The conditions were simple, and the water in the carriage was limited, which was only enough for simple washing. Because there were several stoves, there was no shortage of hot water. Jisoo washed his face and brushed his teeth, and soaped his feet with Qin Yinen. And then, he comfortably climbed into the homemade bed and prepared to rest. Now there was a thick quilt, which was much more comfortable than sleeping in a single sleeping bag. Jisoo climbed onto the bed, and the quilt had been warmed by the stove. He quickly took off his outer clothes and trousers, and got into the quilt wearing only his inner clothes. The bed board was too hard. Even with the quilt spread, it was still hard. Jisoo arched his back in the quilt, trying to find a comfortable position. After a long while, he didn't hear any movement outside. Jisoo sat up and saw Qin Yinen still standing in the snow looking at him. He patted the quilt and said, "Come to sleep. This stone bed is too hard." Qin Yinen was in a very complicated mood. He didn't expect to sleep with Tingting in this situation. And from Tingting's appearance, it seemed that he didn't have any wrong thoughts. He really wanted to sleep. The man got on the bed and lay flat next to Jisoo. Jisoo looked at him with clear black and white eyes. "Is it hard?" Qin Yinen. "Not bad. Close your eyes, clear your mind of distracting thoughts, and concentrate on sleeping. The people around you are still tossing and turning. Every time they move, cold wind pours into the quilt. The man lies flat until an ice-like foot steps on his calf. The man's body tenses and soon relaxes. He reached out and pulled the man who was struggling against him into his arms. "Okay. You won't be hard if you sleep on me." Jisoo, Jisoo raised his eyes, looked at the man's well-defined jawline, and reached out to touch it. The rebellious hand was quickly caught, and the fingertips were kissed, warm and soft, as if kissing the tip of Jisoo's heart, and his heart was numb and curled up. Jisoo raised his head and kissed the man's handsome jaw. Gently and softly, the man opened his eyes, and the silhouette of fire jumped in his light pupils. and his tense nerves were stretched to the limit. Jisoo smiled at him. Sleep. The man closed his eyes and tried to slow down. But he couldn't slow down at all. The little bad guy was obviously doing it on purpose. He grabbed the delicate chin and lifted it up, pressing a hot kiss on him, until the man took the initiative to end the kiss. He used his arms to hold the boy back to his body, and hugged him tightly. Sleep. Don't make trouble anymore. If you keep making trouble, you won't be able to sleep tonight. When Jisoo recovered, he felt that he had lost all his dignity. It was the first time for them to fall in love. So why was the man's skill so good that he couldn't resist it at all? The boy kicked his legs unconvinced, and his legs were quickly pressed down, not allowing him to move. Sleep. Sleep. The voice was a little bit of gnashing teeth. Jisoo bit the man's shoulder hatefully. The man held his neck. Don't bite. Be careful not to hit your teeth. If the scales came out, Jisoo's little teeth would be broken. In the cold wind and heavy snow, a tall figure wrapped in a large cotton coat, with dull eyes, walked towards a building in the city center step by step like a puppet. In the darkness, pairs of blood-red eyes appeared, and the fishy smell was pungent. The tall figure tore off his cotton coat, revealing his thin body. The man opened his arms and said in a strange voice, Come on. I give you this flesh and blood. Come and eat me. The black shadow passed by, and the tall figure's shoulder disappeared instantly. Blood splattered. One arm fell to the ground, and the body trembled constantly because of the severe pain. But the tall man's expression was very enjoyable, and he stood firm while shaking. You only dare to eat with your secondary head? Waste. The blood-red eyes seemed to be irritated, and the tallest and largest blood-red eyes suddenly came and bit off the tall man's head. But when the mouth opened wide, a red tentacle suddenly rushed into the monster's throat. The tentacle split into countless filaments, tightly grasping the monster's throat. The filaments were like fine and dense needles, deeply piercing the flesh and blood, and rapidly crawling towards the monster's brain core. Jisoo and his group searched the entire west of the city, and did not miss any place where there were emotional fluctuations. Unfortunately, the survivors who were stranded outside were not Meng's own family. After searching like this, they found North City. Jisoo suddenly had an idea and asked Jin Yinan, Do you remember the North City gas station we went to at the beginning of the apocalypse? Are there any emotional fluctuations there? The gas station and convenience store over there were sealed by Jisoo. The geographical location is in the suburbs of North City. Is there a possibility that Meng Zhong escaped back to his own territory? Jin Yinan lowered the car window, sensed it carefully, and looked at Jisoo with a strange expression. How is it? Is there anyone over there? Jisoo asked anxiously. The man deliberately kept him in suspense. But the car was already heading towards North City. Give me a kiss, and I tell you. Jisoo was happy. He knew the answer when he saw the light truck driving towards him. But he still leaned over and kissed the man's handsome face twice. The man was satisfied. He did not drive the light truck to the sealed gas station, but to a residential house not far from the gas station. The familiar wall was seen from a distance. It was the same earthen wall of the Tomorrow base. It was obviously the work of Meng Zhong family. According to the guards, it was not only Meng Zhong family who escaped at that time, but also the people who followed them. The light truck stopped in front of the gate. The metal gate was closed. Jisoo dressed neatly, put on his bag, took a black umbrella, got out of the car, and walked quickly to knock on the door. Jin Yinan followed him. He would not let Jisoo be too far away from him to avoid rescue. The metal door was not banged, but no one answered the door. Jisoo had no choice but to shout, Uncle Meng. Is Uncle Meng here? Everyone in the house, holding a weapon in their hands, swarmed to the window and stared at the door vigilantly. When the sound of the car approached, they knew someone was coming. Since they escaped from the Red River base, they have been hunted down. It was not until they escaped here that they had a few days of peace. Unexpectedly, they were found again. The people outside the door were calling Uncle Meng. Their leader was indeed surnamed Meng. I don't know if they are here to find the leader. Everyone looked at the middle-aged man next to the brazier. The man was thin and had a stubble on his face. He was Meng Yong, who Jisoo had been looking for. There was also a young man standing next to Meng Zhong, who was also thin. He was Meng Dong's son Meng Biai's. He asked his father softly, Is it someone you know? Now they are like dogs that have lost their homes, hiding everywhere. Any slight movement makes them particularly alert. Now it is difficult for them to escape. They are directly blocked in their residence. Meng Zhong only felt that the voice was familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. The last half year of the end of the world is longer than the past 10 years. Even longtime friends are untrustworthy these days, let alone acquaintances. Outside the gate, Jisoo pulled down his scarf and mask, and his voice became clearer. Uncle Ming. I'm Jisoo. Do you remember me? Meng Zhong's expression changed, and he remembered who he was. After the apocalypse, he also wanted to find Jisoo, for no other reason than remembering that he had hoarded a lot of oil before the apocalypse, and there were abandoned vehicles all over the road. But only their family's commercial vehicle could be driven. He suspected that Jisoo had done something. When they fled to the North City, they originally wanted to go to the convenience store of their own gas station to find something to eat. But they found that the gas station and the convenience store were sealed. The material looked like cement, but it was not cement after careful observation. This was obviously also a kind of abnormal ability. There are some such gas stations in the west of the city. The sealed gas stations cannot be used. The oil in the gas stations that are not sealed can be used, but the oil in the fuel tanks of abandoned vehicles has solidified. The intact oil in the gas station, like their intact cars, is contrary to the end of the world. Obviously, everything should be destroyed, but only the gas station and their cars are intact. This makes Meng Zhong think about it. He was full of questions, but couldn't get answers. He didn't expect that Jisoo, who he was thinking about, would come to him on his own initiative. Meng Zhong stood up with a wooden spear. Let's go out and take a look. Old Meng. A hoarse voice came from the side. On the sofa near the brazier, there was a haggard woman. Her eye sockets were deep, and she coughed violently as soon as she opened her mouth, as if she wanted to cough out her heart and lungs. Ming Bi's squatted down and helped the woman to breathe. Mom, don't worry. I will protect Dad. The woman held her son's hand tightly. If those people are chasing us, don't worry about me. Just run. Ming Bi's clenched the spear in his hand. Have a good rest. Don't think too much. We will be back soon. How could he abandon his mother and escape alone? Even if he died, he and his father would not give up his mother. Meng Zhong led a group of people out of the residential area, into the snow, and walked towards the metal gate. The first thing to open was not the metal gate, but a small square door on the gate. Looking out through the small door, they saw two people standing outside the door, and a red light truck parked a few steps away. The group of people breathed a sigh of relief. It was not Zhou Suixing's people. They didn't have such a truck. As long as this possibility was ruled out, they would not be so nervous. Meng Zhong opened the metal door and looked at the two people at the door. Apart from their superior height and stature, they couldn't even see the appearance of the two people outside. Only a pair of eyes were exposed, wrapped very tightly. Meng Zhong had lost a lot of weight, and Jisoo was already mentally prepared, so he recognized him at a glance. Uncle Ming, do you remember me? Meng Zhong nodded. I remember. You are Ji Xiangyo's son. Jisoo. Jisoo nodded repeatedly. Seeing that they were so cautious, he didn't rush forward. There were more than a dozen people at the door. I don't know if there are still people in the house. Judging from their condition, they should be living a bad life. Jisoo said, after the end of the world, I came to the gas station to find Uncle Ming. At that time, the gas station and convenience store were occupied by a group of evil people, and many survivors were captured and locked in the convenience store. I was so angry that I sealed the gas station and convenience store, and wanted to wait until I found Uncle Ming before unsealing it. Meng Dong was stunned. He didn't expect that in the end of the world where everyone was in danger, Jisoo actually came to find him. Jisoo said again, a few days ago, I got a steam car from outside and sold it to Liao Wu in the East City base. I learned from Chief Liao that there was also a car in the East City base, so I suspected that it might be Uncle Ming's car. So I went there to find it. When we got there, we found out that Uncle Ming was no longer in the base. We went along the west of the city to the North City, and thought of trying our luck at the gas station and convenience store here. Unexpectedly, we found the same wall as the Tomorrow base, so we came to knock on the door. Meng Zhong listened quietly, and waited for Jisoo to finish before saying, You have something to ask me? Jisoo glanced at the mud wall. Originally, I was worried that Uncle Ming was in danger, so I wanted to take him to my base. Now it seems that I was overthinking. Uncle Ming has the ability to build a base himself. Knowing that Jisoo was not Zhou Suisheng's man. There were only 2 of them. But there were more than a dozen people on Ming Zhong's side. And they thought they were safer. It was too cold outside. Not a place to talk. So Jisoo and Qin Yinan were invited into a private house. Someone lit a brazier. And the icy house finally felt a little warmer. Jisoo and Qin Yinan sat side by side on the sofa on one side, while Ming Zhong and his followers stood or sat opposite.